welcome to the 73rd run-in of the Mobil 1 Sebring 12 hours. It's IMSA Radio taking you through until 9 PM GMT, where hopefully our team will be taking over. In the IMSA Radio booth, it's John Hindhoff, Ryan Marine, Peter Mackay, and in the pits, it's Joe Bradley, who will be joining later. And starting in the pits, it's Nick Damon and Ryan Marine. Let's go over and join them now.
Remind everybody of just how hard this track is. It's not just about respecting the bumps, the Brembo brake facts for the Mobil 112's hours of feeling. This is a 5 out of 5 difficulty rating, and that's not just a matter of opinion. The brake technicians look at things like the bumps, like the temperatures that are going into the calipers, and how much pressure you have to put onto them. 120 miles an hour scrubbed off in the hardest braking area at turn 7, the hairpin, with G-forces of up to nearly 3 Gs in the GTPs and over 2 Gs for the GTD cars. And how about a nice toasty 1,600 Fahrenheit for the peak brake temperature? That's your Brembo brake fact for the Mobil 1 12 hours of Sebring. Plenty going on there. Really, really important to have your brakes sorted here at Sebring with those big stops. Our Porsche keys to the race: get to the darkness. That's where the race will be won and lost, so you must do your best work at night. Be patient in the traffic, avoid any contact or penalties which could take you off the lead lap. And the tyres, make sure that you have managed your tyre allocation. You're going to have to double stint at least a couple of sets of tyres through the 12 hours today. And the heat of the day, the cars will not like it because they're not set up for it. So you are going to hurt your Michelin tyres. All of the cars are set up to do their best performance in the darkness. Save a set of Michelins for the last hour, maybe a couple, just in case of the late race caution. Then you could be absolutely in the box seats. It's going to be BMW and Acura on the front row of the grid, with Dries Van Toor and Tom Blomqvist starting their respective cars, the 24 and the 60. Philippe Nasser and Mathieu Jaminet are an all Porsche Penske Motorsport second row of the grid, 7 and 6. Then Neil Jani for Proton Competition and Renger van der Zande, Louis Delatraz and Ricky Taylor for an all Cadillac V-Series Wayne Taylor Racing row, that's 7th and 8th, row 4. Jimmy Bruni starts the JDC Miller Motorsports Porsche 963 with Sheldon von der Linde in the second of the BMWs on row 5. Romain Grosjean for the Lamborghini SC63. This was their debut race last year in IMSA. Ross Gunn starts the Heart of Racing Valkyrie in its debut in IMSA, and Cadillac Whelan's number 31 Jack Aiken in 13th position. Pole position in LMP2, where all the cars are Oregas. TDS with Stephen Thomas and PJ Hyatt will be alongside him. Bit of an anomaly in GTD Pro, with Albert Costa for Dragon Speed on pole position for the pros and ahead of all the GTD cars, but he did not put the fastest lap in. That went to Alessandro Perguidi, who is 12 places behind him. But this year, all of the GTD pros are classed as a separate category of racing, and therefore, like the GTPs ahead of the LMPs, on the start and any restart, they will be placed above all of the GTD cars. It is Perguidi for AF Corsa on pole position, and he was faster than every single one of the 11 cars ahead of him in qualifying. That could make the first few corners pretty tasty when we go to green. Let's take a bit of atmosphere from our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter, Nick Damon, first of all, and then we'll hear from Ryan Marine. Nick?
Well, it's a fabulous, sunny, clear Florida day. Now, we're all talking about the heat, but I noticed an interesting thing. They did the rather spectacular point when in part of the national anthem where they go "and the rockets red flare," they set a lot of rockets up behind the pit lane. Now, the pit lane's quite sheltered. The way the smoke moved, there's a huge amount of wind blowing across the circuit. It's pretty much a crosswind across both the straights, the back straight and the front straight. A little bit perhaps taily as you go down the Ullman Straight. But there's a lot more wind out on the track that we're feeling here in the pit lane. And as we know, the change of the wind really affects all these downforce cars.
Ryan Marine is the second voice for this portion of the race of the CrowdStrike pit lane reporting team. That atmosphere has been ramped up, turned up to 11, Ryan.
It certainly has. It took a lot of effort to clear the fans off the grid on the fan walk. No one wanted to leave, and why would they? They were up close and personal with some of the most high-tech racing machines anywhere on the planet. And Nick's point about the wind is a good one. I've been eavesdropping on the team radio for the number 7 Porsche Penske, and that's something the team has been keeping Felipe Nasser updated on, so he knows what to expect when they arrive in Turn 1 at speed, and that should be coming in just a few short minutes. Started 73rd, Mobil 1, 12 hours of Sebring.
Those are two of the 5 voices that we have for you here on IMSA Radio and the World Feed TV. We've once again been allowed to take over Highlands ESPN 106.3 FM. Thank you to the team there, Jay, and the rest of the team. 100.9 at the track, Sirius XM 206 around North America, and of course around the world on RS2 for your audio, or if you may be a little bit bandwidth compromised, IMSA YouTube as well for those of you outside the US. If you're in the US, then of course our colleagues at NBC Sports will be looking after you over on their subscription channel of Peacock. But outside the US, then you can watch along, and we have ad-free on IMSARadio.com, the live video tab at the top left of IMSARadio.com. Depending on your browser, you might just have to scroll down one of the menus there to find it. When we say flag to flag, we mean it. The only interruptions we'll have for us going ooh and ah and eek, because that will be undoubtedly some of the words you will hear in the next 12 hours. Our Cadillac safety SUV is about to pull right-handed into the pit lane, and this extraordinarily brightly coloured, fantastic-looking 50-car grid is green flag for the 73rd time here at the Mobil 1. 12 hours of Sebring, and a great jump away by Dries Vanthoor. He'll lead them down into the first corner. The battle is on for second position, side by side. The Acura of Tom Blomqvist and Porsche Penske Motorsport. I think that's the Jaminet car that was trying to come through. Yes, it is. Here are the GTD Pros with the yellow Ferrari and the green Porsche on the front of the grid, heading towards their green flag. Now watch out for the faster GTD cars behind them. The cars are all the same spec and BOP. Good jump away by Albert Costa in the yellow Dragon Speed Ferrari. He holds on to his pole position. Second for the number 77 of AO Racing, and Lauren Heinrich. Neil Verhagen was dropped back a little bit. I think that's Antonio Garcia who's trying to come through in the white Corvette. Yeah, yellow Ferrari and white Corvette. It is a little bit difficult. No, Verhagen's still there in third, but it was one of the Corvettes coming through. Peter Mackay.
Nasser, he's just gone through on Tom Blomqvist there as they come past
at
Green
the front
Park.
of the field, yeah.
Spin for the AWA
AWA
Corvette. Oh, no, that's Ori Fadani, last year's Bob Aiken winner.
And that is right at Christensen Curve, I think. Maybe going through into turn 5. And let's see if the 13 can be refired. We stay in green at the moment in the 73rd running of the Mobil 1 12 hours of Sebring, and the car that will be at Le Mans this year is facing the right direction. He's got 11 hours, 58 minutes and 24 seconds to gain some positions. Now the Inception Ferrari was there and hit him. That was a perfect pit move. The local sheriffs will be wanting to recruit the driver of the number 70 car, Brendan Aribe.
Oh dear.
And that is being looked at by race control already. How fast is Dries Vanthoor? Very fast indeed, as he has put 1.5 seconds on the field in the first lap from the green flag start, Peter.
He's up for this one. I mean, they must have been agonizingly disappointed after Daytona. They were on pole, they had the fastest car, and it went all wrong in the last couple of hours for BMW number 24, but here at Sebring they're wanting to get a stamp on the race early, and Dries Vanthoor getting his head down 1.5 seconds in a single lap. That's impressive. I guess you could say that Nasser and Blomqvist would have been held up a little bit with Nasser making that pass. Let's see what it's like on the second flying lap.
across the line and down into the first corner for the GT cars, but all of the prototypes still together, and Vantor going through to Tower Turn now, but the battle's on in the midfield. It's just tremendous stuff. Ross Gunn just lost a position as well off the start with the Valkyrie from the Heart of Racing team, and that is because Jack Aitken has made up 3 positions, up to 10th now in the red-fronted Cadillac Whelen number 31.
Coming into race week, that number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac, they had a lot of confidence. They felt that the car was going to be strong. Qualifying didn't go their way. They had a technical issue right at the start of qualifying, which meant that they couldn't set any lap at all. They were on pole here last year, of course, and have won this race before. They won it back in 2023 with Jack Aitken on the driver's lineup. Earl Bamber won it in a different team's Cadillac DPI car in 2022, so they know how to get the job done here at Sebring, and I don't see them languishing at the bottom of the order for very long.
So 120, 130 miles an hour for Aaron Telitz in the Lexus, 140 miles an hour. Then back down through the gears to the Jean de Bian Benz into Le Mans, turn 16 onto the Ullman Straight. Should be pulling over 150 miles an hour before he comes into Sunset in that GTD car.
Yeah, 155 when they hit the brakes going into Sunset. The GTPs, they're hitting, depending on which car, between 180 and 185 before bringing it down to 80 miles an hour for the apex. But the braking zone into turn 7, which the leading GTPs have just come through. Oh, incident. The Pecom Racing number 88 in the wall, as is the number 18 Era car. This is Luis Perez Companc and Toby Luca. They're both in the wall. I think we might see an early yellow flag here, John.
They were running 6th and 7th in LMP2. Rodrigo Sales has gone past the scene of the accident. These Oregas are built pretty tough, and the Pecom Racing car with the cheese wedge, the legality panel on the left-hand side hanging loose, has rejoined in the middle of the GTD Pro battle, but it's spinning Michelin tyres for the Era number 18 and Toby Lutke. And we've had instant responsibility for the number 70, that's Brendan Arib, and a drive-through for the 24, the leading car, Dries Vanto, changing lanes at the start of the race. That is a big mistake by Dries. He's thrown away a very good starting position. His leader would have evaporated anyway, but he won't be able to do the drive-through during the full course yellow. He is going to lose a huge amount of real estate when we go back green, and he's going to have every single car in the field ahead of him. That's massive, Peter.
Worst possible time to do it. What is one of our Porsche keys to the race? Avoid penalties. Dear oh dear. We saw this in the opening stint at Daytona for Dries Vantor, where he got a penalty there as well. Oh my word. This is, I mean, if you're going to have a penalty, I suppose, have it in the first 7 minutes and you've got a chance to come back. But that puts immediately the number 24 BMW M Hybrid V8 crew on the back foot. Of course, this is Dries' first full season in IMSA.
Has he done a start before? That's what you've got
yes,
to ask.
he did at Daytona.
So
yeah.
he goes, he's fine at the first part of the start, but he moves across to the right-hand side before the stripe. Not really impeding Felipe Nasser in the Acura, but that's not the point. The point is you cannot change columns before the start of the race. I am absolutely certain that BMW Team RLL will be talking to race control and say, oh, come on, we didn't impede anybody, but I don't think
the rule's pretty clear.
I don't think that's going to cut any ice whatsoever.
No, the rule is pretty clear. That's a disappointing error early on for the number 24 BMW crew. Meanwhile, the number 18 Era LMP2 car, of course, winners last year. Era, they won at Daytona and at Sebring, and that's not what we'd like to see. Toby Luca has got the car moving, which is good. Does have a bit of damage to the front, so if he can get the car back to the pit, the Aero Motorsport team can go to work and try and get that car back in the game. We've seen this before with Aero Motorsport, where they've gone behind early. They are one of the best teams in the business of getting their car back up to the front, so they'll fight on for sure.
Let's head down for our first crowd strike pit lane report of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. It's Ryan Marine.
We do have a pit caller here, guys, and it's the 45 Wayne Taylor Racing Lamborghini that had the big crash in one of the practices earlier on in the weekend that caused them to miss significant time, and they've got the left rear wheel off, and they're doing some work underneath in the left rear wheel arch. They've got the jack stands underneath the car, so clearly they're going to have to do some work. And interestingly, one of the mechanics actually has his phone out and just took a video of what was going on in that wheel well. He's now handed that phone to a member of the crew up on the wall. They're putting the left rear tire on the car once again to send the 45 back out to try and keep him on the lead lap, and then they'll look at the video footage the crew member took to try and ascertain exactly what the repair needs to be.
And that is a closed pit, so that has to be emergency service. Because we're within 15 minutes of the start of the race, the pit lane does not open, and therefore they will have to come back through the pit lane when we go to green flag racing. Ryan can give us a little bit more on the issue with that car.
Yeah, just quickly checked in with the team, and what they told me was the brake was hanging up, so some issue with the braking system at the left rear of the car.
Well, what I mean, already action, Peter, to be honest. And remember that the leader is waiting for green to come in and do the drive-through. Now, I don't think he'll follow the Cadillac safety car into the pit lane. Do one lap and come straight through. That's the best thing to do, and let everybody space out a little bit. And Nick Damon has another car entering a closed pit at the opposite end. Go on, Nick.
It is the 88, the blue P2, of course, is involved in that kerfuffle early on. Luke Perez at compact driving. He's done some serious damage to the front clip. Luckily, by replacing it with a brand new front clip, that damage is negated. So it's a new front clip, a new rear clip, which hasn't taken them very long at all to do. And I would say that is what's called getting away with it, because I think that's all he's done. He's done nothing looks deranged, nothing looks to have a problem, and by just replacing those two bits of bodywork, quite an expensive replacement, obviously, everything seems fine. It looks like it's all mating up reasonably well as well. No change of tyres. I think they put a couple of gallons of fuel in it as well. They will have to come in again. This is emergency service, so they'll have to run through the pits. Maximum amount of fuel you can put in is 5 seconds worth, but they wouldn't have needed the fuel. But and away it goes. And I'll be honest with you, as that car leaves, you have no indication there's ever been a problem with it.
Thank you to John Leslie on at IMSA Radio here at the circuit, listening on 100.9, or perhaps on Highlands ESPN 106.3 FM, maybe on Sirius XM 206 here. John telling us there's large chunks of debris, turns 15 and 16 on the far side. James O'Donnell making the point that number 24 BMW has been faultless this week. It's a tough school out there. Is that the 45 Lamborghini back in? Ryan Marine, I think it is. They've come back to see you. They were missing you after just a lap to go around the circuit.
I'd encourage them not to come and visit me. That would certainly help their chances of winning. The good news is they've been able to figure out that the problem is going to necessitate changing the brake assembly on the left rear. The engine is shut off currently on the 45 Lamborghini. The crew members are in there with their tools, and keep in mind that is so hot. Just saw a crew member accidentally brush his hand against the rotor and shook it really quickly because it's still very hot from running out at speed. This is going to be a bit of a lengthy repair, it looks like, but it does happen early, and as Peter chronicled, there is a history of full course yellows in this race, which could give this team a chance to fight back. But it has been a difficult weekend from the very, very beginning, with the crash back in practice number 1, and now some of the residual impact of that carrying over into the beginning of the race.
Yeah, you've got to wonder whether that is a factor. It went in with that side left rear of the car, having spun at turn 1. Dami Formal walked away from that and then won both of the Lamborghini Super Trofeo racers. Ryan Marine down there with that CrowdStrike pit lane report. 1600 degrees Fahrenheit in race mode. Well, if that car's been dragging that brake, that would be a very, very hot brake disc for the mechanics to work on. Dries van Toor cleaning his Michelin tyres at the front of the field, the restart zone through turn 17. Well, will Van Toor go? He's gone, and he did not come into the pits. I thought he wouldn't. Straight across the line. He will have to come within the next 3 times by Porsche round the outside of Acura. That's a Porsche 2-3 now, as Mathieu Jaminet and Felipe Nasr are now switched positions. Actually, that's Nasr into second. No, he was already there. It was Jaminet going ahead of Blomqvist, of course. So 24-7, 660, and then Renger van der Zande in the second of the Acuras. Good restart from the number 6 driver, Mathieu Jaminet. That car had a complete shutdown about where they are on the track in the first free practice session, down towards turn 6 and 7, which required the car to be pulled back in. It was a software issue, and the software engineers got to work and either rebooted it, or somebody said, I thought rather hilariously, did they put in new drivers? And no, it was Mathieu Jaminet that went back out again. Yes, I know what you mean. So Porsche showing good early pace here, but they are going to inherit the lead when the leader comes in to serve this penalty, Peter.
They will, and that is so punishing for the number 24 BMW crew. It has happened early though, so they've got clearly they've got a fast race car. I mean, Dries van Toor straight away has proven how quick he is on a restart, how quick he is on the rolling start. Let's see, he'll probably head in now to get that drive-through done and then get back down to business.
Problem for the Lamborghini of FAF Motorsport and Andrea Caldarelli. Non-functioning torque sensor. Now that is on one of the drive shafts. We've seen this happen before as Dries van Toor peels into the pits for his drive-through for changing columns at the start. He is going to drop all the way to the back of the field. He's not allowed to call into his pit. They can't do any work on it. He comes through, and the beautiful 50th anniversary livery to celebrate half a century of BMW North America. That debris still out on the circuit at entrance to turn 15, I think that was. It's a large piece of bodywork. This must be absolutely painful for Dries van Toor.
Penalty for the number 88 Pecom Racing LMP2. That was the car that had to change the front and rear clip, as Nick Damon described in our CrowdStrike pit lane report. They've had a stop plus 10 seconds. Do you know what? That's still getting away with it.
Yeah.
Considering the incident that they had, if you're in the wall at in lap 2 and you've got a car that's back clean again and you have to take a stop plus 10, it's not so bad. Dries van Toor back in, he rejoined in the middle of the GTD Pro field, so didn't go right to the back of the entire field, but now right in the melee of all the GTD Pros. That's going to hold him up a lot as the rest of the GTPs, his rivals, are way, way up the road.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see what happens with the number 9 for that torque sensor issue. They'll have to come into the pit lane. Andrea Caldarelli. The last time that I saw this, in fact, the only time that I've seen it was with the Toyota GR010, and that was at Portimao. They had to bring the car in and change the drive shaft on which the torque sensor was fitted. It's an integral part of that, and it cost them, they did it in 12 minutes actually, but it cost them the race. And if it's not working and they can't reset it remotely, then that car will have to change the unit, and the unit, as I say, is part of the drive shaft on that car. That car's day is pretty much done.
That'll be behind the wall.
Yeah.
You can't do that in the pit lane, and
no.
You're going to lose so many laps. Disappointment again for FAF. They had a disaster here last year with the McLaren. It's just not their time at Sebring over the last couple of years. They've won it before, of course, on more than one occasion, but that is absolute heartbreak for Pfaff Motorsport and for the 24 BMWs now cutting through the rest of the GTD Pro field. They've got work to do now on the back foot, and of course we saw them have an early penalty in the Rolex 24 and forge back to the front of the field, but that was in a 24-hour race. In a 12-hour race, a little bit more of an uphill battle.
Right turn lover saying there was some overlapping on the restart. The Porsche number 6 and the Acura number 60. Porsche coming through. As soon as the green is thrown on a restart, you can go. You do not have to stay in line. What you can't do is be completely past someone before the restart line. But you can overlap, you could be alongside. Different to the original side-by-side start of the race. Keep those keep that information coming. Your eyes and ears around Sebring International Raceway. Hello to Les and Christina. We're watching from Toronto, Ontario. Hello to Suburban Beer. I'll send you a message, Suburban, and you might have to clear your cache, but I'll send you a different link for that, for your issue. Peter?
Good news for fans of the Era Motorsport number 18 LMP2. They've been into the pits. They've got that car seemingly repaired because they've sent Toby Lutka back out again and lapping comparatively with the rest of the other drivers in LMP2. Of course, all of the bronze drivers start in LMP2. They qualify the cars and they start the cars, and they've got a minimum driver time to serve, as does every driver, that they've got to serve, and most teams like to get it out of the way early.
In the Pro-Am classes?
Yes, yeah. They do. They've got in LMP2 and GTD 3 hours to do, which is actually more of a share of the race than they have at Daytona, where they have 4.5 hours in 24. 3 in 12 is, 25% of the race.
At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us. What will catch you out here is no more than 4 hours in any 6. That is a regulation here, and that is what the 3 driver teams are all having to be very careful about, particularly if you're trying to use the Pro and use the full Pro gun driver as much as you can. The plaid Lamborghini from Pfaff is in the pit lane. Ryan Moraine is there with this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Well, as you guys have chronicled, they have that issue with the torque sensor right now. It's the left wheel that's off, and they have the left body panel as well over the left rear that's been removed. And now this crew is going to work. Keep in mind, they don't have just a ton of experience with this Lamborghini platform. This is a new car for them this year. They only took delivery of it just before January. So a lot for them to try and process. Plus, you have the addition of these torque sensors, new for 2025. And right now, it looks like they're working with some wiring. So maybe it's something with an electronic connection rather than the torque sensor itself. Certainly you would hope so. That would be a quicker fix. But they've lost quite a bit of time, as you would expect, sitting stationary here. The bodywork's about to go back on. Hopefully that's a good sign. We'll keep a close eye on it, though, as this develops.
We have had the leader in GTD off the circuit at Cunningham Corner, Alessandro Perghidi, who put in the fastest time of any GTD car in qualifying. A massive swap, almost a brake bias issue or something like that. It's like he pulled the handbrake on as he was braking. The car did a complete rotation and then another half rotation well into the grass, and it's a little more dusty than when it rolled out. Perghidi starting the car that he shares with Lilo Wadu and Simon Mann, and he's coming into the pit lane. Yeah, that didn't look right to me, Peter. Either it was a brake balance issue or a downshift issue. The good news is that Pfaff have managed to, they've tried to address this issue with the torque sensor on the left rear drive shaft of their Lamborghini, and they've sent it back out. So have they hit it? Have they recalibrated it? Reconnected something? Those are questions that I do not know the answer to. And that actually has not dropped them down nearly as far as I expected, Peter. Yes, of course, they've lost ground. Andrea Caldarelli already a lap away from his class lead. But I'll tell you what, I'd have taken that. I thought that would have been a bigger problem. They clearly didn't change the drive shaft.
If they fixed it.
Well,
and
that's the problem.
Because that's great work from the hard-working FAF mechanics, and they've got a new strategist on the pit wall, and Sean Heckman this weekend, so they'll be trying to work some strategy if they have fixed it to try and get back up to the front. But big drama for our pole sitter in GTD, Alessandro Pierguidi. I agree with you, John. He doesn't make those kind of driving mistakes. I think it's maybe even an ABS failure, because it looked all locked up and the rear just went away from him. But they've done a driver change. I didn't quite spot whether it was Lilo Wadu-Ducilier or Simon Mann. So we'll watch and keep a close eye on that one. But they looked so strong in qualifying. A really, really quick car. And Alessandro Pierguidi, one of the very best in the world. And, well, they're on the back foot early on. The car is still in the pits. They're looking at the braking area.
Yeah, I think there's an issue there somewhere. Ryan Marine is getting all of the business at the moment. Is that brakes for that Ferrari, Ryan?
Spot on. Peter was exactly right. It's the left front assembly that's been changed on this car. I'll see if I can get a word with Alessandro here momentarily, but yeah, the crew going to work. They've got the new assembly mounted, and now it's time to put the wheel back on. Certainly lost time, but again, early on in this race, there is time to recover yet.
Hello to A Green Goldfish. I do love some people's Twitter handles. In Germany, at Ramstein Air Base. Always a pleasure to watch and listen and enjoying it. Alan Boddy is in sunny Basingstoke in the UK. I haven't even watched Formula 1 qualifying yet, but it's GT racing, so it's straight onto the television. And Joey Morgan had this, and I actually quite like this, do this in karting sometimes. Why not place a dividing line on the start-finish straight to separate the columns on the start? It would give the drivers a visual clue and make assessing penalties an objective review on the video. I don't dislike that idea, Joe. You do that in karting sometimes.
Spin for the number 20 of Richard Leitz. Wow, I don't think I've ever said that on a commentary before. It might not be a spin. The Korthoff Mercedes puts a nose up the inside at Tower Motorsport, and it wasn't a spin, it was a clip. The number 32 Korthoff Mercedes, who leads in GTD, is, of course, coming through the car at the back of GTD Pro in Richard Leitz, and, that might well be a drive-through penalty for the Korthoff Mercedes. Sticks a nose up the inside. Richard Leitz goes to take the corner, left front of the Mercedes into the rear right of the Porsche, and round goes the Porsche, and they'll be hoping they've not got any damage to the back of that number 20. Likewise for Korthoff number 32, they won't want to have any damage either. It's been a quite fraught opening 25 minutes, hasn't it? Goodness me.
I did get a brief word with Alessandro. He really wasn't in a talking mood, but he did tell me the pedal just went to the floor, no brakes. Very, very strange situation.
Well, if you're going to have that happen, that might have been the corner to do it, because there's quite a lot of grass runoff.
Biggest runoff on the circuit, I would say.
Yeah, so you never know. We could be talking about that story. They've got a fast race car. You know, if we have the same number of cautions that we've had over the last couple of years, they've got enough opportunities to filter back. They have a race-winning car in terms of pace, so let's see what they can do. The North American debut of the Aston Martin Valkyrie is a huge fan favourite. Everyone talking about this amazing 6.5-litre V12 machine based on, well, actually to say it's based on a road car is not absolutely true, because it's based on an AMR Pro Valkyrie, which is based on a road car. Yeah. So yes, pedantry today is well and truly in session. But just the sheer noise, it really does hark back to the DBR9 V12 that won here in the GTS class back in the mid-2000s.
Hello to Andrew in Manchester. The weather for the race for me today, like it was for Daytona, he says. And Chris Lemon is enjoying Sebring with Jensen, his son, in rainy Columbus, Ohio. I spent some time in Columbus, Ohio on an Audi event last year. It was great. He's got IMSA radio turned up while watching the Peacock coverage. Thanks very much, Chris, for tuning in. So the Aston in its first race, the Valkyrie in its first race for Heart of Racing here in the States, had a learning 10 hours on the super smooth Qatar circuit, the smoothest circuit that we race on in any sports car race over the season, either in WEC or indeed in IMSA. And Ian James saying they had a good time, they've learned some stuff. That car's been getting progressively quicker, Peter, all week. It found 1.8 seconds between FP1 and FP2, I seem to remember, was the number that you quoted.
It's found a lot of pace, and right now in race trim, it's actually comparing really well to the cars around it. It's right behind the number 5 Proton Competition Porsche. That is the most proven GTP package. It's the most successful car in the GTP category, the Porsche 963, in various hands. But yeah, the Aston Martin, they've done an amazing job to bring this car out so well.
What happened to the Ricky Taylor, Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac? That's dropped all the way at the back to the GTPs.
I think it's just very tight. I mean, although it's
6 seconds off the back.
Yeah,
something's happened off the back of the Valkyrie.
We'll try and get our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters to keep a watch on that. What happened to the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac? Yeah, not where they want to be. That is for sure. Renger van der Zande really on a push as well. He set a 150.803, looking really, really strong. The best lap we saw last year was set by Louis Delatraz in the race winning number 40 Acura for Wayne Taylor Racing, a 149.497. So I don't know if we'll see any really record-breaking lap times today, because the track temperature is so much higher than it's been the rest of the week. It's been warm all week, but today it's particularly warm.
Warning for incident responsibility, not a drive-through. That would have been for the...
That's the Pierre Guidi car.
The Pierre Guidi car.
So maybe they had no brakes and it got into the back of the 57 Winworth Mercedes, maybe. And also the incident between the Korthoff Mercedes and the 20 Proton Porsche of Richard Leeds, no action. That's an interesting call, but there's definitely an overlap in pace. The front-running Mercedes, particularly in GTD, are rapid, and the Proton team particularly have been struggling. Comparing to AO Racing, who are right up the front at the moment, they're in second place, right behind the leader in class in GTD Pro, with Albert Costa. So AO Racing seem to be unlocking the best out of the Porsche package this week here at Sebring.
Mark Whiteleg saying, finally, I can say once again, the red car and the blue car had a race with the two Acuras. Very good. Well, all of a sudden, I fancy a small chocolate bar. Some people will know. No action. Did you just say that, Peter? No action on the 32 and 20? Yes, thank you. I thought I heard you say that. Those of you who have the ability, don't forget we've got the telemetry from the 13 GTP cars. IMSA providing that on a web page, and it's very easy to find, because if you just go to IMSA.com, or I'll very quickly give you this, jot this down if you're able to do so. It's IMSA.com/GTP dash, like the minus sign, telemetry, TLEMETRY. But actually, if you just put GTD-telemetry into your search engine, you're almost certainly going to be able to find it. It will give you how much energy is left in the virtual fuel tank. When they're in the pits, it'll tell you whether they are changing tyres, whether they are harvesting, whether they are deploying. Side-by-side action and a touch on the link with Molly Turner BMW as it was going past Lamborghini, and that was that was more than a little bit interesting, actually. It was Robbie Foley on Super Mario Farnbacher in the 40, number 78, as he's coming through, and that was a pass for position. Robbie Foley now up to 6th in GTD, Peter.
We saw in qualifying yesterday the BMW M4 GT3 Evos really starting to get stronger than we've seen them throughout race week, and that trend appears to be continuing here in the race, with Robbie Foley forging forward from his good position in the 96 Turner car, but also in GTD Pro. We've got the 48 of Dan Harper in third, and also the number 1 of Neil Verhagen in 5th. So they're right up the sharp end. Those BMW M4 GT3 Evos, a car which was revised and updated for the start of the 2025 season. As the GDPs, they're already making their way through the huge run of GTD cars, one of which, the 34 Conquest Ferrari, has got a wobbly left mirror. That's got to be a little bit distracting for the driver sitting on the left-hand side of the car.
Yes. You don't need that one so much. You need the one on the other side, because the right rear corner in all of the GT cars, the vision there is massively compromised. You literally have a blind spot, and it's much bigger, much bigger than you would have it on a road car.
Felipe Nasr, as soon as you've hit traffic, he's been able to put some time into Mathieu Jaminet. He's so precise and so decisive through traffic. The amazing Brazilian driver who's really made his career here in North America. Of course, raced in Formula 1, finished in the top 5 for Sauber in his very first race, but his F1 adventure wasn't necessarily a happy one, not through any fault of his own, but he took solace here in North America, got a great opportunity with Action Express, and here at Sebring he's super impressive, like he is wherever we go in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. But right now he's pulling away from his teammate Mathieu Jaminet in the number 6 car, 0.6 of a second quicker last time by as they cut their way through traffic. Tom Blomqvist in 3rd for the number 60 Meyer-Shank Racing Acura. Finally they've cleared the traffic now as Nasr and Jaminet get a little bit of clean air, well, at least until they reach the LMP2s.
At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to go come in onto the screen in front of us in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Well, about 15 minutes away from our first VP in-race update, and we'll do the top positions in each of the 4 classes. Joe Bradley has joined us in the CrowdStrike pit lane reporting team and has some news. Good morning still. For some reason I think we're already in the afternoon. Good morning, Joseph.
Good morning, John. Good morning, everybody. Great to be finally in this race. We noticed an issue with the number 10 dropping back, Ricky Taylor at the wheel of the Wayne Taylor Cadillac. Philippe Albuquerque listening intently on the driver intercom. Philippe, we've detected a problem from where we can see. Have you got any info for us?
Yeah, well, Ricky just reported that he was feeling some issue as well. So basically, it's just like we're having a throttle issue, and the guys are just now addressing to see how we can help. If not, hopefully in the next few minutes we will solve the problem and go on.
And these days with modern race cars, a throttle issue is not necessarily a throttle cable being stuck, is it? It's all about computer work and software.
It's exactly that. So it's not back again like back in the old school where you go with a cable tie.
With WD-40.
Yeah, where you would pull the butterfly to be more open,
yes,
you know?
Exactly.
So that's exactly what the Cadillac guys are doing, like trying to solve the problem with the systems and eventually go on. So we need to wait and see.
Okay, hopefully we'll sort that out. Thank you, Philippe.
Felipe Nasr and Joe Bradley already know. Philippe Albuquerque and Joe Bradley, should I say,
right there at the beginning of this rule cycle, as were quite a few other manufacturers, and they had a tough first year, but they've chipped away at it and now really on a stride. Last year they had the perfect season. You know, they won the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, they won the World Endurance Championship, they won Daytona, but Sebring's the one that's missing for Porsche Penske Motorsport. In fact, the last time Porsche won here at the Mobil 112 versus Sebring was in 2008, and it was a Penske Porsche at that time with the RS Spider and an LMP2 car, which beat the diesel Audi and diesel Power Show. Audi having a lot of brake troubles that day. Will history repeat itself? Will Porsche score a record extending 19th win, I think it's going to be probably the hardest they'll ever have to fight, because the Acuras have looked very, very strong all week, particularly in the hands of the number 60 of Tom Blomqvist, who sits in third right now, and he's looking quite racy now, right on the back of Mathieu Jaminet. In fact, very racy, because he's just set the best lap of the race, a 1 minute 50.460, so within a second of what we saw the fastest lap in the race last year, and of course that would have been set in the cool of the night as we head into the last couple of hours. But the Acura's back with Meyershank Racing, of course, this season. They were run by Wayne Taylor Racing last year. Wayne Taylor Racing have switched to Cadillac, so it's all moving musical chairs in the off-season in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship.
Peter Mackay, John Hindorf with you in the Full Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Fastest lap of the race for Tom Blomqvist, but fastest laps of their races for Philippe and Mathieu behind the wheel of the two PPM cars. And Mathieu is a tiny fraction, 6 1/1000ths away from the fastest lap of the race. All of those laps for the first three, the best laps either overall in the race or for that car, done on the last time around.
Just a little bit of clean air. It's amazing what difference it can make. The fuel load's now starting to come down. The leading cars, all three of them in fact, are on 41% of their usable stint energy. Every car has a slightly different amount of stint energy, which is balanced to try and get everybody on exactly the same pace as possible. The Acura, it has 903 megajoules of usable energy. The Aston Martin has 907, 901 for the BMW, 912 for the Cadillac, 904 for the Lamborghini, and 908 for the Porsche. That's fitting.
I actually have no idea what that means.
How you convert that into litres at the pump, I have no idea. But what I can tell you is
all it tells you is who has a bit more or a bit less.
Exactly. And they all will have exactly the same fill time, 40 seconds. So a full fuel tank is 40 seconds, and they all have different replenishment rates to make sure that everyone has 40 seconds at the pump and the plug.
Yeah. That's another part of making sure that it's a level playing field. If you're consuming more energy, and that's why you get more energy. It's not to make you go longer. It's about the efficiency of the package that you've got. And what we're trying to achieve here is everybody who chooses... all these manufacturers are trying to tell a story with their very expensive racing programs. And therefore, it makes more sense for the Dex Imaging Cadillac going around turn 7 at the moment to have a normally aspirated big rumbling V8. For Acura, high revving V6, etc., etc. And basically, the regulations from IMSA, the LMDH regulations to which the GTP cars run, most of them run, and the LMH regulations, the ACO version of the top class, basically not disadvantaging any manufacturer for making marketing decisions. They understand that, for the most part, I think it's everybody except Toyota pay for their motor racing in this form of racing in the top class. They pay for it out of a marketing and promotions budget. Toyota are distinctively different. Their racing budget for their Le Mans and WEC program comes out of road car research and development, because they genuinely believe that they're getting a technological benefit that will feed back into their road car range. Nobody's suggesting that their cars necessarily will have the same bits and pieces on them, but in terms of control systems and management, they absolutely do feel that. Problem at turn 7, Peter.
Chris Cumming making a little error there with the Pratt Miller LMP2 Orica, driving with Pietro Fittipaldi and James Rowe. They've had a pretty horrible week. Unfortunately, they've had technical issues with that car, and the car is pretty new to them as well. Oh, it wasn't a mistake. In fact, it gets into a bit of a set 2 with the 66 Gradient Mustang of Joey Hand, and meanwhile off the road is Gar Robinson in the number 74 Riley LMP2. Whoops, who rejoins just coming out of Le Mans curve right in front of the Lone Star GTD Mercedes. Goodness me, it's all happening in LMP2 now. What happened with Gar? Did spinning by himself? Unfortunately,
he was pinching down the inside of the right Porsche, the green and yellow number 120. and then had to avoid the Mobil 1 sign at the exit of turn 16.
So, Gar Robinson, former winner here in the LMP3 class a couple of years ago when that class ran in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. No harm, no foul. A little spin, but no damage. That's the main thing. You want to keep the damage off all the way through. And Gar Robinson now going to try and repass that Lone Star Mercedes, who gives plenty of room there. That car at the moment being piloted by Dan Knox, who's the bronze-graded driver in that car. Of course, you don't have to have a bronze-graded driver in GTD, but those who do have a bronze-graded driver, they're eligible for the Bob Aiken Award, which can get you a qualification, get you an entry for the Le Mans 24 Hours in the following year. So Ori Fudani, who won it last year, is on his way to Le Mans. And in fact, they've had to buy another car because they retired their Daytona winner.
Let's go to Joe Bradley for this CrowdStrike pit lane report. Mike Skeen has done his opening stint. Joseph?
The Triassi Ferrari, the 021 car, Mike Skeen, just got out. Man, you look very hot. It was very hot out there.
Yeah, it's definitely hot already. Obviously, it's going to get a lot warmer today. Cars are already feeling it. It's greasy out there. Track's going to be slippery all day. But, you know, car's good. I think we had good pace running top 5 there, and pretty happy with the TRC J.D. Wentworth car.
There's two ways of looking at starting the car. It's the trickiest part. You've got to stay out of trouble, but it's also the part of the race where you can make up the most ground. How did yours go?
Yeah, absolutely. All those starts and restarts are always chaos. You know, everybody's being aggressive, but you do have to temper it a little bit and, you know, be smart. But, yeah, we got through it clean, I think, and moved up a couple spots, so we're happy.
And it was Sheena that took over the car there, I think.
Yeah, that's right, Sheena.
Great stuff. Thank you, guys.
Great weekend for TDS Racing up to this point. This is right on schedule. We expect to see some more LMP2 frontrunners come in, including Algarve Pro Racing with CrowdStrike. George Kurtz comes in. No driver changes for either of these cars. Stephen Thomas in that opening stint, by the way, had built a lead up over 8 seconds at one point. It had come down slightly just before this pit stop. 4 fresh Michelins and packed full of fuel. And that was Stephen Thomas heading back out for a double stint.
Ryan Moraine following Joe Bradley there with excellent information from the CrowdStrike pit lane team. Till Bechtelsheimer has copped a drive-through for the incident earlier on. That was contact and caused the incident with, that was the number 73, wasn't it? That was the incident. That was Chris Cumming in that Pratt Miller Motorsports Orica, and Orica, all of those cars, Orica, Pratt Miller emerging as favourites to run the Genesis programme when it comes over here, is the strong rumour. It's being talked about in the paddock at the moment.
In terms of time that the Orica LMP2s can run is a little bit more here at Sebring than it is at Daytona, because there's less time on the throttle through the lap. Daytona, you've got so much time on full throttle, so it does make it a slightly thirstier circuit, if you like. So I wouldn't be surprised. In fact, our 4 leaders in LMP2 have all come in. Dan Goldberg for United Autosports 22, AO Racing, PJ Hyatt as well, number 2 Nick Bull, and Rodrigo Salas, number 52.
And Ryan Moraine is watching those stops.
Watching to see if we see any driver changes. The answer is no for United. Dan Goldberg stays aboard. He had inherited the lead when Stephen Thomas pitted on the previous lap. PJ Hyatt, who started second, dropped back a little bit in that first stint, but he'll stay on board Spike the Dragon. Don't see any other driver changes, at least in this section of the pit lane, so it seems to be the plan to double stint the bronze drivers that by rule had to qualify and start these cars at LMP2, getting a lot of their drive time knocked down here early. But it's a tough task. It is warm here in the pits, and it's certainly warm in one of these race cars.
Well, that is really, really impressive for the bronze drivers to go out there and do long double stints and get their driver time out the way early and can hand over to the professional drivers in the car and have a really quick race car for the end of the race. I mean, in LMP2, it's been all about TDS racing all weekend long. They've been so strong up the top of the timesheets all the way through. They were on pole. Stephen Thomas put a great lap in. And in the hands of Mikkel Jensen, there were certain sectors where he was even quicker than the GTP cars. Turn 1, or Sector 1, on Thursday night for night practice, Mikkel Jensen was quicker than all of the GTP cars. So they have got a really quick race car. Oh, off the road for Dan Knox, number 80 in the Lone Star Mercedes. That's just coming out of Cunningham and through Collier. Curve there, stays well off the road as the off the racing line as the GTPs come through. Thankfully gets away with it with no damage. Now the 36 DXDT Corvette was in the general vicinity
of the Lone Star number 80. That was at turn 10, Cunningham. I not enough evidence from what I saw there to convict, but Race Control have very many more, of course.
Perhaps further investigation required to that one. We just got the tail end of it in our pictures in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. So it's still Porsche 1-2, Felipe Nasr and Matteo Jaminet, who have both moved up 2 spots. Tom Blomqvist dropping back to 3rd since the start of the race as the 43 into Europol competition car comes in from LMP2. Looking like they're going to keep Jeremy Clark on board that car. Just takes a quick drink. Tyre change as well. They won't be able to put new tyres on at every stop in LMP2. They've got 12 sets for the qualifying and the race, and with their stint times being up to about 50 minutes, that's a good run for Jeremy Clark to get 50 minutes out of the tank. Okay, we had some laps under yellow, but in general, pretty strong.
So this is spot on time for all these LMP2s. They have down through the years lost a little bit of power and also smaller fuel capacities as well. So round about 20, 21, 22 laps, depending on yellows. And in fact, everybody spot on that. And at that time, that's at the lap times they're running at the moment, that is just around about the 40, just under the 40 minute, 35, 37 minutes, and that's what we've become used to nowadays with those cars. GTD action. Let's talk about the two GTD classes, Peter. The cars are identical. The makeup of the driver talent is what puts them either in GTD Pro with the red number backgrounds or GTD with the green. And there's a decent scrap going on at the front of that GTD Pro field. Dragon Speed's Albert Costa, who started from pole position, has the AO Racing Porsche of Lauren Heinrich, the green number 77, right on his tailpipes. And as those Pro cars are coming through, they're putting laps already on some of the GTD cars at the back of the field.
They've just gone past Sheena Monk. We heard from Mike Skeen in one of our CrowdStrike pit lane reports, who took that car for the first 45 minutes. They pitted ahead of when that car's fuel tank would be empty, interestingly, but perhaps wanting to get Sheena's bronze driver time out of the way early on, but that just held up Lauren Heinrich a little bit and allowed Albert Costa in the 81 Ferrari to just gain a few critical car lengths. But Porsche versus Ferrari, it's a battle that's raged on so much over the years. I mean, who could forget the battle between the Flying Lizard car and the Risi Competizione Ferrari? Was it 07 with Bergmeister and was it Regon? I can't quite remember. But it was one of the battles for the ages where it went right down to the last
Jamie
corner.
Mello. Thank you,
well
Aaron,
remembered.
in my ear from
Well
Concord. My head about exploded there. We did Johnny Morlam talked us through that because he was in that Ferrari team with Jaime Mello and did an edit of that we played a couple of years ago, and it was absolutely incredible. Johnny talked us through what was going on behind the scenes, and we played the audio from that race. The main race had ended. The Audi had gone across the line and won, and we were treated to pretty much 3 3/4 miles of the last lap that we could absolutely focus on right the way through. And a brilliant run to the line. Proof, if proof was ever needed, Peter, that it ain't over until you've crossed the line.
No, not here at Sebring. I mean, last year in the GTD the GTD category, which was won by the 57 Windward Mercedes, had the 47 Ferrari of Cetilar with Antonio Fuoco right on his tailpipe as they crossed the line. So it always does go down to the wire here at Sebring. Speaking of that, defending champion, if you like, from last year's Mobil 112 as of Sebring, Windward Racing, they're in the lead again. A slightly different experience for them this year, because last year they started all the way in the back of the field after a post-qualifying penalty. But a little bit more favourable grid position today, and they're leading at the moment from Jack Hawksworth's Lexus number 12.
Just past 11 o'clock in the morning. Let's do our first VP in-race update. And we'll start at the front where the two Porsche Penske Motorsports 963, so 1.5 seconds apart. It's Philippe Nasr in the 7 for the 6 of Mathieu Jaminet. Tom Blomqvist another 3/4 of a second back, leading the two Acuras, the AR06s number 60 and 93. They, however, are 4.5 seconds apart. Another 5.5 seconds further back, Wayne Taylor Racing's Cadillac number 40, Louis Delatraz in 5th position. And into the wall for the Triazi Competizione, and just at over 11 hours and 6 minutes to go, we have a safety car called again. This is our second, and the concrete Jersey barrier moved a significant distance, and that's a long way off the circuit at Tower, turn 13. That is a very unusual accident.
Very.
We'll come back to our VP in-race update in a moment. Sheena.
No, it's not. It's Charles Cardina.
Charles Cardina, sorry, Sheena's teammate. He's in 11th position.
Oh, incident with... It gets a help.
He got help.
Gets a help from the number 10, Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac, Ricky Taylor.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Now, that is going to be looked at for in the race control. It was very early in the piece. Did Charles move across on the prototype? The responsibility is with the faster car to find a way by, and unless Charles slowed down significantly there, that's going to be a penalty, and that actually might be more than a drive-through. We've seen this in the past, that cars have been parked for significant periods for incidents that end up like that. I remember at Mid-Ohio, we had somebody parked for 5 minutes when there was an incident that put someone into the wall.
Good to see Charles Cardina climb out of that car. That's a quick one. I mean, coming into that, just before that point, you're coming into Tower Corner. The GTP cars at full speed are doing 140 miles an hour there. The GTDs are doing 120, so there is a bit of a closing speed.
Quick hello to some of my former colleagues in Wellingborough at Ray Mallock Limited RML. They designed, built and developed the Celine S7R, which won on debut here at Sebring. Ollie Gavin among the driving talent is here this weekend. Won that race. I'm being told by my spies at Wellingborough that there's been a bit of reminiscing about that race and being at Sebring. Looking forward to this weekend's race. Ladies and gentlemen, hope you're well and enjoying the coverage. Now, there's a bit of story here, because let's remind ourselves that Wayne Taylor racing car, now that was the 10 car with Ricky Taylor, and that had been having a problem earlier on, Peter.
Yeah, throttle issue.
Yes.
Is there something in that? And is it just having to nurse something like that on the fly distracting? Because I have to say that is uncharacteristic for Ricky Taylor.
Yeah, totally.
And he will not want to be ever involved in incidents like that. But Charles Cardina's walked on his own steam to the AMR safety vehicle, the Porsche Cayenne. But a little bit of barrier repair to do here for the hard-working Sebring circuit crew in hot conditions. Already 26 degrees ambient temperature. We're expecting it to get over 30 degrees Celsius ambient temperature. So really, really warm day here at Sebring. In Fahrenheit, it's at 79 Fahrenheit already. We're expecting to get close to 90.
Air temperature 26 Celsius, track temperature 24. That's 79 in the air, 75 on the track. I was part way through a in-race update, VP in-race update, a perfect opportunity before the pits open to get that done. LMP2 led by TDS, Stephen Thomas the pole sitter, ahead of United Autosports 22, PJ Hyatt going up into third, ahead of Nick Poole, who was sitting pretty there earlier on in the number 2 car. Here comes the cars in the pits. GTD Pro, Dragon Speed from EO Racing, 81 from 77, and the first to Corvettes, the 4 and 3rd. And then Phil Ellis for Winwood Racing leads GTD in the 57. Mercedes AMG from Jack Hawksworth in the number 12. Lexus and Kenton Cook in caught-off competition motors. Number 32, Thatcher VP Racing in race update. Joe Bradley has a raft of prototypes coming towards him.
Yeah, I'm at the pit out, almost at pit out as well, waiting patiently for the number 6 and 7 Porsche Penske cars. I can see a BMW in there.
They haven't come in.
They have not come in. But what's surprising, John, is that the team are ready for them to come in. So they're going to come in next time. I'm not sure why they would have stayed out for another one. There's a BMW in. You'll be able to tell me which one. The Whelan Cadillac peels off its pit apron. And now that peels out. That's the number 31, of course. The 22 United car is just behind it. And there's the number 40 Dex-sponsored Wade Taylor Racing Cadillac out too. A plethora of prototypes coming towards us. But I can't say that much, but I think so. I think it's been really quick. I think it's going to be fuel only for these cars. They've been really, really quick. And you know what? There's plenty of land mileage in those tyres.
Ranks, even though the field just pitted just a few laps ago, the majority of the field elected to come back in and take fuel only. I think we had the leader, Stephen Thomas, stay out, and also Rodrigo Salas for PR1 Matheson. It appears they stayed out, but everyone else came in to top up. A couple of the cars that had issues early also took the time to make some repairs. That was the Era car leaving. The crew did some work on that car after some of their early race issues. The same can be said for the A, of course, number 88 LMP2. They spent some time doing repairs. But we're about to have a very busy pit lane, guys, during the GT pit stops. This is right in their window. So I think we're going to have pretty much the entire field coming in here shortly.
I'll get Joe Bradley down to Porsche Penske Motorsport to see why they didn't come in. That, I think, may have been a communication issue for both of those cars. They've been out 27 laps and a perfect opportunity to come in round about just over half an hour into their fuel strategy. Don't get that at all. And the team, as Joe said, was ready for them. Just in case you're new to this, it is the prototypes who have first crack at the pit lane, and then the next time around, the GT cars are allowed to have a go. I'm just watching a BMW drive around the whole field there, and I'm not certain, that was a BMW GT car, I'm not certain what that was about. We haven't started class splits or anything like that, although the pits are now open for GT. And that car that came in went around. Actually, I have no clue who that was.
It must be one of the Paul Miller cars.
The Paul Miller car. And I haven't seen a wave by being called. It was the number 48 Paul Miller car. You were absolutely right. So that went past the whole line down the Ullman Straight.
The Porsche Penske Motorsport cars are not the only cars in GTP that haven't stopped.
No, indeed not.
Tom Blomqvist in the number 60 Acura Meyershank racing car, the 93 Acura Meyershank racing car, the number 10 Wade Taylor Racing Cadillac, and the 24th recovering BMW.
Pass around now complete. Right, that's interesting, because I didn't get the message that pass around was happening. That was what confused me. Let's catch up on some of the GT pit stops. Reimerring, first of all.
It is incredibly busy down here. Mix of strategies. Some crews electing to do driver changes, others not. I was keeping an eye on the Windward Racing team, defending class winners here at Sebring, and Philip Ellis was leading coming into this round of pit stops within GTD. They did do a driver change. Russell Ward taking over for Philip Ellis here for the next stint. 4 tires all the way around, as well as fuel on this first pit stop of the day for Windward.
And I've got 2 Corvettes and 2 Ford Mustangs that have taken on fuel and tyres. Number 64 is the first of those cars away, and it's side-by-side action with the 2 Corvettes going side-by-side with the Mustang underneath the Cadillac Racing Bridge. I think they've sorted themselves out by the time they get out. And I think I know that both the Corvettes and the Mustangs have taken on fuel and tyres.
Just to clear up that pass around, what has confused me, Race Control did call the pass around. It called the pass around before it opened the pits, of course, for the prototypes. It just took a very long time for some of the cars to actually get through. They've now called pass around has been completed, but that's what caught me out. The pits are now open for all cars as we commence the final wave by and reorder the cars behind that Cadillac Blackwing. Now, it looked like the Penske's were going to come, the 2 Porsche Penske Motorsports 7 and 6 were going to come into the pit lane and then didn't. At least the 7 was about to come in, and were they waved off? Was there an issue? I wonder if the pit's closed light was still on at the end of the pit lane.
Well,
might need another angle on that if we've got that from the tape, Apes.
But that won't make a difference in terms of why the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac and the number 24 BMW didn't pit either.
Well, they were very close to them. Maybe it was still on until the next set of cars came around.
No, they weren't. They're miles behind them.
Yes, they were making up ground.
I mean, to give you an idea, they're down to the last 12% of energy now. Both the Porsche Penske Motorsport cars come in, as do both the Acuras. This is bizarre, because surely this will...
They're going to lose track position.
They're going to go right to the back of the GTP field. I do not get this at all.
No.
Very,
and
very
they've all
odd.
come in. There's been something odd there. So Jack Aitken for Whelen Cadillac is going to end up leading this motor race. Joe Bradley has both of the Porsche Penske Motorsports, 7 with the black stripes, 6 with the white.
Yeah, the synergy is that we have started round 2 the same way as we finished round 1 with the Porsche Penskes at the front of the field. They both now have come into the pits. This crew has been standing on that pit wall waiting patiently for a long, long time now, and it's kind of out in the sun as well, so that'll not help. But both cars now getting a service of fuel. We have not got any kind of change, but we do see some bleeding of air out of tyre pressures, so that they may have been caught out with the track temperature rising so quickly, so they'll just monitor that as they go forward. The 93 though has made the jump. The 93 Acura has made the jump and has jumped the 2 Porsches as they leave the pits.
One of the reasons for that might be is that Renger van der Zande in that 93 Acura had much more usable energy in his tank, so he'd been fuel saving, and that meant that he had less time at the pump, and he's been able to jump past not only the 2 Porsche Penske Motorsport cars, but also his teammate in the number 60. But that late pit stop, I'm perplexed. I really am perplexed.
I think that's a mistake.
It's got to be.
Unless I'm told otherwise.
Well, I'm sure our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters will find out and get the idea. Now, time for service for the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac. They've got the front off and looking in now. Remember, they had that throttle issue, and I guess they're checking it for damage after the contact with the Ferrari too.
The only other thing that I can think of is at some point that the pit lane closed light on the end of the pit lane was flashing, and therefore they didn't risk coming in. Wade here saying, is this maybe a very early strategy to stay on energy use strategy? Joe Bradley has the answer. He's asked the Penske team. Joseph, with this CrowdStrike pit lane report to answer our queries.
Now that I don't know whether it was you or Mackay who mentioned pit lane entry light being on
that was me.
Or off. It was you. Spot
yep.
on, Hindhoff. Just spoke to Nick Tandy. He's not very happy, is he? He's always got his race face on at this stage, but he's even got more of a stern race face on at this level, and they're not happy. They're not happy with that. The pit entry was blocked with the light saying no, you can't enter, and literally as they went through, it changed.
That is an IMSA issue there. Now, I wonder if they'll reorder the field and put them to the front of the field because of that. That's at race control's discretion. They can do that. I understand why the cars behind decided not to come, because they were at the back of the line anyway, so they've got an extra little bit of fuel on board, and that could be the case that they stayed out. And thank you to Right Turn Lover, the 10 and the 10 Cadillac, the 24 BMW. That was what it looked like to me as they were committing onto the pit lane, and they're coming, and nope, the light's on, and they've decided to pull back out again.
I can understand they're very, very angry at that. And likewise, the Acura teams behind them, the two Acura cars.
Correct.
They had the same problem. I mean, I guess that if you think about the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac that was further down the order, they had repairs to do. And then the number 24 BMW wanted to maybe gain back some track position. Interestingly, the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac, they have not put any fuel in the car during that stop. I think because they're wanting to get on with the repairs and wanting to be able to...
No, they will have.
It must be a fault with the
it'll catch up in a minute.
Yeah, you think so. Unless they're going to top up towards the end of this yellow. But
yes, possibly.
Right. What it means is that Lamborghini lead at Sebring. Number 63, Romain Grosjean.
How did he get ahead of Jack Hick?
Not entirely sure. Great pit work from the. Of course, that team, they've paired up with Riley for this year, who are a team who know how. Should we say they know how to kick a ball at Sebring? That's for sure. They've won the GTD class back in 2017.
Before we go back to green, let's check in with Philip Ellis in this Crowned Strike Pit Reports. He's done a little bit of driving this morning.
Sure has. In fact, he drove to the lead in the class for Windward Racing. What was the stint like, especially with some of the restarts when you guys were at the front of your class but at the back of the GTD Pros?
It was pretty exciting for sure. Always fun battling at the start, but everybody's taking it a bit easy. You know, we have a long ways to go, so you don't want to have scratches now at the first 2 hours. But yeah, it's interesting now with the GTD Pro split as well, so we have to go through the same class that we just passed on the first start already. But no, cars are all good. We seem to be pretty strong in the heat. I hope it continues into the night as well, and we'll see where we are in a couple of hours.
You mentioned the heat. It's already warmer today than it has been in the build-up to the race. What were the conditions like inside the car for you?
I mean, it's pretty toasty, but, you know, that's why we love it, and it's tough. It's tough for a reason, and it wouldn't be half as fun if it would be easy.
He's the defending winner of this race. That's Philip Ellis.
So the Inception Ferrari has had a new front end put on the car in that pit stop phase there. That damage was a little bit more than they thought in that earlier incident.
That's the number 7T car. One of the teams, one of the many teams actually, that have changed manufacturers through the IMSA grid for 2025. The 2026 calendar was announced earlier this week. We started what I'm sure is going to now be a tradition of announcing the following year's calendar at Sebring last year. It's an absolute boon in terms of planning for the teams, journalists, TV, and of course for the spectators as well and the fans. If you want all the details, then go to IMSA.com for the 2026 IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship calendar and the Michelin Pilot Challenge calendar. All the details there. Romain Grosjean coming to the restart here. He will release the power of the Raging Bull, and the SC63 brings the field to the green flag. He's taking it easy. Oh, it's stalled off the line. That is a disaster. He could not get the car rolling, and the green flag's in the air, and as soon as the green flag's up, then you can go. That was an issue. Now, that car just did not accelerate Really heads-up driving by Romain Grosjean, because he pulled off to the right-hand side to ensure that there would be no issues for anybody behind him. IMSA will look at that, but I'm sure nobody will get a penalty. By the way, we have still got that incident from Ricky Taylor in the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac and the Triazzi 023 Ferrari under review. So, as I said earlier, Jack Aitken and the Whelen Cadillac leads.
It's almost like that Romain Grosjean had the car in almost like a full course yellow engine mode or something like that, and didn't take it out of it. That's very, very strange. Hopefully not more of a sinister issue, but what a restart from Renger van de Zande, who was in the middle of the pack and went all the way around and into turn one, and he's right behind Jack Aitken now. Also, that full course yellow, who's that benefited the most? Our pole sitter, number 24, Dries Bantor. He is back in the game. He's got a full tank of usable energy, and he's now up there in, he's made a lot of places on this lap, actually. In fact, on that restart, he's up to 5th.
Yeah, he's got the two Porsches that were disadvantaged by that pit lane light in front of him. Philippe Nasser in the 7 is in 6th position. Neil Jarney for Proton in 5th position. That wasn't one of the cars that was disadvantaged. It's Mathieu Jaminet in 9th position in the 6th car. So Romain comes on the main straight, pulls to the right because he's got a problem, and it was a fabulous run through to 3rd position up the left-hand side by Renger van der Zande, who's now in the 2nd position as he crosses the line.
He just saw it perfectly. He saw what was going on. The green flag was out, and boom, he went for it.
Got some pit lane penalties. The Lexus number 14 will take a drive through. They left a tyre and wheel assembly without a crew member to keep watch over it. That is an IMSA rule. And also, I think no surprise here that we've got incident responsibility for Ricky Taylor in the number 10 Cadillac from Whale Taylor Racing. That incident with the 023 Triazzi competition Ferrari, and I said at the time, I thought it would be more than just a drive-through. It's a stop and 60-second hold for that number 10 car. Now that is going to take it close to dropping off the lead lap, I would say. We'll keep an eye on it.
Well,
actually, he's been in the pits for a little while, hasn't he? So they've already dropped off the lead lap. And that car has yet to re-emerge, so it doesn't rain, but it pours for that number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing car. In fact, he's just going out now, and he'll have to come back and stand for 60 seconds, read a chapter of his book.
It's been a pretty horrid week for Wayne Taylor Racing so far. Of course, winners last year with their number 40 car, and they've not necessarily had the pace they want to have. So, although the number 40 car right now is running in 5th after that full course yellow, so that the attention now goes to that car in the Wayne Taylor Racing camp in terms of looking for that overall result. But it's Jack Aitken who leads the way in that number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac. Remember, Cadillac have won here 5 out of the last 8 runnings of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, but haven't necessarily had the pace this year.
It is incredible, isn't it? And that because that's across several different rule sets as well, Peter. Through goes the Valkyrie, the scream of the normally aspirated V12 engine, and that car moving up through the field. Alex Riberas, in fact, Romain Grosjean's now got the Lamborghini going again, and Alex Riberas has just gone through to 11th position. So, what of the Automobile Lamborghini Squadra Corsa SC63? I need to find out. You do a bit of Italian. What's 63 in Italian?
Do I? I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
Yeah, we just
a little bit of Spanish.
Oh, yes, that's right. Okay, I'll do that.
Italian, no.
Ryan Marine has been doing a little bit of digging down at the Lamborghini SC63 pit. Right?
Well, after the botched start, I just switched my scanner onto their radio frequency, and I caught the tail end of a transmission, and basically the team was apologizing. They were late with the transmission to go for the green flag. Simple as that. But they gave credit to Romain for pulling the car to the side. They feel like they should avoid any penalty for doing that. And Romain, to his credit, very, very calm on the radio in reply, said, no worries, still a long race.
Yeah. Wow.
Brilliant battle in GTD Pro as Rexy the Dinosaur, number 77, driven by Alessio Piccarello, now battling away with Neil Verhagen, who started that car, the number 1 BMW, and also the Corvette, the number 3 Corvette in white and blue, Mobil 1 livery for this Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring right in there too. We saw actually pretty much this cast of characters at the front in the last hour of the Rolex 24, the AO Porsche, the Paul Miller BMW, the Corvettes, and throw a Mustang in there for good measure as well. Great start to the race for the number 64 of Sebastian Prio, because those Mustangs, they started way back in the field in GTD Pro.
Back into the pit lane for the number 10 Cadillac to serve that stop plus 60 for the contact. Ricky Taylor still behind the wheel of the Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac V Series R, and he'll be stationary for 60 seconds. Not quite long enough to boil an egg.
It must feel like about 60 minutes sitting there right now, and Piccarello having to be on the defensive. He's got a BMW on his right, he's got a Corvette on his left as they go through turn 1, but Piccarello hangs on for now. But Verhagen looking very racy in that number 1 Paul Miller Racing BMW, and both Corvettes are in there. I saw actually Doug Feehan walking through the paddock this morning, and he had one of the Tommy Milner t-shirts on with the I'm
Eagle.
Going for first.
Yeah, the Bald Eagle t-shirt, yeah. Did about 4,700 of those in the end. He thought he'd sell about 47.
He thinks they've raised $25,000 for the charity.
Yeah, for the American Eagle charity. 64. Thank you, Rob, our producer up in London. Not one but 2 producers looking after us here. One at the RSL main control room in South London, and that's Rob Lomas, who's on duty. And extensive motorsport knowledge. As is Aaron, who is up in Concord, making sure that the World Feed TV is all going well as well.
The
63.
The last time Rexy was in a fight with these guys, he had to go to the dentist, as the front grille of Rexy the Dinosaur Porsche there, with the teeth all hanging together. The gold tooth from last year's championship is still there.
Yeah, they've put braces on it.
Yes.
A bit of orthodontics on the front of that car.
Maybe by the time we go to Long Beach, they'll have got back into where they should be.
Yeah, get some Invisalign on there. Other teeth straightening products are available. Jack Aiken leads by 1.3 seconds at the front of the field. Stephen Thomas has not been headed in LMP2. It's Rodrigo Salas behind the TDS racing car in the PO1 Matheson car, but that's a second and a half as well. Neil Verhagen by the skin of his teeth holding on to the lead ahead of Alessio Picariello. In fact, no, Picariello, of course, has just gone through, hasn't he, and now been scored at the front of the field. Side by side. He was scored as the leader, but going through turn 1, and with the Corvette of Antonio Garcia sitting in there, we can pick up any pieces, and it is now Picariello who goes through. He was ahead at the line by a quite substantial 0.191 of a second, but the BMW came right back at him into turn 1, Peter.
10.5 hours to go, guys. But goodness me, this is like what we see at the end of the race, let alone at the beginning. Fantastic stuff from our GTD Pro winners, and our GTD Pro leaders, excuse me. And this is what you get when you get the class split. When you have the GTD Pros and the GTDs separated at the restarts, you get these battles, which gives us better entertainment. I totally get that some of the drivers don't like the way it works, but I have to say, this entertainment product of splitting GTD Pro and GTD, I think it really, really works. But Picariello had not just one car to defend from, but 2, with the BMW on one side, the Corvette number 3, driven by Antonio Garcia on the other side. Quite remarkable. And of course Garcia, 4-time winner here at Sebring. Imagine if he could get a 5th. Not many people can say that.
Totally agree. That would be immense. Absolutely immense. At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to get in touch, good to have your company wherever you are around the world. Sarah Rigby, of course, is tuned in this Saturday.
Yeah, her favourite brand, Aston Martin. It's not been their day yet, but of course the debut of the Valkyrie, early days, is that instant, that move into turn one there from Garcia had to back out of it, and Piccarello had to be very, very late on the brakes to hold off Neil Verhagen into Christensen corner. They're going to do it again as they head up towards turn one again. Verhagen on the outside, Piccarello on the inside. Piccarello is a little bit better on the brakes there as they come into turn one, as they float through there at high speed at 150 miles an hour. They tip into turn one in these GTD cars. Quite remarkable stuff as they come through towards turn 5 now. Piccarello holding off Neil Verhagen from the 2 Corvettes, Garcia and Milner, 2 absolute stalwarts of that programme. They've driven for the brand for so many years now, normally in those yellow Corvettes, but white and blue today, celebrating their association with Mobil 1, which have been part of that Corvette racing programme since the very beginning in the late 1990s. So a huge pack of cars here in GTD Pro. It's interesting to see the Mustangs come forward in this opening hour. They were nowhere really in qualifying. They're a really poor qualifying actually, but they're right there in the mix now. So have they set the car to be quick in the race in the heat of the day, looking much better than they did in qualifying yesterday? And of course the pole sitter in there too, Albert Costa, car number 81, has dropped back to 7th, so that full course yellow didn't really play in the favour of the Ferrari. 10 hours and 36 minutes left after this pretty dramatic start to the 73rd Mobil 1 12 hours of Sebring. Fastest lap of the race in GTP, 1 minute 50.072, set by Renger van der Zande. In GTD Pro, the battle that we're focused on right now, it is that pole-setting Dragon Speed Ferrari, a 2 flat .947. That is quick. Again, considering we're at 27 degrees Celsius air temperature.
Just been looking back through a few things, and I now know why Romain Grosjean dropped back. I said that Jack Aitken should have been leading the race, and if you remember, I said, how did the Lamborghini get by him? Because Jack had already pitted. And what happened was the Lamborghini took an improper wave by, and they were redressing that before the start of the race, and that's why they said to Joe, we don't think we are going to get a penalty for that. They took an improper wave by on the class split.
That's interesting, because they also reported to Joe that they didn't, excuse me, it was to Ryan Marine, wasn't it? That they didn't tell him that the green flag was waved.
Yeah, in fact, they have had a warning, but nothing else, from race control for taking that split.
Interesting.
So I'm sorry it's... I'm sorry that took me a little while to work out, but I was just looking through to make sure I got that right.
Interesting. Very interesting at the front of the field. Piccarello doing a great job here. He's in for the endurance races. Off Toby Lutka in the number 18 Era Motorsport. And we've got another full course yellow. This is at Sunset Bend, the final corner. He's gone through the barrier.
Through the first part of the barrier.
He's moving the car, thankfully.
But that's going to need barrier repairs. This is on the very middle of the corner, right under the Mission Food Bridge. There's an initial barrier. I call that the Johnny O'Connell barrier. Johnny had brake failure there, completed a few years ago, and it was before that was all banded together and managed to make the wall. Since then, this is if you like, the first part of the opportunity to slow the cars down. The problem is he's broken the left front steering arm, and he's come in very, very wide and just absolutely hammered that banded initial part of the tyre wall. Great flagging, immediate yellow flags going out, and the car straight through the very end. It's a good job he hit the end of that barrier, actually. He was drifting wide. The problem is he's got no left front suspension and no steering lock, as he's now got to cut across into the pit lane with not very much suspension. He's spreading all kinds of bits of carbon fibre, but this is the second incident for the Era Motorsport number 18. The new colourway has not been lucky for this car today, Peter.
No, it hasn't. Of course, this is a bit of a baptism of fire for Tobias Lutke. This is his first season in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship. A very experienced team in Era. They've got the arm around the shoulder for him, and great coaching support there from Ryan DL, a real veteran of North American sports car racing. But it's tough, and if you make an error here at Sebring, it bites. That's the case for any driver of any experience level. We've seen very, very top-level drivers make mistakes throughout race week. I mean, we saw Sheldon van der Linde in qualifying go off at turn 1, just a driving error. So Sebring does not let you away with much, and just took a little mistake there, and Toby Luke has got a lot of damage to that number 18 Era Motorsport. The difference in the colour scheme comes from Toby's business, ShopPay. He was actually the founder of the Shopify platform, but he's had to just drive that car straight back to the garage area, unfortunately. Do not pass go or collect $200, sadly. More work to do for the AMR safety crew and the very hard-working Sebring circuit team here. Pretty eventful. This is our third full course yellow so far. Last year we had 12, 1 an hour. Well, we're already ahead of schedule with that. We had 13 the previous year in 2023, just 7 in 2022. And the more full course yellows we have, the less likely it is that we'll get near the distance record, which is 383 laps, set in 2009 by the Audi R15 of Alan McNish, Ronaldo Capello and Tom Christensen.
So pits are closed and track services working at turn 17. So another opportunity for us to see the very lovely Cadillac safety car, which is pacing the field at the moment. It's one of the Blackwing edition machines.
Once again, Renger van der Zande in second position, who got he really profited the most out of that restart confusion.
He was right on it, wasn't he?
Once again, he's got the most usable energy at the in the tank, 72%. So not only is he holding a very strong, in fact, he has the fastest lap of the race right now, he also appears to be the most efficient. Now, coming towards the end of the race, how many times have we had races where it's always been, are they going to make it on fuel, are they not? Well, Renger showing that he's just got that little bit of an edge on efficiency, and that could be the difference of whether they put him in for the finish, or indeed of whether they put Nick Yellowley or Alex Below, who's sharing the car with them.
Peter Mackay and John Hindhoff in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Great work by our track services marshals, and the big yellow forklift. It's not a forklift, is it? Front loader, teleloader. That was the word I was looking for. Being pressed into service at turn 17 to put those Bill tyres. Did exactly what they were meant to do to keep that number 18 Era Orica out of further damage, dissipating the energy. Let's take a quick look at how things are standing with still 10.5 hours to go, and we are right now in another full course yellow. Is it the second or the third, Peter?
Third.
I think it's the third, yes.
It is, yeah. So we're well ahead of the average amount that we saw last year. We basically saw 1 an hour last year and just over 1 an hour the previous year.
And before anybody asks, the distance record has stood for a very, very long time. It's 383 laps.
Yes, 1,416.01 miles. Set in 2009.
Yeah.
Audi R15 of Tom Christensen, Ronaldo Capello and Alan McNish.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, in those days, you would have less interruptions of full course yellows. The protocols were different.
Very different.
I mean, in 2003 there was only one full course yellow.
Yeah.
So it's that it is a different time. Tobias Luca trying to get the number 18 era car through the paddock safely back to the area garage, but there's going to be a lot of repair to do there. But I'm sure they'll get the repair done, get the car back out, and try and get some more seat time for Toby Luca. It's it's kind of a learning year for him, I would say. Totally new to an LMP2 car, totally new to IMSA WeatherTech Championship, and the championship has never been more competitive.
Class split. This again, what IMSA call a short yellow. Basically, this means the pits do not open because, again, it's that 15 minutes since the last time we had it. Remember, on that restart, the Lamborghini pulling over to the right-hand side, but what a fantastic restart. So Grosjean on the 63, the 63, pulling off to the right-hand side, caused a bit of confusion, and Renger van der Zande says, thanks very much, you guys can be doing what you want. He has, remember, had a warning for an improper class split. A warning it was, because they've redressed that themselves in the Lamborghini. Great colourway on that car with the Tricolore.
Yeah, it looks fantastic. It's been a difficult life for the SC63. In fact, its best result is here at Sebring, but in terms of the way that the suspension works, of course, here at Sebring, because it's so bumpy, the teams run a higher ride height than they would on a smoother track, and that seems to work for the SC63. In terms of its best lap so far in this race, it was a 1 minute 51.260. So that's actually quicker than the third place BMW has set. The number 25 car, it's just a tenth off what our pole sitting car, the number 24 BMW 151.1. So they're in the conversation, much closer than they were at Daytona. And of course, the Valkyrie, in its debut here in North America, it's just had one race under its belt in Qatar for the World Endurance Championship. It's run smooth so far. Sits in 11th in GTP. Fastest lap of 1 minute 50.9, so that's quicker than both the BMWs, and actually quicker than our race leader Jack Aitken has set so far in this race. Very early days, of course, but heart of racing. I think we'll be pretty pleased so far after an hour and 35 minutes of running for this incredible machine. Quite an undertaking to take a car that has street car origins and put it in a prototype class. That's something that hasn't been done for a very long time.
Max UK 2009 on IMSA Radio says, cracking first hour and a half, great coverage. Are the door numbers on the side of the cars the same as in the WEC? No, they're not. The WEC has a new door panel now, an additional numerical panel, which can impart a bazillion bits of information. It'll tell you what class position it is with the colour of the class, and it will be 1 ST for first, 2 ND for second, etc., etc. It gives you the amount of time that the car has been up on its jacks and therefore being replenished with energy, and then as it leaves the pit lane, it gives you a total pit lane time as well. Really smart, and very handy for us as well. Andy Blackmore, the genius that is Andy Blackmore, is gracing us with our presence in his presence in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, and the man of many livery designs. Just quickly before we go back to green flag, Andy's along. Show me how many fingers that you have. I hope it's more than 2. 5 in the race today as Andy Blackmore liveries, and 10 in Mission and Pilot Challenge. That Caribbean island home is coming ever closer, and Andy Blackmore design is the man and the myth, the legend that is behind the brilliant IMSA Spotter Guide, and that whole layout of that was Andy's brainchild. It's been taken up by a number of other different series, but that was Andy's to start with. And and I know he'd want me to say this, to get that turned around in good order requires the teams to work with Andy and trust Andy, particularly if there are special or surprise liveries. And so thank you on Andy's behalf to all the teams in the paddock. Every team.
Interestingly, there hasn't been any pit takers at all.
Well, the pits are closed. The pits didn't open.
Pits are open now. Okay, yeah, I thought they'd already been opened. Excuse me.
No. It was a short yellow, so the pits have not opened. The pits will open when we go back to green.
Okay.
It was a short yellow.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, it's all right. Only 10.5 hours to go, mate.
Yes.
It is an assault on the sensors, this. We were seeing this yesterday in the Michelin Pilot Challenge race. We had Ryan Marine in with us as well. And with 2 full hours of green flag racing, I won't spoil the result for you, although there was a change after the race ended, actually, for an infraction during the race. But with so much going on in 2 hours of full green flag racing, it took all 3 of us looking at different parts of the timing screen and what was going on the circuit to work out what was going on and where the stories were. Good restart by Jack Aitken as we go back to green, side by side, Van der Zande and Freinz. And it looks like it's Robin Freinz down the inside in the BMW with that new livery. No, sweeping back around the outside, the Acura, the red, white and black car of Renger van der Zande with Philippe Nasser right on their tailpipes. The top 4 broken away just a tiny bit from Louis Delatraz for Wayne Taylor Racing in the number 40 Cadillac in 4th. And in the GTs, no less action at the sharp end of the field in GTD Pro.
Neil Verhagen makes that move. He was just before the yellow came out, was really trying to get past the number 77 AO Rexy Porsche of Alessio Piccarello, and on the restart he's picked the pocket of Rexy the Dinosaur, and through he goes then. Neil Verhagen, who's come up through the BMW Young Driver Program, Team USA as well, of course, former scholarship winner there, but now a fully minted BMW factory driver and proving his worth for Paul Miller Racing in their number 1 car. Moves into the lead in GTD Pro, but he's got a cast of superstars behind him. Interestingly, on that turn 1 battle there, the Benelux battle between Freinz and Van der Zande, Van der Zande went out around the outside. The Acuras have been the strongest car through turn 1 all week. We can tell that through the Sector 1 times, and he just was able to hold it a little bit better around the outside and hang on to second position. Brilliant stuff from Van der Zande and indeed from Freinz.
Just to go quickly back to the number panels on the side of the cars here in IMSA, they do show the positions, and the positions are in the colours of the class that they're in. So the red numbers in front of the car numbers indicate that that's GTD Pro. If they're green, it's GTD. If they are blue, it's LMP2. And obviously the prototypes, the GTPs going through, have the sort of gold, white numbers. Leaders going through. And just a few moments ago, was there a little touch between the number 7 Porsche 963 of Felipe Nasser and the BMW of Robin Freinz? I think there might have been. They were very close to the wall as well on driver's left as they went across the famous stripe here on the front straight and the concrete here at the former Hendricks field.
It seems like the BMWs don't have quite the edge they had in qualifying trim, but of course this is not exactly. That is exactly the point I was getting to. This is, we heard it from Dries Vanthoor, our poll sitter, saying, no, we cannot be tempted to chase setup in the heat of the day. That is not where we need a fast car. We needed a fast car in the dark in the last 2 hours. So
it's one of our Porsche keys to the race. Get to the dark and do your best work then. And that's the drivers and the cars, Peter. Oh, big jump through the turn 1 humps for the Acura in second, the number 93 of Renger van der Zande. And you just, you've committed to that corner there. Physics takes over, Peter, and then all of a sudden your 4 Michelins are off the ground and you've got no idea when you're coming back down again.
It's one of the toughest tests, I think, anywhere in the world in terms of a one single corner than turn 1 at Sebring, of aerodynamics, of suspension. I can't think many off the top of my head that put a car through its paces much more than that. I mean, in a GTP car, they're tipping in there at 175 miles an hour. They apex at 115, exit at 130. That's unfathomable speed for us mere mortals.
Well, that's interesting, though, that they only, and I say this, you know, relatively, they only gain 15 miles an hour from apex to out. That tells you how patient you've got to be before you get back on the throttle. Because of those bumps, you can't get hard on at the apex or just before the apex, because you're waiting to ride that bucking Bronco that's going to be your car and make any adjustments that you have to, because if the car doesn't come down straight, you're in real strife.
And then you consider that back in 2008 in the Acura LMP2 car, Marco Andretti could go through there totally flat to the floor,
lap after lap. I still
can't picture it.
I saw it and I still don't believe it, Peter. I was standing on the outside of turn 1 and still cannot believe I saw that. 10 hours and 17 minutes and 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10 seconds to go. If you're syncing us up with pictures from elsewhere, good to have your company around the world on RS2 for our audio, Sirius XM 206 here in the US, and the Central Highlands region, 106.3 FM is Highlands ESPN. Thanks for allowing us to take over. And of course 100.9 FM at the track, as well as the World Feed TV. And just for those of you who are watching on YouTube, I've had a couple of tweets at IMSA Radio that complaining about IMSA or us timing ad breaks when we go back to green. Neither us on IMSA Radio or IMSA themselves put any ad breaks into that YouTube feed. That's randomly generated, so different people will be seeing different things depending on where you are in the world, and they will come in at different times. And we do not have any control, and neither do IMSA have neither the timing or the content. There is an ad-free, world-free feed stream. If you go to imsaradio.com, go to the top left-hand side, and there'll either be a live video tab, or if you hit the hamburger memory sign there, the first thing at the top of that is live video, and that is absolutely uninterrupted. So apologies if you have been missing some of the action, but as I say, well beyond IMSA's control, that one. That's an algorithm that you need to have a shout about.
And there is still
an argument with an algorithm.
You could still rewind it back a little bit as well if you've missed something. You still have that ability. So there are solutions. There's lots of solutions to it. Yeah,
that's
but
a very good point.
Thanks for raising it with us. So there's always an answer as well. GTD Pro, interesting to see. I said it before, I'll say it again. The Mustangs have kind of been nowhere through race week, but they're really coming strong in race trim. Of course, got their first big win of the program at Daytona with the 65 car of Chris Mees, Frederick Bravation, Dennis Olsen, and now problem for the number 45 Dex Imaging, Wayne Taylor Racing Lamborghini. Graham Doyle has backed it into the wall at turn 1. Now turn 1 is where that car had an off with Danny Formal at the wheel early on in the week, and strange one there, just broke away in the opposite direction of the corner, left-hand corner. The car sort of moves to the right. Strange one there for young Graham Doyle, but gets back going again. The Chrome Dex Imaging machine at DEXA, the Doyle family, have been a huge sponsor and supporter of Wayne Taylor Racing and their activity for a very long time. But it's not been the best week for the number 45.
Yeah, it's been a bit of an Armco magnet, hasn't it, that car?
A little bit.
Jack Aitken by 1.3 seconds now in GTP from Renger van der Zande. Whilst things are settling down just a little bit, let's head down to Joe Bradley. And Joe is at the number 70 Inception Ferrari pit with his CrowdStrike report.
Now, this is the car that missed out on qualifying completely.
Oh, just 1 second, Joe. 1 second. We've got an incident at the turn 5 complex, turn 4-5 complex, and it's the Riley number 74 Orica, and spikes in the wall hard. Now, is that the same incident, or is that something different?
That's different, I think.
That's PJ Hyatt in the number 99. Gar Robinson was spun around as well.
Turn 1.
Turn 1 for PJ, and this will be a full course yellow. Give me 1 second, Joe. Looked like Gar Robinson got going again at turn 5. PJ's got Spike going. In fact, Ollie Milroy has been asked to put his head out. Clip of the wall on turning, I think, and then was at the lightest of touches between the number 99 and Rodrigo Sales. That was the battle for 4th and 5th position. Sales was in the wall as well at one stage and somehow has managed to pull it away. Superficial damage, we hope, for Rexy. And then at turn 5, Gar Robinson sticking his... Oh, yeah, he got a clip. That was the number 88 of Luis Perez Companc in the light blue AF Corsa car, who lost the back end and sideswiped the other car of Gar Robinson. So basically in the space of 4 corners, we've had 4 LMP2 cars with contact and in strife. Good news is that Companc got going again in the light blue cars. Did Gar Robinson? He was a slight... It's going to be a rear clip required for Spike.
A front clip as
Here's
well.
the TDS car in to the pit lane. Now, did they get in before the yellow came out? No, they didn't.
I don't think so.
So they've entered a closed pit.
This will be emergency service for fuel because they're
right on it.
They've been out for 20 laps.
18, that'll be 19 laps, 20 laps, yeah.
So they're getting really close to their... Well, actually, with the yellow, maybe they should be able to go longer than that, but...
Well, let me check.
Interesting. I was writing some notes on the LMP2.
No, they've been out for 26 laps, albeit with 9 laps of yellow, so they might have been getting just a wee bit close.
Alex Palou preparing on the pit wall to make a driver change with Renger van der Zande, who's been at the wheel of the car, the 93 Acura, for an hour and 50 minutes now. So I think we're going to get a heck of a lot of action in the pit lane, particularly in GTPs, which all the starting drivers are still in the car. With the heat today, I don't think you want to run, no matter how fit these guys are, I think up to 2 hours is kind of the limit. Dennis Olsen also looking ready to go to jump in the number 65 for Mustang, for Multimatic. So, unsurprisingly, incident between car number 99, Spike the Dragon AO Racing, and the number 52 PR1 Matheson car of Rodrigo Sales. That is under review, to the surprise of nobody. Of course, the 52 PR1 Matheson car is kind of in a bit of the naughty step at the moment in terms of the LMP2 fraternity, because of course got hard into the back of the number 18 Era Motorsport car in the closing moments of the Rolex 24. So, yeah, different driver, but yeah, not what they want to see. Normally, such a strong team, PR1 Matheson, and runs so smoothly. In terms of GTPs, at the moment, they're all hovering around the cars with the most energy on board. Renger van der Zande 52%, Louis Delatraz about 43%.
We'll quickly, before they come into the pits, do a VP Racing in-race update, and then we can have a look at it afterwards. Jack Aitken, Whelen Cadillac, 31 leads from the 93 Acura, from the 25 BMW, from the 7 Porsche, recovering after that pit issue when the pit light was on when it shouldn't have been. And then it's the 40 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac, the 85 JDC Miller Porsche, and top 10 made up by the Acura number 60, the Proton Competition Porsche number 5, the Porsche Penske Motorsport number 6, and the Aston Martin Valkyrie of the Heart of Racing, the number 23. In LMP2, United Autosports first and second after emergency service for the leading car, 22 from 2 from the 43 of Inter Europol. And in GTD Pro, Paul Miller Racing, number 1 leads for BMW, from Corvette in second, the number 3, and Tommy Milner in third in the number 4 Corvette. GTD, Winwood 57 leading from Zachary Robertson from Harter Racing 27, Forte Racing Lamborghini in third. That's your VP in race update. Let's take the CrowdStrike team down at the far end. Joe Bradley has some of the prototypes. Go, Joe.
The Wheeler Cadillac was first onto the pit apron, and not far behind it was the 93 Acura. Renger van der Zande steps out of the car. It's the current and multiple IndyCar champion Alex Palou that will take over the 93. It's getting a full service, full tank of fuel, full energy replenishment, and 4 brand new tyres. He gets the wave off. The Whelan Cadillac goes by, and the 93 right on its tail. The 25 on the tail, the 25 BMW that is, on the tail of the Acura. So I think nothing much has changed at the front. Maybe a little bit of change in the back end of the GTP class.
Interestingly, the number 24 BMW of Dries Vanthoor has not pitted. He's got 50% of usable energy remaining, but remember, he had that drive-through penalty early on in the race, so Team RLL going a little bit off strategy here with that 24 car, just rolling a little bit of a dice here early on. With the team owned by Bobby Rahal, who won this race in 1987 alongside Jochen Mass in a Porsche 962. So a lot of driver changes. Frederick Vestier has taken over from Jack Aitken. Robin Freins has stayed aboard the number 25 BMW. Lawrence Vanthoor has taken over from Felipe Nasr. Jordan Taylor has taken over from Louis Delatraz in the number 40 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac, excuse me. What else? Scott Dixon has taken over the number 60 Meyershank Racing Acura.
Let's go to Joe Bradley for a pit lane report as the AO crew go to work on the suspension at the back of the number 99 Spike Orica prototype. Renger van der Zande, world's fastest restarter, is with Joe Bradley.
Yes, he is, and his physio right on the scene there as Renger's overall came off. The cooler driver down. Renger, I just loved watching you chase that car down. Were you pacing yourself, or was it flat out?
I mean, to start with a restart of a lifetime, that was a good run there, but it was very dangerous, to be honest. I don't know who was doing that in the front of the field, but it worked out just okay, but I almost hit the Valkyrie, I almost hit the BMW. At one point, it's you can't brake, and actually going into the pits now again, it was stop and go. I don't think that's allowed, but hey, it's so early in the race, we're trying to stay clean, and we're all pacing a little bit, we're all saving a bit of fuel. But the car feels good.
Thank you, Renger. I'll leave you to your debrief and cool off.
Yeah, that was the restart when Romain Grosjean was redressing the balance. Into the pits then for the GTs. We've got a couple of incidents under review at the LMP2s. That's the 99 AO Racing car that ended up in the wall. That was with the 52, wasn't it, to start with the Luis Perez Compan car. And of course we had the Gar Robinson and Luis Perez Compan, my apologies. So those are both under review. So we've got the GTs in, all of the GTD Pro classes come in, and just seeing, I think everybody. Now, interesting, Korthoff have stayed out in the number 32. Till Bechtelsheimer for Gradient has stayed out in the Ford Mustang number 66. Harter Racing Aston's pitted from GTD. So there's and also Chris Meese for Ford Mustang, Peter, stayed out as well from the GTD Pro. So they're going off strategy here at the front of the GTD Pro field. I think down to 8th has pitted. Claudio Schiavone for Proton Porsche has pitted. AO Racing did not pit in the 77.
Very interesting indeed, because so Chris Meese last pitted on lap 29, so 20 laps ago.
Correct.
So he's got about a third of a tank left. The AO Racing car actually last pitted on lap 47. So doesn't necessarily need to pit here. That's okay. Did they have to take emergency service? Sure.
Who?
Not. AO Racing? No. That's strange. So they're kind of off sequence to everybody else. So most of the field pitted on lap 50, which is now, but the AO Racing car pitted it on lap 47, which could have been under green. That's very odd. Unless did they beat the yellow? But it came out very, very quickly.
I'll check that.
That's an interesting one. So AO Racing, that's a question mark. We'll get our CrowdStrike pit lane team to investigate on that one.
Let's go to Joe Bradley for the answer on that question.
Yeah, I actually was trying to put in on you guys, but there was so much going on. I think Rexy got in and out, or got into the pits before the pits were closed, because as the pits were closing, he was already coming off the pit apron and passing underneath the Cadillac bridge. So for me, the timeline on that must have been, he must have got in before we closed the pits off for that yellow.
I'll go with that, Joe. I
Definitely. Like data. I'm scanning through the data to see. Problem is, there's so much having happened, and there's only so much I can scroll back. I might not be able to get a look at that. You're listening to IMSA Radio live from Sebring International Raceway. It's the 73rd running of the Mobil 1 12 hours. Highlands ESPN 106.3 FM, Sirius XM 206, 100.9 FM at the track, and around the world on RS2, as well as our world video feeds and on the IMSA YouTube channel as well. Let's head down to Joe Bradley for a CrowdStrike pit lane report, as we've got some of the stragglers coming in now to the pit lane.
Yeah, you guys were deliberating whether or not they throw it, rolling the dice on the 24, changing strategy after that early penalty, remember. That seems not to be the case. They have come into the pits. Dries van Toor brought the 24 BMW in. He's got out of the car, and I think that was Philip Eng that got in. You guys will be able to tell me when he clicks by the pit exit there, but we'll try and get a word with Dries about that early stint, and it'll be a frustrated Dries van Toor, I would imagine.
It's a long race, I expect him to say at some stage. Some of the teams leaving their non-pro drivers in with a bit of extra yellow. It's not taking too much out of them. It's just good to get the drive time over.
It is. Everyone's kind of in the same boat. Well, say in LMP2, all of the bronze drivers qualify and start the race. And looking through, the only team that have put their silver driver in is Pratt Miller. They've put James Rowe in the car. Everyone else is making their bronze work for it. Actually, to tell a lie, the number 11 TDS car, I put Hunter McElray in. So that's interesting. Watch for that TDS car, because it's been so quick all race long. In GTD, I think this is a really good strategy call from the 66 Gradient team to keep Till Bechtelsheimer in the car.
Yeah, they're a bit off strategy.
There are a little bit off strategy, but if they want to get his driver time out of the way, they've got 2 hours of it done, and you have to get more of it done, and you've got 3 hours to do. So you have 25% of the race. At Daytona, for a 24-hour race, you've only got 4.5. So actually the bronze driver, or any driver for that matter, has a bigger portion of the race to serve here at Sebring.
Yeah.
Also, we're a couple of hours away from handing out our first tranche of Michelin Endurance Cup points at the 4-hour mark.
Yeah, and that's 4,
8 and 12.
4, 8 and 12. Okay, that is a completely separate championship that takes in the long races. And next year, we'll be awarding points for that at Road America rather than Indianapolis. The battle on the bricks becomes a bit more of a scuffle and goes back to 2 hours and 40 minutes, where as we evoke long distance races of years gone by at the just over 4 mile Road America. I have checked back. Rexy did get in before the yellow came out, and thanks to a couple of people who've pointed that out as well. 9 hours, 58 minutes and 42 seconds, and the green flag is in the air. Great restart by Fred Vesti for Cadillac Whelan. He's pulled out already 7/10 of a second on Alex Palou. Lauren Vantor in third. Cadillac, Acura, Porsche, BMW, 4 manufacturers in the top 4, separated by just over a second on that restart. Nobody pushing too hard except for Fred Vesti, who's got the hammer down. He's trying to break the toe here on the RX06 Acura of Alex Palou, who's in second position. Palou with a couple of cars lengths back at turn 7 to Lawrence Vantor, who's winding up the V8 of Porsche Penske Motorsports 963 in third position. In LMP2, Dan Goldberg for United Autosport led them across the line. Jeremy Clark for Inter Europol in second, and we've got a Corvette late on parade in the pit lane. That's Alexander Sims, who brought that car in for the number 3 squad, and through he comes, and it is Alex who's still at the wheel. No surprises here. It is going to be Spike, the number 99 EO car, that gets a penalty for the incident responsibility at turn 1. And it is, yeah, that's not a surprise either. The AF Corsa, Mateus Perez compact in that car now. It was his dad in the number 88 light blue car who got sideways and sideswiped the 74 into a spin. The Gar Robinson-driven Riley Oreca. So both of those cars with drive-throughs to be served within the next 3 times past the start-finish.
Interesting stuff, but great restart there from Fred Vesti. And Action Express and Whelen Engineering, they have a trend of finding single-seater superstars.
Yeah.
Guys who are on the fringes, or indeed in some cases guys who made it to F1, and putting them in the car. Jack Aitken's a great example of that, multiple winner in F2. I mean, Fred Vesti in 2023 was the runner-up in F2 with 6 wins on the season, so that is a style of driver that they like, someone who can push straight away. Fred Vesti's only made his debut in IMSA at Petit Le Mans last year, so he's so new to this, but pace-wise he's right there. And well, talking of single-seater superstars, he's got Alex Palou behind him, the multiple IndyCar champion who won the opening race of the season just down the road at St. Petersburg a few weeks ago.
That was a decent race, I thought. We had the Whelen Mazda MX-5 Cup there. Next round of that is again with IndyCar at Barber. Lovely circuit, that one, in the countryside. And it's the Whelen Cadillac, or Cadillac Whelen, as it is now. All the Cadillac teams are Works teams, and at Le Mans, Cadillac will have the most Works entered cars in the hypercar class. They're taking 4 this year. Porsche have 3. Also got a Private Air entered car as well, and another Proton Private Air Porsche on is top of the reserve list. But yeah, all of the cars now, the V-Series prototypes, their team names start with Cadillac. Let's go to Joe Bradley and a CrowdStrike pit report down in the pit lane. Joe, where have you wandered down to?
I'm at the BMW pit, and I've Dries van Tor just cooling off after that very, very heavy stint at the beginning of this race. And I would imagine, Dries, that was very frustrating start for this race for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much to say. Drove like a Billy, and that's the position we are. So, well.
Kind of takes the pressure off, do you think? And now you can charge. It's charge all the way to the flag.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we anyway still have to just survive until the end. But yeah, frustrating. It's a good starting position, and it's gone after a few hours, and then another mistake makes us drop. Race to go. We just have to survive and be there at the end. But yeah, it's not the start I had in my mind.
Thanks for coming back to me. The car's good. Yeah, he says the car's good. I tell you what, man, he's not a very happy bunny, is that man?
I understand it.
Yeah.
I suspect he's not a happy bunny, Mr. Mackay, because it was his mistake.
Yeah, and he's not hiding that fact. I love that honesty from Dries van Tor.
Well, you get that from both the Van Tor
For those who are thinking he drove like a Billy, Billy is
rhyming slang for punter. Billy is Billy Bunter, a well-known character in English literature, somewhat overweight English public school boy who had many and varied adventures. And a punter, obviously someone who isn't a pro driver, normally referred to as a Billy in a somewhat derogatory manner. All racing drivers down through the years have done ride-alongs and sit next to's at track, and tend not to like sitting next to Billies, because Billies make Billy mistakes.
Beautifully explained. Yeah, it's what it is, and it's
like
just very
fun.
good. Yeah, very, very, very delicately put, but comprehensively so. Yeah, Dries Vanthoor, he'll be annoyed because he's shown such strong pace. 2 poles out of 2 in his IMSA career with BMW so far this season. His brother Lawrence, right now, sitting in 3rd for Porsche Penske Motorsport, managed to tick off a Daytona win 6 weeks ago at the Rolex 24, one that was on his list for so long, and able to get the job done. Has won here at Sebring before in class on a couple of occasions with the FAF team, but he's a collector, is Lawrence, a collector of victories, and if there's one that's missing, that's the one that next gets the focus. He's a very, very focused guy with his training and what have you. Problem, Cetilar, Giorgio Cernaggiotto, team that very nearly won last year.
Ferrari, yeah, that's on the Ullman's backstraight.
It is. What's going on there? And look, car looks like it's grinding to a halt. Now, I hate to say, when was the last time that car pitted? Please don't let it be that.
Don't think so. I can quickly pull that one out for you. 47 only pitted 3 laps ago.
Okay, well,
with everybody else.
So it's not fuel, you'd hope. On the fuel point, we were wondering whether the AO Racing Porsche, Rexy the Dinosaur, whether they'd beat the yellow, basically, made it in and out, and thanks to Kelly Bruley from the team who's confirmed that yes, they did. So they were just a little bit ahead of the game, and that's AO Racing, great strategy, and right there behind Chris Mees. But Chris Mees basically owes us a pit stop.
Yeah.
In first place in GP Pro at the moment. The Cetilar Ferrari has made it onto the exit of the old WEC pit lane, and we should stay green then. Great driving from Giorgio.
We've had a lot of really heads-up driving from drivers across all the classes this weekend, be it practice, qualifying, and there's good reason for that, because now in practice, if you cause a red flag, you lose your fastest lap in qualifying. If you cause a red flag in qualifying, you lose the 2 fastest laps that you put in qualifying, which kind of makes it pointless to carry on qualifying if it's anywhere through the session. But what that's done, I think, is concentrated people's minds to finding the orange overlaps. Where the orange is on the side of the track is a gap in the concrete wall or the barrier. When you do your pit walk, or your track walk rather, you scope those out to make sure that you know where they are. The other thing I always like to look to, because I've once had an underbonnet fire when racing at Snetterton, which actually I managed to blow out. Well, I say I did, the engine did. It was an Aston Martin I was driving at the time. Cut the engine and restarted it, and it sucked the flames back down through the trumpets. But you always look to see where the fire points are.
Interesting
as well.
to hear that Chris Mees, now that he's on much lower fuel than the rest of the field, they're on a full tank, he's got about a third of a tank or so, trying to make the most of it now and try to pull away. He put half a second there into Alessio Picciarello in second place, with who's got Madison Snow now behind him, who's taken over from Neil Verhagen. Madison Snow, amazing driver, who races at the pro level but works in the family business day to day. Quite amazing to balance those 2 commitments.
Crouch right pit lane story for you here. So the logistics of how you operate from down here in a very crowded Sebring pit lane. The 99 AO LMP2 entry, the oracle of this team, extensive damage to both front and rear of the car. The bodywork sections that were damaged were taken off. They were put behind the pit perch in the back of the pit area, as was the damaged front end of the car. That I've just witnessed has just been replenished. So the brand new nose section has been brought out from the paddock and now sits at the back, ready to be deployed if needs be. Hopefully not. As is the brand new rear deck section, also brought out from the paddock. They were offloaded, the damaged bits were put on, and they've been taken back to the paddock. Now they're not just going to be shelved back there; they're going to be repaired. All the little winglets, the carbon fibre winglets, and whatever repairs that can ensue, that will be done while this race goes on. And God forbid they need another couple of sections of bodywork. Hopefully they don't need any at all. But if they do, there's brand new sections all ready to be used if necessary.
Chris Meese then leading the way in GTD Pro for the Mustang number 65, heading into turn 1 at the moment. Last lap by a 2:02.172. Actually, Piccarello managed to get 2/10 back the way in Rexy, number 77 there. That's the battle in GTD Pro at the front of the field, very close between two single-seater superstars in Frederic Vesti for the number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac team, and the number 93 of Alex Palou for Meyershank Acura. This is it's an interesting program because the how would you say, the regular number 60 Meyershank Acura, the number 60, a car that we know very well, that is a car that is run and engineered by Meyershank. The 93 is a little bit different. It's run by Meyershank operationally, but engineered by HRC, Honda Racing Corporation. At the moment, it's the 93 that's the quicker of the two at this stage of the race. And Alex Palou, believe it or not, on his Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring debut.
There's a few people who would, having been asked that question, I would have lost money on this weekend, because you just assume that, you know, the big races, these guys pop up, whether it's Petit Le Mans, Rolex 24, Daytona, Sailing 6 Hours of the Glen. You need an extra driver for some of these. Oh yeah, they'll go to the IndyCar paddock, because that has been, in fairness, there's a reason why I say that. It's because it's been a rich vein of drivers who have slotted into teams really almost imperceptibly well.
They have, and I love the drivers from other categories who come into sports car racing and really love it and enjoy it. And in the other Meyershank Racing Acura, you've got Scott Dixon, car number 60, who has won everything there is to win, and his legacy as a driver is so much more enhanced beyond his just extraordinary record in IndyCar. Actually, his legacy is so much further advanced by what he's achieved in sports car racing. 3 Rolex 24 overall wins, a class win as well with the Ford GT, 2 Petit Le Mans wins, but Sebring is the one that's missing. Now, I'd have lost money on that as well when I did my notes before the race. I would have thought that Scott Dixon would have won this race before, but he hasn't. This is one of very few races that's missing off his CV. So, also GTD Pro, there's been a change in the 64 Ford. Ben Barker making his debut with the Ford Multimatic team in IMSA. It should have been at the Rolex 24, but unfortunately injured his shoulder in a skiing accident in the wintertime, so had to watch the Rolex 24 from the sofa. I'm sure he's enjoying his seat right now at the wheel of that Multimatic Mustang, and he's right in there in the fight in the top 4, where we've got 2 Mustangs in the top 4, and John, they haven't really shown that pace all week.
No, keeping their ponies dry, possibly. Plenty of people taking the Rallycross line, exit of turn number 7, and the BMW of Paul Miller Racing, number 48, losing a couple of positions, or losing one position and losing some bodywork. Through goes the Dragon Speed Ferrari, and then the Lexus number 14 right alongside as well. And there's a bit of bodywork now flapping from the front left of that Lexus.
Yeah, that is Jose Maria Lopez, who stepped in at the last minute for
totally deranged
a lot
the
of
front
damage
end of that car.
A lot of damage there to the front left. I think Jose Maria Lopez will be able to keep going for a bit unless he gets the black and orange flag. He has gone past pits, so Jose Maria Lopez, of course, former World Touring Car champion. He's a world champion in 2 FIA disciplines, in the World Endurance Championship and in the World Touring Car Championship. That was a bit of a touring car move there, I have to say. Trying to make a move on the 48 of Jesse Krohn, who's taken over from Dan Harper in that BMW for Paul Miller Racing. So GTD Pro, I think that's what we're going to see all day long, John. The drivers like to say, oh, we just got to survive, we just got to get there to the end, but they just can't help themselves. They just can't.
It is a source, a perennial source of head scratching for me, that experienced drivers sometimes just can't help themselves. Now, that's what it looks like from the outside, but they will tell you that making up a place, making up real estate at any stage in these races now is so important. Bodywork's catching as well. You can hear that from the onboard. That doesn't sound happy at all. I hope that is only the bodywork. Because these races, and you said it, you know, earlier in the week, Peter, these races are, right, what's your fuel stint? Right, it's 50 minutes, let's say, for a GTD car. This is a 10-hour race, but it's not one. It is one 10-hour race, but it's actually split up into a number of up to 50-minute sprints. And basically, it's a 50-minute sprint, and then instead of taking the car back to the paddock and re-prepping it and bringing it out later in the afternoon for the second race of your weekend, you basically bring it in the pits, throw some more VP Racing fuel and Michelin tyres at it, and drive it and start another one. Or you get out and let your teammate do it. And so, honestly, the drivers tell me, particularly the works drivers, every single piece of real estate that you can pick up is absolutely crucial. I'm a bit worried about that, Lexus, because I think the radiator's had a bit of a clang there.
Well, pace-wise, no problem at all. The pace is absolutely fine. Sector times are very comparable to everyone else in GTD Pro, so but you're right, it's a concern over time. Okay, that first lap back after the incident was okay. In fact, he's just gone through the first sector a little bit quicker than those ahead of him, as Jose Maria Lopez, but
slightly
it's more
lighter than he was earlier, in fairness.
Yeah, well, true. Good
Sorry,
point.
I'm being facetious.
No,
there.
that's very true.
It's less aerodynamically efficient.
It's definitely less aerodynamic efficient, but the pace is still there. And of course, remember that number 14, Vasser Sullivan Lexus, is the defending champion from last year in terms of Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. They were the winner last year, so they know how to get the job done. But it's a strong beast, that Lexus. It can take a hit. Hugely experienced crew and car combination, really. They've been ever present in IMSA for many years now. It wouldn't really be IMSA WeatherTech without those two Lexi fans of Alan Partridge. Lexus. What's the collective noun for Lexus?
Lexus.
A lounge of Lexus.
Lounge of Lexus. I like a lounge of Lexus, actually. Lexus, imagine if Lexus and Toyota decide to go into the top class and you've got Lexus versus Genesis fighting for the big races. That's huge news back in Japan. That's Jose Maria Lopez RCF. This is the red number 14 car. He's off the pace now. I suspect that the temps have gone through the roof, or he's risking cutting a tyre, the left front tyre down. He's come into the pit lane. Joe Bradley may have just been replaced by Nick Damon, actually. I'll wait to see. It is indeed the tall one. Nick Damon is our crowd strike pit reporter as the Lexus come in, and we've got debris out at turn 7. Good afternoon, Nick.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm very good. Luckily, I was literally walking past the Lexus pit when it happened, so normally I'd be 400 yards away, but they are working on that front side, but the engine's off, so they've turned the engine off. Yeah. The engineers now look around on that it looks like the front left is the problem. The bonnet's coming up as well. There's a little bit of scuffage, so we're thinking about a broken steering arm or a deranged steering arm on this Lopez Kirkwood Terex Barnacoot car. Ben not here, of course, after a mountain bike accident, and once again replaced by the man who replaces mountain bike accident drivers, Jose Maria Lopez. And they're having a look at the top of the top link by the looks of it, rather than the steering arm, which is lower, so it's almost like they've got a wobbly wishbone. Yep, indicate they need a new wishbone. The man with the steering arm, I think, has gone, and they're now looking for the wishbone. I think that's going to mean they're going to go behind they're going to go behind the wall to do this. I think the bonnet's going back on again, or the hood is going back on again, and this car, I think, is going to go behind the wall to have that front suspension rearranged.
The advantage, thank you, Nick, and welcome back to the CrowdStrike pit team. The advantage of going behind the wall is, if you wonder, why couldn't they just do it there? Probably could, actually, but behind the wall, you've got you're undercover, which the hottest part of the day, with air temperature up at 28 Celsius, 82 Fahrenheit, track temperature 25, that's 77 Fahrenheit. But you can also have more people working on the car. There is a limit to the amount of people you can have over the wall in a live pit lane. I don't need to explain why that is the case, do I? No, of course I don't. You're all sports car and safety literate. And indeed, that's Vassar Sullivan Lexus is now showing as behind the wall on the timing screens. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us, good to have your company. Joe, Sports Car Joe, on Twitter. How about a Lexus branded GR010 in IMSA? Talked to the Lexus guys a couple or 3 years ago about that at Daytona, and they said that they'd actually rather develop their own car. They feel they'd like something that was more Lexus, and from a purely financial point of view, the beauty of the GTP LMDH regulations is that it's a far less costly car to run, and that would come into the area that they feel they could justify as a set of concessionaires, as Toyota North America, Toyota Lexus North America, if you will, without having to potentially lean on either the parent company in Japan or the global side of things.
Just getting into a nice rhythm now in GTP. Everyone's used just under half a tank since the last full course yellow, and Frederick Vesti getting into a rhythm as well. In fact, he's taken half a second out of Alex Palou in that last lap. They were cutting through a lot of the GTD Pro traffic, so Vesti getting his way through. Of course, not a huge amount of multi-class sports car racing experience, but as I said, Action Express have trusted drivers who are absolutely rapid in sprint single-seater racing at the highest level, and trust that they can effectively teach them sports car racing. And it's it's a theory that's worked very much over the years for them. Look at how much success they had with Felipe Nasr and Pipo Derani. I tell you what, Johnny, it's just odd not having Pipo Derani here, four-time winner at this race. I could have made it 5 last year, but a big crash unfortunately took them out of the running. But it is bizarre not having people here. But of course, we will see him in due course as part of the new Genesis program.
Yeah, that's progressing at pace is what I hear. They've selected their chassis partner. That will be Orica. They've got at least an interim base in the south of France, not too far away from Orica. The engine, of course, is staying in-house for that Genesis, going to Hyundai Motorsport Group, HMSG, based in Germany, and it's an engine that they know very well and have tested at the very highest level of motorsport, Peter.
They have, yes. Basically, the idea is to making it sound more simple than it is. 2 1.6 litre turbocharged 4-cylinder engines put together,
running on a common crank. That
yes,
makes it a V8.
Yeah, like I say, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but that's a very strong engine.
So looking for something around about between 2.9 to 3.2, 3.4 litres.
I think it'll be 3.5 by the time it's all put together. Very similar to the Glickenhaus. Into the pits comes Chris Meese. Remember, he was off strategy with everybody else in that number 65 Ford Mustang with the black windshield strip. The 64 running the white windshield strip. If you're out around the circuit, enjoying the festivities of Sebring. They decided to roll the dice a little bit on strategy. Chris Mace has been at the wheel for nearly 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
He's earned himself a cold beverage, I think.
Yeah. Perfectly on his marks. Brand new sticker Michelin tyres about to go on that car. Chris Meets, no need to hurry. This will be a full VP fuel fill.
It's Dennis Olsen
getting in, the bespectacled Scandinavian.
Fantastic young driver.
Oh, yeah.
He's not really young anymore. Well, he is. He's in his late 20s, but he's a fantastic driver. Really nice guy. And, of course, riding on a high after that win at Daytona. Now, remember that Ferrari, number 21, the leader in GTD, which was on pole, but then had effectively a brake failure going into Cunningham corner. It's back in the lead. How did that happen so quickly?
It happened because the guys worked really hard, turned it round, and used the full course yellows to their advantage. And Alessandro Perghidi, who was at the wheel when that happened, is back at the wheel now and back in front. So if you sort of saw the start of the race and then look back now, you'd have thought not much has happened. That must be actually an early candidate for the BDO No Strategy Award. It's something that we have for some years now in the broadcast centre, for Performance Broadcast Centre, and down from our pit reporters, one for the GT categories and one for the prototype categories, but that's something I'm going to keep an eye on. Nick Damon has not long since walked into the CrowdStrike pit reporting crew, and he's already sauntered. He prefers sashayed, actually. Did you sashay to Ford to catch Chris Meese out of that car?
Oh, I was doing a quick two-step, to be honest. Let me get up there. Chris Meese, fresh out of the car. I mean, honestly, you've done 2.5 hours. You look pretty fresh. A lot of the other drivers look absolutely a sweaty mess.
Yeah, normally everyone says when you get old you become less fit, but obviously it looks like it's the other way around. No, I'm joking. At the moment it's obviously some fuel saving and just staying in the mix, no contact, no nothing. So it's more important to keep the car alive, to not do any mistakes, to not get any penalty, and just find into the rhythm. So probably the last 2-3 hours will be a bit tougher.
You went off strategy there. You didn't come in that last yellow. You come in the full course. The green flag. What was the thinking behind that?
I don't know. I need to ask Bruno, our strategist. But I think I was blocked the whole, I would say, the first 2 hours. First behind the Lexus, and then behind the Ferrari of the 81 Dragon Speed. So, I think we just tried to get in front to get some clean air, because it was also quite frustrating, to be honest, to be stuck behind them.
If you're actually stuck in traffic, is that causing more overheating issues, more tyre issues? And actually running in free air, even though you might lose a bit of time, is better for the car overall?
Yeah, obviously the brakes getting hotter, the front tires getting hotter, you get more understeer. And it's also a bit frustrating if you can go a bit faster, 2-3-10, but you're still stuck behind the car and can't overtake. So obviously it would have been the last hour, I would go for a move, but not that early in the race.
It's kind of noticeable that the Fords are looking a bit racier, as we would say, and they were during the previous couple of days. Is that because you've been working on a race setup, or just because the weather's fallen better for you for the race day?
I think as a team we are just much better prepared. We got some new guys. We learned obviously from last year where our weakness, where our strength is, and still let's not forget Ford just came last year with the GT3 and it's going against manufacturers who do this for like 10-15 years already. So we have a lot to catch up, but I think we are doing pretty well so far.
Great first in. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Always lovely to hear the considered thoughts, and they are always considered thoughts, of Chris Meese with our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter, Nick Damon. So BDO No Strategy, by the way, one for prototypes, LMP2 GTP, and also we've extended it now. It's not just one for the whole field. So one in the GT categories and one in the prototype. So I'll just remind you of that. Start your brain ticking over. Make some notes. Peter makes copious notes. He has a page. Just all his research. He's got a page in a ring binder for every single car, and it's only one side of typed bullet points. And on the back of the previous car, he writes all the notes of what's been happening.
on that car.
And how much stronger Ford have been in the race than
yes.
they've been in practice.
Yes.
and they're not the only car like that. And it's how you turn up on race day. That's what it's about. They don't hand out any points or trophies on practice. They do hand out points in qualifying here. That's worth mentioning. And in terms of Michelin Endurance Cup points for that championship at 4, 8 and 12, completely separate championship. But interestingly, the number 1 Paul Miller Racing BMW in GTD Pro, they didn't win the race at the Rolex 24, but they came out leading the Michelin Endurance Cup because they nailed those points through the race.
And you might say, what's the point? Well, the point is that it's a big trophy at the end of the year. And for those people for whom it matters an awful lot. Some people don't mind, but we will see, for those people who are going for the Michelin Endurance Cup, we will see some what appears to be odd strategy coming up to 4 hours. Either people pitting slightly early or staying out just to try and get those points. And then what they'll try to do is get themselves back on a more traditional strategy by the time they get to the end of the race. The number 21 back out on the track, as we said. This is the darker red car that is leading the race for ES, of course. I do like that slightly more sanguineous colour. It is a bit dusty, of course, because it went out off at Cunningham Corner and had that incident. The lasting damage to that, other than the dust around the car, is that the beautifully crafted mounting for the door mirror on that aerodynamic, almost J shape, it's absolutely gorgeous bit of carbon fibre. I daren't ask how much that is. I bet it's more than €1,000. In fact, I bet it's more than €1,500. But that is a bit wobbly at the moment. But the glass is still in the mirror.
Yes, it's not the only Ferrari. I can't remember which one of the other Ferraris at 296 GT3
was it the Inception?
I could be right, yes. It had a wobbly left mirror. The bumps of Sebring shaking everything out here. I mean, this 296 GT3 package has just changed the game in GT3. It's raised the bar. It brought Ferrari their first ever victory at the Nürburgring 24 Hours, which is a race which has been so dominated by the German marques. And it was won in totally privateer hands with the Fricadelli racing team.
Not a single factory driver even. Not a single factory Ferrari factory driver.
Yeah, factory drivers from other places. But what was very telling, I remember on that day, I'll remember it for a long time, from about 5 or 6 hours to go, all of a sudden a lot of red uniforms started to appear who I think had arrived at the circuit overnight knowing that, or feeling that the car might have had a chance to win. A couple of those drivers who won that race back in 2023 are in this race. Nicky Katzberg, who drives for the Corvette number 4 team. Earl Bamber, who's in the car that leads. He's not in the car, but he's driving with the car that's leading the race at the moment, the 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac. And the two other drivers, David Pittard and Felipe Fernandez-Lazar, we'd love to see them in IMSA one day.
Yeah. 9 hours and 25 minutes to go. Just over. That gap at the front of the field. Fred Vesti from Alex Palou. Now 1.2 seconds. We'll do a full VP in-race update at 1 o'clock local time. It's just over 15 minutes away. But the other class leaders, Hunter McElrea for TDS, has been lighting up the timing and scoring. Peter was telling us about that. And leads for TDS. A couple of fastest laps on the bounce, I think, there. Nick Bull is 20 seconds behind now for United Autosport, with 9.5 ahead of Daniel Goldberg, 2 and 22 in second and third. In GTD Pro, it is the EO Racing Porsche that leads from Paul Miller Racing's BMW, and that's a scrap that continues to entertain, just half a second between those two. And as we've documented, AF Corsa Alessandro Pagidi, the number 21 Ferrari, leading by nearly 9 seconds from Winward's Russell Ward. That's the Russell Ward car, of course, the defending winner from last year. Side-by-side action there between Fraincy for BMW Team RL, having to go at Lawrence Vantor.
No, it's actually Robin Freins trying to defend from Vantor's teammate.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, Vantor's just a little bit up the road, but Freins is having to defend very hard from Matt Campbell, and if we know Matt Campbell like we do, if there's a way around, if there's a way to get through, he'll get through. I mean, just rewind back to the Bathurst 12 Hour in 2019 where he made I still don't think there was a Porsche width there at the Dipper, the way that move he pulled on Jake Dennis to win that race, but he knows how to pull off the Hollywood moves as Matt Campbell, and he's trying to pull off another one on Robin Franch at the moment in car number 25 for BMW, the 25 car. You can spot that on track. It's got a red windshield strip, the 24 with the blue windshield strip.
CrowdStrike pit lane report. Nick Damon with an update from the lane.
Yeah, I'm afraid it's not good news at all. The Era Motorsport, the number 18 car, that has scratched. They are disassembling the pit box. Last seen, of course, when the unfortunate Toby Lutka put it into the tyre barriers coming round Sunset. Very disappointing. I think especially disappointing with Kako Ota, the rising Japanese star. I'm sure would have loved to have got some laps as he tries to develop his career over here in IMSA, and obviously with very heavy support from Honda as well. So a disappointing first couple of hours for Era, but they, of course, are one of the teams that will definitely be back for the rest of the season.
Yeah, Kakota, the Honda development driver, very highly thought of by that huge corporation. Recently, Honda have rationalised all their racing activities under the HRC banner. No Honda Racing USA. It's all come under the big HRC banner, and that's a young man who they have big plans for.
They do. They've of course, Kakuota drove in the GTP car at Daytona with the number 93 Marshank Racing Acura. In fact, we spoke to him with a CrowdStrike pit lane report during practice, and he mentioned the other. He says he's going to drive at Watkins Glen in the Salem 6 Hours of the Glen and the Indianapolis Battle on the Bricks in the GTP car. So we may well see him in the Era car at some point again over the season too. So great to have Japanese talent here in the International Motorsports Association. That's what IMSA stands for, don't forget.
That's the I. What's the I for?
International.
Yeah. Interesting. Incredible. Many other things beginning with I. Infuriating sometimes for some of the teams, I bet. Incorrigible.
I write for a living. I should be able to think of more words beginning with I that describes IMSA, but I'm stumped right
and
now.
It's very early on as well. It's not going to get any better than this. Oh!
Bit of contact between the 20 Proton Porsche and the number 1 of Formula Racing BMW. Now, they are in the same class, but this is not for position. This is for a lap, because the number 20 GTD Pro Proton Porsche has Claudio Schiavone aboard, bronze driver. Alessio Piccarello managed to get through on the brakes into turn 7, but just as Schiavone took his line, the number 1 of Madison Snow tried to get through, and that door was well and truly closed. So that's given Piccarello a very valuable couple of car lengths over the chasing BMW, and a risk that the number 1 BMW may have picked up some sort of damage, but possibly not. Let's see.
Peter Mackay, John Hindhoff in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Great to have your company from around the world. 10 minutes before 1 here on the Eastern Daylight Savings Time now here in the US. The clock sprung forward here at the weekend. Still a few weeks to go before the rest of the world catches up with that. So just a 4-hour difference between here and the UK, and 5 in the Central European time. Highlands ESPN 106.3 FM, Sirius XM 206 and 100 FM around the circuit, RS2 around the world, of course, our World Feed TV as well. Let's nip down to the CrowdStrike pit lane reporting team. Nick Damon's been watching a couple of stops.
It's P2 time. They've run their tanks dry. We've had the number 2 United Autosports team doing a full change. You've got the 04 CrowdStrike machine in at the well. That's actually no driver change there. To my right it's a 74. That is, I'm just trying to see if that's got a ranch car, of course. Don't think that's got a drive change either.
No.
And there's another car way out of my vision, which is also changing. We've already had the 88 Air, of course, one. Here comes the TDS machine. That's currently got Hunter McElroy on board. It was a 73 car that I couldn't see, the Pratt & Miller machine that has now just got underneath me. All the standard says Hunter McElroy, unsurprised, he's staying on board. He just replaced Stephen the previous time around, and so far no one's having a problem, but we obviously still expect a couple more to come in. They're a little bit spread out with 4 or 5 laps, which is interesting because we had a yellow so recently.
Nick Damon in the pit lane, just coming up to 9 hours and 18 minutes to go. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 if you are syncing up.
That is quite remarkable from both Gar Robinson and George Kurtz, because they have been in since the start of the race. 2 hours and 43 minutes they've been in those cars at least, not including the pace laps, which means in 17 minutes time or so they will have completed their minimum drive time and will not need to drive again in the race if they don't want to. And that puts them ahead of the game in terms of strategy. The TDS car, the number 11, which has been so strong all week long, they've clearly got the strongest car underneath them in terms of the way they've set it up and the way that they're running. They're in a little bit of a different position because they haven't used up as much of Stephen Thomas's drive time, so they'll need to sort of filter that in throughout the race. However, maybe they can do that because they've got pace in hand.
Side by side, that is the Riley number 74. These two cars been in the wars, and they were, it was turn 5, wasn't it, that they came together before, when Luis Perez Companc was behind the wheel. And what's that hoving up behind them as well, Peter?
That's the 73 Pratt Miller car of James Rowe, who might potentially have a bit more pace, actually. A really strong
also on an outlap. All of these cars are on an outlap down to turn 17. This could get very messy indeed. Looks like George has got a bit wide, had to come out of the throttle there as he was
a little bit wide.
Excuse me, Gar Robinson. Yes, thank you. Looked like he was getting a bit too much understeer, got out of the throttle. That was really smart. This stage of the game, you don't need to be in to the wall. Delighted to say that Mike Messina, General Manager Brembo Racing North America, is back with us. We had a chat with him at Daytona, if you remember, and he picked up quite a following. Hello, Mike. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing great. It's a beautiful day. We're at Sebring. It's race day. Where else would you want to be?
General Manager Brembo Racing North America. Sounds like a decent workload that you've got on at the moment.
It is quite the workload. It's also a dream job, so it doesn't necessarily always feel that way, you know.
With Brembo being involved in so many different motorsports here in the US and indeed worldwide, how often do you get to spend a weekend at home? Or is that a sore point?
I do get to spend the occasional weekend at home. And
occasional.
You know, it's funny you say that, though, because there are some tracks you go to that almost feel like home as well.
I know exactly. No, I absolutely.
You know that feeling.
Yeah, I know that feeling. Sebring, rated as a 5 out of 5 track by your engineers. We were talking just before the green flag about this. When we talk about your ratings, this is not someone sticking a finger in the air and saying, well, I think this one's worse than that one or better than this one. This is taken from empirical data that you guys look at to grade each of the tracks.
There is a lot that actually goes into it. We do look at a lot of data that's received from different teams and different cars, but we also talk to drivers. And, you know, we do a lot of post-race analysis on the parts and a lot of post-race driver feedback and you know, what did you think of this? What did you think of that? What could be better here? What could be better there? How could we improve this? And so on. And when it comes to braking, Sebring really is the benchmark of braking performance.
Really?
Of all the places that we go to, more teams come here to do their brake testing and evaluation than anywhere else. If you can if you can survive a solid 12 hours here, in fact, some cases, some teams we've done 24-hour testing here. So if you can survive 12 hours here, you're pretty much good to go just about anywhere else you could imagine.
Oh, Brembo brake facts for here at Sebring International Raceway are staggering. Something, braking events, retardation events, if you will, something like 2,800 to 3,000 times during the race. Now, I'm not surprised that the toughest braking point is turn 7. There's a nasty bump just going in there, and a change of surface as well. But what are you looking for in the products, both the pads and the rotors, and indeed everything else? What are the teams wanting? I presume consistency and feel, Mike.
Consistency and feel is a very huge part of it. I think a lot of people tend to go with, well, you need braking power and temperature management, and that's a big part of it as well. But if all you're focused on is braking power and braking power, you're not really seeing the whole picture. Right. And so in these systems, what we spend a lot of time doing is minimizing compliance. And what I mean by compliance is really just a fancy word for flex. You eliminate the flex in the caliper, for example. You eliminate any sort of compliance in the actuation, master cylinder, for example. Compressibility in the fluid. All of these things play a part of the overall system, and they contribute to that overall feel, that mechanical feel that the driver needs through the pedal, so that he can maintain that feeling of where his tires are at in terms of grip.
So do you work with brake fluid suppliers, or do you have your own?
We have our own.
Interesting.
We've been down that road, and we spent enough time doing it that we thought,
that I did not know. I've learned something today.
Yep. Yeah, we spent quite a few years developing a fluid that really sort of emphasized that ability to transfer that feedback back and forth between the driver's foot and the caliper.
What are the different challenges, Mike, when you've got a field full of effectively 4 different classes of cars, all of whom can spec your Brembo brake packages? You've got some with ABS and some without. You've got high downforce prototypes. You've got the P2 cars that are a little bit lighter. Is it always a completely different product for each of those?
It's not necessarily a completely different product, but as you have with so many components of a car, is the component could technically be the same in terms of its technical facets, but how you tune it, how you dial it in, really plays a role in the overall performance of the car.
Tuning
and so that's
brakes.
where the focus.
We think of tuning an engine, tuning suspension, tuning brakes.
You're literally tuning brakes. You can do that with friction compounds. You can do that with brake bias. There's a number of systems you can employ to affect the way the car brakes.
Mike, I remember when the GTP category came in a couple of years ago, speaking to one of the drivers, it was Dane Cameron, who said the biggest challenge they had in the development of the Porsche in this case was the brake-by-wire system. What was that like for you guys with these new GTP cars, trying to get that system to work, and what role did you guys play with the factories?
So, fortunately, Brembo has a long history of brake-by-wire, both in Formula One and then also on the OEM side of things. So for us, it wasn't necessarily a fundamental learning of how to do it. It was more or less of how do you transfer what we already know into something that benefits these guys and gets them where they're trying to be. Because in this series, too, you can affect regen to affect your braking patterns and that sort of thing, but you can also back off on the regen, and that affects your overall power output and that kind of thing. So there is a balance that you have to find. And so really what they needed from us was an accurate picture of the torque curves and how these systems make power, what kind of power they make, and what temperatures and at what pressure. And as long as they had a very good understanding of that, they were able to basically employ that regenerative braking aspect of it to something that was very consistent.
And I've been driving quite a lot of electric cars, electric Porsches recently, actually, and the balance and the transfer between the regen and the friction brakes is something that I think is so important to get a feel in a street car, never mind in a race car. It's not an easy thing to do. All of these are new things that you've got to learn, and particularly when you on a prestige car like a Porsche top end stuff, then it has to be nice and smooth.
It does, and that's the beauty of motorsports, because out here, when you're really pushing to that 10th all the time, those little details matter. And so when you have the expectations of a customer like Porsche, it actually makes it that, I don't want to say easier because it's never easy, but it does lessen the
every
the
Brembo
stress a bit.
engineer in the world will be hunting you down. It just makes it easier. Yeah, fantastic.
Sure.
I know what
problem.
you mean. A little spin for Lone Star Racing and the number 80 Dan Knox behind the wheel. No harm, no foul, pointing in the right direction. I know you've got that was down at turn 7, by the way, the hairpin. I know you've got a lot to do and a lot of people to see. I do want to ask you one final question, Mike, if I may. Do we get the benefit of all of this racing and all of this data and all of this this development that you guys are doing in IMSA, in the WEC, in Formula One, wherever, when it comes to the latest road cars?
You do. Everything that happens out here, again, we always say this is the best laboratory that you could possibly have. This is the most demanding level of performance that you'll ever demand from a braking system or a tire or a transmission or an engine or even a driver. And so everything that you can do out here that you can repeat in a consistent manner and really develop those things, make it better for the end user all the time, always.
Good to have your company, mate. Are you going to be able to watch a bit of racing today?
I will.
Good for you.
I will.
That's Mike Messina, the General Manager, Brembo Racing North America. And we'll run through our Brembo brake facts as well, if for those just joining a bit later on. Mike, good to see your face.
Good to see you.
See you again through the rest of the season.
Thank you.
It's John Hindolf and Peter Mackay here in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, coming to the end of another clock hour. Some pit stops for GTD pros. We'll get down to our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter and some GTPs as well. Nick Damon.
A plethora of GTPs. We've had the Valkyrie in that had a full service Ross Gunn getting in, and Alex Young to get it. Now the other cars have just done fuel. That includes a 40 Cadillac. It's including the 63 Lambo, and both of the customer Porsches, the JDC machine and the Proton machine, they've all come in and just taken fuel. Up on the wall behind me are both, as you say, GTD Pro, because I'm actually currently around about where Paul Miller are, so they're both about to come in. We're about to see both the BMWs and both the Acuras. In fact, they're probably going to trundle down in the next couple of seconds. I can see Rexy, the GTD machine, GTD Pro car, 77 car, that's had a full service as well, off it goes. So we're right in the cusp here of pit stop time. And just wait to see when we get the Works BMWs and when we get the Acuras. But my guess is the answer to that is almost immediately, because they have their little flags, their lollipops are hanging over, waiting to attract. It's like a fly fisherman trying to attract a particular car or machine. Both the Porsches come in as well, 7 first and then 6. That's the right order. That's where they go in the pits. They all get each other's way. We've also got the 93. Just looking to see if I can see any driver changes, and the answer to that is no. All drivers staying on board. Frightened myself. I thought I was getting run over. It wasn't. So all drivers there. We also now have the 60 Acura. So every single one has stayed on board of those top top 2 Acuras and the top 2 Porsches. So the only driver change that in that particular sequence I've seen has been Ross Gunn getting into the Valkyrie. A lot of steam coming off the brakes of the number 6. Not the end of the world, obviously, but showing some of the temperatures. And then we have these very, very long fills, John. And the other thing to notice, is that no one's taken tyres either of those top 4 cars. So they're all double stinting at this point to save the time for the end of the race.
Thank you, Nick. CrowdStrike pit lane report. It is the Acura, the red, white and black Acura, that gets out ahead of the 2 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s. I'm still trying to get my head around air-tuning brakes and the fact that I didn't know that Brembo made brake fluid. I feel that is a massive gap in my automotive mechanical and technical knowledge, which was filled there by Mike Messina. Thanks for him coming up. Second VP Racing in-race update as we've just gone past 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and we'll start in GTD. It's AF Corsa back at the front after their brake failure, and Alessandro Perghini, the man for whom the brakes failed, is now back at the front of the field by some 16 seconds from Winward Racing and Russell Ward, the number 57 AMG, in second. 0.8 of a second ahead of Casper Stevenson and the Aston Martin Vantage GT, number 27. He's 0.6 ahead of Frankie Montecalvo for Vassar Sullivan in fourth in the number 12 car, who is
nearly 7 seconds ahead of Misha Goikberg for Forte's Lamborghini number 78. In 6th place, Ollie Milroy for Inception Racing. And we were going to talk to Ollie earlier on, but when they thought they might have a yellow, he got helmeted and jumped into the car. In GTD Pro, it's Paul Miller Racing leading by just over 4 seconds from Corvette and Nico Varone, the number 4 car. 3/4 of a second further back, Ben Barker for Ford Multimatic 64 Mustang. He's got a second on Davide Rigo on the yellow Dragon Speed, number 81 Ferrari. 8/10 ahead of Paul Miller's Jesse Krohn in the number 48 BMW, who has 50 seconds on Alexander Sims in the second of the Corvettes, the number 3. In LMP2, Hunter McElroy's assumed the lead for TDS Racing. It's the number 11 car, which qualified on pole position for what seems like a moment ago, but actually, of course, we're well into this race now, with only 9 hours and 2 minutes to go. It's coming round to another race hour as well. Second place in the LMP2 right now is Ben Hanley in the number 2 United Autosports Oreca with the 22, and Rasmus Lind behind the wheel. He's in 3rd place. Then it's into Europol, the number 43 green and yellow Oreca, another 26 seconds further back. They've really been split up, the P2s, actually. CrowdStrike by APR, George Kurtz is following in behind the AF Corsa of Mateus Perez Companc. That's the number 88, the blue car. And at the top of the shop, we are cycling through the pit stops, which is why I wanted to leave it to the end, but it is Philip Eng for BMW who leads the motor race. Fred Vesti for Whelen Cadillac number 31, which was in the lead, and Marco Wittmann for the 25 BMW, who've just pitted and are back out on the track. Alex Palou scored in 4th position, but I think there'll be a little, maybe not, he was a minute behind. Palou 8/10 of a second ahead of Lawrence Van Tor for Porsche number 7, and Matt Campbell number 6 is in 6th position. That's your VP in race update. Peter Mackay.
While we were in that VP Racing in-race update, Rodrigo Salas spun on the exit of turn 5, and while he was kind of gathering it all up, the 45 Wayne Taylor Racing Lamborghini arrived on the scene and then spun in sympathy. I think carried on, thankfully, but a little bit of drama there for both of those crews. Now, the race leader at the moment, Philippe Eng, if you're just joining us and you're thinking 46 seconds ahead, they're dominating. Actually, they owe us a stop. They last pitted on lap 52, and in fact, they're bound to pit any minute now because they have 2% of their energy remaining.
Well, Marco Wittmann took out the 25 BMW, but it was the man, Robin Fryans with me now, who brought it in. Robin, give us an overview of how those kind of sessions went.
Oh yeah, pretty well. I think at the beginning we started in P10. Sheldon did a good start. He got out of trouble. The car is still in a very good condition. Tried to move forward, obviously. They had a good restart. I was a bit excited in turn 7, so I really enjoyed it. And then, it's just try to save the tires. Obviously, we do double stints at the beginning of the race. Marco is now on my set. The most important thing is stay out of trouble and see where we are in 9 hours.
What is the level of degradation of the tyres lap by lap?
It's hard to say. Obviously, I started with new, or my second stint started with new, so you feel the tires going down more and more. Obviously, when you put fuel in the car, it's getting like an extra hit on the tires. But when I jumped in, it wasn't so bad, but I felt the last 50 laps, it was a bit of a struggle. But at the end, we don't have the dish, hopefully.
So how long will you have to double stint? So at what point of the race do you start being able to do single stints only?
I don't know, we just need to see. Obviously, now it's just double stints, and then when the time is right, we fire all the new sets on and battle for the win.
Thanks, Robin.
Thank you.
I don't think he wanted to tell Nick that, do you? Even if he knew, I'm not sure he wanted to tell him.
It's when it's the no. No, you're okay. Spin for the number 19.
Van der Steur Racing Aston.
Yes.
Turn 5 again.
Well, we've heard a few drivers say how greasy it is out there. Track temperature is high, ambient temperature is high, highest it's been all week.
Well, he's back pointing in the right direction because he's on the Ullman Straight now at the back of the circuit, heading back towards us. For Performance Global Broadcast Centre, right on the start-finish line up in the tower.
That was Valentin Asclo again. He's had a slightly...
He spun there yesterday.
Yes, it's not been a very typically Valentin Asclo race week. He was very strong in Daytona, but it's not quite going his way so far this week. Frederick Vesti leads the race and went along with Robin Freins, went 2 laps longer than the majority of the GTP field on that stint. We got a full run of a stint from the last yellow flag, and 1 lap longer than a cast of others. But the 2 most efficient drivers there in that stint were actually the 2 leaders, Frederick Vesti and Robin Freins.
32 lap stints for them. The 93 Acura 31, Porsche Penske's 6 and 7, both 31. The number 25 BMW with a 32. So there we have it. We were talking about the I in IMSA being international. Roy Letherne with a brilliant shot that he's just sent in on X. I've just retweeted it from the IMSA radio account. He's out in the countryside at Cape Town somewhere. The sun just going down. Obviously rooting for the Von der Linders and Sheldon in particular. Absolutely phenomenal shot. He's got the computer up there, sitting back enjoying what he's calling magic hour. At IMSA Radio if you want to get in touch with us. Thank you to Alan Space and to Dave Alcock for the kind words about Mike Messina. He's an absolute star, isn't he? I think we're all learning from having some of the partners come in and talk about the intricacies that go on behind the scenes of racing and how we as automotive consumers, motoring consumers, get the benefit of that in the end. As I said, I did not know that Brembo made brake fluid, and my daily road car came from the factory with Brembo's calipers and discs, rotors as we would say here. So I'm going to have to look into that now. Sebring International Raceway, 73rd running of the Mobil 1 12 hours. Let's get to the CrowdStrike pit lane report from Nick Damon.
I'm with Roman DeAngelis, who's just taken the Valkyrie out for a very pleasant few laps. The car seems really competitive in race for trim.
Yeah, it seems like it's came alive today in the race. We've been working really hard throughout all the testing we've done here, and obviously earlier in the week we didn't get too many laps, just struggling with some issues, but the guys at the Heart of Racing, Aston Martin Racing, have done an amazing job. The car's now in a really good place, and we're able to stay on the lead lap, we're able to follow cars. Really nice to be able to get my first experience here in the top class and fight against some of the guys I've looked up to since I was young, so looking forward to the rest of the race.
What's it like only being eyes forward rather than eyes in the mirror the whole time?
It's definitely a different view for me. I've obviously raced GTs my whole life, so looking in the mirrors and getting flashed and stuffed into the hairpins and stuff is kind of my life. But yeah, it's definitely a change. I think everything I've done in the past has really helped me a lot to understand, to have respect for the GT guys as well. I've been in their position, so I think I know a little bit of a better idea of what to do. So yeah, it's been a really cool experience for me.
How are you feeling things like the in-race things like fuel consumption and tyre degradation are going compared to the other? Obviously, you can weigh up against what everyone else is doing as well, can't you?
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to say. I haven't really been paying attention. We're kind of just trying to run our own race and get miles and see where we end up in the end. So we don't really know. At least I don't know how much fuel or tires the other people are saving. But yeah, we'll see where we are in the last pit stop and see how much we've saved and where we can get put in a good position. So
it's great to see it. Great to hear it. Well done.
Yeah, thank you guys.
8 hours, 52 minutes to go in this 73rd run-in of the 12 hours of Sebring. We seem to have lost the voices of IMSA radio, but we still have track noise. I'll be around in the background as well. Let's take a quick look at the telemetry screen with all of the info for GTP, with all of the energy, the brake and throttles, all the gears, the speed as well, as we follow them round a lap of the Sebring International Raceway. A couple of cars on the outlap after pitting, the 52 MP2, as we come back to page 1 of the timing screen. Let's go back over to page 2 of the timing screen, and you can see that the number 3 GTD Pro number 3 Corvette has just come out of the pit lane as well. So we just refresh, see if it is their issue. Yes, it. Yeah, so what I'll do is I will be in the background and I will keep giving you updates while we wait for IMSA Radio's voices to return. Enjoy the track noise with the timing screens for now.
And 49 minutes to go, with Lilo Wadou Desillier leading the way by 14 seconds in GTD. Remember, that car's had a front left brake change already, had a brake failure down at turn 10, and managed to get that repaired and pull some great strategy with that string of yellow flags that we had, and get themselves back up in the order. So that number 21.
Back with IMSA Radio now. Enjoy, everyone, with just under 75% of this race left to go.
Coming through now with Jake Walker on board at the moment of that Liqui Moly machine. Jake Walker doing plenty of driving at the moment. He's racing in the VP Racing Sports Car Challenge, which is part of the suite of IMSA championships, but that just allows him to get some more time at the wheel, and more seat time, so important for any young driver, and that's exactly what he's been doing. He had a great win in fact he had a double win at the Circuit of the Americas last weekend when they shared with the NASCAR Cup Series. But only 18 years of age is Jake Walker.
Incredible.
What were you doing at 18?
Wasn't driving something like that. I think I was still probably in my first Hillman Avenger 1.3 SEF 343R 2-door.
I'd crashed 2 cars by that point.
Oh, Peter.
Fiat Seicento. My mum, sorry, Mum, if you're listening. Fiat Seicento Sporting. Simba the Seicento met an early end. Also, Citroen Saxo, that also met an early end.
And then I calmed down a bit, and then crashed another car, and then I've been fine since then. I bet you've never done that, John.
What?
Crashed a car. How long have we got?
We've only got 8 hours and 47 minutes left.
Clever.
There's been some embarrassing incidents, but none worse than the day I went to buy SEF 343R from a garage in Sunderland called Harry Conlon's, who was a friend of my dad's. It had been an old management car for one of the local laundries, and I went down there in YVK 276V, which was my dad's almost brand new Hillman Avenger 1.6. And I was so happy that I did the deal with Harry. Got in my dad's.
Just quickly to keep you guys all updated, while IMSA Radio had their mics turned off or had issues with their mics, Car 19 had a warning to failure to adhere to the controlled powertrain parameters. Car 47 also retired. That's 47 in GTD as well. And also the Car 14 Lexus, which was involved in the incident earlier on, returned from the wall. I'll return you to IMSA Radio and I'll stop interrupting and enjoy the rest of the race.
The way 3 hours of minimum bronze driver time, getting it out the way as early as possible, and then saving their quicker drivers for later. TDS Racing have still got a little bit of their bronze driver time to do. So yes, they have an advantage at the moment, but they will have to be clever on the strategy to use up the driver's driver time that they need to. In fact, we're beyond that minimum driver time now. So for the 74, Riley have taken Gar Robinson out of that. He's done his driver time. And the 04, George Kurtz, they've taken George out the car and put in Toby Sowry, who is going to be a reserve driver for Team Rahal Letterman Lanigan in IndyCar this year. Of course, raced in Indy Lights, or Indy NXT as it's now known. And
that was announced this week, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Yeah, it was broken by the Indianapolis Star.
Nathan Brown.
Yes.
Hello, Nathan.
But Toby, I don't know, he's in the car, so he can't hear me saying this. I honestly think he's got a hugely bright future in prototype sports car racing. He's proven his speed so much in LMP2, but also won his class at Dubai 24-hour in the BMW M4 GT3. But totally understand how he's got his sets on the IndyCar Championship. And as we've talked about already, you can do IndyCar and sports cars. Look at Scott Dixon. Look at Alex Palou. Alex Palou right now is second place in this race. So it's you can do both. In fact, you look at the IndyCar teams that grace this paddock. Team RLL run the BMWs. Meyershank Racing, same thing. We used to have the Ganassi team running Cadillacs, and I don't think, well, it's the last we'll see of Ganassi in the IMSA WeatherTech paddock. So these Team Penske, of course, running the Porsches. So if you're an IndyCar, there's always a route across to racing in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship as well.
Welcome back to those of you here at the circuit and around the world and on Highlands ESPN 106 FM. I think you actually have continued to get us technical issue beyond control, but expertly found by our technical colleagues at NASCAR Productions up in Concord and rectified as quickly as possible.
And we're getting word that the number 47, the Cetilar Ferrari, that came within a car length of winning the GTD class last year, has been retired. We saw Giorgio Sarnagiotto pull that 296 GTD machine over, and that's game over. So it won't be another Sebring win for Cetilar Racing, sadly.
Yeah, that car retired. Sorry, I meant to say that a little while ago before we lost our communications. Nick Damon is also back with us now in the CrowdStrike pit lane reporting team. He can hear us, and more importantly, we can hear him as he talks to Rodrigo Sales.
I never went anywhere. I just silence. I felt abandoned, but certainly not abandoned. But putting in a fantastic performance, Rodrigo. So Rodrigo, one of a number of one of a number of the bronze drivers who've done their full 3 hours in one go. That's one of an Ironman sessions, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit tough here with the bumps, but generally speaking, it wasn't too bad. I hurt my knee a couple weeks ago, and in the last hour is really bothering me, and that's probably, that really, I think, compromised my ability to drive in the final hour. But generally speaking, it's hot, it's bumpy, there's a lot of traffic. It's not so easy to do a 3 hour straight stint.
Was it always the plan to those first 3 hours? Or just the way the yellows fell, the team decided, no, we'll put him in for all three?
No, we just figured we would play it by ear. I was feeling pretty good from just, heat, cardio, all that. I felt quite good. So, they asked me how I felt. I said, let's stay in and keep pushing. But unfortunately, in the end there, my knee was just killing me, and it was making it tough to drive and concentrate.
I mean, in fairness, though, we saw a number of the other P2 drivers having incidents. It seemed a bit crazy in the P2 class, certainly about an hour.
Yeah, it's a bit lively out there. Certainly, had a bit of contact with the AO car, which was, a bit unfortunate. He was on the outside and went for the apex before he had cleared me, and just, clipped the nose, and there wasn't really much that I could do. I couldn't give him any more room, or I would have been against the wall. But generally speaking, yeah, they're tough conditions. It's a lot of traffic, but we're still in it. It's a long race, and let's see where we are at 10 o'clock tonight.
Thank you, Will, and rest the old knee. Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Yeah, we can say that about a few of us. Need to rest the old knee.
See, Roman Duma won this race in 2008 overall with a broken patella.
Yeah,
kneecap.
Yes, that must have been excruciating.
It was. He couldn't walk after it. He did keep it a secret until afterwards. Easier when you won the race. Off-sequence pit stop for the number 60 Marshank Acura, pitted after 11 laps. That's a little bit unusual. They have made a driver change. They put Scott Dixon into the car. That there's something afoot there, whether it's just a strategical play or if there's anything more untoward there, I'm not sure.
Welcome to the booth, Ryan Marine, having started our broadcast as part of the CrowdStrike pit lane crew, and this one just going along nicely at the moment, Ryan.
Starting to find its rhythm, I'll tell you what. Started this race, I was in the pit out half of the pit lane, and everything was going down on that section, and then about half an hour in with our rotations, I ended up on the other side, and then everything started happening towards pit in. So it was a bit of a frantic first hour, and I think that trend has continued to some degree, but now we're starting to see this race settle down into a nice rhythm, and hopefully it can stay that way for the foreseeable future. Curious about that play there from Meyer Shank Racing to call that car in right now. I do wonder if maybe they're thinking Michelin Endurance Cup points, possibly, but that's just a guess, and we can hopefully get to the bottom of that before too long.
10 seconds now, Vesti to pull out, and then another 8 tenths back to Lawrence Vanta, who's closed down on the Acura. A bit further back, Jordan Taylor and Nico Pino having a wee bit of a scrap as well. Let's into the pit lane. Hunter McElrea from the lead of LMP2. Now, let's just see. I do like to make sure that this is all on time, as the Gibson motor is red within an inch of its life. 20 laps. Yeah, that's about right. They've done 1 or 2 laps more than that in the past. The last stint was a full green stint of 22 laps, so maybe a tiny little bit short for the leaders. Let me look at the time. Are they back timing so they can get one more stop in before the 8-hour mark? Because no, you see, they won't be. I don't think. Will they get to the 8-hour mark on that? Maybe they will.
I think they could. I think about 40 minutes.
Yeah,
it would be right, and they would be in that window. So yeah, this could be a play to get those 8-hour points.
Mikkel Jensen has got into that car,
yep.
so maybe then in that case that Hunter McElrea was just feeling the heat. He's been in there in the heat of the day.
And it is warm. We talked about the heat a lot, but it's not just warm, John. It's also humid to a degree that it has not been in the days leading up to the race itself, and that, of course, just magnifies the heat that you're already feeling. Really curious to see and hear from some of the drivers over the course of this afternoon, because these are conditions, these are temperatures we've not experienced in the build-up to the race itself, and these teams have great notebooks to go back on, but I wonder who got it right, kind of adjusting ahead of time for the kind of weather we're dealing with now, and who's suffering through right now knowing they're going to be strong as the sun goes down towards the end of this race. That's always one of the fun dynamics of this Sebring 12-hour. You spend most of the race in the heat of the day, but at the end of the day, that's really where it matters in conditions you haven't experienced except for the one-night practice earlier in the week.
12 positions gained by the number 31 Whelen Cadillac from their starting position. That looks good now. They'd like that still to be the statistic in 8 hours, 36 minutes and 34, 33, 32, 31 seconds.
I'm not surprised to see that car running well, because Action Express has a good history here. Cadillac has a good history here. They would have started further up in all likelihood, except they had that issue that prevented them from even getting a lap time in the qualifying session. Talking with Jack Aitken earlier in the weekend, he was really talking up that team and its technical staff. The fact that even within the Cadillac camp, he feels like they've got a great read here on Sebring. So good to see them doing well, and Fred Vesti was there in that conversation too, kind of quietly nodding along. There was a great deal of confidence in the Whelen Engineering Action Express camp coming in, and even though they started at the back, they were on the back foot right now. They look like not only do they have the track position back, but they've got some strong pace.
So that means that Mikkel Jensen's got out. Is that right? Have the TDS car got out ahead of Rasmus Lind and managed to hold on to the lead despite the fact, yeah, they have. They've held on to the lead despite the fact they've just made that pit stop. So I wonder then at the end of maybe at the end of the tyre life there, because we had Hunter McElrea sending fastest lap after fastest lap during his stint. He was really doing a cracking job. That little extra 2 laps, maybe the pace was just falling away at the end, and they realised that they could get in and out and hold that lead and that track position. That would make sense. TDS Racing. We are considering, of course, our nominations for the BDO Nose Strategy Award. We'll be handing out at the end of the race, one in the GT classes and one award for the prototype classes as well. So we're looking for these little strategical master classes to be rewarded. The reward is one of the most beautiful trophies that I've ever seen. It is all in glass, and it is a beautiful thing. All of the teams who got them last year were very, very happy to have them and have put them in a real place of honour. Thanks to BDO for recognising the strategic brilliance. Now, we're just talking about Hunter McElrea. He's out of the car. TDS Racing continuing to lead in this CrowdStrike pit lane report. Nick Damon will be talking to the man from the Antipodes.
Hunter, was that a scheduled stop a couple of laps early or tactical?
A bit of both. I can't let go of all our secrets, but no, I think just the yellows, you have to be on your toes, right? It's always evolving. But no, I was ready, and it wasn't anything too surprising.
When you got in the car, you said about 3 or 4 fastest laps of the class in a row. Did that have any knock-on effect to the tyres after that?
No, honestly, obviously I was at the back of all the bronzes, so I never really was pushing too hard. You didn't want to take unnecessary risks, but honestly, I thought I needed a bit more pace, so I was surprised that we were that fast. So, yeah, all good. Early days, just trying to think big picture.
Yeah, does that big picture include the Endurance Cup points coming at 4 hours?
For sure. I mean, we want to win it all. Obviously, I unfortunately put us in a bit of a crappy position after Daytona from a mistake, but we were in a much worse position last year, and we still won Endurance Cup. So, eyes forward and see what we can do.
Great stuff. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a man who's got a big future.
Yeah, I totally agree. Reigning Endurance Cup champion as he alluded to in that interview, capped it off with the win in Class at Petit Le Mans. I mean, Hunter McElroy won 4 races in his Indy Next career. He was runner-up in the Indy Next Championship, and I mean, there are many years where the Indy Next runner-up is a shoe-in to get to the IndyCar Series, but there just weren't seats available for him. The opportunity wasn't there. He did make a start last year for Dale Coyne Racing at Toronto, but has really excelled in sports car racing. And, of course, that family has a rich history in tin tops, of course, down under with McElroy Racing. It's really the family business.
Yeah, it is.
Going racing. And he's right at home. He's perfectly happy in sports cars. I think he'd love a chance to get a proper crack at Indy cars, but by no means is this a backup plan for Hunter McElroy. He appreciates this for what it is, a great opportunity to do some of the biggest, best races in the world.
Hello, of course, to all of you around the world who are tuning in, watching, and or listening. Remember, if you're traveling around here in North America and you are so equipped, it's Sirius XM 206. And that is pretty much our home for the whole season again in 2025 for IMSA. And we've been with XM, I can't remember how many years now. And in case you missed the news as well, for those of you who can't get to the Le Mans 24 Hours in June, we're back on Sirius XM with our Radio Le Mans coverage on Saturday of race day. And that kicks off with all of the atmosphere, the countdown to green, and then the full 24 hours will come to you uninterrupted. Thanks to our partnership with RSL, Radio Show Limited, that is, and with Sirius XM. 8.5 hours to go in the race. And we've had a nice opportunity. I'm going to be very careful how I pick my words here so that I don't Johnny Palmer the whole thing. But we've had a nice opportunity to see the relative pace of cars here over the last, couple or 3 stints, Ryan. And I like what I'm seeing. The gaps, yeah, all right, at the front of the field, it's 8, then 3, then 5, then 1, then 2, then 8, then 2, then 8, then 13. And Aston Martin with the Valkyrie, the Harter Racing Team Valkyrie, up into 10th position and only 45 seconds off the lead. Ian James will be absolutely delighted by that.
And their best lap of the race is within a second of the best lap overall in the GTP class and in the race itself. They're right there in the mix, and it does sound like they're pleasantly surprised with where they are on pace relative to the rest of the field. They come in eyes wide open. They know this is a big task for them.
The Van der Steur Racing Aston Martin GT car with a drive-through. They have gone over their allotted power. Valentin Asclot will have to come down through the pit lane. He's just come through the pit lane, actually. I don't know whether that was to respond to the controlled power trick. Yes, it was, because that's disappeared from the screen.
And there was another penalty, too, just before that. That went to the Pratt Miller 73 LMP2. We got a glimpse on our pictures of that car in the pits. They had to change the rear bodywork. Evidently, they did that work on the car outside of the pit box, which is a no-no. So they also had to serve a penalty. Pietro Fittipaldi now in that car, and I believe they just served that penalty. So they've dropped down to 9th in LMP2 as it stands, and what continues to be a difficult Sebring 12 hours for the Pratt Miller, the LMP2 side at least, of the garage for Pratt Miller. Of course, they're still busy with the Corvettes in GTD Pro. They've got a car currently running as high as 3rd with Nico Veroni at the moment.
Ryan Bahrain and me, John Hino, for the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. 2 Aston Martins from Heart of Racing together at turn 7. You round the circuit here, listening on 100.9 FM or maybe on Highlands ESPN 106.3. Get your cameras out. The high screaming V12 just pulling away from the Vantage Evo.
but still an opportunity to get a picture with the prototype in the foreground and the GT3 car, the GTD car in the background, running in that blue checker of the Heart of Racing team. Just mentioning actually before we had that slight technical issue that the Valkyrie race car simply would not have existed without Heart of Racing. It was Gray Newell and the Newell family, who are the Heart of Racing, who've raced getting off, I think, $10 million for the Seattle Pediatric Cardiac Unit, with various initiatives, not just here in the US, but all around the world, where they have been racing. Enforced stay down in New Zealand for a while in the early parts of the COVID lockdown, and so they went racing down there and basically did Heart of Racing down under. But a great project that Aston Martin Racing and Heart of Racing coming together. The car already existed, of course, as a road car. The racing car based from the more extreme track day car. The Valkyrie AMR Pro. And I think everybody thought it was a good idea, and it needed the wherewithal to be able to do it. Aston Martin happy to make that work, and therefore we have the car on track. Pass for position, number 25 BMW with Porsche. Did he squeeze through there?
Not quite. Just
Not
got
quite.
his nose chopped off a little bit.
Fourth and fifth that was, wasn't it? Marco Wittmann on Matt Campbell.
Quite right, and Wittmann showing some strength there. So too is the Algarve Pro LMP2. We talked about this in qualifying, how similar the pace between the LMP2s and the GTPs was. And in that tight, twisty stuff, the LMP2 was actually running up on fourth and fifth in GTP. That's a really difficult balance to manage if you're a quick driver of one of those LMP2s. They're really nimble, lighter weight than the GTP counterparts. This is another look at this moment here where Wittmann was able to get alongside through the traffic, but Matt Campbell did just enough to hang on to that position. Really good battle here with still over 8 hours to go. Nice recovery from the 25. They started down the order. Their team car started up front, of course, but immediately dropped back after the penalty for the start procedure miscue, Dries Van Thorp. We heard him talking about that in very frank terms. Honestly, it was quite endearing how willing he was to put his hand up and say, yep, that was my bad.
Yeah.
But both of those BMWs, as we saw in Daytona, showing good strength here in Sebring too.
I was slightly surprised that he's still that... He must have known he was going to get asked about it, so okay. But I was slightly surprised that that was still on his mind after the time he'd spent in the car. One of the great things about racing drivers is we know how long a memory they have, particularly when somebody's wronged them, or they feel they have. I spent 2 seasons in a commentary box with Johnny O'Connell, so trust me, he could find a grudge with pretty much everybody on the grid that he'd ever raced against. But one of the great things about racing drivers is they have to have short memories, very short memories, and a mistake or an off or whatever, you've got to put that to your back of the mind, because you're there the next lap around doing the same 200 miles an hour, 150 miles an hour or whatever. So I was slightly surprised that he'd let that get to him so much, particularly with so much of the race still to go. So, maybe it was just niggling at him a little bit.
Well, it's one of those mistakes that is frustrating, right? Because it's right there in the rules. Now, he's new to the championship. He had done Daytona, of course, and he's done Daytona a few times. But this is a new situation for him to some degree. It's so correctable, it's so easy, and maybe that's why it got under his skin a little bit. But nevertheless, I think it's quite endearing how willing he was to raise his hand and say, hey, mea culpa, that was on me.
Yeah.
Fight back on here, John. For 4th and 5th, BMW up the inside, and this time, nothing Matt Campbell can do. And here comes one of the customer Porsches into the mix as well.
Nico Peña in the Proton, number 5, Mustang sampling car. BMW ahead of the 2 Porsches, coming up on turn 10 there, with GT traffic ahead of them. Going past the blue Corvette. Got some great colour schemes here. But the 2 white Works Corvettes, red, white and blue with the Mobil Pegasus on the side. And then the 36 blue and green Corvette. We've got the black and gold Corvette, the AWA car as well. And then we've got a bright yellow, very Corvette yellow looking Ferrari 296. I get confused easily.
It's a mind bender, that's for sure. This is what I was talking about a moment ago. Through that twisty stuff, the LMP2s,
14, 15, 16.
Yeah, super nimble and lighter weight. Now you see the power of the GTPs down the Oldman Straight, and they separate themselves. But a well-driven P2 car is going to be right there. Boy, Campbell really struggling. He got forced out wide, and Pino needed no second invitation. The Chilean right up the inside grabs the 5th position.
And the car that was gaining on them was the CrowdStrike 04, and must have took, 3, 4 cars lengths out of them at the very least, as they were going through 14, 15 and 16. That car at the moment is Toby Sowery. Now, he's, as our Australian colleagues would say, a decent little steerer. And he's putting in good times at the moment as well.
Yeah, I was just looking at that, comparing his times, as he's on the back of Campbell once again through turn 1. We talked about how similar, or how, in fact, the P2s can be faster through turn 1 than the GTP cars. And Sowery's lap times right now are just fractionally off of these GTP cars that are fighting for a top 5 overall position right in front of him. Really fascinating. Sowery, of course, just named a Rahal development driver on the IndyCar side. Had a good chat with him about it because the news came out while he was in this P2 car during a practice, and he got out of the car and checked his phone, and it had gone crazy. Everyone sending him messages because of the news. But super excited about that opportunity. Should do a little bit of GT racing in Europe as well, schedule permitting. But a lot of simulator work for the Rahal team on the IndyCar side to help them get up to speed after what was a disappointing year for them on the IndyCar side of the operation a year ago. And they've got a changed driver lineup this year as well within the 3-car IndyCar team.
Just checking to see on that Matt Campbell car just what might be the problem. I have a theory. Standby caller. Yeah, Matt's on his 2nd stint, and he's coming to the end. He's got about, I think he's got probably 7 or 8 laps to go if he goes all the way to the end of his fuel. But Nick Damon is down there at the moment, and I don't think they're going to run all. I was wondering, Nick, if Matt Campbell in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport was having tyre issues. He's on the 2nd stint with those tyres. He's 7 laps away from coming in. I don't think they can afford to leave him out that long.
Oh, there's no way. They are on the pit apron, which means it'll be pit wall. Sorry, which means it's this lap or the next one. There'll be a driver change as well. So it is it's I think it's Kevin Estre who's getting in actually, because Matthew Jaminet started, didn't he? So they're going to have Estre in the car. They are on the wall. The little fishing rod of the lollipop is about to be thrown over, so I think that's very much a tyre issue. Down to my left, one of the BMWs is in. I'll tell you which one it is. It's a 24. That has come in. Now, unfortunately, I came in the back end of that one. I don't think they changed drivers in the 24, though, so I think that would have... I don't know. Actually, Kevin Magnusson was getting serious in boots. They have put Kevin in that car, but you'll know when they cross the line. So that one was on the outside.
It is Kevin, yeah. Spot on, mate. Well done.
Yeah, so Philip Eng's around, so I'll try and get a word with Philip if these pits don't always stagger themselves right, and obviously the guys coming out, A, are very hot, and B, want to have their lunch at the moment.
Oh, lunch. Thank you, Nick. Word for Apex Cafe and Sheffield, the whole of the team down there, once again doing sterling work this week. The quality of food that they've been turning out in that remote operation. Let's remind ourselves that they're working in a big tent. Mustang sampling down the inside at turn 1. That's Porsche, and Matt Campbell's in the pits. Matt Campbell is in the pits as Nico Pena was having a go at Marco Wittmann. It stays BMW 4th and the number 5 Proton Porsche in 5th, and Matt Campbell heads towards Nick Damon in the Porsche Penske Motorsport pit.
Rolls underneath my feet, thankfully not over them, and comes to a stop exactly on his marks. Kevin Estre leaps off the wall to replace the Australian, and in he gets, and you can hear the wheel guns. That's because they're replacing tyres. Now, yeah, they are doing all 4. They start at the front left and the rear right. You do not do opposite corners, so it's going to be a 4 tyre change. Obviously, visually, you can't see. Oh, he's got a massive. I think you can see. He's got a massive flat spot now. It may just have been getting into the pit lane, but there's a lot. It looks to me like he may have flat spotted one of the front left. That could just be sliding to a stop. It looks like a bigger amount of moved rubber surface and just a slide into the pit stop of this concrete surface, which is quite slippy. So my guess is he may have been struggling with a bit of a flat spot, but not sure we'll be able to get away with him. I will try. He's away, by the way. Kevin Estre's away. Take the car, absolutely stand and stop it, and no dramas with all the new kits going and new fuel going in.
Nick Damon with the CrowdStrike pit lane reports. The tale of war for a variety of teams continues, Ryan, with another car having to go behind the wall.
Yeah, this most recent one is the Pratt Miller LMP2. They had the contact, you'll recall, in the first hour with the 66 of Till Bechtelsheimer. Bechtelsheimer was assessed a penalty for that at the time. And then they've been down the order, dealing with things throughout the course of this race up until now. They had a drive-through penalty a little while ago for work done outside the box, changing the tail section. But whatever the problem is, too much to deal with now in the pit lane, and they have to head back to the paddock area, and will lose quite a bit of time. It has been a frustrating weekend for them on the LMP2 side.
In the pit lane, that is the tricolore-coloured Lamborghini. 63, SC63. It's going on a little bit longer than it should have. They were working to get the driver bolted in, I think. May just have been that nightmare of sitting on one of the belts. It was brought in by Daniel Kvyat, and it is going to be taken out by, stand by 1 second, Nick. As it goes out, Kvyat is handed over to Mecco Bortolotti. And Nick Damon has a driver from which car, Mr. D?
Number 24, Philip Eng. Philip, you're looking pretty, I'm not sure you're looking pretty hot. You just got the water over your head.
It's just water. It was ice cold inside the car. I wish it was 10 degrees hotter even. No. It's very hot inside the cars. But as Daniel Ricciardo always said, we are athletes sweat, so it's all good. It's good fun. Our car feels great. Was just a little bit tough in the end with the double stint on the tires, and I just enjoyed around here.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few cars suffering towards the end of the double stint. Is it the same for yours?
I cannot judge. The others were struggling, but it was not getting easier. Of course, with this ambient temperature, even though you have Michelin tires on the car, we made it work.
So how long do you have to go through the pain of double stinting before you can start singles?
Come again?
How long do you have to go through the pain of doubles before you can actually run singles?
We should be done by now, or one more stint. I have to ask our engineers.
Great stuff, thanks, Philip.
Thanks.
There's your answer.
Very good. Thank you, Nick. Nick Damon down in the pit lane. Mr. Carter has joined us. We have a guest. Come and sit in the middle seat, sir. I'll introduce him to you at the moment. As rather appropriately for the guest that we have now, the Aston Martin Racing Valkyrie, Heart of Racing team, comes in to the pit lane. And I say rather appropriately because Adam Carter has joined us, Aston Martin head of Endurance Motorsport. Adam, lovely to have you here. Thank you for joining us. You must. It's good to hear you once again. We've had you on Midweek Motorsport a couple of times, and you and I have chatted at various places around the world. I am touching wood with everybody here. It's going all right, isn't it?
No comment. No comment. 12 Hours of Sebring it's internationally known as one of the hardest races in the world just to complete, let alone complete at the front. So
yeah.
It's a long way to go. Well, we've got 8 hours, 12 minutes on the clock there. Really pleased with the way it's going so far. You know, we've done some testing here. We've done a big testing program globally in Europe, Middle East, and the US. US brings some unique challenges. Everybody knows the unique challenges here in Sebring. We've done our homework, but it's Sebring, so it throws up opportunities at every moment.
I was working for RML when we brought the S7R here for its debut, so I know exactly what you mean. It rattled the car to bits, actually. We almost ran out of bodywork, but still managed to win the race. The last outing was the first outing at the WEC at Qatar. You could not get two more completely differing races, circuits, surface conditions to try the car out.
Yeah, it's put some interesting challenges at the front of the programme, we'll say that. So, you're absolutely right. Qatar, it's evolved from a MotoGP circuit. It's super smooth, a lot of medium high-speed corners. And you come here with the notorious bumps, the corner layout and things. It's different, but that's what we've done our homework for.
Is there anything that you learned at Qatar in that 10 hours with the two cars that is transferable to here, or is it just about actually, let's gather data?
Every day, every lap the car does, you learn.
Right.
Yeah, every lap you learn, and it doesn't matter. There's some cars here some of these cars here have done over 400,000 kilometres across their life now as a collective programme.
Yeah.
You know, we're in that kind of 20,000 kilometre range. There's so much learning to do, and that's part of the reason us as car manufacturers we come racing, is because it's the learning. And we genuinely, at Aston Martin, link that development on the racetrack back into the road cars.
How?
That's part of what we do with AMPT, with Aston Martin Performance Technologies. It's a conduit from race to road as a program. We get the engineers talking, so whilst the engineers don't directly work on the road cars, we have a lot of round table working groups, how we can get that information flowing between the teams.
Valkyrie's a little bit different, though, to your standard quote-unquote road car, because you started with a highly sophisticated road car with some things that you wouldn't be aren't allowed in racing. You then produced a more extreme version of the road car, which is effectively what this race car is based on, a track day car, if you will. So how is that genesis worked through? How has that worked through? Because quite clearly you had something with 1,100 horsepower, still Euro 6 compliant, by the way, for those of you in Europe, which means you didn't have to pay the ULEZ when you drive your Valkyrie into London, which, you know, that saves you 25 quid. It's really important. But how did that timeline differ from, say, something that you would get back from a GT3 car and fall back into, say, a Vantage?
It's not always just about the product that's on show today and available today.
Right.
It's about getting that learning back into the next product ranges. You know, we've got the Aston Martin Valhalla coming through, which is the next mid-engine sports car. You look at that, there's AMPT, is all the body and white work's done there. So the composite bodywork, the composite safety cell, that's all developed by AMPT. So we're taking that racing know-how and racing knowledge. That car is developed at Silverstone. That safety cell, that composite structure is developed at Silverstone, parallel to the F1 team. So we're doing all of this work, and we're genuinely getting this sort of transfer of knowledge from our race programs into the road car programs.
As it stands at the moment, and I appreciate this is early days, but you've got two cars going to Le Mans, the two WEC cars. That's going to be very exciting to see Aston Martin back at the very top class of motor racing. But I know I'm going to be. In fact, it's already coming through on the Twitter feed at IMSA Radio. Is there an opportunity somewhere down the line to have customer cars? This is a works effort with Heart of Racing at the moment being the preferred team for obvious reasons. But is there an opportunity somewhere down the line that you could say to a qualified team, I should say, we can build another one for you?
Never say never, but it's not a priority right now.
Right.
We got the Works partnership with Heart of Racing doing a fabulous job. There's some great sort of experience and capability in that organisation, which has taken us to Qatar, has brought us here. And, you know, it's a real case of crawl, walk, run, and let's not get ahead of ourselves. You know, let's just see where we are. Let's get the program. Let's get some serious results under our belt over the duration of the program, and then we can review in the future. But right now, it's about making the most of the program we've got.
We have got pit stops at the sharp end of the field. Alex Pillow just into the pit lane. We'll catch up with Nick Damon in just a moment, but the opportunity to talk to Adam Carter here from Aston Martin, the man who's head of the endurance racing. Too good to pass up. Where did the challenges lie, Adam, in taking that fabulous, super whizzy, very clever, very interactive road car, using the specific regulations from the ACO LMH which apply to road cars, and this is the only car running to that set of technical regulations in the ACO or IMSA competition? Where did the challenges lie, and how do you start a process like that?
Ultimately, the base car is fabulous. It's a very performant car. It's got great notoriety with it. It's a beautiful car as well. It's got that beautiful V12 in there as well that sings. So it's a great car as a platform to start on, but you just, like any race car program, you take the regulations, you look at what you've got, and you look at how you actually, where the opportunities are, where the compromises are, and you start to push them through and see where you're going to have to compromise a bit more in order to meet the regs, and where you see your opportunities. One of the big differences between the road car and Coming Racing is it actually has a hydraulic active suspension system on the road car, which is not permitted within sports car racing. So that changes.
And active aero as well.
Yeah. So active front flap and rear wing.
Yeah.
So that creates, it actually has active diffuser flaps as well. It's
on the road car.
On the road car, yeah.
And none of that's allowed.
None of that's allowed.
In fact, you're only allowed one adjustable aerodynamic plane, and you've chosen to do that on the front of the Valkyrie.
Correct. Yeah.
Why?
Why? Very, very simple. Sports car racing in this era is about execution optimization, because so having a front flap which you can adjust, tune, you know, Qatar here, we go through different phases of the day, track temperature, track rubbers in, balances, being able to adapt to the balance of the car, it helps with that execution.
You just drop a T-bar into that and give it a couple of turns like we would see on IndyCar or something like that.
Yeah, you can see the holes through the actual front fender, already.
Just beside the headlights. There is another set of road car LMH regulations which has hybrid built into it. Now, the road car does have a hybrid. What was the thought process, Adam, on deciding not to take the hybrid route?
Well, as you touched on, the actual road product's got 1,100 horsepower when you combine the combustion engine and the E-machine. We're running just under 700 horsepower here in sports cars. We've got that V12 power plant in there, which is the heart of the Valkyrie. It's very much part of the Valkyrie. So if we wanted to come with a V12 power unit and have that complete visceral experience of watching a Valkyrie race, we've already got 1,000 horsepower in combustion. So we're already detuning that engine. So then to take extra weight complexity to put a hybrid on it and then detune that V12 even further would be no sense.
Yeah, and obviously there's the added complexity of having to make sure you don't overpower with the torque sensors and things like that as you balance between the hybrid and that sort of thing. Okay, that makes perfect sense to me. Give me a little bit of a sense, Adam, before we let you go, of the stages of development of this car. You are racing it now. You're finding every time the car goes out on the track, it's getting faster. It was 1.8 seconds quicker from first free practice to second free practice. What goals, what milestones do you want to set yourself for this season?
To be competitive.
Yeah.
Simply to be competitive.
You're competitive?
Yep.
You happy?
Not yet, because we're not at the end.
Very good. Do you expect it to break in some respects?
Nope.
You're happy that you've got the reliability out in terms of your pre-event testing that you did before you brought the car to Qatar?
Of all the issues we know about, we've dealt with them.
Like it.
So
every engineer wants more time. Every program wants more testing.
Yep. And again, you know, part of the reason we come racing is you learn more, and you learn more about how to respond and how to react and how we dealt with challenges. And so we genuinely feed that back into the road car company.
Thanks very much for coming to join us.
You're more than welcome. Always
and thanks
a pleasure.
for the access that we've been given. Strangy here made sure I was well looked after at Qatar.
And I did have the goosebump moment when he let me come and stand next to it the first time that either of the cars fired up in a WEC pit lane, which we had as the top of one of our shows from there. And that was, and look, I'm thinking about it now, and I'm genuinely saying this, I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it. It's a bit of history.
It's something very special, and to be part of bringing this car to the racetrack it's a privilege for everybody who's on the programme.
You've got a lot of fans out there, you know that. That brings with it a responsibility, yep. You know that too. Good to have you here, Adam, and you know you're welcome any time to come and talk to us.
Always great being here. Really appreciate it, John.
Cheers. Adam Carter, the man who is the head of Aston Martin's endurance racing programme, taking some time out for a very busy weekend. Let's quickly go down for a CrowdStrike pit lane report, and then we'll do our VP Racing update before we go through another hour, and it's an important hour at the 8 hours to go mark, because it's the first of the tranche of Michelin Pilot Challenge points to be added up. Nick Damon, what have you seen?
Well, we've seen just about every single one of the GTP cars come in. Obviously, right at the start of that interview, the Aston Martin came in on time, and Alex Ribero's got back into it. The main changes were we have both the Porsches with new sets of tyres and new drivers. You've got Nick Tandy in the 7, and you've got Kevin Estre in the 6. We've also seen Kevin Magnussen take over. Brendan Hartley is in the 40 car, and the 31 machine, which is of course the leading Cadillac, the Wheeling Cadillac, that now has Al Bamber on board. So a lot going on, and a lot of hot drivers have now gone to get their lunch as well, John.
Nick Damon with a CrowdStrike pit lane report. Ryan Moraine and John Hindhaugh in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. We're coming up towards, in a minute's time, it will be 8 hours to go. Let me give you a quick rundown of what's going on. We've had Mark Wittmann just going back out again in that number 25, the BMW that Nick mentioned. So that will leave Earl Bamber in the lead in the number 31 Cadillac. We saw a slightly off-sequence pit stop for the Acura number 60. That will put them, I reckon, in second at the 8-hour mark. It's the lap at the that is completed at the end. There's 8 hours to go. I'm sorry, I'll do that in the proper nomenclature. The lap that is completed after 4 hours has passed. So it's 24 seconds to 4 hours. And then the lap after that, and we'll get that from IMSA for the full rundown of who was doing what and where. But it looks to me as though the Acura number 60 is going to have bumped themselves up into, at the very least, second place, as they go through. Behind them, it's Nick Yellerly. In the second of the Acuras, the 93. Then Nick Tandy is at the wheel of the number 7 Porsche. And indeed, the timing screen just resets there as that works. Let's see where Mark Wittmann drops back in to, I think he's going to be either 5th or 6th. 5th position, I reckon, just ahead of Kevin Estre in the number 6 in 6th position. In LMP2, TDS seem to have been leading for a while. They still are. Oh, I take it back. Mark Wittmann's now dropping further down. Because of that pit stop, so the timing screen just catching up a bit. I'll come back to him in a minute. TDS leads from United Autosport, call it 33 seconds between those two, 11 and 2, with United Autosport's Rasmus Lindh, the 22, in 3rd position. In GTD Pro, it's Paul Miller Racing's number 1 BMW, 3.5 seconds ahead of the Corvette number 4, Nico Varone, behind the wheel of that car, and he is 2 and a bit seconds, 2.1, let's call it, ahead of the Paul Miller Racing Jesse Krohn driven BMW. That's the 48 car, of course. Giacomo Altoe for Dragon Speed, the yellow 81 Ferrari, is next up in 4th, ahead of Mike Rockenfeller. Well, actually, he's just pitted, so Alexander Sims actually will go through there. And probably Klaus Bachler in 6th position for the 77 A or Porsche. Lilo Wado de Sellier at the wheel of the Ferrari 296 is about to does pit from the lead of GTD. What a comeback that was, with a car that lost its brakes early on in a very scary looking moment for Alessandro Perguidi, but they're back in the fight. Parker Thompson is in second with Vassar Sullivan Racing. He'll assume the lead. This is only 36 seconds behind the EF Corsa Ferrari as it pits. Fred Schandorf scored as third right now for Inception Ferrari. There's another car that's had problems over the weekend. That number 70 car, 40 seconds behind the Parker Thompson machine. 12 seconds behind the Parker Thompson machine. Then it's Indy Donji for Winward, Maxi Goetz for Korthoff, the number 32 car, and Alec Udell, DXT Racing, and the Corvette number 36, the blue car, holds on to the pits. Big tyre burnout coming out of the pits for the number 21. Lilu Wadu brought that car in. Was there a change of driver there?
I confess I was looking at timing and scoring. I didn't see.
That was a huge burnout to the point I thought they had a problem coming out in behind the number 81, which is now Albert Costa. And that's one of the GTD profile. That's Lilu, stayed in that car. Lilu Wadu with a super burnout. She gets bored with drag racing, with GT racing. There's a career in drag racing there. Certainly doing the burnouts. That was outstanding.
That's what you like to see.
That was our VP Racing in-race update, by the way.
Sorry, John, a couple of other storylines we've been keeping tabs on. You and Peter rightly mentioned early in the race that the Acuras had been able to go a lap longer than some of the other GTPs. And we were giving credit to Renger van der Zande for doing that in the opening stint. And I noted that during this most recent round of GTP pit stops, Alex Palou did much the same in the same car. So let's file that away for late in the race, that perhaps the Meyer-Shank Acuras have just a little bit more efficiency, or at least their drivers have the ability to extract a little more efficiency on the energy than some of the others within the class. It's becoming a trend at this point. Meanwhile, LMP2 pit stops. This is the leader. They pitted off sequence 2, as we talked about. That was the TDS car to get them to the 8-hour mark. Hunter McElroy was a little coy with us, but he did admit that maybe strategy played a part in that, and Mikkel Jensen did his part. They get the points at the 8-hour to-go mark, 4 hours elapsed mark, and now they'll do another full-service pit stop here.
Let's go down to Nick Damon in the pit lane. A lot of tired drivers down there.
Well, I'm here with Giacomo Altoe out of the 81 car. Giacomo, you brought the car in a very competitive 4th. How's it going so far for the Dragon Speed team?
I mean, we are managing, we are there, we see the queue, so we are fighting with them. The car feels good. Now it's really hot out there, so we have to take care about the tires and the brakes. So yeah, we try to do our best. We continue with our strategy, and let's see where we end up.
It's a really interesting situation because the way the car's handling now is not the way it's going to handle when it's important. So are you kind of driving a rather unpleasant Ferrari at the moment?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the car will be completely different this night in the last few hours. So we need to adapt a lot now with the driving style to try to stay on track and to drive, because it doesn't feel great now. But we hope for a great car by the end of the race.
Are you able to single stint from now on, or do you have to do more double stinting of tyres?
The best plan is a single stint, but it always depends on full course yellow. So if they require us to do it, we will do it.
Giacomo, thank you.
Thank you.
Saw pictures a moment ago of James Hinchcliffe out of the Pfaff Lamborghini and with the cold compress on what appeared to be his left foot or ankle, and limped to the back of the pit area for the Pfaff team. So that's something we'll need to keep an eye on. That's a car that had an issue with their torque sensor in the opening hour. They made a repair in the pit lane and seemingly have been able to resolve that issue, and right now find themselves back in the hunt in GTD Pro. But you have to hope that James is all right. He certainly had a big grimace on his face, and do our best to get to the bottom of what might have caused that. Pit stop here for Paul Miller Racing. That is from the lead in the class within GTD Pro. Jesse Krohn, Finnish driver, brought that car in from the lead, but it's now the German Max Hesse who has climbed aboard. Really exciting lineup there with Hessa and Harper, two young drivers that have come up through the young driver ranks for BMW. Find themselves now in a position to be full works drivers with a big opportunity here in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Just past the 4 hours elapsed mark. You can tell takes a little time to get the Michelins warmed up. Krone right now coming under attack. Mustang going around the outside. This is Mike Rockenfeller. Actually, it's Dennis Olsen in the 65. It's the Rolex 24 winning GTD Pro entry. 4 drivers, though, a bit circumspect about their odds here at Sebring, pointing out that it's a longer wheelbase car, and the middle sector in particular, with all the change of direction, that might not be to the car's strong suit. But nevertheless, it's a long race, as everyone likes to point out, and they feel like they've got a chance to get a good result to back up what we saw from them at Daytona. Earl Bamber continuing to lead. He's now aboard the number 31 Whelen Engineering Action Express Cadillac GTP entry. Fred Vesti turned the car over to Earl at the most recent pit stop. Car 5 for Proton competition has been really strong as the race has gotten into this high temperature afternoon running. Nico Pino in that last stint was excellent. It's now the Frenchman, the veteran Tristan Vautier behind the wheel, and he too is showing some good pace right now, shown in the 6th position, but keeping the factory car of Kevin Estra honest at the moment, Peter.
Sitting having some fantastic lunch in the Apex Cafe with a double helping of pudding, and I was watching the Proton competition number 5 and thinking, who's in the car right now? Nico Pino. He's done a top job. Remember, he's only 20 years old. Did have his first start at Sebring last year, and mixing it with the works cars, mixing it with the works drivers as well. Big respect to Nico Pino. With Tristan Vautier, it's not as much of a surprise. Of course, former winner overall here for Cadillac, for JDC Miller in the Mustang sampling colours. But for Proton, they've got to be delighted with this battling away with the works cars, because it has to be said, they've not had the pace or performance that they would like from their GTD Pro entry.
Yeah, not consistently, certainly, in the GTP class. Pino's got plenty of seat time in the 963 because he's also driving for Proton in the World Endurance Championship. That will be of use to him. This is a fight for the lead starting to break out, though. Earl Bamber and Colin Brown, they're on slightly different pit sequences, though, because Brown took over the number 60 when they decided to come in early. They were able to, they nearly maximized their Michelin Endurance Cup points. Ended up second at the 4 hours elapsed mark. Quite frankly, if it weren't for the outright pace of the 31, I think that strategy would have been perfect, but the 31 was able to extend enough of a gap that they maintained the lead. But now, with Colin Brown behind the wheel, Earl Bamber has found himself in a lot of trouble here. He's under quite a bit of pressure because the Acura has arrived on the scene.
Yeah, with a determined Colin Brown at the wheel. But the Whelen Engineering Cadillac has been going like a steam train. Remember, they started last, but those early cautions really helped to keep bunching things together, and they kept moving forward at every caution period. Jack Aitken doing a fantastic first stint, and then Fred Vesti. He's so new to multi-class racing. He's had his F2 exploits are well documented. Multiple wins, runner-up in that championship a couple of years ago. But to come into multi-class sports car race and pull away from some of the established superstars, really impressive.
You can see why the team like him so much and have put this much faith in him for this year. Did do the European Le Mans Series last year. Did Fred Vesti finish 9th in LMP2 for Cool Racing. He was the only driver in that lineup that actually ran the entire season. Also got a GT start under his belt in the 24 Hours of Spa last summer before getting drafted in to run at Petit Le Mans at the end of the IMSA season last year in LMP2, and of course did Le Mans in LMP2 as well. So that's about it as far as his multi-class sports car racing CV has to tell us.
When you compare that to a Colin Brown or an Al Bamber,
quite,
it's a totally different ball game in terms of experience level. But I like that roll of the dice from Marshank with their 60 car. I was thinking, why are they putting now? 11 laps into a stint, and then it just occurred to me as I was walking out to lunch, I was like, Michelin Endurance Cup, of course, back timing it to that, very clever.
Yeah, when in doubt in one of these long-distance races, if somebody does something that doesn't seem quite right in the context of the full 12 or 24 or 6 hours, usually the answer is Michelin Endurance Cup. Right now, Colin Brown caught traffic in an inopportune position, and that is going to cost him so much time. That's part of the ebb and flow of this multi-class racing, is what we've been talking about, where there is an art to it, Peter. Knowing how to position your car, whether you're in the faster class or the slower class, to take advantage of that class overlap.
It's interesting as well that the leading car, the number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac, seemed to have come out with much more performance than the two Wayne Taylor Racing cars. I think a bit of that is to do with Wayne Taylor Racing being new with that Cadillac project. This is the second race of that project together. Yes, they've worked with Cadillac before, but that was in the previous rule set and quite a long, 4 or 5 years ago now, and it just shows you the experience does matter with that platform.
And in the pit lane, with fresh out the 48 BMW, it's Jesse Kron. Jesse, good comeback from the team. A bit of a problem early on, wasn't it? You lost a lap.
Yeah, we got compromised a little bit in the beginning with the wave by procedure. I don't know exactly what happened there. We got cycled to the back. Ever since then, we've been playing catch-up. Obviously, when you don't have clean air, it's you have limited options. But I think we maximized what we had, and it's still a long race, so everything is looking good.
That's the good thing, is you lose a lap in the first half hour, you've still got 11.5 hours to make it up. I mean, how much does running in dirty air compromise the longevity of the various parts of the car, the brakes and the tyres?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not great. You save everything when you have clean air. Everything is running cooler, and you're just able to control the race. Currently, we're just reacting to what other people are doing and sort of dictated by their pace, and we can't really do our own thing. But yeah, as I said, it's a long race, and I feel good.
You've had no thoughts of going off sequence. We've seen a couple of cars go off sequence to try and get some fresh air. Not something that's been discussed in the Paul Miller team then.
Yeah, we were sort of thinking about the Endurance Cup points for the 4 and 8 hour marks. So obviously that dictated our strategy a bit. Now we're a bit more free to do some clever things. So let's see what we can come up with.
Yeah, thanks for talking to us. Go get some lunch. Thanks, mate.
Very interesting. Also noticed that the BMW 25 in GTP went over an hour on its previous stint. So if we come to a point where we get a yellow around that sort of hour and 10 to go mark, and it goes green around that hour mark, that BMW know that it will do it. The car will do it. That efficiency is so important when it comes down to those situations.
I think it's actually, in some respects, for anything over the 2 hour 40 races, I think it's more important than outright speed. And the reason I say that is, it is not never the case, but it's not always the case that the fastest car wins the race. And we saw with WRT, actually, with the BMWs, we've had somebody off at turn 17, and it sounds like this. Let's see if we can find it. It's the number 40, and that is the Cadillac of Brendan Hartley. He's gone straight in to the barrier. That's again on the that is on the entrance to turn 17. He hasn't even made the shadow of the Mission Food Bridge, and this is the car that was in 11th position. I'll just finish my thought quickly. At Bathurst, the WRT BMW GT3s won the race, not necessarily on speed, but because they were going 2 or 3 or 4 laps longer on their fuel. Full course yellows come out, which makes 5th of the day so far. And what that did, gentlemen, was opened up the strategy. And it gives you the opportunity. Do you have to have a little bit of luck sometimes or good fortune sometimes to use that? Yes, you do. But I'd rather have that than not have it. Peter.
Speaking of good fortune, the number 11 TDS Racing.
Yeah.
Orica, they should be buying lottery tickets this week because they've just been dreamboat straight out of the truck all week. And just before that yellow came out,
11 seconds.
Yeah,
before the 11 seconds. So he drove past that. It's Stephen Thomas behind the wheel, and that didn't come up on the screen straight away. So that's really good work between team and driver, I reckon. Stephen would have said, "Car in the wall, shall I pit?" And they've said, "Yes, let's do it."
Likewise, the 96 Turner BMW of Jake Walker. And for TDS, this is the fact that they've got Stephen Thomas on board right now.
Yeah, he followed him in.
This is so important as well because they can just fill that car up with fuel. They don't even need to change the tyres. Just top it up with fuel, and they'll be able to burn up even more of his driver time behind the safety car, and he should get to his 3-hour mark. Brendan Hartley shaking his head in disbelief of what happened. Now, was there contact with any other car?
Just couldn't get it slowed down. He's got the back end locked up. He's got the back end locked up on that car.
Now, we saw the sister car have a throttle issue. Could there be a similar issue with the
it's right, yeah, it's right front. It wasn't the back end, it was just the way the aero was pulling it through. Right front, locked up. That car went in at 26 minutes and 22 seconds past the hour. That was the impact. And 26 minutes and 56 seconds, Jake Walker came in the pits in the Turner BMW. And 27 minutes and 1 second past the hour, Stephen Thomas came in. 27 minutes and 11 past the hour, the full course caution is called and the pits are closed. We are talking seconds. We are talking the 1% decisions here, gentlemen.
We are. And you have to be fortunate to be on that right part of the racetrack to be able to make that gain. We saw that with the 77 AO Porsche, and GTD Pro was able to beat it in. But this is something we don't expect to see. A Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac dead stick out on the track, and Brendan Hartley looking just a little bit perplexed there.
Well, don't forget, he wasn't really supposed to be in this car. It was a relatively late announcement that he would be replacing Alex Lynn. Now, Alex was ill and didn't take part in Daytona, and that car went down to a 3-driver lineup, and Lynn was supposed to be in this car here at Sebring, and then a couple of weeks back it was announced that he wouldn't be and that Brendan would come and join this car. He drove the sister car, of course, at Daytona, did Brendan Hartley, so he's now sampled both sides of the garage and is a full-season Toyota driver in the World Endurance Championship.
Dropped off the lead lap there, that car. It is moving again now.
He's decided not to pit.
Yeah, well, that's he doesn't want to lose. The pits are closed.
So it means that I'm sure there's stuff they want to have a look at. He'll wait until the prototypes are called to go into the pits.
No, he'll stay out. He'll stay out because he'll
to get his lap back, of course.
He'll try and get his lap back.
Yeah.
Because it's only one lap down, and then he'll come in right at the end for a quick cursory glance, and they'll send him out again if they can.
Of course.
I may be wrong.
That's definitely a good theory.
The steering wheel looks straight, Peter.
It does look pretty straight, yeah. I was thinking that for Brendan Hartley with the classic Kiwi colours, the kind of silver and black on his helmet. Of course, grew up with Earl Bamber, they're similar age, and raced together when they were younger. Mucked about on their farms together when they were younger.
Earl Bamber mentored him. He was his first instructor, he told me.
Pretty good instructor, I would say. And I think it says a lot about both Brendan's value as a driver and Toyota's how much they value him, because allowing one of their drivers to go off and drive for another manufacturer, you need to be
another manufacturer in the same class.
Correct.
As well now, let's not forget that. And in a car that you'll be racing against at Le Mans. So are we getting a little bit of inside info there?
Well, Kamui Kobayashi's done the same thing. In fact, he was in the number 40 Dex Wayne Taylor Racing car at Daytona. Bit of damage on the front left of the beautiful chrome paintwork or wrap of this car. But, Ryan, it just kind of continues on what's been a horror show week for them, unfortunately.
It's puzzling, isn't it, for a team of this caliber, a team that's had a lot of success at Sebring specifically over the years with the manufacturer that has done so well at Sebring, especially when the Cadillac from the Action Express Whelen Engineering Camp has been quite strong. It just leaves you wondering what's gone on. It's been a horror show weekend, quite frankly, for Wayne Taylor Racing, and I think because of the extent of the damage there was no thought to leave that car out any longer. They needed to get that in as soon as possible, and that's what Brendan Hartley will do right now, even though it is entering a closed pit and there will be a sanction because of this. You need to get this damage dealt with before it does anything further to the left front of that race car. And look at the shake of the head from Brendan Hartley. He is disgusted for obvious reasons.
It's hard to say whether it was a driver error or whether it was a technical problem.
I think they'll be allowed to change the front bodywork under emergency service because that's shedding bits. So that's fine. And that is what they're going to do. They're already unbuckling the front of that car. Joe Bradley is taking a shift again as our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter. Good afternoon, Joseph.
Good afternoon, John. Good afternoon, everybody. Nick would describe me as trundling down towards the front of that car. As I'm doing so, I can see very much that the front bodywork has been removed. And left wheel off, right wheel on. Here comes the brand new, it's gleaming in the sunshine here in Florida, brand new front section going on. Not too concerned about anything else. Obviously, they are very, very confident that the impact did not go through to the suspension. And it looks to me as though it just needs that front bodywork section on it. They've still got the left front wheel off. So a little bit of a puzzle there. No work going on to the left front wheel arch. And now the right front wheel comes off as well. So it's just basically in the midst of a tyre change and the front body section being done. Now the new tyres go on. So not exactly choreographed with. There's only 2 crew members over the wall dealing with this.
Emergency service only, Joe.
And I've got the 93 Acura in and the 7 Porsche in. So they must be in for emergency fuel, I think.
No, pits have now opened for the prototype.
Right, okay,
but
here we go.
The Cadillac came into a closed pit, so you'll get full pit stops now.
Yeah, I think everybody's coming in. 2 BMWs in, nearly run over my toes. The Whelen Cadillac has gone. It peels out behind the Wayne Taylor car, the number 40. And off the pit apron has also gone the 93 Acura. And the Porsches have gone as well. So the number 6 still there, the 2 BMWs still taking on fuel. Now the BMWs finished, literally, synergy there, and both BMWs, like they're mirrored, pull off the pit apron, and everybody's been stopped at pit exit because the red light's on.
Interestingly, this is going to play really in the favour of the number 60 Marsank Racing Acura, because they only pitted 3 laps ago now. So they've got, in their tank, they have exactly 92% of their usable energy. So they don't need to pit, they can just filter right to the front now. So that little roll of the dice to get the Michelin Endurance Cup point has actually had a double benefit with the full course yellow, and now the 60 Acura, which has been a quick car all week long, is right up there at the sharp end now.
It's a good spot. They did indeed stay out. I believe the Lamborghini did as well. That one I'm not as sure about because I believe they last pitted about 40 minutes ago. So I'm not sure what the thought process would be there. But, yeah, how about that? You roll the dice to get the Endurance Cup points and accept the fact that maybe this puts you on the back foot strategy-wise for the full race, except the yellow falls at just the right time. And how about that? Meyershank Racing, Colin Brown out in front, and maybe now a chance for us when we restart this race to assess the true pace potential of the Acura. We've not seen it out in front before. I'm curious what Colin can do when this race restarts and he's got no one in front of him.
Yeah, the Colin Brown effect.
He was the quickest driver through Sector 1 last year, which is from the start-finish line to the exit of Turn 1.
Which is all commitment.
All commitment. He was in an LMP2 car.
Yeah. Look at my face. Is there one iota of surprise on my face?
No.
None. Not my international surprise face, either. No.
Colin is he's a special driver.
Otherworldly.
His dad's a heck of a talent as well. Jeff Brown, who was on the pit wall, he's I think it's head of performance. I think is maybe the right title. I can't remember the exact title, but he's in charge of overall car performance at AWA, and of course they won at Daytona.
Not having quite as good a day today for that black and gold Corvette.
Yeah, they've retired the Daytona winner. It's now a museum piece, so they had to find another car.
Matthew Bell in the number 13 AWA at the moment, in 15th position. Before we go green again, as we're getting the GT stops, Joe Bradley has this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Yeah, you probably got that plethora of beautiful musical sound of engines there as the number 1 BMW wheels spun off its pit apron. GTD pit stops looking pretty well done up and down the pit lane now. I was at the number 1 Paul Miller Racing BMW pit. Only fuel, wipe of the windscreen, and a little check around for picking out the bits of rubber and detritus that accumulates in the ducts. But pretty much everybody is now clear of the pit lane, and there is a green light. There was a bit of a queue. Looks a bit like the M25 at the moment, but they're peeling away now as the light goes green at pit exit.
I would think, given the Exotica in that GTD and GTD Pro class, more like downtown Dubai, I would say, than the M25. Ferraris, Porsches, Lamborghinis.
And John was regaling me just last night with tales of the various cars he saw and also drove in the Middle East in recent years, and I think your analogy is spot on.
Our turn next year.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Put in a word with the powers that be.
I'm just hearing word from Porsches insurers about a certain Cinquecento that
and if you got through, I'll be fine.
Mine was a lot longer time ago, Peter. Statute of limitations. Well gone. Well gone on that. You're listening to IMSA Radio, part of the Radio Show Limited network of audio and visual channels. We got video as well for you. YouTube on the IMSA channel there. If the algorithm is throwing you some weird adverts, which we've been getting reports of, and some of them are very odd indeed. If you go to IMSA Radio and you click on the live video button at the top left, or if your browser doesn't show that, there'll be a little drop-down menu there that you can pick on the live video, and the algorithm will not be able to reach you on that one. Thanks for all the kind words yesterday, by the way, particularly directed towards Michelin for providing the Pilot Challenge broadcast without those algorithm-provided ad breaks that always seem to pop up at the most inopportune moments. I know that from watching documentaries myself. Yes, but only if we had the... Have you considered a new set of windows? What? What's just happened there? Yeah, we know.
Not at this exact moment, I haven't, no.
No, I was waiting to find the denouement of the documentary. Yeah, absolutely. Pass around and has been done. Category split now. So this means all the GTP cars will come to the front. Again, it's always a bit odd to see under the full course yellow cars moving through, but all the GTPs will go ahead of all the LMP2s in the prototype category, and all the GTD Pros will go ahead of all the GTDs. So that means Ricard Leitou's got 3 GTDs ahead of him. He'll be allowed to go back in front of those, and the pit's now open for all cars. Brendan Hartley, by the way, has not left the pitch in that Cadillac, so the remedial work still going on there for that number 40 Wayne Taylor machine.
FAF Motorsport fans of the Plaid Burgundy, a bit of an update for them. They had an issue with the torque sensor on the drive shaft, which is something which is designed to measure the power outside that it's giving. We've had 5 full course yellows now in 4.5 hours. They are still running 2 laps down. They've just not quite got the luck in terms of being able to shuffle back onto the lead lap. Hopefully they'll be able to get there. Either that, or they're just really struggling with pace, and they've maybe had to turn the car down because they were worried about going over the torque and power parameters, possibly.
Yeah, but it wasn't that they were over on the torque. It wasn't measuring it at all.
Yeah, strange.
And it's not the sort of thing that my early days of driving, if your starter motor wouldn't work,
get a bit of metal bar and a hammer and hit it. You can't do that with a torque sensor. I actually, it's now something I'm going to have to go and find out. I know it's like a collar that fits around the drive shaft, one of the drive shafts, tends to be the left-hand side drive shaft. So I don't know why it necessarily has to be the left-hand side. Must be maybe something to do with the direction of rotation. But I have no clue how that works. So I will now go and find out that before we get to our next WEC or IMSA race. They are, in a stunning piece of common sense, the two series do actually use the same torque sensor provider.
The only thing I can add to that, I was in the pits when this happened, and I was looking as they were working on it, and to my eye at least, they were focused on some electrical connectors rather than the physical bit.
The hardware
Correct.
itself, yeah. That was the only thing I could think of as well. Pits are open for all cars, but we're going back to green, I think, from the pace at the front of the field, and Colin Brown says bye-bye and hits the loud pedal. 7.5 hours to go. I'll give Peter fair warning. We should have the results through of the Michelin Pilot and the Michelin Endurance Cup points from the last hour. So they should have been tabulated now. So we'll have a look at those in a moment. Set Peter off looking at those. He knows exactly where to find them on the Michelin Pilot, the Michelin Endurance Cup points on the Alcamel results page. Colin Brown still weaving left and right to make sure his Michelin tyres are clean. From Earl Bamber in second. Former teammate of Earl Bamber when he was at Porsche, Nick Tandy in third. The man who's done all of the 4 major 24-hour races, the Tandy Slam, the only man ever to have done it. Now we're getting a penalty for the Brendan Hartley car. That's the number 40, more than emergency service in the closed pit stop plus 60 seconds. That's the second stop plus 60 for Wayne Taylor Racing. The 10 car had it for contact when it hit the back of... Now, which car was that it hit the back of?
The Triarsi 023 Ferrari.
Which has been retired. It was Charles Scardina, wasn't it? Yeah. Took that car out of the race. They've been having problems with the throttle sensors. And again, we're talking in an era now where there's no throttle cable or double throttle cable on the end of your pedal. It's all done by... It's not even done by rheostats now. It's all done by sensors and ECUs. I don't even know. I'm not sure I'd even know where to start on that sort of stuff. And the days when I could open the bonnet and check to see if they also had twin throttle cables on my multi-carb cars, because I sometimes did a little bit of competition with them, and you had to have that and a double return spring as well. I wouldn't even know where to look nowadays.
On that restart, great opportunist move from Kevin Estre. Got past Kevin Magnussen. Battle of the Kevins there over 5th position. Estre running as the third driver. Whoa, big lock up for Kevin Magnussen on that big braking zone down into turn 7, where the GTPs are hitting the brakes at 170 miles an hour from 6th gear all the way down to 1st gear, 45 miles an hour, where they're spiking the brake temperature to 1600 degrees Celsius.
That was a big one on the left front. That's not going to make this stint very comfortable for Kevin, I'm afraid. We mentioned the drive-through, or the stop and hold penalty, actually, for the 40.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, knowing there what is emergency service, what isn't, and yeah, they obviously felt they had to make repairs as quickly as they could, and it's better to do the repairs there than take it behind the wall. But a 60-second penalty, it's a horror week continues for Wayne Taylor Racing.
They're serving it now. They did leave the pit lane prior to the restart, had dropped 2 laps at that point. This is likely to put them down a third, or at least close to it. That would be both Wayne Taylor Racing cars, by the way, off 2 laps, and it hasn't gone terribly well for their GTD entry either. hard to look for any bright spots, at least in the WeatherTech Championship. I guess on the bright side, they won three classes in Lamborghini Super Trofeo on, what would that have been, Thursday, and then they won a couple more on Friday, so that's something, but that's not really what they're here for, I'm afraid.
What I would say is never write them off.
Nope.
They've got such an experienced crew. They've got fantastic drivers. And if there's a way, if there's a will, there's a way. And let's wait and see. Could be one of the stories of the race when we sign off at 10:10 tonight. But right now, it looks pretty bleak.
Well, Brendan Hartley back out on track right now, and he'll just have to put his head down, and they have to hope things break their way in the next 7 hours, 22 minutes, 18, 17, 16 seconds. And we're talking about Brendan and the talent that he is. He's at the middle of one of the great what-ifs in recent North American motorsports history for me, because he was signed to go to Chip Ganassi Racing and drive Indy cars for the 2018 season. Ended up getting picked up by what was then known as Toro Rosso and went and did F1. That seat for a year went to Ed Jones, but then the following year went to Alex Palou. And it makes you think, I suspect if Brendan Hartley had been there, a driver of his caliber, he would have been winning races, winning championships. Maybe that door never opens for an Alex Palou. And then what?
So many sliding doors moments, isn't there?
For sure.
In motor racing. So many different opportunities. But I think, it's weird. Brendan's had the majority of his success in his career has been in the World Endurance Championship. He's a 4-time champion, twice with Porsche and twice with Toyota.
I think I skipped a couple of years of Felix Rosenquist. He was in there too. But anyway, point being, that seat eventually went Alex Palou's way, and you just have to wonder.
Yeah, you do. You do, for sure. Looking at the sector times, the Acuras are looking strong. Sector 2, the longest sector of the track, Tom Blomqvist, the fastest driver through that section at the moment, and Renke van der Zande quicker through Sector 3, which is from basically from Champs-Élysées Bend all the way through to the finish line. The fastest car through Sector 1 is an LMP2 car, Hunter McElroy.
Well, I mean, it's happened before, as you've talked about. We weren't terribly surprised by that. We kind of saw a preview of it in night practice as well. Battles breaking out here in the GTD ranks. Inception Ferrari, still getting used to saying that. Had a good chat with Boss Leinders, who heads up the Optima Motorsports team that runs the Inception Racing program, and he said, it's a different environment working with Ferrari versus working with McLaren, which they still do with some of their other programs. There's strengths and weaknesses of both approaches. You've got a lot more muscle behind you when you're talking about Ferrari, but they're a little leaner, meaner, and more embedded with the McLaren side of the garage. But it speaks to that team's quality that they can manage two big brands like that and just continue to pump out success.
So the Ferrari has definitely been the more successful car. In the we talk about both the cars on their own in terms of the various teams that run them around the world. The McLaren has not quite had the success I think they would like it to have had. But it's a numbers game as well.
Correct.
Look at just in this race alone how many Ferraris are in this race.
This is a fight for position here. 7th and 8th in GTD, and Brendan Uribe, who is the bronze-graded driver for Inception, is keeping Tom Gamble honest. This is a good drive from Brendan, doing what he needs to do, getting his seat time taken care of, and keeping that car in a strong position from a track position perspective.
I think it's quite a testament to how strong Ferrari have come into this Sebring race day. I tell you what, going in through practice, it looked like Mercedes-AMG were the front-running brand in terms of the pace that they had, but Ferrari have come out so strong. And Brendan Uribe driving really well. He had an off in practice, quite a big hit into the barrier at Tower Turn, but came away with almost no damage at all. I mean, I don't think you'll ever see a hit so big and so little damage. Quite remarkable. So that's a confidence thing that Brendan has got to get over, and I'm sure he already has, and focused on getting the job done. Of course, pole sitter in at Le Mans with now what car was that they did that? That was a Ferrari, was it? Because it was GTR days.
Must have been there.
Yeah.
I can check on that for you.
Yeah,
But
he has been on pole in Le Mans.
No.
I'll have it for you in just a second.
In the meantime, I went to the oracle of all things, race car engineering, to find out about the torque sensors, and it's very clever. They induce a circular magnetic field into a small part of the drive shaft. Go on, who was it?
McLaren. It was a McLaren.
It was McLaren.
It was McLaren. Yeah.
Right. So they basically they induce a circular magnetic field into a small part of the drive shaft. This is a company called Magcanica in California, and what happens when you get torque on the drive shaft? Because the material apparently is magnetoelastic, you get a pretty linear, immediate relationship between how much torque you put on that shaft and how much twist you generate. And that magnetisation, remember, that was circular, then it wants to tilt over, it senses this torque that's applied, and it tries to gravitate towards a 45-degree helix. So what you've got originally a circular field underneath and within the steel, which would be undetectable. A portion of it leaks out, and you get a very, very sort of weak magnetic field in a kind of a donut shape around the portion of the shaft, and it's proportional. The intensity of that field is proportional to the amount of torque, so then you can measure it. That is genius. So absolutely couldn't hit it with a hammer to make it work again. So it must have been something to do with and that's measured in real time, of course. So it must have been something to do with the information being gathered by the torque sensor, then being transmitted elsewhere. Thank you, Andrew Cotton.
Maybe if you hit it with a hammer, it would tell you how hard you've hit it.
Yeah.
It would tell you how strong you are.
Yeah.
I mean, what are those State Fair Midway games with the big hammer and you try and get the thing to go up and ring the bell?
CrowdStrike pit lane report. A little bit earlier on, we were somewhat concerned by seeing James Hinchcliffe in a little bit of physical discomfort, Joe Bradley, down in the pit lane. What have you been able to find out for us?
Yeah, he looked in a lot of discomfort. It looked like it was really hurting him, didn't it? I found out that the car, when it came off the jacks, it slightly landed on his foot. I mean, can you have a car slightly land on your foot? But it landed on his foot, and it's slightly bruised. Obviously, you know, that just had happened when we saw it on TV. He's fine. He's gone off to cool off, and not really any concerns with the foot.
George, you remember that happened? Who did that happen to at Le Mans? They actually broke their foot.
Fabio Scherer.
Yes. It was Fabio Scherer. Yes, it was.
And he went on and won the class.
Yes,
indeed.
Maybe it's an omen.
He didn't dare tell anybody anything. It happened quite early on in the week, didn't it?
Yes.
And he didn't want to tell anybody in the case they told him he couldn't race.
Couldn't drive, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be an omen. I'll pass that on to James.
I'll tell you now,
However,
for James, it looked like his left foot. It gets a lot of work, the left foot.
Weren't they disqualified post-race?
No.
At Le Mans?
No, that was...
That was Ben Keating.
Oh, there he is. Hang on. I'm going to talk. I'm walking behind him now.
Well, you should be able to catch him.
Well, I should be able to catch him. If James Hinchcliffe can hear his name over the PA, yes, he does. Well, you had us concerned, my friend, on TV. You looked in agony, but you're walking well. You're walking fine.
Yeah, it didn't tickle, I'll tell you that. Just a rookie move. The car dropped right on my foot there when we were doing the driver change. The Fat Boys are so quick on the tires, they beat us on the driver change, and so I just got caught out. But it hurt in the moment, just went to medical, everything looks good, so I'll be back in a little bit.
We also mentioned that at Le Mans a couple of years ago, Fabio Scherer had the car drop on his foot, broke his foot, didn't tell anyone, got in the car and drove, won the class. Might be, a little bit of omen there, hopefully for you.
Yeah, good omen for sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure this isn't broken, but they bandaged me up, and I can't wait to get back out there.
We are just concerned, James. Good to see you. Good to see you walking well. Thanks, man.
A problem for DXDT Racing. They've got a penalty drive-through penalty for a pit lane protocol violation. That is Charlie Eastwood at the wheel of that Corvette right now, sitting in 4th place. So that will go by the wayside, unfortunately, for the DXTT crew. Haven't really shown up that high up for most of the day and most of the week. So just as they get into that position, they get called for a drive-through. One of our Porsche keys to the race. No penalties.
They had the fire at Daytona, remember, and had a pretty good run going there. This is a new series for them, having run and had quite a bit of success, actually, in the SRO America Series. In fact, got the first win for the Corvette, the new GT3 Corvette, anywhere in the world at Circuit of the Americas a year ago. And they've got an exciting program for the sprint rounds that starts at Long Beach. We'll get to that in a moment, but right now, battle on track.
Change for the lead. Whalen Engineering Cadillac to the front as El Bamber goes past Colin Brown on the Almond Straight. Just got a great run through traffic, set it up nicely, and actually got the job done before tipping into Sunset.
Well, everybody's closing up again at the front of the field here, gentlemen. This is, I think, fascinating. Josh Burton, by the way, just done the fastest lap of his car's race. His car being the 74 Oregon, spun round earlier in the race. So Earl Bamber and Cadillac lead again with 136 laps completed. Did you do the Endurance Cup points there,
They're
Peter?
not up yet.
Oh, they're not up yet?
No.
Okay.
I'll keep a close watch, though.
Thank you.
So, Whalen Engineering Cadillac looking super, super strong. And they've won this race in 3 different specs of car. They won it in 2015 with the Corvette Daytona prototype. They won it with the Cadillac DPI in 2019, and then they won it again in 2023 with the Cadillac GTP. And we spread out. Brian and I had a great opportunity to catch up with Jack Aitken on whatever day it was, Wednesday I think it was, and he was saying that their team it's not just the car that's a good car for Sebring. Their team, Action Express, just know how to set it up for that nuanced setup you need here at Sebring.
And if there was ever a track that you needed to know all the nuances, it's probably this one. Nothing else quite like it anywhere in the world. Quickly back to the James Hinchcliffe, Fabio Scherer comparison. I think Fabio had it a little worse than James. As I recall, he was actually hit by a Corvette in the pits, and that's what broke his foot. It wasn't just the car dropping on him.
I can't remember. But
That's what I have sitting in my notes for what it's worth.
I do remember somebody getting a car dropped on them and breaking a bone in the top of the foot.
Right.
Well, I'm sure it's happened more than once. So easy to do when you are, as Hinch said, when you are so focused on getting the next driver in, you've forgotten that you've tucked your toes underneath the sills, and those prototypes in particular dropped down.
Nick Tandy has just been passed by, he got really close to the back of the second place car, Colin Brown, in the 60 Acura, but is then in doing so just been passed by the 93 Acura of Nick Yellerley. So it's getting super frantic because the GTPs now are starting to come through the GTD cars. Not long since we had our restart, so the field is still bunched up like it would be at the start of the race, and so you hit the traffic all at once when you're in GTP.
Peter Mackay, Ryan Moraine, John Hindhoff in the Full Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Joe Bradley currently on duty as our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter. Damon taking a well-earned break. Time for our next VP Racing and in-race update, and it's a new leader then, as you've just heard, now by 1.3 seconds. Earl Bamber leads Colin Brown for the first of 2 Acuras, 31 from 60 from 93. Nick Tandy is the best of the Porsches. The number 7 leads the number 6 by just on a second, and the top 6 is made up by Kevin Magnussen, back behind the wheel of the number 24 BMW RLL. His teammate Marco Wittmann behind him. By the way, the top 5, actually let's call it the top 6. The top 6 is separated by 5 seconds, under 5 seconds at the moment. Cadillac, Acura, Porsche, BMW. The LMP2 landscape has changed slightly, and I'm going to kind of work out why that is. I think we've
split that strategy, have we? We'll have a little look at that in a moment. Not so much, okay. Matthew Jakobsen, CrowdStrike Racing in the 04 car, leads by 4.5 seconds from Manuel Correa. United Autosports number 2 ahead of the 22 United Autosports car, Dan Goldberg there. They're separated by 10 seconds, 2.5 seconds ahead of Bijoy Gard for Inter Europol, the number 43 car. Behind that, in 5th, number 88, light blue EF Corsa, Luis Perez Compact. Behind that, Oric Wheel and Stephen Thomas, the erstwhile leader, and Paul Sittler, of course, back in. Stephen must be getting close to his drive time now in that number 11 car, and he's only 3/10 behind Luis Perez Compact. GTD Pro, Ford Multimatic Motorsports. That means that the Ford Mustang is leading. It's Mike Rockefeller, which makes that the 64. Half a second ahead of Conor De Filippi for Paul Miller Racing, who is, a second away from Paul Miller Racing and Conor. Max Hesse is only half a second behind, so the top 3 there separated by under 2 seconds. Nicky Katzberg is another 6/10 behind in the number 4 Corvette. Another half a second back, Lauren Heinrich and Albert Costa for Dragon Speed, another half a second back. That's your top 6. Got an interview coming up once we finish this update. Jack Hawksworth, Vassar Sullivan Racing, is leading for the GTD category in the Lexus number 12 by half a second from Maxi Gorta, the 32 Korthoff Mercedes, who's 3/10 ahead of Lilou Wadu de Cellier in the 296 Ferrari of EF Corsa, the number 21 car. The top 6 made up by Winward, number 57, Indy Donchi, Mike Skeen for Triasi, the remaining 021 Ferrari, and Hartnett Racing's Tom Gamble in the 27. I mentioned Indy Donchi, their 4th position in the 57 Winward car. One of his teammates with Joe Bradley now. Remember, they won this race last year, and Russell Ward is ready to talk to us.
Russell, it's a little bit different for Winward this one, isn't it? A little bit character building, I think, is the adage.
I'm so sorry.
It's too late. I was saying it's a little bit different from last year at this point. A little bit of a character building exercise for you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the competition is really stiff this year, and it's looking like the 021 is going to be really tough. So I think it's going to be a fight between us to the end. At least that's what it looks like so far.
So this is probably the hottest part of this race right now, the next couple of hours. What are we going to see out there with regards to track evolution?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's going to get pretty tricky. I mean, the track's going to get greasy, and my last stint, I double stinted a set of tires, and it was pretty tough towards the end. So, I think you're really going to have to take care of it at the beginning of the stint if you want anything there at the end.
I couldn't help but notice your chat with your engineer and your hand gesticulations kind of indicating I have no grip in the front or the rear. Was it like that?
Yeah, I mean, they were just making a comment that not every lap I drove perfectly, so they had a big moment out of 16, but kept it on the road.
And why was that? Because of the kind of inconsistency in the way the tyres working?
Yeah, I think it was just, after an hour and a half on the tire, I mean, it's really, really tough in this heat. So, but that's one of the things that gives this track such an awesome characteristic, makes the racing so great here.
Thanks for talking to us, Russell. Great insight from Russell Ward there on the Winward car. And he's still in contention in his head, isn't he?
Everybody's in contention who's even a lap off the lead at this point, I would say, Ryan, of any of the classes.
Absolutely. You don't give up. The Winward team would know that full well.
Oh.
They were down 6 laps at one stage in the Rolex 24 and fought back. And were on the lead lap and leading the race at one point, actually. Pretty remarkable, but that's what you could do with the rule set we have here in IMSA. While that was going on, I did notice on timing and scoring, Colin Brown has dropped down to 4th and is falling off the pace-setting pace at the moment, but Peter Mackay and we were talking off air. I think he is double stinting his tires in the heat of the day. So they're taking their medicine now so that they can have more sticker tires to make the run to the finish when it counts.
Yeah, Porsche keys to the race was exactly that, and the track temperature
81 Fahrenheit, 86 in the air. That's 27 on the track. That's easing up a little bit. 30 degrees in the air is as hot as we've seen it today. Humidity still only showing it's 47 degrees, but from what the drivers have been saying, it clearly feels a lot more sticky than that. Porsche keys to the race: have some tyres left at the end and make sure your car is still in pristine condition to do your best work at night once you get to the darkness. We've had a decent amount of patience. There has been one or two comings together, notably the Ricky Taylor Triazi car, which put the Triazi car out of the race, and penalties, and there have been penalties in this race, including for the BMW that's shot away at the start of the race, but that was so early on that they've had a chance to come back on that as well.
An incident now between 60, that's Colin Brown, and 25.
Well, that might explain why Colin's dropped back a little bit. That would have been a battle for, well, 4th and 5th position. Oh, heavens above. That was, again, down at turn 7.
That would have been after he had already dropped back. So
yeah.
He had dropped back to 4th a couple of laps ago, and then side-by-side contact with the 25, Marco Wittmann. And Wittmann definitely got the worst of that. Race control,
so Wittmann,
taking a look.
Yeah, of course. So basically, Wittmann goes to the outside. Collins made a move, and he can't move any further. Does he come over a little bit more? You know, there is the subtly different interpretation on blocking in America. The beneficiary of that was Kevin Estre, who nipped past Marco Wittmann and closed in on Colin Brown. So Estre and the 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. Now the 5th. The general rule of thumb here, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan, is that you can't move in reaction to what the guy's doing behind you. Nobody said you've got to leave the door open down the inside, but you have to make your move early and then basically stick to it.
You can make a proactive move. You can move to defend, but if you're moving in reaction to the car behind, that's what Bo Barfield and the rest of the race control staff are looking for. That one's hard to tell because that was more side-by-side. I'm not sure that was a move in reaction. It was more about whether or not enough room was left and if the 25 was forced off the track. That's an interesting one. I'm very curious to see how this one is ultimately ruled on.
At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us, we're still looking for our nominations from the booth and the pit lane here for our 2 BDO Nose Strategy Award. One in the prototype classes, one for the GT classes. And race control have looked at that incident at turn 7. No action required. Missing incident. Now, we have some numbers for you. I've been watching Peter Mackay doing what appeared to be, if you're British and of a certain age, a second level course in applied mathematics here.
Basic arithmetic, I think, more likely, but let's see how I get on
the Open University. What have we got for the Michelin Enduring Cup points?
So, in GTP, it's tightened up a little bit because the number 7 crew that won the Rolex 24, they came out of Daytona with a 5-point lead. That's now reduced to just 3 because the number 60 crew, the Meyer Shank Acura, they managed to pick up 4 points for the second position that they were in. So they now are a little bit closer. Then in third place in the Michelin Endurance Cup for GTP, you've got the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport crew of Jaminet Campbell and Estre. Then after that, you've got the number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac, who were miles back. They were 11 points back coming out of Daytona because they had a DNF. They're now only 8 points back because they got the maximum score there in GTP. In LMP2, went fairly favourably for the championship leaders who picked up 3 points. The number 22 United Autosports
LMP2, 17 points total for them. Then we've got 3 on 14 points for the 74 Riley car, the 52 PR1 and the 99 AO Racing, that's Spike the Dragon. Then on 13 points it's TBS, because they scored a maximum of 5. I think that won't be their last maximum score today, they're running so well. So that's LMP2. If we went through all of them, we'd be here all day.
Just do the top 3.
The top 3, yeah. So the now this in GTD Pro number.
Hang on, try again.
Number 1, Paul Miller Racing, BMW. They didn't win the Rolex 24, but they came out with the most Endurance Cup points because they were in the right position when the points were handed out. They scored the right amount of points again, maximum score 5 points, so they lead by 5 points from the 65 Ford, as we've got a problem for the 45
Wayne Taylor Racing
Lamborghini, which
not the first time we've said that this weekend. You crack on. He's coming on the Ullman Straight. I think he's got enough forward momentum to get into the pit lane, but I'll keep an eye.
Okay. And then in second place it's the 65 Ford in GTD Pro. Then you've got 3 cars on 14 points. You've got the 4 Corvette, you've got the 48 BMW and the 77 AO Racing Porsche. And finally in GTD,
3 wide for the lead, just 1 second pair. Earl Bamber tries to make it the lead. Nick Yellowly and Nick Tandy there as well. Oh no, my goodness, that's a little bit further down. Excuse me, that's Colin Brown, Kevin Estra and Marco Whitman. Excuse me, looking at the wrong colours and assuming Nick Tandy would be a part of it as they fight themselves through. Actually, there's 0 change as they went across the line the same way as they did last time, but 3 wide for a moment between Estra, Brown and Marco Whitman. 4th, 5th and 6th. Sorry, carry on.
GTD as quick as I can before they
kick
kick
off
off again.
You're right. No, we've got 7 hours to go, mate. You know, there's nothing happening. The 45 Lambo did get back to the pit lane.
The number 70 Inception Ferrari has moved into the lead of the championship standings in the Michelin Endurance Cup. It's the 25 BMW with Marco Wittmann makes a move on Colin Brown, who appears to really be struggling on tyre wear now. Second place in GTD Michelin Endurance Cup after that first tranche of points is the 13 AWA Corvette. Then in third it's the 120 Wright Motorsport Porsche.
Well done.
We are.
You were doing that, and in addition to the battle that John chronicled a moment ago, we also had the Vanderster car head back to the garage, or to the paddock more appropriately here. Not quite sure what the cause of that would be at this stage. It's a car that did have an issue earlier. They had a drive-through for a controlled powertrain parameter infraction, but that was quite a while ago, so we'll have to see if we can get some information out of the team. But at any rate, that car has disappeared back to the paddock. Tough break for the Vanderster team. Just their second start in the WeatherTech Championship after debuting at Daytona.
Colin Brown still that's interesting, still showing 30% of usable energy, although he's been out for 50 minutes. Of course, some has been under yellow. Kevin Ester's 39 minutes on this stint, but he's showing less usable energy. He's 19%, so perhaps they short-filled that number 6 car to push it further to the front of the field.
Stands to reason. Not sure what else would explain that. The
They've all been out for 20 laps, by the way, guys, because that was, apart from Colin, who's been out for 24 laps. No, he's done 4 more laps than Estra.
And he's on second stint tyres, the rest are on, we believe, on new tyres.
But the strange thing, John, is that even though he's been out 4 more laps, he actually has more energy than Estra, so that's why we think perhaps that the Porsche team elected to do a short fill on energy to get some track position during the yellow. And those 4 laps, most of them were under yellow flag conditions, so they should be reasonably close. Just with the timing of it all, remember we remarked at the time they had gone off sequence to get Endurance Cup points, and then it ended up being a double benefit for them when the yellow fell at just the right time.
Marco Wittmann all over the back of the number 6 Porsche, and they're in traffic coming onto the back straight. And now is an opportunity. So They're at the point where the pass was made by Kevin Estre on Colin Brown a lap or so ago.
This might be under yellow. The Wayne Taylor Racing Lamborghini was going very slow. I wonder if that might be a pass on behind yellow flag there for Kevin Estre.
It would have been a yellow, it would have been a white.
Right.
And you are allowed to pass.
Under white you can, yeah. Okay.
I wouldn't mind actually going back and looking at that and see what flags were out on that.
Let's see.
Also, is he off the track?
Well, when Kevin Estre is well known for the pass on the grass at the Nürburgring, but
Yeah.
the pass on the flag that's gathered there by the WEC pit wall.
He's pushed that way by the car he's trying to pass, because Colin is as far over to the right as he can be. You can argue a number of things there. Was he pushed there by Colin, therefore wasn't blocking? And by the way, I'm not saying any of these, one or any of these are actually what might happen. Did he gain advantage by going off the track? Because he had all 4 of his Michelins over the white line that delineates the racing surface on the Holborn Straight. And was there a flag, and if so, what colour was it? And does that mean that the pass was not legitimate? All these things and more to be discussed in race control, and that's why I'm much happier sitting here than I would ever be in a race control.
Me too.
There's not very many jobs that I'm not interested in doing at a racetrack. I'm very happy being at a racetrack. If I'm told to help park the cars, I'm quite happy to do that. I've done that in the past. I've done a bit of flagging in my time. You name it, happy to do it. Obviously very happy standing in a commentary box. Race control, no thanks. Calculating BOP, no thanks. Not at all. And congrats to all of those ladies and gentlemen who are involved in doing both of those things. Brilliant
Puncture,
stuff.
rear left puncture for the
this
Inception
is the
Ferrari.
No. Mine, it's right at turn 17,
Well,
Peter.
yes, it seems like it's just happened as he goes into the pits there. That's Brendan Arib. Oh, he was driving so well. So well in that Inception Ferrari.
I guess the good news is this is on schedule for them. He had driven just over an hour on this stint, and it did go down right before pit in. So as long as he can manage this, now the bad news is their pit box is at the extreme end of the pit lane, so he has to limp about the maximum distance that you could imagine being in the pits, and looks like he was able to get there without causing too much damage.
I wonder if they will replace the rear section on that Ferrari. No, they will not. They've just changed that rear left Michelin. They're filling it up with fuel.
It's is that Cedric Spirituali in that car?
No,
or is
it's
it Brendan?
Brendan Arib.
Okay.
Cedric's in the 020, or was in the 023,
I'm sorry,
which crashed
yeah.
out. So
looking at the wrong line.
Yeah, Inception Ferrari. So Brendan Reeves staying on board, so they're wanting to get rid of his bronze time as quickly as they can. He shares with his co-drivers. He's been very loyally connected with Ollie Milroy and Frederick Schandorf. And that was a very quick, took great work by the Inception team. No panic at all. Off came the punctured wheel. Bang, in, on went the other one.
Just a single tyre, was it?
Just a single tyre change.
And they didn't do a full fuel load because they only did the single tire and sent him. And unless maybe my data was wrong, but what I had seen had indicated he'd been out about an hour. So we'll see if we can get to the bottom of that.
There was a lot of yellow in that, so that might have an influence. Let me just check on something to see what Brendan's done.
He's nearly at his drive time.
2 hours and 56 minutes and 20 seconds for his drive time.
4 minutes short.
So he was 4 minutes short of his drive time.
So maybe they just sent him.
He'll do another half. He'll do.
Yeah.
Sit out there for 20 minutes. How you feeling? I'm feeling all right. If there's a yellow, we'll take it. Thanks very much indeed.
Yeah,
So
great
there you
work
go.
there. Quick thinking, because they had to be rapid and react. The Inception team there.
because it appeared to happen either going into sunset or in sunset, and it was a pretty quick deflation. Now, was it the cause of contact? Getting some pictures in our Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, got a nudge from the rear from the 120 right Porsche, but I think that's more on the outlap, possibly.
Meantime, the Porsche BMW battle continues to entertain. And this is the number 6 car of Kevin Estre, who's got Marco Wittmann right in his wheel tracks in that BMW 50th anniversary of BMW USA livery. A lot of commemorative liveries here. Down the outside, an early move by Wittmann. Nothing Estre can do this side by side as they are passing GTD traffic down into turn 17. Wittmann's got ahead. He's eased through, and that is a position made up into 4th for Marco Wittmann and BMW. Can he hold it on the exit? He drifts towards the wall. No, that's done. But the conversation is not over. Popping into the pits behind him was the Kevin Magnussen-driven BMW, the number 24.
I think this will be the last lap of the stint for Kevin Estre as well, because he's got less than 5% of his usable energy remaining.
Yeah.
So we should see him coming into the pits.
Let's go to Joe Bradley down pit lane with Danny Formal from the Wayne Taylor Racing Lamborghini number 49.
Danny, we're assuming that pit stop there was out of schedule. Was something happened out on the track?
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like the same gremlin that hit us in Daytona hit us now. Some issue in the left rear tire. To be honest, the second stint I felt quite comfortable. The pace has not been great for the Lamborghinis this weekend, but we were chugging along, and the last stint I was able to keep up with the leaders. We're just out of sequence right now in the pit strategy. We lost a lap early on with an issue. But overall, the team's working extremely hard. This is a team that never gives up. This is 6 hours and 45 minutes to go. Still, a lot of things can happen. We just need a couple lucky yellows. Graham's been doing fantastic. He's improved so much this season, and we're super excited to see his progression. And we'll never give up, and we'll continue on chugging along. And Trent's getting in the car up next, and we'll see how he does.
Was it a left puncture? Was it a puncture or something else?
No, it's something else, something in the left rear. I just not sure what it is, so I don't want to say because I really don't know. So, again, we fixed it. We came in, we fixed it. The car seems okay now, and we'll work hard, and again push till 10 o'clock tonight.
Thanks, Danny. That's
CrowdStrike pit lane. Thanks, mate. CrowdStrike pit lane reporter Joe Bradley as the Inception Ferrari is back on the pit road for that standardised pit stop. There, 4 minutes, Peter. How unlucky is that to get a puncture 4 minutes before you drive time?
You get a puncture in turn 1. That's much more unlucky.
Well, true.
If you're going to get a puncture, get it at the last corner. Drive a change then. Good job from Brendan Marie to deal with that storm, because there's a lot going on at that time.
I just hope they factored in the time they spent in the pit lane, because that doesn't count for his drive time. That's all. That's all I'm going to say for that one. President of IMSA, John Doonan, joins us. Push the big red button there, John, and then you'll be able to talk to us. This is shaping up rather nicely again.
First of all, great to see you guys, and thanks to everybody that's tuning in. But you're right, it's been an incredible week and weekend. And candidly, I was here last weekend because we had the HSR Classic 12-hour celebrating IMSA's past. Now we're putting more history on the board here. What an incredible weekend. The weather is outstanding. The place is jammed. We're knocking on the door of an all-time modern-day record crowd. I mean, all the pieces are in place.
Can I just say, that surprises me not at all, because on Tuesday afternoon, when I walked in, there was already people starting to get... Wednesday looked like a Friday. And I'm thinking... Are we going to have liquid soap and shoe horns at the gate to get people in again? We ran out of parking a couple of years ago. Let's not forget. People have come, they've stayed. The RV crowd is in massively. Last year, think about last year. You did something last year, along with the team and along with the stakeholders and all your promoters, that was unprecedented in not just sports car history in the States, but probably any series history in the States. In that here at Sebring, you announced the 2025 calendar in 2024, and you've already gone and done this again for your 2 major championships. Now, I know, because you and I have had chats down through the years when you used to do, it used to be at Road America, and there was quite often phone calls going on while you and I were still writing the script at that stage.
Yes.
How in the name of all that is holy among the racing gods have you managed to do it not once but twice, whereby all the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship rounds for next year and the Michelin Pilot Challenge rounds for next year, signed, sealed, delivered, and on the no TBAs, no might be, no asterisks. How have you managed to do that with your promoters?
As you know, it's a complete team effort. It starts with an incredible staff. I have the best motorsports professionals on the IMSA team that I could ever dream of. It starts with incredibly stable partnerships, WeatherTech, Michelin, VP Racing Fuels, our owned and operated series. It comes with incredible event and promoter partners and long-term agreements with each of them that they know that, number one, they want IMSA coming to their property. They know, too, that IMSA wants to come to their property. And thanks to our partners at NBC and all the NBC sports broadcast outlets, we have this opportunity to give everybody a longer planning runway.
And that benefits everybody. Got another puncture here, unfortunately. This is for the number 78. This is the TXDT.
No, it's Forte
sorry, no, it's not. It's the Forte Lamborghini. My apologies. The Hunter's cyber security car. Right, left front issue there, and he's a long way from home. Just gone through turn 7. We'll keep an eye on that. We've got John Doonan with us. Date equity plays a part in that. You said long-term agreements.
Yeah.
Third weekend of March is Sebring International. It's right here. It's all somewhere near St Patrick's Day. Like we need any more reason to have a party whilst we're here. It's going to be the start on the 18th, so get here a day early and start partying early. But all joking aside, though, John, whether it's for your teams, for the venues themselves, means they can start promoting early. Whether it's for IMSA in terms of your not inconsiderable logistics when you consider how many cars and how many people and how much technical equipment has to go around, and of course the TV contracts. This is just giving everybody a really stable look forward 12 months time.
100%, and I've talked to all the promoters obviously through this process, and they're all talking about the ability to immediately have ticket renewal sales starting at the checkered flag of this event.
That's a very good point.
And so we're thrilled. We've been doing a lot of cross promotion with our promoter partners. They've embraced them, so we've embraced them. The manufacturers, I mean, out in the Midway, you've seen the automotive displays. Hyundai, Lexus, Toyota, Cadillac.
I've been to car shows that haven't got, auto shows that haven't got as many manufacturers as that.
Yeah, and I like to say that IMSA is the new auto show. It's the new motor show, because a lot of our partners are unveiling new road car product. This happened with 2 manufacturers at Daytona. Mazda does an anniversary edition of the MX-5 Roadster. BMW unveiled a car, and we've had this maybe a dozen times in the last 5 years.
Absolutely no change whatsoever to the Michelin Pilot Challenge. And why would you change a winning formula? We'll start with the 4 hours at Daytona. We'll headline the 4 hours at Mid-Ohio again, and all of the usual suspects in there. There is a slight change in the way the season is laid out for the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. The season change of one of the Michelin Endurance Cup rounds from Indianapolis to Road America. The battle on the bricks is going to become a 2 hour 40, a little bit of a scuffle on the bricks, a little bit of a fracas on the bricks. I know it's not the same alliteration, Nate. I don't know what you can do with that. But brawl on the bricks. Brawl rather than a battle. Very done. Well, okay, you can have that one. Yeah, Nate Sabins is in here as well. Thanks for all the information that you feed us, by the way, Nate. What was the thinking behind that? Because there's no doubt it's been successful, and we're still going to have the 6 hours there this year. It's not for lack of success, surely, that's been moved, John?
No, sir, and it starts with conversations with Roger Penske and Doug Bowles. Hey, we're thinking of trying to shuffle up the schedule, keep it fresh and new for the fans and for the partners. They were supportive. They still want to race at an IMSA race at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. To have that iconic track on our schedule is important for all of us and our participants and our partners. At the same time, Road America. We first went there in 1979. As you know, the crowds have been coming, the camping, the families, much like this. And I would suggest that maybe moving to that 6-hour race, I'm going to look in my crystal ball and say it's going to have the same type of feel as you hear at the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. And
will that be a Saturday race or a Sunday race?
Not so sure yet. Obviously, as you guys can relate in the broadcast side of the business, it all depends on broadcast windows with NBC. But for me, the linchpin was our partners at Motul, IMSA's official lubricant partner. They decided to take another step up and further invest like they already have in Motul Petit Le Mans. And so they were able to help us and help Road America, frankly, to make this 6-hour event a reality. It's going to be amazing.
How much is the importance of that Road America event? Like you said, been going since 1979. It used to be the Road America 500.
Exactly.
Is that part of the thinking to revive
Are we kind of reviving that vibe?
Look at my arm.
Yeah,
look at my arm.
That's
So
the answer.
when I was 9 years old, I was there at that first IMSA race with my dad. We went fishing. He made me fish quietly and wait to go to the race. I could hear the cars testing.
Oh, really?
But David Hobbs and Derek Bell won that race in a BMW, a GT car, won overall. Big GT car, monster BMW.
Oh, yeah.
And so that feel, I think, has been certainly in my veins all my life. But a credit to Mike Kircher, Greg Weiser, and everybody at Road America. They've packed that place, and I think it's going to be also a nice cadence for the teams. A 6-hour at Road America, a rebuild the car, a 240 at Indy. You got parts replacement perhaps before the 10-hour championship weekend.
Yeah.
So, we're trying to think like that. We continue, of course, the West Coast swing out to WeatherTech Raceway after Long Beach. A promise again to the teams. One West Coast swing.
Yes.
We can't do multiple trips to have a sensible mind about the budget.
Later into the pits, the Whelen Cadillac getting left side tyres only, I think, there, Peter. Did they work on the right-hand side? I only saw them going on the Michelins. No, Joe Bradley tells me both sides, thank you. And they just got them done very quickly
so
in that side up against the wall.
Yeah, only the Michelin medium tyre choice this week. You could use the soft at Daytona. Some tried it, but the majority of the time it was the medium. But we use all three compounds over the course of the season, depending on the track surface. But tyres is something that we always talk about here at Sebring, and the amount of punishment, the tyres, the car, the shocks, the driver, everything.
John Durnan with us here, president of IMSA. This is literally just dropped in 26 seconds ago from Dave Alcock, who's in the UK. He says, first, thank you to Mr. Durnan for a great event, a great series, and a superb organisation that gets us fans the 2026 details already. A question, and he says, I know there's a financial consideration for all parties, but might we see an expansion to another event in 27 or 28?
I love the question, and I thank all your viewers for being so engaged, and all of our IMSA fans for being so engaged. We're always looking. We're looking for potential new markets based on where the partners want to activate, or where technology sectors around the United States, because of what we have seen in these amazing sports cars. So yes, we're always looking. Expansion, I think, is tough. It's tough on the team's budgets. It's tough on the manufacturers who do activations. It's tough on everybody's travel. So we're sensible about the length of the races themselves and any additions. But if I were to look into my crystal ball, I'd love to go to the Pacific Northwest at some point. You think about a place like Seattle with Microsoft, Amazon, Boeing, Starbucks. I mean, I don't know. You tell me, but there's some beautiful country up there.
The potential, John, with the success and building on success for IMSA is you have got an enviable problem in that you're getting too many cars. So rather than say adding a whole extra event for every class, splitting off a class and making that a headline, as you've done with Pilot Challenge, as we've done with LMP2 up at CTMP, Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. I mean, that's the real option, isn't it? Not adding any extra drive time for the classes, but taking someone to somewhere else.
Yeah, and just this weekend, our logistics team mentioned, nearly 230 transporters back here in the paddock. So you're 100% right. The Mid-Ohio event is an example. The conversations with a long-time track like Lime Rock Park, where we've gone.
Somebody's just asked about that. Nicholas has said, what's happened with the lap?
Honestly, if it was me, I'd race every weekend, everywhere where we could. You guys know that about me. We'd love to go back to Lime Rock at some point in a model that we tried at Mid-Ohio, where the Michelin Pilots Championship, Michelin Pilot Challenge, is the headliner. You bring some single makes around it. You bring the VP Racing Sports Car Challenge. Now you have a weekend, an IMSA weekend. And the fans came on in big numbers. So
but you
down the road,
crucially, you haven't added any running time.
No, sir.
To it.
No,
you basically moved them somewhere else. That might free up space somewhere else on the calendar. These are all moving parts, though,
yes,
John.
There's a lot of factors. Television, of course, the budgets, the paddock space, the pit lane space. But if it was me, I'd have every class racing every weekend, and maybe we do 12 hours every week. I don't know. It's you know what I'm saying. It's variety. It's IMSA and it's endurance racing, sports car, endurance sports car racing, IMSA style.
1 point. Former front-running car, the number 93 HRC Meyershank Acura, has been given a drive-through penalty. Tyre without crew. Renger van der Zande, who's just come out into the lead, he will not be in the lead for a great deal longer.
John, I know you've got a lot to do, but I want to ask you this from Lucas Lodato. I'm not sure where I might be able to find out where Lucas is in the world. He's in Cincinnati. And Lucas, thank you for tweeting at IMSA Radio. You were absolutely intimately involved with the Garage 56 Camaro.
Yes, sir.
And that car caused such a stir at Le Mans. Why did we never see that running here in IMSA? Rolex or Petit Le Mans running as a guest. Yeah, it's still there. It's still ready to go. Come on.
Once again, if I had it my way, we'd run that thing every potential weekend.
You know, I upset a lot of people by saying at Le Mans, I'd be quite happy to see 25 or 30 of those running as just an invitation race. And that I upset a lot of people by saying that. I tell you what, it would have been incredible.
Well, in HSR, we brought NASCAR Classic to life. And so you never know, but what an amazing project that was with Rocky and Jensen and Jimmy Johnson and, of course, Jordan Taylor as the coach. But people should get ready for the Amazon Prime documentary coming out about the Garage 56 called American Thunder. Sometime in late May into mid-June is going to run globally. We're so excited about that. It's an incredible story of a project that so many people touched.
We saw last year, John, Whelen Engineering going to Le Mans. We saw Porsche bringing in an extra car, an effective an IMSA car. How satisfying is it for you personally to see a long-standing IMSA team like Wayne Taylor Racing, who, you know, Wayne, he's had this dream for so long. He's driven
to
there.
To
go back, but to bring you, they go there with his boys and their team and everything. How satisfying is that for you that the ACO have seen the value in them being a part of the entry?
It's incredible. Once again, you did it.
Yeah.
I think, number one, it starts with the growth of the whole sport is thanks to the partnership I think we have with the ACO, where the platforms on the track, both prototype and GT, can race in either our championship, the WeatherTech Championship, or across the pond in WEC. Of course, the IMSA Championship has the Aiken Award, which allows a GT top bronze finisher to go. The Truman Award in LMP2, same thing. So Ori Fadani and is going to Le Mans for the first time. And, of course, Penske won the championship. But now the opportunity with the manufacturers for Wayne Taylor Racing, for Whelen Cadillac Racing to go back. Love to see them have success, and I think I go over there like a proud papa to see our kids go to battle with the best in the world, and I sure hope we bring home some trophies.
This weekend, actually, very quickly, have you considered Garage 56 style entry for Daytona, by the way?
Well, Personally, I think it would be incredible. We obviously are also in that situation where we only have so many pit box spaces. So
that is a problem, yeah.
You never know. I think opportunity exists, but frankly, we're showcasing the most technologically advanced sports cars in the world, renewable fuel, sustainable fuel, so we'll see what happens.
More sustainable content in the Michelin tyres, and that's going up every season as well. Right, we will let you go after this, but I've got to ask you about Heart of Racing and the Valkyrie. This is the first car, and so far the only car built to the street-based hypercar regulations. I was fortunate enough to see the two cars running in Qatar a couple of weekends ago. It's getting a real workout here. They're learning so much. We just had Adam Carter from Aston Martin Racing here. That does your heart good to see that there, but we've got more to come, and that's the key thing.
You rewind the clock, January 2020, we sat in the media center there, the driver meeting room at Daytona, and we announced convergence thanks to a partnership that Pierre Fion and our chairman Jim France agreed upon. That got us to a place where if the two platforms could race together technically, we would be absolutely willing to see them. And obviously here we are today, the first time convergence has manifested itself here in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. And I had a conversation with my buddy Ian James back at Daytona at the test. And I said, man, the car doesn't sound like it did when I heard it in videos. He said, yeah, we're running the mufflers. I said, shh, take the mufflers off. We're in the entertainment business. Let the fans hear the V12 sing. And, of course, anybody that's been trackside all weekend, that thing's got a magical sound.
Oh, absolutely has. John, will you pass on our best to Wayne Estes and his team here, John Story and everybody here at Sebring for putting on another great event. Obviously, your team up at Daytona as well. An amazing feat of logistics to get the 2026 schedule out. If you want to go and have a look at it, it's at IMSA.com. John Doonan, go and have a look at a bit of racing. Go on, please.
Thanks for having me. And again, thanks to everyone tuning in around the world. We're so thrilled to be able to bring you the entertainment that is the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. God bless everybody.
Dave Alcock saying thanks for John Doonan for coming in and a comprehensive and thorough answer, and Lucas Lodato, he was happy that we read out the question as well. We had a couple of pit stops at the front of the field, but everything cycled through, Peter, and we're back where we were before we started speaking to John Doonan with Earl Bamber and the Whelen Cadillac at the front of the field, and into the pit for Renger van der Zande in second place. Remember, they are just a little bit off strategy.
It's a drive-through.
Oh, is that the drive-through?
Yes.
That was the tyre.
Yes. Well, and interestingly, for several laps, Renger kept going around. I wonder if the team were perhaps trying to argue the toss, but normally that conversation only ends in one way, and indeed it has ended up that way, saying no.
Joe Bradley has just watched the whole of the GTD Pro field come through the pit lane as well, brothers.
Yeah, it seemed to be that everybody in that class came in at the same time. I was actually stationed at Dragon Speed, just tyres and fuel for the 81 Ferrari for Dragon Speed. I'm going to kind of loiter with intent on Elton Julian, so I haven't had my chat with him. Let me just dive in. Mr. Julian, okay, he's given me. I'll come back in 5, Elton. I'm not sure what was going on there, but he wasn't. Here he is. He's. Were you happy with that stop there, Elton?
Wait, stop again?
Were you happy with that stop there?
Yeah,
that's just. You always look grumpy. You just always look grumpy sometimes. You always look grumpy sometimes.
I'm always grumpy.
So, this GTD Pro class that you told us, I think it was at Daytona. This has been a massive challenge for you and Dragon Speed, and it remains that?
Absolutely. Obviously, OEM involvement and the team preparation that exists at this category, it's top-notch. So, we feel we're on par, and we've shown now when we have the chance and things are a little bit more even, we're able to compete. So we'll see what happens later on when the sun sets.
When you take possession of a new race car in the workshop, Elton, you get the user manual, don't you? And it's usually a few pages deep. What's the user manual like for this Ferrari?
I think it was like 600 or 700 pages. It's insane. But at the end of the day, it's a race car. It's people running it. Feeling matters. The electronics are complicated, but that's why there's twice as many people on the stand.
So is that right? I mean, the reason why we see teams now with so many crew members is because of the complexity of running the car.
Yeah, and you know what it's caused? You know, these timing stands that you see here and these tents used to be a luxury, but now they're necessary. We need to go vertical just because of the amount of entries and the complexity of the cars and what it takes to win.
How far off we 3 stories are then?
I'm still to get to 2.
Thank you, man. Thank you, Tony. It was Elton Julian smiling. I've made him smile.
Well, Elton Julian, he said pre-season, he says this is the biggest program he's ever won. This is a guy who's won several times. He's won Daytona 3 times in LMP2. He's run an IndyCar team, etc. So
run an LMP1 on hybrid.
Of course, well remembered, yes.
Going
very,
back a few
true.
years. Yeah, and a really strong driver himself. You know, if you go back, I think people know him now as a team principal, but Formula 3000, dabbled in the Atlantic Championship here in the U.S., couple of starts at Le Mans in actually separated by 7 years, interestingly enough, 2005 and 2012. But really good driver, and I do think sometimes having a driver as a team principal is a big advantage. Just to have a little experience even, and he has a lot more than a little, but it does help with some of the decision-making when you've been in that cockpit yourself.
Yeah, definitely know what a driver can react well to and what they don't react well to. Interesting, a warning coming through for car number 021. That's the Triarzi JG Wentworth car at GTD. Failure to adhere to controlled powertrain parameters. What on earth does that mean? Well, basically it means that the torque sensor on the drive shaft of the car is measuring how much power and torque it's producing, and if you have a limit, and if you go over it, then you can get a penalty. So to get away with a warning is good.
Well, remember our conversation with Jack Aitken earlier in the week, and the torque sensors are on the GT cars as well as the GTP cars here in the WeatherTech Championship, and he was talking about the unique challenge specific to Sebring of keeping within that limit because of all the bumps. At Daytona, it was about the curbs, especially at the bus stop, or the Le Mans chicane as it's now known. But here, the whole thing is a bump. The whole track is a curb.
And those spikes, that will be a spike and that will be a warning, because they see that in real time and they can overlay that to where you are on the track. So it's just, you know, it is not an absolute where every single time you are going to get pinged for it. And I think that's right. There has to be some context in what is going on. And so that's the warning. Guys, we've seen a spike. You'll have seen it as well, because the teams have got the same information. But crucially, that information is not controlled by the teams. All of that is direct to the series, in this case IMSA. And as I said, it is the same company who provides those torque sensors across the WEC and IMSA.
And that information going to IMSA in real time, that's why the FAF car got called in with the mechanical black flag. They weren't getting the data off of that sensor, and they couldn't be allowed to continue running because there was no way to monitor them in the way that IMSA was monitoring the rest of the class. It becomes a competition issue at that point, and fortunately FAF was able to deal with that, but they're still recovering from it, unfortunately for them at this point, languishing quite a ways down the order. 9th in class, it looks like, and still not on the same lap as the front runners in GTD Pro.
Windward Racing, last year's winners in that 57 Mercedes AMG, they won from the very back of the grid last year. They really dominated the championship, won the IMSA WeatherTech Championship overall, won the Endurance Cup as well. They were so dominant with that driver lineup that they have, and the way that they prepare the car, and this evergreen Mercedes AMG GT3 feels like it's been around forever, but it just keeps on trucking and just keeps on winning as well, and they've looked very, very strong. That GTD class is led by an AMG, albeit with the Korthoff Competition Motors team, who lead by 2.3 seconds from Aston Martin and Harder Racing 27. Then it's that 57 Windward car of Russell Ward. At GTD Pro, it's the Fords, and I tell you what, Ryan, the Fords, they have really come to race on race day. They've been fairly quiet throughout the race week, I think it would be fair to say, but boy oh boy have they come to fight today.
They were expecting this to be a challenge. They were quite candid about it. Did not qualify terribly well, and we remarked after qualifying, in fact, they swept the front row at Daytona, but were sweeping row 5 here at Sebring. So a step back for sure, but some of it has to do with horses for courses, right? And the Mustang folks did feel like this particular track layout maybe didn't play to the strengths of the Mustang package, at least for a single lap. But as we've talked about extensively, it's not just about being fast in a race like this. It's the execution, it's the strategy, it's being good on tires when you have to double stint tires, it's being good in changing conditions, and to this point they've done well to take advantage of it. Right now a 2.7 second lead for Mike Rockenfeller in GTD Pro.
It's interesting, of the two cars, the 64 car that's leading, the one with the white windshield strip, has been the strongest car of the two of them throughout the week, interestingly. This is the car with Mike Rockenfeller driving with Sebastian Frio, and Ben Barker is going to come in for the endurance races. Missed Daytona, unfortunately, but here for his Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring debut. But Mike Rockenfeller, his first Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, 2004.
Wow.
But he was a fresh-faced Porsche Junior.
Now, it should be noted, they are on a slightly different sequence than the rest of the class. They last pitted on lap 141. The rest of the field in the 150, 151 range. So there is a slight caveat to this, but nevertheless, some deserved kudos for Ford and Multimatic. Think about where they were this time a year ago and the struggles they've had. But, you know, when you have a company that's invested in motorsport the way that Ford is, and then you have a partner like Multimatic, you think about all the great cars and programs they've been a part of over the years. It always, in my mind, was a question of when, not if, they would get this thing figured out. And right now, this looks like it's going to be a strong package just about anywhere they turn up, even a place where they feel like they could be on the back foot. They still have a way to get themselves in the conversation.
And they're just getting started with this car.
Correct.
Their exploits in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship are, like you say, are going very well, and they're in the World Endurance Championship as they were last year. But for the first time this year, we're going to see them race on the Nürburgring.
Yeah,
and they've paired up with Haupt Racing Team, who know how things are done around that place. I am super excited to see how they go. A lot of their drivers have been getting their Nürburgring permits and some pretty humble machinery, as you have to do to get your Nürburgring permit. But can't wait to see how they get on when they hit the North Side.
Now, we tried to talk to Ollie Milroy in a CrowdStrike pit lane report with Joe Bradley earlier on, and when we did, LMP2 kind of exploded. And never mind Ollie waiting, he had to get ready and jump into the car. He was putting his helmet on even before Joe had managed to say, can you just... Oh, no, he's gone. Let's try this again. Joe Bradley down at Inception Ferrari.
Yeah, I don't think Ollie's been actually waiting all this time for me to come back. He's been out.
Are you sure?
Back. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. He's been doing his job. Ollie, all right, we're embedded into this 12 Hours of Sebring now. But yesterday, the number 70 Inception Ferrari was missing in action. So it's been a kind of a strange one, I would imagine, for the team dynamic.
Yeah, we wanted Brendan to start the race today. In his accident the other day, although he didn't damage the car, he hurt his foot, he bruised his foot when he bashed it inside the car. So,
did you hear what we said? You turned the damage off.
Unbelievable, wasn't it? Unbelievable. Yeah, incredible. Just broke the mirror, basically. So he wasn't feeling great. We would have lost our best lap anyway because of the causing the red flag in practice. And obviously, you do quality, you use one of your 12 sets of tyres for the race. So we kind of felt, weighed out the pros and cons and felt it was probably better to start the race today at the back. Brendan had the day resting yesterday, resting his foot, and save a set of tyres for the race. And, until we got a puncture just now, but until then we were running in the top 6 or something. So it just shows that quality doesn't really mean a huge amount in this.
Well, I know we keep saying that. I mean, Brendan had a great first stint, didn't he? He really, really performed well. And, that's a tricky time to be in the car at the start of these races.
It is, and it's difficult. We weighed it up before the weekend, whether we put myself or Frederick in to start, because it's so much pressure on an amateur, on a bronze driver. But it's also a big advantage to start getting their drive time done early in the race. So, and Brendan's got a lot of experience now. He did a good job. We were going well. I think I had a fun stint. We went from 18th to 6th, I think, or 7th. So it was a really fun stint. The car feels great. We've got a long way to go. I think we're a lap down now with this puncture, but yeah, I'm sure we'll make that back at some point, I hope.
And I know the boys and girls in the team enjoyed their afternoon off, and there's a rumour that they went off and played mini golf. Was there any truth in that? I don't know. Did you guys play mini golf? No. I would have.
Yeah, they don't invite me to that because I take my golf too seriously.
Even your putting.
I was out on my bike getting some training and had a nice little cycle down to Lake Placid and stuff, and yeah, it was a perfect day. I mean, I'd rather have been in the car. I actually, when Brendan was hurt his foot, I begged them to let me do quali and let me have a go, but, you know, we took a sensible option, saved a set of tyres, and here we are.
By 10 o'clock tonight, nobody will remember qualifying at all, will you? You guys will be wherever the race brings you, and you've been around enough to know what comes. All you do is go fast, mate.
Exactly, and stay out of trouble.
Yes.
Just got to stay. Yeah. And there's a lot of trouble out there, and you've got to avoid it, you know, as much as you can until the last hour of the race.
Yeah. Thank you all. Thanks for waiting so patiently. Speak to you later. Good luck at the Inception. Right, thank you. And I know Sean Goff's not here because he's at the all plate at PF, isn't he? Pardon? Sean's not here because he's at the all plate at PF with Lewis.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, you know what? We've all been there in the karting scene, and now he's going through it. So, he's, you know, it's annoying actually when he's not here because he's messaging us every 5 minutes instead, asking for updates. But yeah, it's like, you know, he's still a proper like racing dad.
Yeah, he is now, and Lewis is good. So Sean Goff for everybody's. Thank you guys. Sean Goff is the team principal here at Inception, and he's kind of like a fixture on the wall. However, what's happening at PF International in Lincolnshire in England? It's the first big event in the British Championship season. It's the Open, the British Open, and the accolade of carrying the O plate as your number plate for the rest of the season. And Sean's son Lewis has really come on, and you know what? He's been doing really well in national karting at a very high level, and also in some European stuff. And I say, unfortunately for Sean, his kid's good, and he's going to have to continue spending money, and he's in contention for the O plate, and indeed, you know, top 3, top 5 finish, even win, and being British champion this season. Good luck to Lewis tomorrow when it comes to the finals across there in Lincolnshire.
Drove past PF, and it's right next door to fullback, isn't it? As you go through, two kart circuits pretty much together. Drove past there the other day.
Wow.
On my way to Damon Acres, the new Damon property up there. You see it from space, you know. It's huge.
The jacuzzi's particularly impressive, yes.
6 hours and 11 minutes to go.
Just while we were taking that CrowdStrike Pit Lane report, great information there from Ollie Milroy from the Inception crew. Renger van der Zande pulled a superb move on the 25 BMW to move up into 5th position. He's fighting back from a drive-through penalty, and you know, it's a great spot to pass at turn 7, although you have to be brave on the brakes because they're hitting the brakes at 170 miles an hour there, all the way from 7th to 1st gear. So it's pretty hefty, everything's going on, but Renger pulled it off, and is now really getting his head down with his teammate, the number 60 car that's also got past the 25 BMW, which is piloted by Tom Bloomquist. So the tyre strategy going back and forward, I would imagine Sheldon van der Linde in that 22nd stint now and having to go through the pain.
I think you're exactly right, and boy, it is extra painful when you talk about the heat of the day here at Sebring. This is hotter than it's been all week long. That is a challenge for sure, both for the drivers but also for the Michelin tires underneath the cars.
Track temperature is still actually going up. It's now up to 28 Celsius. It was sitting at 26 and 27 for a long time. That's 82 Fahrenheit on the track, 86 in the air, which is spot on 30 Celsius.
I think these Acuras are worth keeping an eye on, though, because Renger van der Zande has the fastest lap of the race. That was set very early on, lap 19 at a 150.072. And we've also seen them able to stretch stints relative to some of the other GTP opposition. They've able to get a little more energy economy, let's say. That's a good combination to have in a race like this, especially if strategy ends up being what dictates the outcome. If you can extend those stints, that opens up your strategy options. Now, though, they run up on a bunch of traffic here. GTD battles side by side, and just like that, it closes up the margin between the two Meyershank Racing teammates.
So Renger van der Zande in the white, red, and black 93, the white and the new livery, the Ask Roy livery, the white, blue and turquoise machine of Tom Blomqvist, both running together. The Acuras have looked so strong all week long. Looking at the sector times, Tom Blomqvist the quickest through sector 2 in that number 60 machine, 109.3 through the chunk of the lap from the exit of turn 1 round to Jean de Bienne, and then from Jean de Bienne to the end of the lap, Renger van der Zande the quickest car through there. So showing that from the kind of chunky sectors that we can get a really good read on the real pace. The Acura is at the moment the quickest car, and funnily enough, last year the Acura was quickest through all 3 sectors in the race.
Was it? Sarah Rigby, unsurprisingly, wanting to know what was going on with the Van der Steur Racing Aston Martin.
It's back from behind the wall.
It's back on track. Yeah, it's gone back out. What took it behind the wall?
I never saw an official update on that. I'll see if I can track something down real quick.
I've said
but we got a swap, unfortunately, as the 19 Van der Steur Aston went in. Came out from behind the wall and went back on the track. The 73 Pratt Miller Orica had to go behind the wall.
Okay.
Continuing, they're just a week to forget. Just they'll be glad to see the truck door shut and head back to base and come back stronger at the next round.
Just talking about the official track temperatures, of course, that being 28 Celsius, 86 Fahrenheit, 82 Fahrenheit at the moment. That is at a single point. The Michelin tyre engineers are taking track temperatures all the time down the pit lane, and it'll depend on where you take it, the surface that it's on. And you just watched that. What was the number on the pyrometer for that one?
Yeah, he's got 39 degrees, and they don't take it on the white concrete of the pit lane. They step out of the pit lane and take it from the darker grey tarmac, because that's more like outside, not outside, but off and out onto around the track. We've got that's going to give you the true reading, not the reflective whiteness of the concrete here, but 39 degrees. That's he also mentioned a 31 degree ambient, and I'm thankful for the breeze, because if it wasn't for the breeze, it would be a killer.
I'm seeing 30 ambient at the moment. It's interesting, of course, because I suspect that the official track temperature, and we keep an eye on that, I suspect that is on the concrete rather than anywhere else at the moment. And that's a great bit of intel from Joe Bradley down there in the pit lane.
And interestingly, though, given that we're at the warmest conditions we've seen all day, there are personal best lap times and personal best sectors being set all over the place right now.
Yeah.
Which is bizarre. Jimmy Brunies has set his best lap of the race, 150.2. Felipe Nasr, his best lap of the race, 150.4. In fact, Felipe Nasr all of a sudden has just carved, in the last 3 laps, Felipe Nasr has carved 3 seconds out of El Bamber's lead. The lead is now down to less than 3 seconds. So are the Porsches, and interestingly, those cars I've just mentioned, both are Porsches. So does the Porsche 963 enjoy the heat more? When it was first released, it hated the heat. It overheated the tyres. It didn't like it at all. Has the order of things changed?
Well, the pace here would indicate maybe that is the case. They have been hard at work, working on that package. That's another one where Multimatic is at the core of the whole thing. We were talking about that with the Mustang and the leaps that they took from year 1 to year 2, and I think you can say the same for the Porsche 963 around the world. It maybe came out half-baked, might be a tad too strong, but it wasn't a finished product by any stretch of the imagination. And now, I mean, you saw what it did a year ago, winning races, winning championships all around the world, including winning races in customer hands. Let's not forget with Jota, when they were still a Porsche customer team, winning in the World Endurance Championship up against the factories, side by side.
For the lead. Move for the lead, Felipe Nasr around the outside at Cunningham Corner. How do you like it? Felipe Nasr, the brilliant Brazilian, moves past El Bamber. Is El Bamber struggling for grip? He's only half an hour into his stint, so I presume he's on his second stint on tyres, because he's just all of a sudden dropped back a lot, and Nasr really forging forward now in that number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine. And you'd imagine, Ryan, that he is riding the crest of a wave right now with the
the reigning champion, with a feeling that he's used to. Of course, he's been champion many times in IMSA, but another Rolex 24-hour win, and he hits the front here at Sebring.
Yeah, it was a massive win for him to go back-to-back at Daytona, to deliver again for Roger Penske and Porsche as well. I think Bamber might have caught some traffic on that lap, looking at lap times where Nasser did not, but also, as we were talking about, the Porsche seemingly getting stronger as we approach the halfway mark of this race, and that was a power move, bravura performance from the Brazilian Felipe Nasser, able to make it work around Earl Bamber, and that's not an easy thing to do.
This is what IMSA WeatherTech Racing is all about. Nasser versus Bamber, Porsche versus Cadillac, just heavyweights everywhere you look, and they're dicing through traffic as well, watching the best drivers in the world in these prototype machines cut through all the GT cars, cut through lap traffic. Just remarkable to watch. In fact, now this could be an issue for Felipe Nasser. He's come across not one but two cars in his own class who are running now. The Lamborghini is running one lap down. It won't want to lose another.
So I think the Lamborghini's just on the tail end. No, it is one lap down, you're right. And Will Stevens in the 10 is a couple laps down. And they'll be fighting and clawing to try and hang there if they can, because I think you can anticipate there should be some wave-by opportunities. Oh, what a move, though, to get to the outside late on the brakes and just roll the momentum around the outside, too, and give Bamber credit. He fought him tough, tooth and nail, but ultimately he was left with no recourse.
Yeah, El Bamber's won a heck of a lot of races in his time, and thing is, he's also had a lot that have gone by the wayside when he's fought too hard. Every driver can say that, but Earl's had a few in the last couple of years. I just think he's just given that little bit of extra room there, not fighting the toss too hard. And I think that says to me that he's quite confident and relaxed and assured in the pace that he's got in that 31 car. He doesn't want to damage it.
That'd be a different story if that had been the last lap. I'll tell you that right now.
Yes.
Damage to the Cadillac, the blue Cadillac. That's the number 10 car. Something hanging off the right front of it. And I think it's the headlamp pod has fallen out. Yes, it is. It's the deer notice light, if you will. Peter, you've been driving Cadillacs lately in the Escalade. Had a very similar look around the front end to that with that vertical stripe. And the right-hand side is hanging out. That might get it a black and orange flag, Brian.
It certainly could. When we get into the nighttime, you'll want to have both functioning headlights as well. But this has just been that kind of day, hasn't it, for Wayne Taylor Racing? It doesn't matter which class, it doesn't matter which car. All of them have had misfortune.
Leader right behind that car at the moment at turn 10, Cunningham corner. We were trying to track down Van der Steur Racing. Just behind them, actually, there in the number 19 car, that blue and light blue zebra stripe car. And Joe Bradley's gone to the pits to find out from the team manager what is going on. Joseph?
I'm with Anthony McIntosh, who was the driver that started the number 19 Van der Steur Aston Martin. Anthony, we've got a lot of Aston Martin fans out there that, noticed your car had disappeared behind the wall. Can you shed some light on them for us as to what the issue was?
Sure, absolutely. After I finished my triple stint, we put Val in the car for his stint, and after about 6 laps, we were starting to notice that we were having an energy issue. And it kept coming up. It started small at first, then it was constant, and the decision was made to basically bring the car behind the wall, make the repairs, send it back out, and now we're going to see how we're doing.
The team seemed pretty confident that they've gotten to the problem and they've rectified it, so it should be, fingers crossed, a good run to the flag now.
For sure, fingers crossed. It's a long race. It's a 12-hour. We're going to do great.
You started the race, Anthony. I mean, I say that, I've been saying this a lot. The start of the race is either, it's great, or is it great? Because that's when so many things can go wrong, and it looked very, very busy out there.
Yeah, it is very busy. You can't win the race at the beginning, but you can certainly lose it. So they put me out there just to keep it clean, and that's what I did.
You certainly did. Andy, fingers crossed, that's the bad luck over for you guys. And the Aston Martin, the Van der Steur Aston Martin, back out on track, as you guys mentioned earlier.
Well, we have tripped over into the second half of the race. Just under 6 hours to go. Time for a new feature here. This is the Piloti mid-race recap of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. We have completed 173 laps. Felipe Nasser leading at the moment. One of a number of cars. I think we've had four different manufacturers have led 5 cautions for 19 laps. At the moment, only 3 retirements, which, considering some of the contact that we've had, it's Triasi Competitions Ferrari 023, the Era Motorsport number 18, Orica LMP2, and Chettilar in the 47 Ferrari. That's our Piloti mid-race recap, the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebrings. Whoa, we're halfway there. And let's take a VP Racing in-race updates to bring you the rest of the story. And here at the 73rd running of this great race in GTD, it's Ken Cook for Courthoff Mercedes, number 32, that leads in GTD by 2 seconds from the Hartner Racing Aston Tom Gamble in the 27 at the moment. 6.5 further back, another AMG, Winwood Racing, Russell Ward, the number 57. 3.5 further back from that, Simon Mann, AF Corsa in the Ferrari number 21. What a comeback story that is, by the way. And then it's the number 12, Frankie Montecalvo, Vassar Sullivan, RCF GT3. Top 6 made up by Tom Sargent for Wright Motorsport in the 120, the green and yellow car. GTD Pro, Conor de Filippi, Paul Miller Racing BMW by 2 seconds. The number 1 leads from the 64 Ford Multimatic Ford Mustang. It's Rocky, Mike Rockefeller behind the wheel there. Corvette, Nicky Katzberg, the number 4, another 7/10 further back. And the 4th different manufacturer in the top 4 of GTD Pro is Porsche, in the shape of the AO Racing Lauren Heinrich, driven number 77. He's just a half a second further back. Tremendous scrap going on there. In LMP2, as it has been for a little while now, CrowdStrike Racing have found their way at the front. They've got a substantial lead. Toby Sowry in behind the wheel of that 04 car. That's the CrowdStrike by Algarve Pro Racing APR. Over a minute in hand over Rasmus Lind for the first of 2 United Autosports cars that are well up the field. Rasmus is in the number 22 car. He's got Tom Dillman trying to trim him down, but again, that's well over a minute for into Europol. The yellow and green 43 in 3rd. Second of the United cars, number 2, Juan Manuel Correa. He is in 4th place with Sebastian Alvarez now driving the Tower Motorsport number 8. He's just 9/10 of a second behind 4th position. Hunter McElrea, the TDS car, delayed earlier on, down now in 11th position, but Hunter has been making that car fly. He's just got into that car recently. Expect to see that car going great guns. And with 176 laps completed now, it's Felipe Nasser by 1.9 seconds from Earl Bamber in 2nd for Cadillac and for Whelan. Earl's led the race with that car. Mathieu Jaminet, Porsche Penske Motorsport in 3rd place. Another 10 seconds further back and a 4-second advantage to Kevin Magnussen for BMW Team RLL. BMW have also led this race. As of Acura, Renger van der Zande now in 5th in the 93. And he's got his teammate Tom Blomqvist 2 seconds behind him in the number 60. Jimmy Bruni is the best of the privateer Porsches in 7th position for the bright yellow JDC Miller Motorsports number 85. He's got 16 seconds on now 8th position for the Heart of Racing Valkyrie. Ross Gunn behind the wheel of the number 23 car. Prolong competition, Neil Jarney's another minute further back, just hanging on to the end of the lead lap in the Proto number 5. That's the Mustang sampling car. And last car on the lead lap, I reckon, is Sheldon van der Linde in 10th place for BMW Team RLL. Thanks to Aaron up in Concord as we complete our VP Racing in-race update. He's done the first half of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring as the voice in our ears, and we're now going to have the
tones of Sarah for the last 6 hours. Thanks very much to Aaron for keeping us straight for that first 6 hours of the race. Peter McCann.
This racetrack is getting quicker because we've just seen that the sector that's the most important is sector 2. It's about 2/3 of the lap from the exit of turn 1 to the exit of Jean de Bienne Bend. The fastest car in the race through that section has just been changed. Romain Grosjean in the 63 Lamborghini. 109.123 through there, which is about half a second away from the fastest time in the race last year through that section, set by the race-winning car of Louis Delatraz in the Acura. So, not long before Romain Grosjean set that sector time, we saw Felipe Nasr go through there very quickly. Tom Blomqvist has just now gone through turn 1 and sector 1 faster than anybody's been. So, despite the heat, strangely, the racetrack's getting faster.
Well, the reason for that is that there's more Michelin rubber getting laid down. And you're going to have... The only thing I will say, it will gradually narrow the line on the track as we get through. And when it starts to cool down, it might just get a little bit greasy. Oh, big lock-up in front of the tower. Motorsport number 8, LMP2. Currently driven by Sebastian Alvarez. Not sure who that was, but there was some tyre smoke there. Sheldon von der Linde just underlining your point. In the 25 BMW, the last car on the lead lap has just popped in the fastest lap of the race.
149.923. That is fast in race trim. Very, very fast.
How does that compare to the lap record for these cars?
148.311 from Renker van der Zande a couple of years ago in the Cadillac, which is actually joint to the thousandths of a second by Guido van der Garde in LMP2 in 2022, before those cars were toned down a little bit, but they might have to keep turning them down with the pace that they've been showing this week. The best lap of the race last year was a 149.497 set by Louis Delatraz in the race-winning 40 Acura, so we're getting down towards that. Personal best also for Tom Blomqvist on the previous lap, and he's going quicker again through sector 1. So it's like all of a sudden they've gone, oh, it's halfway, is it? Oh, right, okay, next gear.
Reports of debris on track, by the way, guys. Turns 5 and 6. It's been up for a couple minutes now, so hopefully it's nothing that would necessitate a stoppage, but something to be aware of.
Interesting, Blomqvist has set that personal best time 45 minutes into his stint. Okay, some of that has been under yellow, but still, it's not in the tyres aren't in their absolute freshest, whereas for van der Linde, who's just set that amazing lap time there, he's only 10 minutes into his stint, so he'll be on fresh Michelin rubber, and he's in that dream scenario of, oh, fresh tyres, yes, but you can't enjoy it too much. No. You've got to look after them.
Particularly, I think they'll still just be in the double stinting stage here. It'll probably be another 2 stints. It'll be the last... I think it'll be the last 3.5, 4 hours.
He's just done it again. 149.7 this time.
Yeah, and also Tom Blomqvist and Neil Janney putting their fastest laps in. So we start, and the leader has just gone through. Felipe Nasr at 150.248. So it is, for some reason, to quote the house marks, it's happy hour again.
It is. We've got the 3 different cars setting the best sector time. The number 60 Acura Tom Blomqvist, fastest through sector 1. Sector 2 is the BMW of Sheldon van der Linde. And sector 3, Renker van der Zande in the 93 Acura.
Heart Racing Aston Martin just gone back out with Zachary Rogbachon behind the wheel of the number 27. The Pfaff Motorsport Lamborghini's just been serviced. That's the number 9 car. Marco Mappelli has given over to James Hinchcliffe. Now, this is James Pooleyfoot Hinchcliffe, slight limp left. Car got dropped on his foot earlier on, and see if that affects him at all. And a moment or two ago, very close call. In fact, no, there was contact between the Riley number 74 and the Pfaff car into Cunningham Corner, turn 10. Cunningham Corner has seen more action in this first half of the race than I can remember in the last 3 races put together. Very, very odd. Turner BMW, always a team to keep an eye on, and Joe Bradley is doing just that with this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
And with one of their drivers who's just got out of the car. Joe, who have you got?
Yeah, I've got Jake Walker out of the 96. I've just been telling Jake a story about, can you remember the days of the front engine panos, and it was quite a common sight to see David Brabham, Olivier Beretta, Jan Magnussen get out of the car and dip their feet straight into a bucket of ice. Well, I've come across Jake with his feet, not in a bucket of ice, but certainly on an ice pack. And Jake, that the pedals or the bulkhead getting hot has caused you some problems enough for you need to cool your feet down.
Yeah, the pedals aren't hot. I'm just being proactive because it's a lot of brake pressure over a long period of time. And, you know, being proactive with the swelling and making sure that my feet stay, you know, consistent and they feel good throughout the race is important.
Right, so do you wear a cool suit as well?
No cool suit, no cool suit.
Oh, you're hardcore.
Yes.
So how was your first stint?
First stint was great. The car feels really good, you know, thanks to BMW and Turner Motorsport. We were out there ripping the car. Pretty consistent. We made up some positions. Now Robbie's in the car, and we're going to work from there.
It's you know, getting your head around. We're only half distance. There's so much happened. There's so much can happen. How do you kind of keep the psychology of the motivation, keep your focus?
Yeah, just kind of looking at the end goal. At the end of the day, we're here to get a podium, but we're also here for points. So if you know it doesn't look like it's in the cards, we'll do what we can so we make sure we finish in the top 5.
Thank you, Jake. Thanks for that. Thanks for that little bit of insight as well.
So, into the second hour, second half, just a reminder of our Porsche keys to the race. Get to the darkness and have a car that will do its best work at night. Have patience in traffic, keep the penalties down, and keep some tyres underneath you as well. I've just thrown in a bit of a curveball now by saying that dinner is being served, and Ryan and Peter are now arguing about who's going to go first to sample the fantastic cuisine. You've got an hour's break coming, so you might as well go for dinner.
All right.
Yeah, come on, go early.
Sounds good to me. Thank you, John.
Have
fun,
Ryan
Peter.
Marine stepping out. He'll be down in the as part of the CrowdStrike pit lane reporting team in just a few moments. Not a few moments. About an hour's time. He'll be stepping in to the lane. Out of the pit lane for Luis Perez, Mateus Perez compact for AF Corsa, the number 88 car, the light blue car.
I'm still full up from the fantastic pudding at lunchtime.
You didn't tell me what lunch was. So what was the features?
We had some lovely chicken.
Yeah.
Chicken thighs, I think it was. Lovely potatoes, nice salad with some ranch dressing. What else? And then the pudding was like a lovely crumble, like almost like an autumn crumble.
Wonderful.
Yes. I bumped into Neil Verhagen, who was pretty pleased with how things are going, and I asked him, I said, how's the new GT3 Evo? And he said, yeah, there's not a massive difference, but he says it's just much easier to get it into the window. The setup window, that's been the main change with it. But he was also helping himself to a cookie. So there we go, folks. That is scientific proof that cookies make you drive fast.
Well, Alex Brundle says not. Alex Brundle got his nickname from us of Cookie Monster because he turned down some fresh baked Helen Eve Hewitt cookies at Hindhoff Towers one time because he said, that's half a second on my lap time right there.
Half a second? Well, I'm going with the Verhagen theory.
Right.
He can be my dietitian.
Through turn 1 for the BMW, and it's 3 wide behind him with the GT cars going into Christensen Curve. Now, are those 3 fighting for position? Yes, they are. Max Hesse for the BMW right in there, for the GT BMW right in there with Rexy, and that is the battle then for 3rd and 4th position. And the blue and whites with the Pegasus, flying Pegasus on the side of the Mobil 1 Corvette as well is right there. So that's 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Connor De Filippi another 3 seconds up the road in GTD Pro with the number 1 BMW, then Katzberg, then about 3/4 of a second to Heinrich, and then Max Hesse.
Cutting through all that battle in GTD Pro there was the 24 of Dries Vanthoor, who spent a lot of his time, or has spent a lot of his time in those GSA Motorsports
GT3s and will do in other championships, but also driving the GTP prototype here in IMSA and also in the World Endurance Championship. So he's a busy boy as a BMW Works driver, and of course qualified on pole here at Sebring and at Daytona. So 2 out of 2 in his debut IMSA season. He had done the odd one off here and there, but this is his first full program and his first Mobil 1 12 hours of Sebring, and doing a great job. But he, by his own admission, he told us in total honesty in a CrowdStrike pit lane report that he'd driven like a billy, he said. I think he'd been a little bit hard on himself, but
I think he was being very hard on himself.
A penalty for the one error that he will kick himself for is the on the race start, going out of the column, going out of the lane and picking up a drive through, and they're still sort of chasing their tail a little bit on that one.
I don't know. I'm not going to have that. I don't think that is why they're down where they are at the moment in 9th and 10th, those two BMWs. I really don't, because we've had too much resetting since then. That car's pace that was right there, it's lost it a bit in the heat of the day. Let's see what happens when it starts to cool down again. And that, to me, is where the interest lies. I'm not saying we're in a holding pattern at the moment, but I've likened this race before to a World Championship heavyweight boxing match. And if you think of 12 hours, it's a bit like 12 rounds, isn't it? And so you start like the clappers and try and get as many hits in as you can, maybe up to rounds 2 and 3, and then you might have a little bit of a cruise a bit, get through past halfway, and you get up to rounds 9, 10, 11, 12, certainly 10, 11 and 12, the last 3 rounds. You want to finish very, very strongly. You want to impress the judges. And I think we're kind of in those middle rounds at the moment where there's 1 or 2 teams here that'll be tyre saving, there'll be fuel saving, notwithstanding these fast laps that we're getting, and another one last time around for Renger van der Zande and for Ross Gunn, a 150.548 the last lap. That's one of the quicker laps out there.
The Valkyrie is coming good. It's coming good. Well, if it is a
heavyweight... he's right on it, isn't he? There's a few people in the 49s for the best.
Brand new machine.
But that brand new machine to IMSA competition is right there.
Not based on the MR Pro road car. I have to correct myself. You were tuned in earlier. It's not based on the MR Pro. It's based on the Valkyrie road car.
Yeah.
Sorry, Aston Martin. We'll set that one right. But if this is a heavyweight boxing match, Felipe Nasser has just gone to the corner to speak to the trainer and have a wet towel and a quick slush of refreshing drink, because he's come in for a pit stop. He's gone back out again, so he's had the fun of the new tyres. He's now going to have to go out for a second stint, likely on the same set of tyres, and there'll be a little bit more pain to endure there. Earl Bamber we should see coming in fairly soon as well. He's only got 4% energy left in the tank, so very likely he will pit at the end of the next lap and hand the lead over to the 93 of Renger van der Zande. If you want to follow the telemetry that we get here in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, you can. IMSA.com/GTP _ little minus sign telemetry, TELEMETRY. Blomqvist into the pits for the number 68 Marshank Acura. That interesting, a little bit early there, I would say.
Stand by, caller. I shall let you know. I have my list refreshing at the moment. That's 30 laps, mate.
That's early.
It's
ish.
Not everybody is getting 32 laps. He did 33. Colin Brown did 33 and 29. But I've got a feeling that 33 had some yellow in it. Yeah, it did. It had 5 laps.
It's a little bit early, I would say. It's not hugely early. It's not a massive concern. It could have been that Colin Brown was really suffering on the second set of tyres, so they maybe brought him in just a little bit early, and it's maybe pushed things off a bit. Also, got to think about.
I don't think that's early. That's a full green flag stint, isn't it?
No, there's a little bit of yellow in there, I think.
What you're looking at, though, is that car coming down the pit lane. Now, still, by the way, the number 40, the number 10 Cadillac running round with the damaged front right headlamp. Let's see if we've got a pit lane report at that end of things. It's Nick Damon. Good evening, Nicholas.
afternoon, surely, John. It's only half past 4. I am on the wall. To my left, I can see the 31 Whelen Cadillac getting a full service and driver change. To my feet, has just arrived the number 10, the recovering blue Cadillac. That's just getting tyres, but no driver change, just tyres on that one. So those two are going through at the moment. Tyres also for the Whelen. So at this point they are getting a little bit more excited about the ground stuff. We're going to get the JDC Miller car at my feet any second now. And we're waiting for some of the other machines as well. So it's kind of a very staggered now with having so much green running. We aren't getting everyone coming in at once. They're all staggering through. The 85 car, the bright yellow Porsche 963. That stops, driver stays on board, gets a bit more drink. But again, they're also getting fresh tyres. So we appear to be getting the point of the day where they haven't got a double set of tyres anymore. So they're going to go singles towards the end with just over half the race got. Another new nose for the number 10. So that's going to be in the wars. The number 10, the blue Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac, that gets a new nose again. And a bit of duct tape just to make sure it's attached properly. And that's what we have at the moment from the GTP end of the pits, John.
So there is Will Stevens coming in, just a little bit ahead of schedule to pick up the repair to the front of that car. I'm sure it'd feel a little bit better aero-wise without that piece rattling about on the front right of the car. So what does that mean then? Well, time has been just shuffled through, but the number 60 Meyer-Shank Racing Acura of at the moment being driven by Scott Dixon, who has won pretty much everything there is to win, including the Paddock Tiddlywinks competition. No, I'm kidding about that last one, but he's won pretty much all there is to win, except the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring.
Yeah.
He's wanting to enjoy that. But one thing that's always cool to see at the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring is the programme and the annual poster. So if you're out around the track, make sure you go and get your... Oh, we've got the artist come to join us.
Amazing.
Isn't that amazing?
Samantha, when you push that red button until it goes green and then say hello to everyone here and everyone around the world.
Well, I'm so pleased to be with you all here, and I cannot say enough wonderful things about here at Sebring and the fans here, so thank you so much for having me on.
Tell us a little bit about the genesis of the design that you have put together for this event.
So this year's particular poster, Wayne and the folks here at Sebring had gone through and really pushed to have a spectacular finale at the end of the 12 hour. And the fireworks, I think, were the most prominent part of that display at the end. So when I went to design the poster this year, Wayne said, we really need to have the fireworks involved. And being that Cadillac is such a big part of Sebring and the sponsorship, obviously we had to have Wayne Taylor up front in their Cadillac, and we really wanted to show off this spectacular finale they had at the end of the 12 hour last year.
How long does it take then from the moment that you begin to have the creative idea of what form it's going to take, and then what happens after that, and how long does it take before you go, okay, that's it, I'm happy with that? Or do you have to say, I'm going to have to stop now because I could keep on with this forever?
There are definitely cases of both. So I will sometimes have an epiphany, if you will, and come up with an idea and a design that goes over swimmingly. But there are a lot of times where I will sit there and have to redraw something over and over and over again. And sometimes it takes 6 to 7 takes before I find something that really gels with the overall feeling and the atmosphere of the race we're trying to capture.
And that's a very good point, because racing is emotion. You're a race fan, we should say. You're an artist, but you are absolutely a race fan. I think that comes over in your work, Samantha, I really do. And emotion is such an important part of why everybody's here and why we do what we do.
Oh, absolutely. So having grown up in a household of Lockheed Martin and technical drawers and mechanical engineers, that was absolutely impressed on me in the early days with Formula One when I was a kid growing up. And then sports car racing as I got a little older, thanks to my husband, Michael, who's also a massive fan and a driver as well. I just think that it's so incredible, the sport that we have, and I think that if there's a way to fully encompass the emotion that's involved in the community that's involved in motorsport, I always try to impress that.
And what happens to the original artwork, and what size is the original artwork to then be reproduced for the poster and such like?
So I always work in a 1-to-1 scale with the poster, so it's
Right.
typically 18 by 24, and
So that's what A1. Is that an A1
yeah,
size?
exactly. I believe so. And that original artwork either comes directly here to Sebring, so Wayne Estes, the president, is able to have that, and it also goes over to the merchandisers to be produced for everybody else and all the fans to enjoy.
Come back to you in a moment. We've got a bit of a battle on the circuit. Bits of rubber debris being thrown up as the Porsche from Mustang Sampling goes back a position. Sheldon Funderlinder and BMW Team RLL number 25 goes through. They're on slightly different strategies at the moment. So, this is why we can't get too excited about what is going on in certain times. You've got to read where the race is. That is not Neil Jarney's race right now, Peter.
No, they're about 10 laps apart on strategy. And I think for the Pro-Dunk competition team, for the number 5 crew, for them it's about keeping clean, keeping a rhythm, and letting the others make the mistakes. That's what their modus operandi is going to be, I think. But after that, those pit stops, just waiting for the timing screen to correct itself. Yes, so Felipe Nasr has come through in the lead of the motor race and has actually jumped past ahead of the 31 of Jack Aitken. 7 seconds between them, but would believe that Felipe Nasr will be on a second stint on his tyres, whereas Aitken has shiny new Michelins.
Yes, I think I would agree with that. Sad news of the 4th official retirement now. We probably could have guessed this, but we wait until it is official via IMSA. Pratt Miller Motorsports, Chris Cummings brought the 73 Orica into the pit lane on lap 144, so that's some getting on for 40 laps ago now, and that car has not reappeared and will take no further part. We have the very talented Samantha here, who has done the poster art for Sebring 2025 in the 73rd running in the Mobil 112 Hours of Sebring. What media do you work in? And so that original, that 1-to-1 original, how was that created?
So generally speaking, by day, I'm an oil painter primarily. This particular piece, just for the ease of the merchandiser and reproducing it for tickets and things along those lines, was done digitally. But it is all digitally painted by hand. So
interesting.
Looking at the file itself, I probably have about 75 or so hours of work into it. So it's the same amount of work as it would be traditionally, but for the ease of everything, it's done in a digital format.
So if you hadn't done it that way, you would then have had to have that very carefully scanned so that it could then be printed. What you've effectively done is created original artwork. So we've got the TDS car, which has had its problems today, spinning at the exit of turn
1, Hunter McElroy, and there's a little bit of damage to the rear left of that TDS car, and this has been...
That's turn 17. That is the exit at turn 17.
Oh, you're right. What a great spot, John. Yes,
yeah.
It is.
It's on driver's right at turn 17. He's having to reverse out. That's very, very dangerous indeed. Yellow flags are waving. He's got it going. I suspect he'll come straight into the pit lane. No, he doesn't.
Oh, so no damage.
Carries
then,
no damage. So Hunter McElroy, did he get help here? He did. And that's the 88, isn't it? The yeah, it is. The well, you know what? That's very unfortunate for both people concerned there, because Mateus Perez Companc, the AF course at number 88, having the same issue that his dad had at turn 5 earlier on when his dad hit Gar Robinson in the 74 Riley car. He's off the ground at that point. He hit a bump and it threw him 6 inches to the left.
It's arguably the bumpiest part of the entire track at Sunset Bend, and he just hit a bump like you would at every single lap, and they were just too close together. Mateus Perez Companc in his Sebring debut, and Hunter McElroy in that TDS car. That's big news, because TDS have been so fast, and in effect, it's not a spec class, but everybody drives the Orica. They've been so far ahead of the field, and nobody quite put their finger on exactly why they've been so strong. But these delays, that's not what they need. They know they've got a race-winning car. They know they've got a race-winning crew, but that's cost them a lot of time.
The AF Corsa car, Mateus Perez Companc, was actually trying to get a lap back from Hunter McElroy,
the 4th place car. He's dropped down a place or two. Samantha is still with us. I just want to finish that thought about hand painting in a digital format, because that's what you're talking about. So instead of using a pen, a pencil, a paintbrush, or whatever other art medium you use, you're using a cursor or a pointer, but you're still doing that yourself. There's no element of AI or computer aided there. You're still creating and putting effectively putting the colour on the digital page.
Yeah, exactly. And the subject of AI is definitely opening up a can of worms for sure. But I have some feelings about that. But I work on a tablet, and I work in a program that's similar to Photoshop or Adobe Illustrator. And I can effectively create any type of artwork on there because of the different brushes they have available. But it's in a way that it's easy to transfer or send anywhere in the world, really.
And being any form of artist, whether it is a musician, a writer, a painter, a sculptor, heck, even in our job, to be honest, I wouldn't call us artists, but working in any media, it's very difficult to earn a living. Do you earn a living as an artist?
I do, and I think...
well done, you.
Yeah, thank you. I think that there's a lot of stigma still that, the expression starving artist is pretty well known throughout the world, and I've been fortunate enough to be able to work with some incredible people. Wayne Estes, I give massive credit to him, John Doonan and the France family for really giving me the opportunity to work with them and work within IMSA and all these other incredible series. And I'm just so fortunate and so grateful to be able to share my work with everybody else out there. And if anybody else is considering a creative path, just know that the hard work will get you there for sure.
And is what you do for your day job, is that motorsport related? Are you taking commissions? Are you doing one-off? How does that work for you?
I do a little bit of everything. So I have yeah, exactly.
Eggs, basket, rearrange.
Yeah, totally. So I do a lot of commission work. So for teams, private clients that have a car they've sold and missed or raced in the past, I primarily work within motorsport. I do have some of my original work as well that I've produced on my own time, but I really just enjoy being able to essentially capture the spirit of something and giving people the opportunity to relive whatever they may have missed or something they experienced in the past. So like the 962 I have a painting of. And
talking his language now.
Oh yeah, exactly. So it's the Lowenbrow 962. And Derek Bell was kind enough to sign that for me at one point. And
that's it, you've held on to that bit of artwork for yourself.
Yes. You know the owner of that car is in this race.
Yes, I know he is. Rodrigo is a friend of mine. But that being said, the image of it is, it's so realistic that your eyes want to follow the car, and it's almost like you can hear the wastegate, you can smell everything that's happening. It's like you're reliving the moment entirely, and that's what I really aim to do.
Do you create that from imagination, or do you use, if you like, reference material, photographs, etc., and either recreate a photograph or take a number of photographs and then present almost, if you like, an imagination of all of those different images?
So I can do either or. So if I'm working with stuff that's what's considered historic nowadays, even though for most people and most of my subjects that was the heyday in the golden era of motorsport, right? I like to think of myself a little bit like ye old-timey Photoshop and actually working with photos from the period that need a little bit of TLC. But I am fortunate that I get to work with a handful of really incredible photographers, new and old. And as a thank you to them, they always, first of all, I always ask for permission, but secondly, they always get the first print of an edition of 30 that I make as a thank you and credit the whole 9 yards.
Nice, very good. Samantha, I'm delighted you could join us. We had a quick chat yesterday, early in the week anyway. Was it yesterday? It might have been Thursday. It's all
a blur
together. Your work for the poster is absolutely outstanding. They are still available around the circuit here. It's a beautiful souvenir of the 73rd running. Thank you for joining us, and the best of luck in what you do in the future. I'm sure we'll run into you again.
Thank you all so much. It's been a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
In the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre,
with a really talented artist, Peter, and we can only bow down to Samantha's talent.
I'm intrigued about this Lowenbrow 962 image because I've got a keg beer machine at home, and you can order these little mini kegs for it, and you're scrolling through and you make the choice. And as soon as I remember seeing it Lowenbrow, going, it's in the same colours as the white and blue of the 962 at Daytona. Fantastic.
That is fabulous.
Owned by Rodrigo Salas in the PR1 car.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's,
amongst other things.
Yeah, he's got a few good cars. By all means, stick around and watch a bit more of the race here. That seat is free for the moment. That coming together between the two cars on the entrance to turn 17, which was the AF Corsa at number 88, the TDS number 11, has been reviewed, no action. I'm going to tell you now that Hunter McElrea will not be happy about that when he's been told that on the radio. When he sees the replay of that, when he gets out of the car, he'll be far less angry. He's still going to be annoyed because it was him that was turned around. I think it would have been incredibly harsh there to have given a penalty for somebody, as Hunter was going through, as it was the challenge was coming in down the inside on Hunter McElrea by young Matheus Perez-Compang, because at that point Hunter's not done any, Matheus has not done anything wrong, Peter. It's just the bump has thrown him 6 inches to the left.
I think it's a great call from race control. Racing incident, it happens. Yes, it's unfortunate for TDS, but yeah, it's. I think that's a really strong call. Neil Verhagen out front in GTD Pro by 3.8 seconds. Like I say, had a cookie at lunch. He's leading by 3.8 seconds. That's science for you folks. Cookies make you faster. The Huntress Lamborghini, it's in GTD right behind him. That couple of laps down after, unfortunately, a puncture a couple of hours ago where Parker Kligerman, who got a bit of a rude experience there of his, he's still in his very early days of multi-class sports car racing, has always wanted to do it and made his debut there at the Rolex 24, but dragging a car back with a puncture for probably 3 out of the 3 3/4 miles is definitely one of the least pleasurable learning experiences of multi-class sports car racing, but he did the job well, got the car back, and 78 Lamborghini still going and going strong at this moment in time. E10 still singing away. At the moment that car sits in 15th with Mario Farnbacher on board. They did 178 laps compared to 180 of the leader, so they're 2 laps off the lead at the moment, but a couple of full course yellows at the right point, and they'll be right back in the conversation.
Just a raft of GTD Pro pit stops, including both the Corvettes. Out the number 4 is Danny Juncadilla. Danny, it's we're in a kind of a holding pattern, aren't we, at the moment? People just kind of turning laps, staying out of trouble.
Sorry. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's too early in the race. You know, it's a very long race, and a little bit like Daytona. I think it's surviving the first 10 hours and then gloves off the last 2.
As a driver, is this part of it any fun, or do you kind of feel this is a bit where you earn your money?
No, I enjoy it. It's part of it. It's how the rules work. A lot of strategy in that. And it's still fun. You know, this track is very challenging, even when you're not pushing flat out 110%. It's very bumpy. It's difficult. It's windy out there today, gutsy, and that makes it all very difficult. So it is still a lot of fun, even when you have to manage.
We've had a massive run of green. Do you think? Would you like to see a yellow get them back together again, or is that not what Corvette want?
Yeah, we want it. I think we don't have the ultimate pace to beat some of the guys at the front. So all the yellows and all the chaos towards the end of the race is always going to help us make it a bit messy, and hopefully we can be on the podium today as well.
Thanks, Danny. Good luck.
Thank you.
Daniel Juncadella from car number 4 for Corvette Racing. He's a busy boy this year because he's doing a lot of simulator days for the Aston Martin Formula 1 team alongside his commitments with Corvette Racing. And you never know, we might see him in an environment where he's very familiar at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Neil Verhagen, maybe one of those drivers and teams that Daniel was referring to there, who have got the really strong pace. The Paul Miller Racing BMWs, 2 of them in GTD Pro, have had, since qualifying, have had very, very strong speed. But they'll have to get past the number 77, Rexy Porsche from AO Racing, and indeed, not 1 but 2 Corvettes running strong up the front of the field at the moment. LMP2, well, LMP2 is a really curious one because all of the bronze drivers qualify the cars and then started the race, and each driver in the LMP2 class has to complete a minimum driver time of 3 hours at the wheel, and pit stops don't count in that. And a few of the teams basically left their bronze driver in for that whole 3-hour period. Remarkable. And one of those teams that took that and got that out of the way was the 014 who lead the race in LMP2 at the moment. Toby Sowry on board, who's taken over from Malte Jakobsen, and Toby and Malte will be relaying back and forward between now and the end of the race, because George Kurtz, he did all of his 3 hours of driving time in one go. Imagine the fitness required to do that. Quite remarkable. Remember, George is not a professional athlete, but basically has to hold himself to that standard. His move for position here with the 48 of Jesse Krohn goes through on the number 4 of Tommy Milner in the Pratt Miller Motorsports Corvette. What can Tommy do? He knows this place inside and out. But the BMW looking very, very racy there in the hands of Jesse Krohn. And that 48 crew of Jesse Krohn, of Dan Harper, Max Hesse were so strong at Daytona, but unfortunately were caught up in that big wreck that we saw at turn 2 about 8 hours into the race. So they really are playing catch up in terms of championship points early on. They'll want to get a really strong result on the board, and Krohn now up into 3rd place and sets his sight just up the road a little bit to the bright green dinosaur that is the Rexy Porsche number 77, which is being piloted by Alessio Piccarello at the moment. And the eagle eye amongst you who are following our pictures on YouTube or on imsaradio.com, or indeed if you're lucky enough around the circuit, you'll notice that Rexy's teeth are a little bit well, they're not quite as neat and tidy as they normally are. That's because Rexy got in a bit of a fight in the last hour of the Rolex 24 and had his teeth knocked out. So he's been to the orthodontist, he's been patched together, he's been filled up with Mobil 1 oil, and back for the fight again. And hopefully by the time we go to the streets of Long Beach, those teeth might have straightened out a little bit.
In the pit lane again, and we have fresh out of the car is Max Hesse from the 48, a car that started not so well, but you've really had a very strong few hours as a team, haven't you?
Yeah, so far it's been very good. We had a little issue on the first stint already that set us back. I think confused you guys a bit why we stopped so early. And now we were lucky on my first stint, the rear left tire almost popped off for half of the stint, so we're happy to still be in the game. We made up some progress in the second stint, and I think we're P3, so all good.
So why was the tire almost popping off?
Good question, we don't know.
So it's like it was a mounting problem rather than a tire pressure problem?
Yeah. Obviously we have the tire regulations and we were in them, so that's all good. So I guess a mounting or maybe leaning on the curb when they were still building up pressure. So we were lucky. Was selecting reverse there for a second because it was going quite backwards. But yeah, happy to make back up the time. And now we go full push for the 4-hour mark. And I think will be a good fight at the end.
So how did the car feel when you had this badly mounted tyre? What was the effect for you in the car?
Yeah, I was complaining about understeer in right-handers and oversteer in left-handers. So it was not great balance, but it made up for it in the second stint, so all good.
You've had a long run of green flag. Does that mean that everyone's kind of like playing fair now and being very careful with the overtakes?
Yeah, so far I think the respect is quite good. Obviously we saw a lot in the first few hours, but when it will get dark, I expect some yellows.
Thanks, Matthew.
Thank you.
Max Hesse there out of the 48 car.
The car that's running very strong at the moment. Unfortunately, the biggest penalty we've seen all day for car number 66, the Gradient Mustang Ford. A stop plus 100 seconds for a violation of GTD stint energy requirements. So each car gets a certain amount of energy they've got, but no energy for the number 32 Korthoff competition Mercedes from the lead of GTD. The GTD leader is parked at the side of the road. The red, white and black Motul sponsored Korthoff competition Mercedes of Kenton Cook. No, because they have
had
been
an immaculate
flying.
run. An immaculate run. He's already loosening off his seat belts inside. This must be something major. And this is turn 7, just beyond the hairpin at the far side of the circuit. Total disaster for this car. He was following that's the Dragon Speed car, kept out the way. It's just gone dead stick. Coming out of the turn 5 area, and he's coasting. Well, that is amazingly bad luck. I cannot believe. I mean, the car is battle scarred in terms of lots of rubber debris being thrown onto it, but there's no dent. Kenton Cook said, I just need a tour back to the pits. I don't think there's anything else wrong with it. Oh, heartbreak. And that happened quickly. Ryan Marine rejoining us on the quick pit stop here. How was dinner?
It was all right. No complaints.
Good, excellent.
What did we miss here, though?
Caught off AMG coming up to a VP in race update. Now, at the moment, that car's off at the side of the circuit, but surely it's going to... he was saying, just drag me backwards. He's got to get to one of those cutouts. Again, heads-up driving. So many times this has happened this week where drivers have really worked to get the cars, their stricken cars, out of the way so as not to ruin everyone else's race. Now, it was in Kenton's... big lock-up right in front of him there. Let's see which car that was. My goodness me. Let's just make sure that this gets out the way. I don't think what we're going to see is anything other than local yellows there. Let's very quickly get a VP Racing update off. It's Porsche Penske Motorsport by 10.7 seconds. The number 7 from the number 37 Jack Aitken-driven Cadillac Wheel and V Series. Then the 963 of Mathieu Jaminet, the number 6, is another 14 seconds back. 5 seconds back from that, Sheldon von der Linde for BMW M-Team RLL. His teammate Dries Vanthoor is behind him by about 1.5 seconds, and Scott Dixon makes up the top 6, 5 seconds further back for the first of the Acuras. LMP2 just going back out. CrowdStrike Racing by APR will... I was going to say we'll have given up the lead, but Paul DeRest has just come in as well. So it'll be CrowdStrike number 04, United Autosport number 2, and into Europol number 43 when we get back underway with those cars coming out the pit in LMP2. Neil Verhagen for Paul Miller Racing leads by 1.490, and it's Alessio Picariello in the 777, the 77B Porsche by 1.4. He's got a BMW right with him. It's almost in his engine compartment. Jesse Krohn just another 0.2 of a second back in third in the Procast in the 48 from Paul Miller. Zachary Robichon, Harter Racing, Aston Martin by 8.2 seconds from Russell Ward and Winward in second. After the demise of that Korthoff car, Simon Mann up the third now for Ferrari and AF Corsa. Elliott Skier in fourth for Wright Motorsport, the 120 green Porsche. And Frankie Montecalvo, Vassar Sullivan in the 12 car in fifth. Sixth, it is the Conquest Ferrari of Daniel Serra in sixth position.
Good news, John. Kenton Cook was towed back in that safe area. He's about to jump out of the car now, and that's what we wanted to see from our perspective because it lets the race stay green. But really tough luck for a car that started on the outside of the front row. Kenton Cook has been quick all week. Hate to see it end like this for the number 32 squad.
So, well, as we have just gone through an hour on the clock, just after 5 o'clock, 5 o'clock here, that is 9 o'clock in the UK. If you could just keep an eye on that for me for a moment. Is that back? Oh, that's back behind the wall, not back in the pit lane.
Correct.
Right.
They towed it right back through the aperture there. Kenton was able to get to that cutout that we talked about. Heads up by him. And then the AMR safety team attached the tow strap to the back of the AMG and just backed up the Chevy safety vehicle and pulled it into a safe area. And now the question becomes, is there anything that can be done to salvage the car? Is it a terminal issue? Really don't know. But bad news there for Kenton Cook and the Korthoff team. Down to the pit lane for a CrowdStrike pit report.
With the Korthoff team, yeah, with Max Gottsel. Max, this looks like desperate bad luck.
Yeah, so I was chilling in the track, to be honest, and I saw what happened on the onboard. I run here and to get informations. Actually, he commented he lost the drive, so we don't know what happened actually at the moment. Maybe something with the drive shaft or torque cube, I don't know. But for sure, it's a very disappointing stage because we were leading, we were good in the lead. We had a good strategy, good pace, so yeah, it's unfortunately the end of the race.
I see Kenton staying on board. Is that in the hope that he can get towed back to the paddock?
Yeah, he's still in the car, as we can see, but his comments are, he has no drive, so he can't move the car. So this is really, really disappointing because we came for more, we hoped for more, we had the pace and everything was set for being up there in the end of the race, but now we're stuck in somewhere behind the wall.
Very bad luck. Thank you. One of the other members of the team told me that it was the engine that had gone. He just completely lost the engine.
Right, okay, thank you, Nick, for that CrowdStrike pit lane report. Raymond Cotton, Director of Motorsports Michelin North America. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great, John. How about you?
You know, I think this is bubbling up nicely. We are in the very fortunate position to be able to watch all of the racing. How much do you actually get to see before I start talking to you about the very clever technology and the round black things that you guys provide for us?
Yes, great question. I think probably during the week I'm working and there's a race. There's racing going on. So very little, but on race day I try to get out of the trailer and watch as much as I can.
Is it the case, like our responsible adult, Eve Hewitt at Le Mans, we get to Le Mans and once the race starts, she kind of thinks, you know, the bulk of her work is over. There's a bit of a sigh of relief. Is that a bit of the same for you? You've got all the tyres here, the logistic is done, your guys are out there working with the teams?
Yeah, I mean, the guys their job's certainly not done, but my job is a little bit wrapped up, and I get to sit back and watch the show, and the team works hard to make it happen.
So tell me a little bit about the logistics of an event. Well, actually, let's talk about this event. Here we are, Sebring, the 73rd running of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. John Dinnan was telling us, I think it was 170 trucks in the pit and paddock across the series. You guys are looking after the bulk of those. What kind of operation is that? And everybody likes stats. How many tyres have you brought?
So I think today we have 7,812, if you would like to be exact on the number.
Approximately. Those last 12 are very important.
You never know.
You never know. Now, where do they come from? Am I right in saying that these motorsport tyres are all still coming from France? That's where they're built?
Yeah, so our race facility, our operations there is Clermont-Ferrand, and all our tires are built there for the series.
Lovely part of the world down there. I've driven around that area and around the old road circuit, actually, which is you can still drive around the bulk of that circuit. You guys service that. A lot of our viewers and listeners might not realise is the teams don't mount their own tyres, do they?
No, we provide all the service, so we have 2 full mounting lines. Think 2 mobile tire shops here, running the full week and running the entire event. All total, we're about 65 people here to make this operation happen.
So when we say it takes a village, it really does
it takes a large village.
And the teams then bring their racing rims to you, and they get their allocation of tyres?
It's a mix. Honestly, a lot of the wheels as a service, we bring them for the teams. The teams are really pressed on space.
Oh, right.
And so we will bring tires and wheels. We'll mount some offline. It's so much work to do. We are actually working before the race to mount tires and wheels and bringing them on the team's carts ready for the team.
I'm just going to break off for a moment because we've got more action here, Ryan, at the sharper end of the field in the top class.
This is Jimmy Bruni fighting for all he's worth to stay on the lead lap. He's got the leader, Felipe Nasser, right behind him, and not really cutting him much slack, as you would expect, with 5 hours, 3 minutes to go. Bruni and the Proton team just doing what they can to stay on the lead lap, stay in contention as long as they can.
Raymond Cotton with us from Michelin. We'll keep an eye on that just to see if that gets even more spicy. Just ahead of Jimmy Bruni is one of the BMWs. Just ahead of Nico Pino is the BMW of Robert Freitz. This is 10th and 9th trying to stay on the lead lap at the moment, and Felipe Nasser, as they go across the line and down towards turn 1, very much wanting to put them a lap down. And there is the 4th place car of Dries Van Toort taking a spin at turn 15 on the far side of the circuit, and has continued. But it has been not a banner day after a great qualifying and start for the BMW team RLL.
No, definitely. It all started with the penalty on the initial start. Dries Van Toort, the pole sitter, switching columns before start-finish on the initial start. That's a penalty. That was a drive-through. They've been trying to recover ever since then. Bruni forcing the leader to go around the outside in turn 7. They're still door-to-door, and Bruni just barely, by the skin of his teeth, hangs on to the lead lap.
That's Nico Pino, isn't it?
Excuse me.
In the Proton. Sorry, I threw you the Bruni line. Don't worry. That is starting to get a little bit hectic, and I just wonder whether the pit wall from Porsche Penske Motorsport might be onto Felipe and saying, yes, get past him, but quite clearly they don't want him to throw it off the road in doing that. He's got a reasonable time cut. 8.6 seconds. He lost exactly a second last time around. And Nick Damon has some news for Felipe Nasser in terms of trying to get through and put that car a lap down. Nick?
Well, all of the Proton team are on the pit wall with some new tyres. They're not fresh, they've got a bit of wear on them, so probably the qualifying tyres. With some fuel, they're about to put out the Fly Fisher lollipop. It's out now, so I expect that Nico Pino will peel in the next time he comes round Sunset.
Which is right now, Nick. Let's see if he stays to the right. Have to be careful as he comes in. He can't lift off too early. He did that pretty nicely, given that the leader was right behind him. That was actually a danger time. Nick, I'll leave you to watch that while I talk to Raymond Cotton, head of motorsport for Michelin at North America. So lots of work going on before and during. What happens after a race weekend like this in terms of what do you do with the used tyres?
So we will take those back, and they will be recycled with a partner of ours. So we recycle the tires after the race. A lot of our, especially the GTP tires, they would be a confidential tire. So don't think of just dropping them off at your recycle center, right? This is a, secured shipment to a facility to be recycled.
Do you look at them as well? Are you learning things? Are you taking measurements? Are you trying to gather data from them before they are chopped up and recycled or whatever it is you do?
Yes, absolutely. So, our team, when the race is here over on the weekend, they're back in Monday cutting tires apart, dissecting them from each team to gather the data from the team and from the tire.
There's been very little change in the top class in terms of the tyres you supply this year. You obviously look after the WEC as well, not North America, but Michelin, so that there'll be some transfer of data there. But it has been, I'm led to believe, a new construction for the LMP2 tyre this year. I don't want any confidential information here, Raymond, but can you tell us why that was done and what form that takes?
Yeah, sure, John. So, when you run a worldwide series where, you've got cars running here, cars running WEC, raw materials, right? Like the raw materials that go into the tire are always evolving some. We needed to make a small evolution on some of the raw materials, and we needed to develop a new carcass for the tire. our goal was really ISO performance with the development. So no real change in performance because we wanted the consistency for the teams. We developed the tire. We're really satisfied with it. We do see one benefit of drivers say the new tire is a little bit easier to drive.
Well, the LMP2 guys are loving the tyre. The lap times have been actually cut down just a little bit. Big Aston Martin going through. That was what you could hear there. And is that now set for the season, Raymond, as far as LMP2 here in IMSA? There is only one tyre for that championship.
Yes, yeah, it's set for the year.
I've got Pilot Sport 4S's on my Porsche back at home, which the car wasn't supplied on. I went out and changed them after nearly 2,000 miles that I didn't like it at all.
Choice, John.
Yeah, well, people will tell you that it's just 4 bits of black rubber on the circuit, on the round. Oh, problem for the Mustang sampling. Number 5 car, Nico Pino, out of the pits, just locked it up there. But there was a difference, a noticeable difference. I am not a tyre technician. I am not a person who tests tyres. But when I changed to Michelin, the competitor tyres that were on, and I won't mention it because it's not fair, because they're not here to defend themselves, but that was an N-Mark tyre, so that was a Porsche spec tyre. And when I swapped them for the Michelins, I noticed a difference in the way the car handled, the car rode, and how much road noise even I got. I even got a slightly better mileage out of the car. Not that you worry about that too much in a 911, obviously. What are the different characteristics that you guys are thinking about when you're putting together a tyre? Because that Porsche tyre is kind of like a confidential race tyre. You've had a set of specifications for Porsche for the 992, and you've got to build a tyre to it.
Yeah.
What's that character, if you like?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I actually was a test driver and worked in development for over 10 years, and so I really this touches close to home. I mean, first we start with what is the DNA of the car, what is the DNA of the auto manufacturer, and we try to line our tire up with that DNA. So, for Porsche, you're going to want crisp handling, but you're also going to want comfort and noise. So tires are a compromise, right? And where Michelin is really good is delivering performance, but performance that lasts, and compromises that are livable. Easy to make high grip, harder to make high grip and comfortable, quiet. Those compromises really become a challenge.
And what tools are at your disposal for that? I don't know this, so you may tell me I'm talking complete nonsense, but it felt to me that there was a difference in the rigidity of the sidewall in particular, because the other tyre, when the tyres were cold and I would turn the steering wheel to the left to come out of my drive, the car would hum. It doesn't do that on your tyres. It felt better when I went across the road studs. I could still feel it, but it didn't make as much noise. I suspect there was more compliance in the sidewalls.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and the challenge is how do you get handling and compliance, right? And so that's where you have to strike a balance, right? Like, we could make it really stiff, but then you notice those characteristics, right?
Yeah.
So the handling, and it's the construction of the tire. People think a tire is round and black. There's over 200 components in the tire. How do you put those components?
Street tire?
Yeah, and how do you put those components together correctly to make a great product?
And how much of the knowledge that you've got in your street tyres is informed by what you do, particularly in endurance? You're in all forms of motorsport, 2 and 4 wheels, on and off road, but endurance motorsport, particularly with GT cars, must surely provide you with some great information.
Yeah, and to me, I think there's 2 distinct areas we could talk about there. Maybe the first one is look at the simulation data, how we simulate and how we help race cars go faster. We help the OEMs make their cars better. So simulation is a big spot where we work to make that happen. So, and that's really important, when both OEMs and race teams, budgets, they want to contain budgets, they want to test as much as they can through simulation.
Where's the next big jump? You guys, we talk about tyres and rubber tyres, but I suppose there's not that much rubber in terms of natural rubber in tyres anymore. You guys have played around with all kinds of different things and even taking the air out of tyres and having almost a spoked tyre, if you will. I've seen that in the past. Where's the next big evolution going to come from, Raymond?
Well, I mean, for sure, we always look on ways to extend mobility. Airless is one solution. But, you know, when we look at, say, street to track and where do those evolutions really happen, you know, when we look at recycled content, renewable content in the tire, so how do you make a tire that makes the least impact? That's where the next big breakthrough is. You know, how do you go from, you know, 27% to 31%? You know, we had a demonstrator at Le Mans, 72% recycled material. So the real next step is how do you make the most performance with the least impact?
So if you could get that, I mean, that's huge, isn't it? If you can get, in fact, actually, if you get beyond 50%, that is a huge change in the raw materials required to I mean, I don't even know how many cars there are on the road around the world, but it's billions. That is a huge impact that you're making to the environment at that point.
Yeah, it's a huge impact, and an interesting thing is these cars running at IMSA have a higher level of renewable and recycled material than any tire we currently make. The racing leads the spear.
How brilliant is that? We're going to see you at some more races this year?
Probably everyone.
Well, will you come and say hello, please?
Will do.
Thank you, Raymond.
Thank you.
Brilliant stuff. That is Raymond Cotton, head of motorsport at Michelin North America. 5:15 in the evening, and we have still got just under 5 hours to go. I'm learning so much today. Brembo taught me something, 200 different components in a street tyre. Ryan Marine, would you have known that if we hadn't just heard that from Raymond? That's incredible.
Absolutely not. That was eye-opening for sure. Fantastic information from a fantastic partner of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship and sports car racing all around the world. Big thanks to them for all that they do to support motorsport. Got some great GT battles ongoing. We just saw Patrick Gallagher slip back a spot as Scott Andrews made a pass, and getting a look on instant replay, some GTD Pro cars doing battle. BMW, Mercedes, and I think that was the confusingly yellow Ferrari that we're all mixing it up there. Somehow able to come out on the other side in turn 7.
Let's head to Nick Damon for an update on a few stops whilst we were talking to Raymond there. What have you got for this crowd strike report, Joe? Nick, sorry.
Well, of course, we've had quite a few stops. Well, perhaps the most interesting one was the 24. That stopped the BMW. Dries Van Toor got out. Dries, you had a bit of a spin towards the end. What caused that?
Yeah, I don't know. Some P2 drivers, they want to defend going into 15. Don't know why, but yeah. Other than that, it's also not going really as smooth, so we have to look into.
Is it fair to say that both the BMWs have lost a little bit of pace in these particular conditions?
I don't know the pace of the sister car, but yeah, for me it was very, very difficult. I couldn't drive the car, so we have to look into why, and hopefully it gets better on cooler temperatures.
Do you think that's a handling problem, or possibly something actually that's gone slightly awry mechanically?
Well, for sure, if you have some P2 drivers who defend like crazy, it doesn't help if you then have contact. But no, we have to look into it.
I suppose the positive was when we started this race, which is the coolest it's been, the car was super quick.
Yeah, exactly. So we hope that it's coming back to us, because at the moment we have to survive and be there at the end. But it's tough to survive at the moment.
Could be a fantastic finish, eh?
Yeah, could be. Yeah.
That's Dries Van Toor 24. We also had a full service and a change for number 6. But I'll be honest with you, it's a long way away and I couldn't see who got in, John.
Kevin Estra still in that car for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Nick Damon down there with... that was Dries Van Toor, wasn't it, who he was talking to there. Still not sounding at his absolute cheeriest, to be honest.
I think I wrote down downtrodden.
Ooh.
Downtrodden Dries.
Yeah.
That's not the happy Dries that we see when things are going well.
I thought it was a nice save by Nick to say the car will get quicker as it gets cooler, though. And in fact, a proof of that, it's not really getting that much cooler at the moment. New fastest lap of the race, and it's a BMW fastest lap of the race by Robin Freinch in the sister car, the 25, 149.298. That's 1.2 seconds faster than the now Philip Eng driven car that Dries Van Toor's just got out of. And is that what he's worried about? Is that what he's downhearted about?
Yeah, it sounds like, because he mentioned about contact with the LMP2 class car. Look what cost them at Daytona. Contact with another class car. They broke the splitter. It caused the aero purposing, and it cost them the race. Looking at that lap time, though, I think BMW are the snake in the grass here. I think as the track cools off, as we go into the night, they're going to come alive. I really think so. I think they're not too far away. 149. They will need a full course yellow, but I think the chances of that happening in the next 4 hours 48 minutes are fairly high. But 149.298, that's 0.2 quicker than the fastest lap of the race last year, set by Louis Delatraz in the Acura.
Sorry, say that again?
0.2 quicker than the fastest lap last year,
right?
Set by Louis Delatraz, and the majority of that time, interestingly, is now where is that time necessarily coming from? Yeah, it's actually more kind of being consistent across the piece, actually.
I think so.
Yeah, just looking at the sector times and how it compares to last year. Actually, that's time just set by Robin Freins. He's only fastest in Sector 2. Sector 1 and Sector 3 are still taken by the Acuras. So, yeah, it's more of a consistent speed, which is a good sign, I guess, rather than being particularly good in one sector and not so much in the others. Very intriguing. We're just, like you say, we're staggering towards a dramatic finish here, I'm sure of it. We've had 5 full course cautions. That compares to 12 last year, so if you like, 1 an hour. Well, we're well below that average now. We had about 4 in an hour and a half to start off.
Yeah.
We had 13 full course cautions in 2023. We only had 7 in the last year of the DPI era in 2022. So, see how that compares when we throw the checkered flag in 4 hours and 47 minutes time.
On Highlands ESPN 106.3 FM, Sirius XM 206 and 100.9 FM around the circuits, around the world on RS2, and of course with our live streaming world feed TV coverage on imsaradio.com, and the drop down at the top left hand side. You'll get that. Not in the US, it's Peacock in the US, of course, or you can go to YouTube and the IMSA channel there.
It's been an amazing addition, hasn't it? And look at, I was so heartwarmed by the viewership figures we saw at Daytona.
Yeah,
3 million on the day. Quite remarkable. It shows you not just the participation in the championship in terms of drivers and cars, but also people watching. It's just fantastic.
A little while ago, actually, Matt Hunter, hello Matt, asked about the Valkyrie looking quite high at the front. You can see a bit more daylight under it.
I spotted the same thing, actually.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
It's running quite a lot higher than it did at Qatar. But if you remember when Adam Carton was in here, we were talking about, he talks about flaps, and what he's talking about there is aerodynamic wing devices. In the regulations, you are only allowed a single tunable aerodynamic, movable aerodynamic plane. You can have that at the front of the car, you can have it at the back. Most people use, not everybody, but most people use the back wing upper element to tune the aerodynamic balance of the car. Aston Martin have gone with a movable front element. It's in underneath that mouth and set back a little bit from the front splitter. I suspect, having looked at that car from the front, laid on the ground and looked at it, and then went round the side and looked from behind the front wheel arch, I suspect that Aston Martin have done a lot of work, and remember this comes from an original Adrian Newey concept, done a lot of work on cleaning up the air on the front, the airflow on the front and through the front of the car. It's got what looks to be quite a simple diffuser at the back. I call it the bat. You have a look at the back of the Valkyrie and it looks like a bat-shaped diffuser. Quite simple. The road car has movable strings within that. You're not allowed that here because it's an active right. And it's an active ride and active aero. You're not allowed that in racing in this championship. And I suspect that is where the bulk of the downforce is coming. You don't get a lot of drag from that, which is great. But you've still got to fit in the drag versus downforce coefficient of the regulations. To the point where actually at Qatar, there was 2 reverse gurney flaps providing a lot of drag to try and get into that window. Nick Damon, by the way, is looking at the Valkyrie at the moment because it's in the pit lane. What's happening?
It's a full service. They are clearing out quite a bit of gunk they've managed to pick up in the various pods. They've been throwing out tyre debris. Car released away, still performing exceptionally. Spins its tyres. I think it's also running on new tyres. I didn't get here in time to see whether they're a driver change or not, but they have been quite regularly changing drivers. Also going past me, I'm quite a bit further down the pit lane now, is the 60 Acura. So that's come in for its stop. The Meyer Shank machine. Oh, and one of the blue Cadillacs as well. So we get kind of a first phase of these now very spread out sets of pits. So that's number 10 on the recovery drive with Will Stevens on board.
Is it? Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah, that's further down in 12th position. Let's finish the point about this ride height issue. Or not issue, observation from Matt Hunter. You heard Adam saying that they were using almost a formula-style adjustment either side at the front. And clearly to me, the philosophy is that they can get a wider setup window for a wider variety of track conditions. And you can't get much wider than Qatar and the super smooth, non-tyre degrading surface of that Formula 1 Class 1 circuit to here a Class 2 circuit at Sebring on the 50, 60, 70-year-old concrete, very bumpy, etc. The other part of the toolbox is the ride height. And I suspect that what they don't need to do is run that front too low because of the fact that they've got that secondary wing. And there's a tertiary wing, actually, behind each side of the front wheels. All of the wishbones, all of the suspension, and all of the steering arms are all aerodynamically shaped as well on the front of that car. It is a thing of beauty. I'm not sure I'd want to race it, Peter. I think I'd put it on a marble plinth and put a glass box over the top of it and light it sympathetically and just leave it there and look at it as a piece of art. And that's before I talk about the front of the engine, which is incredible when that front plate comes off the engine with all the cogs on it. So anyway, that's my... maybe Nick, we can speak to one of the team and we can get a little bit of a bit more insight into that.
The ride height has to be higher here, whatever way you look at it.
Well, or you risk damaging the front end, don't you?
Yes, and to also get the suspension and the travel too. I remember speaking to Owen Hayes, who's a race engineer, who's working for BMW now, who used to race engineer a lot of very successful Porsche programs, and I said, how do you set a car up to win Sebring? And he said, well, the first thing he said straight away, he says, well, the ride height has to be higher straight away to get it to work right.
The Aston is running quite stiff. I think it's probably the stiffest of the GTP cars. I've noticed that all week. That even coming down the front straight, it does seem to be a bit of a bumpy ride for the drivers. By the way, it was Ricky Taylor that got into the Wayne Taylor Racing number 10 Cadillac. It's gone back out in 12th position. But the rake of the car, which is so crucial to the LMDH, particularly the LMDH, and that seems not to be such a crucial such a crucial setup parameter on the Valkyrie, and that may again be because they've got more adjustment on those front wings. Why am I talking about this? Let's ask Ian James, who is down in the pit lane for this CrowdStrike pit report with Nick Damon.
Ian, our eagle-eyed viewers who follow both sides of the world of sports car endurance have been commenting on the very visual difference between the way the car's running here and the way it's running in Qatar. Can you give us your explanation, no secret, but your difference, how different the setup is for Sebring than it is for Qatar?
Yeah, obviously Qatar is, like billiard smooth, so we run the car a lot stiffer there. Need a lot more compliance. Car's a bit softer here. You see a bit more body roll in it. But really it's just an evolution. Every time we go racing, we're learning a bit now. And so far, the guys are doing us proud.
It seems to have more ride out at the front. Is the rake the same, or you actually kind of raked it a bit towards the back?
Well, I think it's deceptive because the front wing sits a bit higher off the ground to make it a little less pitch sensitive. So visually, from certain angles, it looks like it's really high. But if you look underneath the car where the plank is, pretty low.
Not wishing to get ahead of ourselves, but I would assume that where we are now is pretty much the top of your expectations, isn't it?
Well, I don't want to jinx myself, but everybody's working really hard. Team doing a great job. Drivers doing a great job. Let's hopefully keep going like this.
That's some quick lap times. Is it a case where do you think you'll also come good as it gets cool? You've got a car that's going to improve as the weather drops down. We've seen it actually getting quicker as it got hotter at one point.
Well, we can see by the lap count some of the other cars are doing. They're saving a lot of fuel, so it's probably a bit deceptive how close we are right now. But we'll see as it gets cooler. The times will definitely come down. Just depends how we follow them.
Great stuff. Thanks, Ian.
Thank you.
Yeah, good point that he's made there. There is quite a long distance between the front of the wheel aperture on the front wheels and the nose, so that overhang, quite old school in some respects. I said that the other day. I think it looks like there's elements of an old classic Group C car about that, and the low slung wing at the back as well. Again, that's a function of the design philosophy of that car. They've gone about it a different way. It's as simple as that. And yes, there's elements, of course, of the original road car that have to be maintained. It's all mandated in the regulations. The specific regulations for a LMH car, top class hypercar, that has its roots in a road car. And there's two different sets of technical specifications, one with and one without a hybrid. And there's at least one more that hasn't been tried yet, and that's with a rotary engine. There's a set of rotary engine regulations as well, and nobody's taken that up yet, much to my disappointment, because a normally aspirated V12 and a triple or quad rotor at Le Mans would make sure nobody got any sleep, wouldn't it?
The ear defender companies would do a really good trade, though.
I've bought stock already, just in case.
Definitely, yeah, there'll be overs on those. What's interesting, though, as well, for that Aston Martin Valkyrie program, we've talked a lot about how great a challenge that is of taking a road car and taking it into racing against prototypes. We see road-going cars converted into race cars in GT all the time, of course, but to take it into prototypes, very interesting. But the later you come into that rule set, the harder the job gets, because the pace keeps going up and up and up. The average speed, the average stints get better, the fuel consumption gets better, everything gets better. I mean, look at GTP, we're going already 0.2 of a second quicker than the best race lap last year. I'm sure that gap will get wider. In LMP2, we're 0.3 quicker than last year already. In GTD, we're 0.3 quicker already. So that the evolution is going all the time. And yes, you can get conditions come back and forth from year to year. Of course you can, but it's always an evolving thing. Into the pits then comes the 93 of Alex Palou. Looks like Alex has stayed on board there, but he's going to get some shiny new Michelin medium tyres. Everyone running on the medium tyre for GDP. There's no choice like there was at Daytona.
Well, that pit stop is going on for the Acura. Let's welcome back to the CrowdStrike pit lane reporting team Ryan Marine, who is at, I think, the DXDT there over the noise of the Aston Martin actually going by.
It's a delightful interruption to have the Aston come by. But you're quite right, John. I have David Askew, who's the team owner for DXDT Racing. Second IMSA race for you guys, running 6th right now with Alec Udell behind the wheel. Bit of a quiet day, at least from where we've been sitting. So take us through the first roughly 8 hours of the Sebring 12 hours here this year for you and your team?
Well, initially we triple stinted Sally Ulick, our bronze driver, and he did a great job. He had to do a bunch of fuel saving to make the stint time work out. We got that under our belt now. The two pros, Charlie Eastwood and Alec Udell, have just been going to work, and they've just been real steady and just chipping away. We picked up a penalty on a pit release. That was kind of unfortunate. Ended up with a drive-through, but we don't let that get us down. We just keep chipping away, keep going for it.
You have Brian Sellers sitting to your left. He knows a thing or two about winning this race as a driver. What does he bring now in this role as, what would you call him, team manager, advisor? What is his official title?
Well, his official role is the program manager for our IMSA program, but he's really working as a strategist right now with our engineer Zach Risher. They're both doing a great job. Brian, he's a fantastic race car driver, but he's also fantastic on the pit box, and he kind of did that all while he drove in years previous, and he's got a lot of experience, and it's great sitting here and being able to listen to him work.
I saw him during the track walk, however many days ago that was now, with the drivers on the team, and he was going through all the nuances of this racetrack. What a great resource for your driving lineup.
Yeah, I've been trying to draft him into this job for years now, and he finally took me up on it, and I'm glad I worked on him so hard, because I think for this program, it's a new program, and we're just getting started here, and I think it's going to really pay off in the long run.
David Askew, DXDT Racing, joining us. Last thing for you, you've got two distinct programs this year. The Endurance Cup lineup is different than what you'll have in the shorter sprint races, and I know everyone's excited to see Robert Wickens being a part of this program, and I understand there's some testing upcoming, maybe even here at Sebring, right, in the coming days to help get him up to speed with the hand control systems and this Chevy Corvette.
Yeah, it's like we really have two programs going here in one. We got a test on Tuesday and Wednesday with Robert, and it'll be his first time actually in the car, pushing the car with the new control system, and we're super excited to see to get this program started and see how it works.
Does he have any experience with the system that he'll be using, the hand control system?
He does. He's been in the simulator, and he really has designed the ergonomics of the system. So it's been built literally to suit him and to suit how he's been driving, with the hand controls. And he's not new to this. He's been running touring cars and doing well and winning races and winning series already. So we anticipate it'll be a pretty seamless adaptation for him to get in the GT3 car.
We're really excited to see that program, which begins at Long Beach. David, thank you very much for the time. Good luck the rest of the way. You've got a really good shot at a podium, it would look like.
Thanks, Ryan. We're just going to keep chipping away here.
That's David Askew, DXDT Racing team owner.
It's game on at the front of the field. Lawrence Vantor is being chased down, or was being chased down, by Jack Aitken, but managed to respond on the last lap as they cut through traffic. It comes and it goes, but the gap at the front of the field is only 3.6 seconds from two cars that are on virtually the same strategy. The leading number 7 Penske Porsche of Lawrence Vantor pitted about 3 laps earlier than Jack Aitken did in the 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac, but fairly similar. So that is very much a battle for position. Wright Motorsports, a team that have won here before, they're in the pit lane filling up with fuel with their number 120 green and gold machine. Currently pitted in 6th place. One thing about Wright Motorsports is whatever the package they've got underneath them, they will absolutely maximise it. They're so good on the strategy, and they were bitterly unlucky at Daytona, where they were just caught with a full course yellow at the wrong time and had to take emergency service. And Anton Guven put in one of the biggest charges through the field you will ever see. It was quite remarkable. He managed to get all the way back up onto the podium. Still not quite sure how he managed it. I bet it would make a great onboard view of those 45 minutes or so. Maybe Wright Motorsports could arrange that somehow. But in GTD Pro, well, it's been I mean, a great job by the IMSA technical team, really, because you've got a Porsche up there, you've got Corvettes up there, you've got BMWs up there too, and not far behind the 81 Dragon Speed Ferrari. So lots of brands capable of going for a win here at the 73rd Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. And at the moment, the 77 Rexy Porsche sitting in 5th position, trying to move into 4th, but he's going to have to. The Rexy Porsche being driven by Alessio Piccarello at the moment, trying to get past Chris Meese, who started that 65 car. Hit the brakes hard for turn 7 now. Round the apex they go, and then back on the power. The rear wing of the Rexy Porsche wiggling around under load. In the course of the day, all day really, GTD Pro, nobody is blinking so far. You're dealing with such professional teams, you know, Ford Multimatic, Corvette Racing, Paul Miller Racing. They've all been there and done that for so long. And AO Racing, we kind of expect it from them, but when you think about it, John, AO Racing have only really been on the scene 3 years.
Yeah.
In IMSA competition. That's quite remarkable to build up that capability so fast.
Alan Boddy has tweeted at IMSA Radio. Hello, Alan. I have a question. He says, you've got a car set up for hand controls. Does it mean the other drivers have to learn hand controls as well? They can if they want to, but they don't have to. There's still a pedal system. What tends to happen is you basically take out the steering wheel that has all the hand controls on it and the different ring pressure switches, etc., and you put a more conventional one in with paddle shift. And then there's 2 pedals on the floor that you can use like you would with anything else. So that's certainly what happened in the Hyundai when Robert was driving there. At IMSA Radio, if you've got any questions like that. Pit stops coming for, that is how indeed it worked for Alex Zanardi as well. I'm reminded by Ryan down in the pit lane. And GTD and GTD Pro pit stops starting again. Russell Ward into the pits from the lead of the class. We'll keep an eye on that while Nick Damon talks to Simon Mann,
who brought the car in second in class. Simon, it's a big old scrap as always in GTD, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the competition is really close. Everyone's lapping like really close lap times, so yeah, it's difficult to make an impression, but we give a good stint, tried my best, so let's see now. Still a long way to go.
You've had a chance to see how the 21AF Corsa Ferrari compares to the other cars. Where do you think your strengths and weaknesses are?
For sure, in the high speed we're quite good. We miss a bit of engine coming out of the corner compared to like the Mercs, but overall our car is quite well balanced around this track, so it's quite nice to drive.
It's quite interesting that after a very action-packed first hour or two, the race has really calmed down. Have you seen a calmer effect than people trying to overtake you? Have they been more sensible, you think, recently?
Yeah, I mean, the start was quite action-packed, as you said. It's had some good fun overtaking. I think now it's kind of settled down, but for sure in the last hour and a half, 2 hours, I think we'll start to get it action-packed again. Are you finished now, or do you have another stint before the end? I think I'm done, but I'm not sure. I have to go ask.
Okay, so thanks very much. And Simon Mann from the 21AF Corsa Ferrari.
Yeah, he put a good shift in earlier. I think he did the better part of a triple, didn't he, in that car? Shall I? I'll check that in a wee moment or two's time.
Well, at the front of the field in LMP2, CrowdStrike Racing.
Yeah, he's done 3:25. Sorry, 3 hours and 25.
Perfect. Yeah, so that could be him done. And Lilo Wadu de Cilia has 2 hours and 28 minutes on her drive time, so she's still got something to do as Alessandro Piagiri has jumped into the car, who is very much the superstar in that car, Platinum World Champion. Malte Jakobsen in this CrowdStrike Racing machine. Really, really impressive young man who finally was able to quit his day job to become a full-time professional racing driver very recently, actually back in November 2024. He's a Peugeot hypercar driver as well, but very well thought of by CrowdStrike Racing, and they were in the hunt in Daytona, but unfortunately a very uncharacteristic error from Colton Herta cost them quite dearly They came home in 6th in the end, which was still a good result, all things considered. But they lead right now in LMP2.
Well, not only do they lead, Peter, but we have a chance to talk to the man who's taken them to lead, which is Toby Sowry. Toby, I suppose at this point you never want to see the merest flicker of a yellow flag, do you?
No, I mean, if the race ran this way all the way to the end, we'd be super happy. We've definitely got a strong car underneath us, and Malt's very comfortable, so it's about keeping in a good position towards the end of the race. And, you know, we're doing a great job so far. Strategy's been on point, setup's been on point, so, you know, last time I got into the Daytona, we crashed 5 minutes later, so fingers crossed that doesn't happen this time, but, you know, Malt's a superstar in one of these, so I've got a lot of confidence in him.
I think like a lot of the P2 teams, it's you and Martha Jackson, you the two pros, effectively to the end now, isn't it, just alternating?
Yeah, we got George done early on. It was super impressive, you know, to do the length of stint that he did without any mistakes is, you know, it's quite impressive for a gen driver, even a professional. So hats off to him. He's a big team player. Obviously, it's his setup, so he's here to win. And, you know, if we say this is what we need to do to win, he's all for it.
It's interesting to see how this 04 CrowdStrike cars really found some pace during the race, because we were talking, I'll be honest with you, we were talking about other cars during practice. Was it something overnight, or was it just the conditions have come to you?
It's a little bit overnight, but we focused purely on the race this weekend. You know, we didn't do any testing before this weekend where the other teams did, so we could chase our tails and set up for the limited sessions of only 3 practices, or we could try and get the car in the right window for the race, and that's what, you know, we've really focused on, and so far so good.
Toby, well done.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah, very quietly confident there. It's Toby Sowry. Caught up with him at breakfast a couple of days ago, and that, yeah, he mentioned the same thing about working towards the race, not going for those low fuel runs. Unfortunately, the Windward Racing number 57 crew have received a drive-through penalty for deemed to be working on the car from behind the wall. Just one crew member leaning over the wall with his right hand trying to help his colleague with something, but that is not allowed, and that will be a drive-through penalty for Windward Racing. Quite uncharacteristic slip from Windward Racing, normally such a well-drilled machine. And, well, if we keep this long period of green flag running going, that hurts. That really hurts, that type of penalty, particularly in the GTD class when you've got so many cars. There's so many cars in the class.
So many cars so close together.
Likewise, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, so important. And, you know, clear, as we heard from Simon Mann there, who mentioned how strong their Ferrari 296 is. The thing is, it's the most numeric car in the GTD class. There's loads of them, and they're all still running well. So, except one. But they've so therefore, if you get a drive-through penalty, you then got all those quick cars to try and fight your way back through again. So, work to be done. But their hotshot driver Phil Ellis has just been installed in that car. So, if anyone's going to catch that time back up again, it is the number 57. It is Philip Ellis. Speaking of AMG Mercedes, unfortunately we're getting confirmation now that a real contender for that race win, the number 32 Korthoff Racing Mercedes, has been officially retired. That is devastating for that crew. They were running so well. So Windward Racing will have to serve that drive-through penalty. Where that will drop them through,
it's going
to might drop them back into the top 10 possibly.
Well, they're going to lose over a minute.
Would they lose over a minute for driving?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
About a minute. It's quite a long pit lane here.
Yeah.
I think Joe Bradley's taking a break here in the Full Performance Global Broadcast Centre, and it's quite a long pit lane here. I think the transit time's about 40 seconds. At the pit lane speed limit, and of course everybody else is going past at speed, so I reckon it'll be somewhere close to a minute that he'll lose by drive through.
So when he's just pitted now as Philip Ellis.
So Phil Ellis in the pit lane now.
He's
was coming from
34 seconds off the lead, so we can track it from there. 34 off seconds off the leader in class.
Actually, the good news is that Elliott Ski is quite a way back from Phil Ellis, and so is Manny Franco. So, well, maybe not actually, as they've just come through. So he's out of the pit lane now. So let's see, what did you say he was from the lead?
34 seconds. It'll take a minute for the time screen to figure out once he gets round to the end of Sector 2, which is around 2/3 of the way around the lap. So we'll have to just take a breath on it. But yeah, that's, well, if you're 34 seconds, and even if you lose 30 seconds, then you're half a lap behind then.
But it's got to be more than that because everybody's moving so quick at that point.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the very best case scenario. We'll keep a close watch on it. He's just come out right behind the 34 Conquest Ferrari of Manny Franco, who's a bronze-graded driver, so Philip Ellis will be hoping to get past quickly and be able to try and lay down some fast laps and try and make up for that time. Get past that Conquest Ferrari, but the Ferrari's been a really, really strong package, as has the Mercedes AMG. Actually, I'm thinking arguably they're the two cars in GTD that have been strongest. Yeah, we'll have to wait till Philip Ellis comes round to complete this lap before we get a full read on how much time he has actually lost with that drive-through penalty.
Peter Mackay, John Hindhaugh in the Full Performance Global Broadcast Centre. And we're coming down to another 18 minutes away from more Michelin Endurance Cup points, Peter.
Very good point, yes,
and we did see people changing their strategies.
We did. So now the 18 minutes to go. So the leaders in GTP have more than enough fuel to make it to except Robin Freins in fourth, but the top three, the ones that will score the big points in the Michelin Endurance Cup, they can keep going until that 4 hour to go mark and score those points. So if they stay as they are, it would be the number 7 Penske Porsche that would pick up maximum points from the 31 Whelen Cadillac from the 6 Penske Porsche. Now, update on Philip Ellis there. He has lost he's lost 16 seconds to the leader.
No.
That can't be right.
No. Surely
Right.
not.
No.
He's dropped down to 7th behind Elliot Skier and Manny Franco. Unfortunately, I haven't got that column on my timing screen to see how far.
It might be able to tell his last pit time, actually. The last pit stop time for Philip Ellis.
So that'll be the transit time.
32 seconds.
32 seconds of transit time, so I wasn't far off. I think it'd be 35 or 40.
Yeah, so
and then the loss. So that's the time he spent in the pit lane, plus the acceleration, deceleration, acceleration.
40 seconds?
Yeah, probably 40, 45 seconds. I've got to think.
So, yeah, not quite half a lap, but a third of a lap ish. We deal in ish sometimes. Sometimes, yes. So, yeah, the Michelin Endurance Cup, in terms of the LMP2 category as far as that goes, the leading car, the 04 CrowdStrike car, looking good. They've only been out for 10 minutes. Likewise, Bijoy Garg for Inter Europol. The number 2, third-placed car of Ben Hanley for United Autosports will have to pit and will drop back and won't score the big points there. And likewise, GTD Pro, they're looking okay to make it to that 4 hour mark. Our leader in GTD, Lars Kern for AWA, he's due in the pits any minute now because he's been going for just over an hour, but the car's chasing him, the AF Corsa Ferrari number 21, the 27 Heart of Racing Aston, and the 120 Wright Porsche. They're all going to score good points as well, if everything remains the same.
Which, as Paul Trustwell says, it seldom does in endurance racing.
The computer, the walking computer that is Paul Trustwell.
Finney Parkes, is it a regulatory requirement for the LMDH cars to have the exhaust coming out the top of the rear bodywork, or is it more of a packaging issue? Calling in from a chilly south coast of the UK, loving the race so far. I think it's packaging. I'm not sure where else you can put them. I know you can put them down the side of the GT cars. I suspect it's aero, and you'll want to keep the exhausts as short as possible as well.
within the regulations. I love, by the way, John Doonan saying to Ian James after the test at Daytona, get rid of those mufflers. We were in the entertainment business. I've heard on the grapevine, by the way, that was a contributory factor to the WEC allowing them to remove the mufflers as well. The silencer boxes, or whatever they wear on it.
It's certainly sonorous, that's for sure.
It's nice, but it's still not an RSR 19 nice.
Oh, were you a 19 fan? I was a 17 fan.
I mean, the 17 was incredible. Now they did take that was a car that they took the silencers off as well because they couldn't make the power, and we also had that fire at Silverstone that was caused by one of the silencer boxes overheating. And I remember the first, I think it was at Le Mans, when they were running it on the airfield on the Friday. We were walking out of United, where we've been, thank you Ashley and the team for feeding us again, and I was thinking, what is that I'm hearing? And that was the first time that I'd heard it without the silencer boxes.
Not a quiet car to start with.
Yeah.
The drivers will tell you that for nothing, that a Le Mans per hour in that car was loud. There's so many. I mean, the sound of a race car is so important. So many great soundtracks over the years of all varying types. BMW M4 GT3 Evo, Neil Verhagen in second place right now. It's a little bit more muted. It's a straight six turbo. It's a very purposeful engine.
More variety, though.
Yes, exactly. That's it. You hear it and you go, okay, that's the BMW. Got that one. Unfortunately, the LMP2s, you can't tell them apart because they all run the same engine. They all run a Gibson V8 engine, which we almost forget is there because Gibson do such a good job with supplying those engines, and they run so well, we just almost forget about it, unfairly so.
The guys up at Repton are brilliant. I've got a standing invitation to go up there, and waiting for the weather to get a wee bit better, and I'll take a motorcycle ride up there because there's some fabulous roads from where I am up to there.
When you buy next BMW, you could ride that up there.
No, that's not the bike to take up there. My bike's the bike to take up there, nice and comfy. Nick's just said in my ear, I'll come, but I don't know what bike I'll be on.
Ducati, he'll be on a Ducati.
Of course he's going to be.
He's getting it, for sure. He can't help
Liam Harrow says, Peter Mackay, 100% correct, the 17 was better than the 19.
There's an Instagram page, and forgive me, I can't remember the name of it, but it's basically an Instagram page just for RSR sound clips and videos and things like that. There's an onboard of, it's actually a pure sound run around Long Beach of the 17, and it just sounds absolutely brilliant. But we're not short of soundtracks. It's just past our vantage point goes the Aston Martin Valkyrie with the 6.5 litre V12 singing away at the top of its 12 cylinders. And I think this has been an amazing North American debut. You could not come to a tougher circuit to debut your car than Sebring. And you look at some of the best cars that have ever competed in sports car racing. Often they don't come straight out the box and win. Often there's a period of pain, there's a period of mechanical problems, and then slowly but surely they get on top of it. But so far, for 7 hours and 50 minutes, basically at Heart of Racing have thrown tyres and fuel and new drivers at that car, and it's just gone round and round and round on one of the toughest racetracks in the world. And although once they get to the end of this challenge, they've got a 24-hour test to get on with at the early part of next week. Now, this is huge. The leader in LMP2, the CrowdStrike 04, failure to adhere to tyre operational
that's precious.
requirements.
That's precious,
drive-through penalty. That might explain why their pace has been so strong. Michelin give tyre pressure requirements that every team has to keep to. It's not a recommendation, it's a regulation. And if you go out with of it, it's a drive-through penalty.
GT
pit stops as well. Ryan Marine has this.
Leader in GTD, that's AWA, with Lars Kern behind the wheel, just shy of scoring those Endurance Cup points, as Peter predicted they would be. Lars is going to stay behind the wheel of this machine. It's the Chevy Corvette, of course. Black livery primarily, with the yellow accents on the car. 4 tires already on, the fuel going in right now. The car looks pretty clean, all things considered. No sign of battle scars. They were leading the class as they came into the pit lane. Meanwhile, the lap previous, we saw the Dragon Speed Ferrari come in. They were the pole sitter in GTD Pro. Davide Regan stayed aboard that car, 4 tires in fuel for them. And Davide a lap ago left, and now Lars Kern will follow suit out on track once more.
Let's have a quick VP Racing in-race update. Lawrence Vantor for Porsche leads by 9 seconds. The 7 car ahead of the 31 Cadillac. Jack Aitken on board. He's 10.6 ahead of Kevin Estra in the number 6 Porsche 963. Scott Dixon for the Acura Team 60 is next up, a further 28 seconds. He's under pressure now from Philip Eng. And the best of the BMWs, the number 24 car from Team RLL, just a second or so behind. LMP2, CrowdStrike going back out of the pit lane. That was the drive-through. Martha Jacobson in that car. In GT Pro, it's 2 BMW M4 GT3s, the 2 Paul Miller cars, 48 from 1, separated by 7 seconds. And in GTD, Ferrari in EF Corsa, Alessandro Perghini cycling back. He was the starting driver, remember, lost his brakes at turn 10. That is an incredible story that guy's back in the lead. The Aston Martin of Heart of Racing, Zachary Robichon, is behind. And Elliot Skier for Wright Motorsport is in 4th position. Little problem there for... That is the leader in the class coming out of turn 1.
Well, Alessandro Perghini has gone on a US rodeo there, coming off out of the exit of turn 1, and it's very sandy and bumpy and diggy there, and you can easily get put into the wall. And Perghini did a great job to actually keep the car out the wall there at turn 1. The wall's close. Was all 4 wheels off the road, bouncing and bounding along. This is a car with such great pace. I hope they haven't got away with that without damage, because
it's getting more and more dusty, isn't it?
Yes.
It's more like a rallycross car from its exploits. First with the brake issues this morning. Now, that was not the right line. I would never describe myself as a racing driver, but I suspect he turned in a bit late there as he had some prototype traffic coming through, and he's done really, really well to get through that.
How much do you think he missed the wall by there? 6 inches? It wasn't much. It was 6 inches from total disaster.
Andreas Rees is with us in the studio, head of BMW M Motorsports. And happy birthday to Andrea Schwab as well, who is celebrating today. I think part of your team, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. And thank you for being here. And happy birthday to Andrea, our press officer. And
always doing a fine job.
Exactly.
Tell me a little bit about the start of the season for BMW M, both here in IMSA and also, of course we've had the first round of the FIA WEC in Qatar.
Yeah, generally I think we can be happy with the performance we showed until now. For sure, we also want to turn it into a result and hopefully on the podium. But I think the performance and speed is there. We had, also Daytona showed already here that we have the pace in the car to fight for a podium, for a good result. At the end, we had a problem where we had a contact and had to change the nose, but that's how it is.
Hindsight, we say, is 20/20. If you could go back and do that again, would you have pulled the car in earlier and changed that nose?
Yeah, in hindsight afterwards, it always better. But that's how it is. But we always do lessons learned, and next time we do it better.
I said earlier in the weekend, I can't remember if it was one of the free practice, it might have been the nighttime practice. I've been impressed at how much time BMW, yourself, have been giving the teams in the prototype class time to get themselves used to this car. The expectation of a brand like BMW coming out, everybody thinks, they should come out and win straight away. That's really difficult to do, but you guys have been quite relaxed about the first season and a half of what's been going on.
Yeah, we have to be honest. We are competing and fighting with the biggest brands and the biggest teams and drivers in endurance racing, and you can't expect that you come to a championship like the IMSA championship or also the WEC championship when you compete against the best of the best, that you will be directly in front. But our goal was clearly we want to win races, we want to go for championships, and this is why we are working hard, and it's nice to see how we progress, and step by step we are getting there.
How do you measure the progress? Because results is one thing, and it's a results-driven business, Andrea. You know, it is. But there are other ways to manage that, because sometimes you're not fortunate. Someone could run into you. You can have that problem at Daytona. You didn't. I don't like to say deserve, but you didn't get the result that the performance was there for at Daytona. So how do you balance those things, I suppose, is a better way to put it.
As you said, the first indicator is for sure the result, but that's not always coming out and turning out at the end. But yeah, we for sure we compare ourselves to the competition, and you check where you are. And when we start at the beginning, basically, to finish first you have to finish first you work on the reliability, because we do endurance racing. So at the end, you have to make sure that your car is reliable. I think at the beginning we struggled a bit with one or the other issue, and we worked steady, and when the car is reliable, you can start working more on the performance, and this is where we get. And also starting in the IMSA first and then coming to the WEC, it helped us also, because we had more mileage, more cars running, and this helps you to accelerate your development.
And there is a data transfer between WRT and RLL.
There is a clear data transfer. Both teams are running the cars for BMW. Everything goes basically back to the headquarters and goes from there again to both. It's a completely open book, and this helps you in such a competition to accelerate.
Some questions coming in on Twitter that I'll fire in if you don't mind, Andreas. Was there a thought that perhaps RLL might come across and bring a car to Le Mans? Were you thinking about an additional entry there? More cars at Le Mans, better chance, I suppose.
Yeah, not for this year, but it's clearly something what you always have in mind. The more cars you have, the higher your chances to be there, and you have just more cars to fight for a good result. But at the end, everything has to match.
Change at the sharp end of GTD there. Alessandro Pagini back to the head of the field, ahead of Zachary Robichaud, the Heart of Racing Aston Martin. The pass made on that last lap as they come through. Andreas, you look after both sides of this. You're one of a number of manufacturers now who are represented in the GT and the prototype categories, both here in IMSA and in the WEC. On that GT side, you've had a pretty good start to the year, haven't you? I mean, that one, you're ticking boxes quicker than we can get the boxes on the page.
It's always nice to start in a season like this, especially with our GT3 car. I mean, the M4 GT3 was already, from its first year in 2022, a very successful car. It was winning championships and races, and now we brought the Evo on track from the beginning of this year, and it won already straight away quite some nice races, good results, and knocking wood, looking here, I mean, at the moment the car is also in a very good window.
And just to prove that there was nothing wrong with the old car, you only managed to go and do 1-2 at Bathurst. That was a stunning performance. We were talking about this earlier on, because as much as that car was quick, it was actually the fuel mileage and the tactics that gave you the advantage in that race.
Yeah, I mean, Bathurst was really nice. And it was nice because it was the last big race for the M4 GT3 before the Evo is running now in this season in all the races. To finish off with this result was really great, but also there, I mean, WRT and our drivers, they did really a fantastic job on strategy side to make this happen.
You had a global launch at Bathurst of a new M model.
Yeah.
How much of what you do on the track comes back through it's very visible, BMW M, probably more than any other manufacturer. Is there really stuff coming back from what you learn in racing?
Yeah, that's clearly one of our main goals at BMW M and BMW M Motorsport. We are so much linked to also our colleagues from the race road car department and the race car department. They are very well linked, and it's also important for us to really showcase what with our M models you can do.
Yeah. Porsche Penske Motorsport in the pits with the number 6 car. Kevin Estre brought it in. Was that left side tyres only there, Peter?
Hard to say at this stage.
Ryan's just told me it was all 4. Thank you very much indeed.
Like
coming up to 80 seconds, standing still. You very much like to leave what's going on in the running of the cars in the races to the teams concerned. How much do you personally get involved? Are you here to represent M and M Motorsports? You know, what is your personal role here, Andrea? Because you used to have a hands-on role in the past. That's where I know you from. I remember you getting your hands dirty.
Yeah, clearly I think I was in the lucky situation to go through several steps in my motorsport career, and yes, I was definitely also hands-on in running cars, and but here I'm more checking and giving the guys, let's say, the playground to work and to get the best result out of it and to bring all things together. And but I like seeing our cars racing, and we have a great team and a great team spirit, and it's nice to see this.
Out for Philip Eng in the number 24 car, came in from top 5 position, rejoined wearing the livery, this car, of the commemoration of 50 years of the BMW USA brand. It looks absolutely stunning. It has to be said, Andreas, at BMW you have quite a big reputation for liveries with the art cars down through the years. This is another cracking livery.
Yeah, there I also have to say our guys at home from the design department who really love to give us a nice design for the car. And I think also when you just look at our hypercar, you can clearly see it's a BMW. It has the face of a BMW, and with the livery, it's really nice to see the car.
Andreas, what I want to ask you about, we've talked about the technical side about the cars, I want to talk about people, because a lot of BMW drivers, they talk about the BMW family and the I would say the helpful nature of the more senior drivers with the junior drivers. One thing that's impressed me so much in the last 3 or 4 years is your junior drivers and how they've developed through their time in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series at the Nürburgring 24, and now going further around, guys like Neil Verhagen, Dan Harper, Max Hesse. Tell me your satisfaction about that, how you feel about how these guys are getting on, and have they exceeded your expectations when they first joined BMW?
I think it's clear to answer. I mean, the guys are full factory drivers for us, so we clearly tick the box from going from junior drivers into factory drivers, and they are so impressive when you see everywhere they go. They are so focused in how they work, and they just want to win races. And when we saw all of this, and when Jochen Nerpatsch also started this again together with BMW and Motorsport, it's great to see. I mean, BMW had always a history in junior teams and bringing up junior drivers, and we can clearly say the 3 guys, it really worked out. It's nice to see it, and it's nice to see here also them all 3 again running here the cars with Paul Miller Racing. And also for them to be in the US now, racing here, is also something fantastic. And they love it.
Ben Hanley trying to put a move on, Sebastian Bourdais trying to put a move on Josh Burden coming down through turn 17. The orange and white Tower car crossed the line first, but didn't get to keep the watches at the Rolex 24 Daytona for a post-race infraction in the technical inspection. Ahead of that, it's the Riley number 74 Oregon. They're coming up on traffic. That's the leader in GTD. Nice move up the inside there by Josh Burden to put a car between himself and Bourdais. That's bought himself maybe a couple of cars lengths as he comes out of turn 5. Gives me a chance to ask some questions that you're posing on at IMSA Radio to Andreas Rees. This is from Australia. Hello to Jesse Young, who's talking to us from well in the future. I don't know how many hours ahead you are. He says, we've had M4s at Bathurst for the last 3 years. But when can we expect to see M4 GT3 Evo entries in GT3 GT World Challenge Australia? That would be customer cars, presumably, Andreas. Yeah?
This clearly would be a customer car, and over there, I mean, we always love to come to Bathurst. But it's also the goal for us to have our cars worldwide. I mean, the M4 GT3, as I said, from 2022 on, it was a very successful car. And we nearly have the cars already worldwide, so we still have to tick some boxes, but we are happy to tick all of them and to have all the cars in all the championships.
For something like GT World Challenge Australia, the Evo is homologated now?
Yeah, the Evo is homologated.
Right, it was just Bathurst that we didn't get.
Exactly. It's just Bathurst because you have to fulfill before the SRO BOP test.
Yeah.
And this was afterwards, so this is why the car we still ran with the before Evo, let's say.
Quick in and out for the car that was leading, and that is a BMW M4 GT3 Evo. It was Neil Verhagen who took it in. I think that was Madison Snow that jumped into the car to take it out. And there's a yellow flag waving at turn 17 as well.
Sebastian Bourdais, something's happened there at Sunset Bend. Because he's now had to go and pass Alessandro Pierguidi again.
Correct.
So something happened there in the
spin
final
at turn 17, maybe, for Bourdais.
We've also got a penalty for car number 9. That's the Faf Lamborghini for powertrain parameters.
So Bourdais was having a go down the inside on Josh Burden and ran out of room, hit the bumps. Burden does a good job of not hitting him. Was there room down the inside? Not sure.
I think there was, but it was Sebastian Bourdais trying to come from a little bit too far back. Do you know, Josh Burton has done an amazing job there, because that is a big commitment corner, and he's had to widen out his line, not hit the wall on the outside, avoid Sebastian Bourdais, who's spinning top in front of him. Impressive.
A quick update from the CrowdStrike pit lane team before we finish up with Andreas Ruth from BMW and Motorsport. Let's go down to Ryan Marine.
Just wanted to give an update as Lawrence Vanthor brings the leading Porsche 963 into the pit lane. It'll be 4 tires all the way around and a full replenishment of the energy as well in the physical and virtual tank. Crew members taking a look at the race car, but don't see anything amiss. They're cleaning the lights on the front right now. They've cleaned the windshield as well, still waiting on the fuel, and a change as well of the data stick inside the cockpit. It's been a very clean stop for the race leader, and Lawrence Vanthor stays aboard the number 7.
Thank you, Ryan. Away on electric power, and then the Porsche V8 fires up. Andreas Rees will let you get back to looking at what's going. One final question for you. BMW M5 Touring. That looks fantastic. Tell me about this car and its motorsport roots. I do like a good touring, and that looks fabulous.
It's really a fantastic car, and with how the car is made and the powertrain and everything, it's really a fantastic car, I have to say. And it's nice also to see. I mean, we run here on our hypercar, the GTP field. We run with a V8 hybrid. And also the new M5 Touring is also a V8 hybrid. So also there we have everywhere we have
a bit of synergy going on.
Exactly. For sure, it's not exactly the same powertrain, but still there is an exchange. We discuss and we try to improve our race cars and also our road cars.
How important is that for the people who market? You've got to justify, I expect, you've got to go to the board and justify money to come motor racing and developing cars. How important is it that there is a storyline between what you're doing here and cars like the M5 Touring?
It's very important, and as we said already before, I think we really want to showcase that BMW M what our race cars and road cars can do, and how much synergies they have. And that's very important. And also, motorsport is the DNA of BMW M, and this is why it's so important to be there and to race with our cars.
Thanks for coming to see us. See you again soon.
Thank you very much.
And once again,
thank you very much for being here.
Happy birthday to Andrea.
Thank you.
Andreas Rees, head of BMW M and Motorsport. M5 Touring. Oh, yes, please. I'll be speaking to the BMW UK guys to see if we can manage to get a real-world road test of one of those. Right, Peter, we are...
I should do it because I need the room for the golf clubs, and I can put it to the test by seeing if it can take the golf clubs and the trolley.
I need to get the Christmas decorations back in the storage unit because I haven't been home enough yet. So I'll tell you.
So a little while just before we had Andreas in the booth with us, the 04 CrowdStrike LMP2 car had a drive-through penalty. Believe it or not, it's actually served it and is still leading by a fairly comfy margin. Show you how big a gap that 04 CrowdStrike team have built up.
You're listening to IMSA Radio live from Sebring International Raceway. We're inside the last 4 hours. Right, let's nip down to Nick Damon in the pit lane for a little bit of an update of what's been going on at his side of things for the CrowdStrike pit report.
Well, much like it's been for the last several hours, it's been people turning laps. I think we're all waiting for this yellow to turn up to make it suddenly bring it back together again. I'm watching a TDS pit stop, which is the 11 car. It's a change again where it's going to be I think it's McElroy getting in for Jensen. Question I have for you is has Stephen Thomas done his 3 hours? Because he's sitting suited and booted with a balaclava. So
sorry, which driver was that?
Number 11, Stephen Thomas, the bronze driver in the 11 TDS racing. Has he done the 3 hours?
He certainly started.
Yeah, he came out
race
before his 3 hours. I don't know whether they bunged him in for another period or they're still waiting for him to do that.
Stand by, caller. I can tell you that Stephen has done 2 hours and 54 minutes.
Right, that's a bit of a problem, I think. So they need some yellow.
Yeah.
And by the way, there was almost, if you heard that noise on my microphone, that was the TDS car almost colliding with the 19 Van der Steur Aston Martin, which they came out. So rather than having an unsafe release, they had a kind of an after you Claude moment where neither of them would decide to go in their place and both lost quite a bit of time. And they're now manually pulling back the Van der Steur Aston Martin. I'm not sure whether anyone will get a penalty for that because it's basically a misunderstanding where they both end up looking a bit silly and losing some time.
Thank you, Nick, for that CrowdStrike pit lane report. And let's go straight down to, or stay down there, with Ryan Marine, who has a Heart of Racing Valkyrie update.
That's right. About 10 or 15 minutes ago, when I was keeping an eye on GTP front runners in their pit stops, I saw towards the middle of the pit lane the Valkyrie was in, and they changed the nose on that car. And I've just now made my way down and had a word with Ian James, and evidently they picked up just a little bit of dive plane damage on the nose of the car. Ian said that they were pitting more or less on schedule, and when they did so, they elected to go ahead and change that nose, and now we've got 5 crew members kind of pouring over the old nose, taking a look at things and actually cleaning it off in case it has to go back on the car again, maybe making some repairs as well. But it's been just a really solid outing for the team up to this point. Not many miscues, decent pace, all things considered. And now the first chance for this American crew, which is different, by the way, than the crew that is used for the 2 cars in the World Endurance Championship, but a chance for them to do a nose change in anger here for the first time in WeatherTech competition. Not a bad thing to experience here very early in this program.
I like your positivity. Take something out of that. Nick, let's bounce straight back to you.
With the TDS team, first of all, still suited and booted, and with his balaclava on, it's Stephen Thomas. I understand you've still got 6 minutes to do?
Yeah, that seems a little odd, doesn't it? Yeah, I'm sitting here with my helmet. I'm ready to go whenever they tell me to get in the car.
Would it be fair to say they're waiting for a bit of yellow to see if they can get you those 6 minutes behind the safety car?
That would seem crazy. I would think they would want me out there on the green, wouldn't you?
Well, I would, yeah.
Yeah, I let them do the strategy. I'm just ready to go when they tell me to get in the car.
Thanks, we're with Mikael Jensen, who just got out of the car. Mikael, it's the race hasn't quite panned out as you would have hoped, I don't think, because you were so fast during all the rest of the sessions.
Yeah, we are super fast. The strategy didn't really go our way today. We have been a bit unlucky and lost a lap, had to fight it back. Eventually got the lap back on track. A lot of fighting out there. And now we just have to see 4 hours to go. Steven is still missing 5 minutes in the car. So it's obviously also a bit of a disadvantage for us, but it's 4 hours left, and as we have seen in Sebring, now again something is happening on track, so you never know what happens.
Thanks, Mikael.
This is significant because the tail of up and down has taken the downward sine wave for the 21 AF Corsa Ferrari. Paul off, fought back to the lead, and now it's dead stick with a smoky Ferrari engine. This is terrible, terrible news. They were going to get a drive-through penalty anyway. It's Leila Wadu who's behind the wheel, and they'd been working the car from the behind the wall, hearing, by the way, as well, that the Van der Steur Racing Aston is now an official retirement. That makes 6 cars that have retired. I'll run through those at the moment, but what a day. Write the story of the number 21 Ferrari, Peter Mackay, because they have had every emotion known to racing.
They've had it all, and I do wonder if that rocky ride on the exit of turn 1 for Alessandro Pierguidi has maybe dislodged something which has caused this problem. But mind you, this isn't the first Ferrari to grind to a halt on circuit. The Cetilar Ferrari, which retired much earlier on in the race, same thing happened. The reasons for it could be completely different, but the result is the same, grinding to a halt at the side of the track. And although it is at the cutaway at turn 6, so we could well stay green here and have that Ferrari.
Here comes the Chevy IMSA safety truck with some of the AMR safety team. They should be able to get a cable or a strop tow line on that and pull it back without having to put the safety team in harm's way. Leila Wadu staying behind the wheel of the car, absolutely the right thing to do. I'll run through the official retirements now. The most recent one, as we've mentioned, Van der Steur Racing Aston Martin GT number 19, caught off competition Mercedes. That was a driveline issue for Kenton Cook. He stopped just after turn 7. Again, he got behind the wall. The Origa LMP2 from Pratt Miller Motorsports number 73 went into the pit and didn't come back out again. Cetilar, as Peter rightly says, the mostly blue Ferrari number 47. It was Giorgio Sernagiato who was behind the wheel. Toby Lüdger for Era Motorsport. They'd had a couple of bangs and dings. Car went into the pits, didn't come out again. And Charles Scardini, the Triazi competition 023 car, pushed into a crash at was that Tower of Cunningham.
I've heard that there was no contact, and that has been proven by the Wayne Taylor Racing team.
Right.
We'll find out more, I'm sure, but certainly Wayne Taylor Racing believed that there was no contact. But
well,
that's not for us to decide.
Not how race control.
That's what I was hearing when I nipped out from for a quick bite to eat. So, well, I mean, AF Corsa, they were on pole. They were the fastest GTD car, even faster than all the GTD pros as well. They've had huge pace in hand, I think would be fair to say, and yet they find their hopes of a win here at Sebring, a first Sebring win for Alessandro Pierguidi, believe it or not, in total tatters.
Yeah.
Motor racing is very, very cruel sometimes. It's never your turn, as much as it might feel that way. How many times at Sebring have we seen heartbreak late in the day? I mean, we've still got 3 hours and 41 minutes to go, so there are still many chapters left in this book.
Don't forget to keep an eye for the next tranche of Michelin Endurance Cup.
Should be up by now, hopefully.
Well,
with a bit of luck.
Yeah, they didn't come till after the half hour, I seem to remember.
Yeah.
At the 4 hour mark.
Well, it's at that mark, the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine was leading, so they will get another load of maximum points there. Nothing as yet, but we'll keep a close watch. I know many follow that very closely. We should see watching very closely on the pit lane, because Alex Palou should be coming into the pits very soon because he's only got 2% of usable energy remaining. Just as I say that, and he comes to the pit lane. That's
God, he's listening to you on 100.9 FM.
Well, I think we're just lucky here in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre to have the access to imsa.com/GTP-telemetry, and you can have access to it too. Great way if you're following the race closely. Keep it up, you'll watch when your favourite car is going to come into the pits next. Or if they're going to make it to the checkered flag later on.
Peter Mackay, John Hindhaugh in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. It's Ryan Marine and Nick Damon. Joe Bradley will be going down to join the CrowdStrike pit reporting team shortly at IMSA Radio. If you want to get in touch with us, you could be listening on Sirius XM 206 here in North America, in the Central Highlands region of Florida. Highlands ESPN 106.3 FM, 100.9 FM around the circuit, and of course on RS2 around the world. Uninterrupted video on imsaradio.com and uninterrupted video as well. And if you prefer to put it on the big screen, maybe YouTube, IMSA official channel. If you're outside the US. Inside the US, then our colleagues on Peacock will be providing you with your entertainment. NBC Sports on their subscription service, Peacock. Brian Till, and I think Lee Diffie's on this one as well, isn't he? Lee's leading the call up at Charlotte in North Carolina, doing their jobs remotely for this one.
What I can tell you is the gap has come in that pit cycle. The GTPs at the very front of the field pitted about 4 or 5 laps ago, and the gap was around 9 seconds with the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine of Lawrence Vantor over the 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac of Jack Aitken since the pit stops, and in the last few laps Vantor now only leads by 1.2 seconds from Fred Vesti. It's come down a lot, yes. Also not a million miles away, 15 seconds behind them is Kevin Estre, who's putting together some strong pace right now as well, in 3rd place.
There's a slight tyre advantage for Vesti, but we're talking a couple of laps, no more than that. Well, now I say that, is Lawrence on a double?
They had new tyres at the stop.
Oh, did they? Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we're new tyres to the end now. I think.
Let's go down to have a chat with someone we haven't spoken to yet in the race. We're trying to tick off every team, if not every driver, as we go through the Sebring, the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. B-Joy Garg is on the list to talk to, and that's where Ryan Marine is right now with this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Hopped out at the Inner Europol car just a few moments ago. As a matter of fact, Tom Dillman's in the car now. You've been one of the front runners in class all day, B-Joy. A little bit behind the CrowdStrike car at the moment. How would you assess your day and your chances to go for a class win?
Yeah, so far pretty good. I think, I think our car gets stronger as the day goes on. So, hopefully we can push forward and fight for that win. I know it's a bit of a big gap, but it only takes one yellow to change everything. So, yeah, we've been green for a while, actually. I'm really surprised. But yeah, just got to survive, and then go for it all the last 2 hours. Tom and Jeremy have done a fantastic job all weekend, and yeah, looking forward to closing it out with a win.
And Jeremy was a late addition to this team as well. How has he fit in a short amount of time?
Yeah, really great fit. Yeah, I mean, it's a tough task asking a bronze to be here with no experience, but all credit to him. He's done a really good job. Obviously, we had a spin in quali, but I think he recovered really well in the race, and yeah, really looking forward to working with him again.
You mentioned those extended green flag stints in this heat. How difficult was it?
Man, they're pretty tough. This is probably one of the most physically demanding races of the year, so you got to be in peak fitness, and yeah, let's see if we can get to the end all there.
Are you done driving, or do you have another stint to go?
No, I still have a bit more to go.
All right, we wish you the best of luck the rest of the way. That's Bijoy Garg from Inter Europol.
Great question just come in on at IMSARadio.com, and let me just scroll down. It came in from Nico. Hello, Nico. Not sure where you are in the world, but asks, how is it that the cars, I've been hearing you talking on your Porsche Keys to the Race about getting to the darkness. How is it that the cars get faster in the cooler temperature and the darkness? It's a good question, Peter, because we blithely talk about that, of course, but it's a fact that happens. The cars are set up for the cooler temperatures, but the engines like the cooler temperatures, and so do the tyres.
Predominantly the tyres, yes. The biggest difference is the tyres. When the track temperature is excessively high, it gets kind of greasy and slippy, particularly here at Sebring, actually. But when the track temperature is nice and cool, not excessively cold, but when the track temperature is nice and cool, the tyre can remain in its correct temperature and pressure range and gets more grip. And we've seen some of the best lap times of the week in the various classes and championships that have been part of this weekend's festival of motorsport, if you like. And a lot of them have, when they've gone out first thing in the morning, that's when they've hit the really, really hot lap times. So when we get into the towards the end of the race and the night comes over Sebring International Raceway, the times should get even hotter. Although, that being said, we did see for a period of, during one of the hottest times of the afternoon, we did see some really
we had a daft little happy hour, a happy 20 minutes,
it was strange. It was strange. Slight error on the Wright Motorsport 120 Porsche, just couldn't quite get the fuel hose out there, and the number 120 there of Tom Sargent just nudged forward as the fuel hose was still in. So
don't like to say that.
No, not by much, but yeah, they're very hot on that down in pit lane. At the front of the field, it's now 1.7 seconds. There's been a little bit of a response from Lawrence Vantor to the chasing Fred Vesti, and we saw this until Whelen Engineering had their pretty dramatic failure on the suspension of their 31 car at Daytona, which took them out of any hope of winning the race. It was number 7 Porsche versus 31 Cadillac, back forth all the time. We saw it last year a lot, and that's sort of what we're seeing here over this long, prolonged period of green flag running. We've seen the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine and the 31 Whelen Cadillac come forward, and from what I can see, John, there's nothing to separate them. I mean, their best lap times are within a tenth of each other, and on long run pace they appear to be very, very close. And if you remember back when the Porsche 963 was new, it really struggled on long runs on tyres. It heated the tyre up quite well, but it kind of overheated it. I remember their first WEC outing here at Sebring, funnily enough, and they really struggled on the tyre wear, and they seem to have got on top of that with their performance today. They've not fallen back in the heat of the day. In fact, if anything, they've outperformed their rivals in that scenario. Lawrence Vantor, he's won here on a couple of occasions, but in the GT classes with Pfaff Motorsports, but he's desperate to get that overall win here at the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. And of course Nick Tandy, who's sharing that number 7 car with him, Mr. Grand Slam himself, he's now the first driver to win all of the 4 major endurance races overall. He's now wanting to get started on the overall of the 12 hours.
Yeah,
I suppose he got an overall in the 10 hours at Petit Le Mans, but in a GT car.
Yeah, he must have won it in a prototype as well, has he?
No.
So he's won Petit Le Mans, but it was that win in the GT car.
Yeah.
There was a tyre advantage.
It was
in the
a
conditions.
Hugely wet day, and the confidential Michelin tyres on that 911 RSR were just amazing, and Patrick Peely and Nick Tandy were incredible as well.
But what I would say though, they were disadvantaged because every time there was a safety car, even though they were leading, they got put back behind all the DPIs. So they had to fight their way through the DPIs again.
Yeah.
And again and again. It was a very odd situation.
Yes. And the race finished early, actually.
Yeah.
There was a red flag because it was just so wet. Into the pits then, number 12 from third place. That's the Lexus Vasser Sullivan machine in GTD. Comes into the pits at a bizarre angle, right in front of the Lamborghini GTP car.
Yeah, that was Danny Kvyat who brought the Automobili Lamborghini Squadra Corsa. Do you remember how to say it? 63?
63.
63.
So, a little bit of manoeuvring to do here for Vasser Sullivan Lexus after the number 12 was Parker Thompson came in at a really strange angle, just nosed the car in, and they've moved it around on its wheels while fueling it up, but because you cannot move the car on the jacks while you're fueling. A few crews fell foul of that. In fact, BMW GTP team fell foul of that at Daytona. So 3 hours and 29 minutes to go in at this 73rd Mobil 1, 12 hours of Sebring. Just feels like we're brewing up to a classic Sebring finish under the darkness. How many times have we had that? A dogfight at the end. And we do have our Michelin Endurance Cup points. I will have to get the calculator, well, not quite the calculator, but the crayons out to do some maths here.
More GTD news. Philip Ellis with racing. Where did I get that from? That just came from nowhere. Last curve, by the way, has just put the fastest lap of its race in for the AWA Corvette with a 2:01.9. But down at Winward Racing now, that is a pit stop for the leading GTD car, and Ryan Marine has this news.
It's been a clean pit stop. That's the good news. Driver exchange already done. Philip Ellis is out. Indy Donche, the Dutchman, is in. Indy told me earlier this week this is the only program he has confirmed for 2025. The 5 Endurance Cup races in IMSA. They had a 30-odd second lead coming into this pit sequence here. Very clean pit work from the defending race winners in class of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. And Indy Donche takes the Windward Mercedes back out into the fight now.
And is followed down the pit lane by one of the United cars. It is that time of day that it's Ben Hadley in the number 2 car, actually. But it is that time of day when turn 17 earns its name of Sunset Bend. Heading down to turn 7 as well. Sun right in the eyes, the setting sun right in the eyes. Oh, here's another penalty. This is the 5th place GTD car of our Porsche keys to the race, and it's a Porsche that's been caught for leaving with equipment attached
Right,
from the pit lane
with the fuel hose.
With the fuel hose.
Yeah, it was in it that he moved forward a foot, but a foot. It's got to be any more than 0 is
it's
is
a safety. It is.
It
as I said at the time, Peter. It's a safety issue, and you know you can't compromise.
No,
on that.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
It seems harsh, but I have actually been in a pit lane when a fuel hose was pulled off and put fuel everywhere. Fortunately, it didn't go up. That was the last time that I was ever in a pit lane without a fire suit on. In the days before it was mandatory, actually. I was wearing a fire suit in the pit lane. We always did over in this part of the world, funny enough, but not in Europe. I wore my original American Le Mans Series Radial Web fire suit at places like Donington Park and Silverstone when we didn't need to, as I say, in the UK and Europe. Relatively recently at Le Mans, to be honest, quite remarkably when you think about it now. And I'd go back to 1989 and my first trip to Le Mans when I did stuff in the pit lane. I was in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, a pair of training shoes, pulling 2 car batteries in a tartan shopping trolley that powered the, I think it used to be an X-Force's backpack that was the transmitter for the radio mic.
Dear me.
It had one of those
steel ribbon aerials that came out of the top. And I was panicking that I was going to cut somebody's airlines on the overhead gantries.
Our first run of Michelin Endurance Cup points.
Well, just hold that one a second. Excellent. Let's go down to Ryan Marine. Joey Hand was in the booth with me for the Mustang Challenge earlier on in the week. He's literally just got out of the 66 car. Tatiana Calderon has jumped in. So let's find out how things are going for one of the newest Ford Mustang GT3 teams. Here is Ryan.
That's right, Gradient Racing is the team. Joey just got out of the car, as you mentioned, John. And look, Joey, this car is new to the team. You've got plenty of laps in it. That's without dispute. But a couple of laps off the class leaders at the moment. Where would you assess this program and where we stand nearly 2 races into the start of this season?
Well, great program. I love being with this team, Gradient. You know, I came in here just for Daytona. It was the first time I met everybody, and just an awesome team. Work really hard and prepare a great race car, and just great people. So fit right in here. They've treated me like I've been here for a long time. So yeah, today is not going as planned. That's for sure. We are on the struggle bus, but we had contact early, and we think something is wrong. We're really basically off the pace. Tough to get the car around track. It's really a handful right now. It's been one of the best cars I've driven all weekend. And I got in the car in the first stint, and I was like, here we go. And it was just totally opposite. So we think we might have something damaged on the front. We're just trying to hang on. I mean, definitely not working in our favor having no yellows, you know. We need some help.
Are you surprised by the nature of the race and what it's turned into? It was stop and start at the very beginning, but now it's kind of evened out a little.
I am. I'm always surprised when Sebring goes green for a long time. I mean, the driving's been pretty aggressive out there. It's not like bad aggressive, but it's, you know, guys are making deep moves and everybody's doing what they have to do. But I'm surprised that somebody hasn't made a mistake doing it, you know. But yeah, I mean, it's great for the guys that are out front leading. It's bad for the guys that need to get laps back like us. So we're going to keep digging for sure. Like I said, just, you know, great program to be involved with. Always fun to be driving a Ford Mustang. But we definitely need a little help here with some yellows.
Well, thank you very much for the time, and thanks as well for joining us on the Mustang Challenge calls earlier on this weekend. Hope you had fun with that.
I did, man. That was cool. It's great to see it from up there and see how you guys do it up there. It's not as easy as make it sound, that's for sure. So I had a blast.
All right, thanks. That's Joey Hand.
And staying with GTD, the GTD Pro leader, car number 4, the Corvette, has just been in. It's Tommy Milner who's got out the car. Tyres and fuel for the number 4. Tommy's just taking his helmet off now. He looks like he hasn't been sweating much, so the aircon system in the number 4 Corvette must be working really, really well. I'll see if I can attract his attention. 2 fans there, they're clearly listening to us. Hey, Tommy. Hey, mate, you're looking well for just getting out of the car. Is that cool system working?
Yeah, I heard Parker Clegg have been talking about how hot it was in his car, and I want to tell him how to drive this Corvette, man, because it's pretty sweet inside. It's going okay right now. I know we're off strategy from what most other cars in the class are doing. The Corvette feels generally pretty good. The track temp's going to change quite a bit now, so we'll see what happens here as that cools off and see where we stand. But, whatever. It's now 4 hours to go-ish in the race. Just got to keep plugging along, see what happens here, and hopefully be there at the end.
It's kind of this point of any Sebring. It's the calm before the storm. You guys really pick it up going into the last, 90 minutes? Is that what we're expecting again?
Yeah, for all the fans that are here right now, get ready for a big show for sure, because every year at Sebring, once the sun goes down, it gets crazy. And hopefully our number 4 Corvette is out front at the end of that. Nico's in now, and then Nicky, I think, to finish. Both those guys have been doing an awesome job all day long, all year long. Really good teammates. So I got all the faith in the world in them.
Not sure if it was today we talked to you, but the T-shirt sales out of Daytona, fantastic job by you guys. How much did you raise for charity, and what charity was it?
As for the American Eagle Foundation, just messaged them randomly. I wanted to do something for a bird charity to go along with flipping the bird, and they were the lady Yeah, the lady who runs the show there, Jessica. I didn't know how to present what had happened and things like that, and she wrote back to me in about 10 or 15 minutes enthusiastically and said, I saw it, I know who you are, I watched everything that happened. So, yeah, it should be somewhere in the neighborhood of $20,000 to $25,000 for charity. So, huge thank you to a lot of the fans here today that haven't had the shirt on. I think we sold about 4,700 T-shirts. So way more than I ever expected. Really appreciate the support there. Not from people in the paddock, but the fans, everything for kind of what happened there at Daytona. I thought I'd moved on, but I've talked about it so much this weekend. Hopefully we can change the story after this race here.
I just hope your career is not defined by that moment. For me, it just proved, the passion. It's very real out there. It's not a tea party out there, isn't it?
No, it is. There's a lot of passion. You see it in all these guys we race against. All these guys want to win. A lot of really, really good talent in all of the classes. Honestly, it's an honor to race in this series, to race in this class, drive with this racing team. It's a lot of fun, when you know you're getting the best of the best around the world, from teams, drivers, engineers, strategy, everything. And to have success in this series is tough, and this class especially is even tougher. That's what makes these victories feel so special. We're really hoping we get one today.
Good luck, Tommy.
Excellent stuff. I should say, I don't know why, I wasn't surprised by this, but I was impressed by the very supportive comments, actually, from Tommy about Augusto Farfus after that incident. Very human comments, very well-informed comments about that. That's all I'm going to say. It would have been easy for him to be far less gracious, and that wasn't the case. Let's pick up some battles on the track at the moment. The number 85, Tymon van der Helmen driven JDC Miller Motorsports. That's the bright yellow car, coming under a bit of pressure from Renger van der Zanden. This is the battle for 6th and 7th. They are just on the end of the lead lap. They're heading down to the right-hander at turn 10. The leader is not that far behind them. The leader is 2 cars behind them, and that is Lawrence Vanto.
And if we keep this long run and green flag running,
Oh, full course yellow.
Oh, no.
You said it. You said it. I cannot believe it. You've palmed us. You have palmed us.
Sorry.
3 hours, 17 minutes and 27 seconds. Is it the 6th or the 7th?
Joey Hand said he needed some, and he's helped us out this weekend. So, Joey, if you're listening, you're welcome. Sorry, everyone.
This is the 6th. Of course, yellow. Now, and Harter Racing Aston spun at turn 17, but has continued. So I'm not sure if that's for him or there's something else, maybe some debris on the track. Let's see what race control tell us about it. Oh my goodness.
Would this be a good time to do Michelin Endurance Cup
Yes,
points?
perfect.
I'll change the subject.
Yeah, but I'll just tell you, Porsche number 7 had a 3.5 second lead or thereabouts from Cadillac 31, from Porsche number 6, from BMW number 24, from Acura number 60, and JDC Miller Porsche number 85. I'm just looking to see where everybody is. I think the top 10 are still on the lead lap, and everybody will come back down.
Casper Stevenson spun in exactly the last place you want to spin and stop. Sunset Bend is blind, it's very fast, it's very bumpy, and that's a horrible situation for Casper. The AWA Corvette just missed it. Then the Windward car just missed
the other way.
So that's why you might think, why were they so quick on the full course yellow? That's why, because that's such a dangerous place. If if that car had been dead stick for any longer and you get a prototype come through there at full speed, it could be a disaster.
BMW
which it nearly was.
RLL, the number 25 car in 9th position. Marco Wittmann had to go one way whilst the GTs were going the other. No, I have no problem with that. I really don't. Now, let's have a quick look through what's going on as I work out. Well, I tell you what, all the leaders will come because they're all more than halfway through the stint. Go ahead, Peter.
Yes, they will, with the exception of Marco Wittmann, who's got 88% in his tank. So
Right.
Marco Wittmann in the 25 BMW may well come to the... If they roll the dice and don't stop here, they could go to the front, but we'll keep a close watch on that. The Michelin Endurance Cup, which has had now 2 sets of points offered at 4 hours and 8 hours, the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport team leads on 26 points. The nearest competitor is on 21, that's the 60 Meyershank Acura. Then there's a tie on 17 points apiece for the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine and the 31 Whelen Cadillac, which had a great day and scoring lots and lots of points today. In LMP2, it's very, very tight. It's 19 points for the 22 United car. Then there is, in second place, the 04 CrowdStrike on 17. Then there is 5 cars on 16 points chasing them, which are the 74 Riley, the 52 PR1, the AO Racing LMP2, the Inter-Europol number 43, and the TDS number 11. In GTD Pro, it's a little bit more convincing in the favour of the number 1, former Michelin Endurance Cup champions on at least one occasion. Or the number 1 Paul Miller Racing BMW has 24 points. The nearest competitor is their teammate, the 48 car, on 19. Then you've got a tie on 17 points between the Mies, Olsen and Vervish 65 Ford and number 77 Rexy AO Porsche. Finally, in GTD, big changes. Brendan Arieb, Ollie Milroy and Frederick Schandorf in their Inception Ferrari is the leader there. And then we have a 3-way tie, 1 point behind them, with the 13 AWA Corvette, the 120 Wright Porsche and the 21 AF Corsa Ferrari. So all tightening up in the Michelin Endurance Cup, and we hand one more tranche of points at the checkered flag in 3 hours and 13 minutes time. I think Marco Bertolotti's had to take emergency service in the 63 Lamborghini.
I would say that is spot on. And if I... no, he's only been out for 6 laps. Why would he do that?
The pits are still closed.
Oh, he's gone behind the wall.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's
that is
right.
Emergency service.
Yeah, that's a severe emergency service, that one. Oh, what a shame. This is where they made their IMSA debut last year.
That's still their best result for that car, 7th place.
Yeah. So we've got the pass around going now. Again, if you're just joining us and you're not, you know that a full course yellow means slow down, no overtaking. And you're seeing cars overtaking, go, should we do that? These are non-GTP class cars who have been caught between the safety car and their own class leader. So obviously the safety car wants to pick up Lawrence Vantor, who's the car that's leading the race. Let's say that behind Lawrence Vantor, but ahead of Fred Vesti, is a GTD car. Then that GTD car can pull out of line and go back around so that it gets back and doesn't become disadvantaged. It's to mitigate the effect on the non-GTP classes. So we're heading into that beautiful golden 35-40 minutes before the sun. I was going to say wax lyrical there. The sun sinks gently over the western horizon. It drops like a stone at this time of the year. It's like switching off the landing light. Huge amount of dust on the Ullman Strait, which is being swept at the moment. Hello to all of you who are listening on 100.9 FM around the circuit and on the PA system. Stand by for the temperature to start dropping. We reached a peak track temperature of 28 degrees Celsius. That was 82 Fahrenheit, 83 Fahrenheit. It's dropped down to 79 Fahrenheit or 26 Celsius at the moment. The air temperature also dropped a couple of degrees Celsius to 28 or 82 Fahrenheit. So it is starting to just cool a little bit. We're getting into that area we talked about in the Michelin Countdown to Green, Peter. And don't forget, by the way, our Michelin post-race tech, the checkered flag ends the race but only starts the conversation. And let's have your observations, questions, points arising. Hashtag Michelin PRT to @IMSA Radio. And we'll get the full team for a bit of an all skate at the end of that. But get to the darkness and have the car that is going to work in the nighttime conditions. And that is now, that's starting to become a reality for some of these cars. And let's see if the balance of performance, and by that I don't mean the balance of performance from IMSA, but the balance of performance on the track. Let's just see which way the pendulum swings. Like election night in the UK. Which way will the swingometer go?
Just a lot less depressing. I'm kidding.
And a lot more variety, actually.
Well, quite. Pits open for the prototypes. I want to watch to see if the 25 BMW MTM RLL car comes in, because they got 85% energy. But in come the leaders, all three. 7 Porsche Penske, 31 Cadillac for Whalen, and number 6 Porsche Penske as well.
Joe Bradley is at the pit of the JDC Miller Porsche. There's been a lot of brake dust coming out of the left-hand front, so he's going to keep an eye on that as the rest of the cars come into the pit lane. The 2 Porsches going for Porsche Penske Motorsport going all the way down to the end. It's the 7 in front of the 8. There'll be a driver change for the leading car. Lawrence Vanso is already out.
Tandy in.
Nick Tandy, the Bedfordshire Bullet, jumping in. New left side tyres for the number 6 car. Kevin Estra brought that car in.
Look like Jaminet going in.
Yeah, that would make sense. Waiting for the fuel on the number 7, and a wheel spin and away. That was a super stop by Porsche Penske Motorsports. A bit longer for Jaminet.
They need more fuel. The number 6 was a little bit behind on fuel. Not dramatically so, but enough for it to take a bit longer.
Hello from Simi Rich, checking in from turn 4. Joe Bradley has the banana boat, the yellow submarine, number 83.
Yeah, cars come in, taking on tyres. They've got a front deck ready, and they're going to work on that left front corner. They're bringing in a brake disc out. A brake rotor is coming out. Whether or not they change the caliper as well. Been reports that they have been complaining about a sticking caliper, a sticking brake on that left front. That seems to be the case, because that's what they're doing.
And problems for the Acura number 60, Peter. There's steam or smoke or something coming out of there. I couldn't decide whether there was contact in the pit lane.
I think there was.
Left front of that car has got some severe contact damage now. Now, if that's happened in the pit lane, there's going to have to be a look at that. But this is the lighter blue car. It's peeled off some of the... it's broken the left front suspension.
No way.
I think it's broken a steering arm there.
I could be wrong. It looked like one of the BMWs.
I'd agree with that.
But I'm not sure. Well, I'm sure our hard-working team at NASCAR Productions will get another look for us in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. But, Meyerstein Racing, these Acuras have been so fast all week. They've been right there in the mix. They've had good fuel mileage. And this is going up in smoke for the number 60 Meyershank Acura team.
Yeah, Tom Blomqvist brought the car in. So the car had been serviced, and...
It's the BMW 24.
Now, how do you call that one? The 24 BMW prototype coming out at the same time. I think that... I think you've got to hold the 60.
You do.
I think you have to hold the 60. They've taken the errant and damaged nose off that car, front clip off that car, but I'm pretty certain that they've broken a steering arm on that car, and they can't get it. You can't get the wheel straight to push it back to its pits.
If they could, the driver would have straightened it by now.
Yeah.
So the 04 CrowdStrike car is going to be our Canberra car in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. I think the BMW is already out into the big lane. That's a big error from Meyershank Racing to release the car straight into the path.
Listen, I think that's a game of inches. I think they've been really unlucky there.
But
It's been really unlucky.
Yeah, very unlucky. I mean, what are the chances at that speed? We had a Ferrari going into the wall, tyre wall, at 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, I was going to say
and they broke the
85,
mirror.
Yeah.
You know, and they hit each other in the pit lane and it breaks the steering. What's the chances? Oh, my. Well, GTD Pro going on, lots of driver changes going on. Big swap, looks like Seb Prio getting into the 64 car with the white windshield strip. Change of driver as well for car number 3. We'll confirm all those when they get through. It's very busy. It's like a NASCAR pit lane at the moment.
Let's go down to Joe Bradley with the GTD leaders, Paul Miller Racing. In fact, both of their cars are with you, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. Came in together and kind of a crowded Paul Miller pit apron there, and the cars trying to wriggle their way out of each other. It was kind of like two snakes under a duvet, it seemed, as they wriggled off the pit apron there. They've sorted themselves out by the time they get the exit. And out goes the 81, the Ferrari done and dusted as well, just behind me. Work still going on the 85. Work still going on the 85 Porsche 963 FJDC Miller. It's more than just a straightforward unbolt the caliper and disc and take it off. There's kind of work going on there. We've got the pit corner that we were talking about. Right rear puncture on the 24. It's made its way back. It's at its pit apron now. Whether or not they'll go for a full set or just change the right one, the right rear, I should say, is probably what they do. The deck's coming off, though. Yeah.
That was the other car involved in that. That was the other car involved in that incident. It involved that was affected by the number 60 Acura. Now the 85 Porsche is down and away with a new left front brake assembly, and that was the car that we saw. A number of eagle-eyed viewers around the world saw that, throwing out a lot of dirt. Meantime, the BMW team RLL are going to work on the rear corner, and still the number 60 Acura being worked on as well. Ryan Marine, what's been going on at your end of the pit lane?
Couple of notes to cover off. We'll start with GT. One interesting note in GTD, DXDT came in with the lead in the class, and they were really close to needing to come in for emergency service, but fortunately they were able to avoid that. I saw the AWA pit stop. They pitted from third, made a tire change, and put a full tank of fuel in that Corvette, and it was Lars Kern getting out, replaced by Matt Bell. In LMP2, the leader, CrowdStrike by APR, they came in fuel only and no driver. Actually, there was a driver change there as Toby Sowery got in, replacing Malte Jakobsen. Of note, if you remember, the TDS car, they needed to get a little more drive time for Stephen Thomas. They did put him in, and it looks like he's about to come back into the pits now, having hopefully then fulfilled that drive time requirement. He was, 6 minutes short before, and I think they were able to get that taken care of here under this yellow.
Yeah, well remembered on that. 2 hours 58 and 38 and counting at the moment. So let's see when he comes back into the pit lane in that number 11. He's not in the pit lane as yet.
The number 25 BMW that we were wondering if it was going to come in, it hasn't yet, but it's going to get its lap back. So it's going to get back on the lead lap. So although it's disappointment for the number 24 BMW having that contact in the pit lane with the 60 Marushank Acura, the 25, the sister car, is going to get back on the lead lap now. And as Dries Vanthoor mentioned earlier on, he reckons that is the faster of the two BMWs in GTP.
My system says that Stephen Thomas is about 1 minute and 5 seconds short, but it just depends. It could. The team seem to think they have got that sorted out. Joe Bradley is staying with the BMW, the car that was involved in that incident. Philip Eng, in the number 24, is still having remedial work. The IMSA pit lane officials, I think, are asking the number 60 Acura team to take that car out of the out of the acceleration lane, because it was sort of half and half. They've got the pit dollies down there. I think that car's going to have to go behind the wall, Peter.
Looks like it. That's such a shame for Marushank Racing, and you're right, it is a game of inches. It's an error, but it's
they had to get around
huge consequences.
The BMW's moving, and they have to get around the Porsche in front of them. and therefore they have no choice but to turn
Their
hard
own
left.
sister car in front of them.
Sorry, it is, yes, it's the sister car in front of them. My apologies.
Yeah. Oh my word! And the chances of getting that level of damage from such a soft hit are very slim, you have to say.
It was
so
because
unlucky.
he had the driver had the steering lock on.
Yeah, that's
Tom
really,
Blomqvist.
really unlucky.
They've got some tools that they've brought down, and they've got a new steering arm that they are measuring up to put it on there so it gets the same. They've already got the old steering arm, which has got a 35, 40 degree bend in it. That's already been disconnected, and they'll be ready to go in a moment. Pits has been opened for all of the category cars, and there's a bit of gentlemanly conduct in the pit lane as the now that was the Dragon Speed Ferrari, wasn't it, coming out and had to...
No, it was the Inception Ferrari.
The Inception Ferrari.
Dragon Speed's already been in. It was of course, it was the Aston Martin, being a good English gentleman, saying after you. So.
Yes, after you, Sebastian. I say. That car running again, by the way, after that nose change. Alex Riberas is just taken back out, still in 9th position, and the Acura has been put on its dollies and been pushed back by 3-4 mechanics, so they haven't taken it down the wall. They're bringing it back to the pits where there's some more, the pit stall where there's some more of their brethren, and they can use some of the air jacks. So that steering arm on the right, on the left front, that's got, as I say, about a 35, 40 degree bend. They've already disconnected it from the rack end, and they haven't quite done it yet from the hub end. They've got a the reason they disconnected it from the rack end is so that they could push it and get the dollies underneath it so that the wheel would straight, because at that point it was absolutely stuck and going nowhere. So that was a bit of sensible thinking there, and now they've already sized up. I noticed down at the end of the pit lane they'd already sized up a new steering arm.
Such a shame, because they were running so strongly, the Marsang team, and of course Scott Dixon, part of that team, trying to win the Sebring 12 hour for the first time. But interestingly, there's been a change in the lead, because when they came into the pits, Frederick Vesti and the Whelen Cadillac, they had a little bit more energy in the tank compared. They were actually 3 laps ahead on strategy than the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine was, and that was all they needed to jump ahead in the pit stops. They had to just, I mean, it can't have been much. It must have been a matter of a couple of seconds at the pump. I guess if it must be about 1.2 or 1.3 seconds of fuel per lap in terms of what you put in. You're 40 seconds for a full tank, 32 laps or so. So yeah, a little bit over a second per lap going in, if you like. So, so there's a little switch there, but still the Marsang crew working away. This is a big repair.
Class splits are starting now, still waiting for the call to be made from race control about that BMW and Acura contact in the pit lane. It'll be frowned upon because that's very dangerous when you've got people standing around and there's contact behind them. Lights are out on the Cadillac safety car. The record race distance here is 383 laps. I don't think we're going to get to that, but with that really long run of 4 hours and nearly 10 minutes of green, we got up to over 360 laps predicted. That's dropping down very quickly now. The computer says 352, but if we have another long green flag, that will go back up again.
Yeah, the last, in the kind of modern era, if you like, the DPI, last year of DPI was 351 laps. In the GTP era, we had 322 laps in 2023, and 2024 it was 333 laps. We've now had 6 full course cautions, which is significantly lower than last year. We had 12 last year and 13 the year before. Let's see. What it does mean is we've pretty much got just a little bit over and change over a normal WeatherTech sports car.
Yeah, by the time we get to it, it will be the 160 minutes or thereabouts, just a little bit under. Reminder that on Wednesday, it's Midweek Motorsport Series 20, episode 11. So far, I've never been in the same venue twice to present that in 2025. I think we might be having our first doubler for the year, and we'll have all of the information and statistics through to make the call on the CrowdStrike Endurance, Teamwork and Speed Awards on Wednesday. RS1, Radio Le Mans RS1, 8 o'clock UK time is 4 o'clock here on the East Coast, because the American clocks have sprung forward a little quicker than the rest of the world. So 4 o'clock in the daylight saving time here on the East Coast via radiolemans.com. Here we go. 2:55 and 11 to go. Fred Vesti leads Nick Tandy and Matt Campbell with Renger van der Zende, Marco Wittmann, Tristan Vautier, Jimmy Bruni, Alex Riberas, Philip Albuquerque, all hunting them down and all on the lead lap. Well, they know Jimmy Bruni's off the lead lap.
Oh, we're going to go back yellow, I think, because
yes,
big crash for the number 88 Peckham LMP2.
Turn 17.
That is, no, 88, that is Matthias Perez Companc. Oh, and he's Sebring, Mobil 112 hours.
Still on the front end.
But this will be a short yellow, so the
pits will not open.
Yes.
Pits will not open. He's gone in on the exit of turn 17, accelerating through. He's ripped asunder the front clip. Bodywork's gone. Left front suspension gone. There's been a secondary hit on the back. He's just got offline on the bumps and kept his foot in, and he's run out of road and hit it very, very acute angle and pulled all of the tyre barriers. He's been very fortunate not to be picked up. There was a couple of the BMWs from Paul Miller Racing that very nearly picked him up there. That would have been a very hard hit for the young man. Just a little bit of inexperience there, possibly, Peter. He was drifting out wide and didn't seem to want to lift off and try to hold on to the car. He was beyond the bumps, but just with presumably cool tyre pressures, wasn't getting the turn in.
Yeah, and that's all part of the learning experience. Every driver's gone through it. Matthias has been running fairly strong in the VP Racing Challenge in a Ferrari, a GT3 spec Ferrari. But the LMP2 is a step up. It's a more raw machine. Good to see Matthias get out the car. He's got out the car on his own steam. Now we're calling it a short yellow. It's not going to be particularly short, really.
No, that's a technical term.
All it means is pits will not open, so you can only come in for emergency service, etc.
There shouldn't be a pass around either.
No,
there should be no need for it.
Everybody was in the same place. Yeah. Yes. So I mean, I tell you what, who really, really didn't want to see that previous full course yellow was CrowdStrike 04 LMP2. They were miles ahead.
Yeah.
But they were probably always in the thought that a yellow could come out at some point. But it's brought back in LMP2. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars on the lead lap.
Yeah.
Including the TDS car, who were a little bit behind things trying to get Stephen Thomas's drive time done. They are up there in third place. So it's 04 CrowdStrike from 22, United from 11 TDS. And we know how quick that TDS car is.
Yeah, I reckon we've at the front of the field, we've got 6 cars on the lead lap because of that extended stop for the brake rotor change on the JDC Miller Motorsport Porsche 963. Actually, it would be worthwhile if we can get Joe, Nick or Ryan to go and have a word with John Church or the team at JDC and see if they had something caught in that rotor or what had happened, because it was only the left front that was overheating and throwing out a lot of dust. Well spotted by our collective. Starting to get dark now again as we convene behind the Cadillac safety car.
Meyer Shank have fixed the car.
Right.
They've got the car out in, by my reckoning, 16 minutes to change the steering arm. And plus all the other pit work that went on at the time.
Let's
there are either 4 or 5.
Let's go down to Ryan Marine for this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
A couple of LMP2 stories that overlap slightly to pass along. Number one, just checked in with the AF Corsa team and did get confirmation that Matthias Perez Companc is okay after that heavy impact there. And then actually just saw Stephen Thomas, the TDS driver, come down he wanted to check on Matthias as well. We talked so much about the camaraderie within the LMP2 class, specifically the bronze drivers. They all know each other so well. They know that, for instance, Matthias is the son of Luis, who also is in this car, and so Stephen wanted to come and make sure that everything was okay. I did have a chance as well to check in with Stephen. We were chronicling his drive time story. He does feel like they were able to get that taken care of during that previous yellow, so the TDS car should be good to race for the win the rest of the way without Stephen Thomas having to do any more driving. His drive time has been achieved.
Ryan Moraine down in the pit lane. Potentially a problem for... Was that the 021 car I saw going slowly? The remaining Triazzi Competizione Ferrari, Mike Skeen. But I think
that's
he's picked...
JG. Yeah, he's on the back of the tail of the snake now, if you like,
Okay.
of the field.
Right.
And that's in the JG Wentworth car, sharing with Sheena Monk and Stephen McAleer.
Let's go down to Joe Bradley. We'll take the opportunity of the 7th appearance of the Cadillac safety car to catch up with Wayne Taylor. Always entertaining, always informative. Has the sad sight of the number 88 AF Corsa LMP2 being craned onto a flatbed on the outside of turn 13. Bradders, CrowdStrike pit report. Pit interview, really.
Yeah, get your kettle on, make a cup of tea, because I think Wayne's got a lot to tell us. Wayne, I can't think of a Sebring that has been as bad for Wayne Taylor Racing than this one.
No, this has been a nightmare from a nightmare. It started in the beginning with Ricky, and instead of 98% throttle, we were having 80% throttle. We had to come in, we had to fix it, we went down 2 laps, and then the car was up to pace, and we were running the same lap time as the leader, so we felt pretty good about it, and there was still quite a long way to go. But then we got a drive-through penalty plus a 60-second stop for absolutely no reason, and when Ricky came in, I asked him, I said, he said to me, what are you to the, he goes, and you know, we texted Bo and everybody, and we said, guys, you know, we've got the footage here. He never touched the car, and you're giving us another lap down and 60 seconds. This is professional racing, making decisions like this. This is not the first time he's done it. And the fact he should understand that we're all manufacturers, we lost 2 laps. Why would you go and do this? And then afterwards say, yeah, I think I made the wrong decision. He actually admitted, I made the wrong decision. How do you answer that?
Okay, so the penalty came, and then the tale of woe continued, didn't it, with other issues with the cars?
What's that?
The tale of woe continued with other issues with the cars as well.
Well, you know, then we got... yeah, hang on, I'm not sure of that question. Sorry.
Yeah, so the race didn't really come back to you because there was other things that happened, other drama.
Yeah, but that was really the beginning of the disaster.
Right.
Because, number one, there was absolutely no reason for him to have done that, the race director. And to finally say, and I've got it on a text, to say, yeah, we made the wrong call.
Okay.
And we asked, well, what's the protocol for that? Well, we don't have.
Right.
Okay, but if you make the wrong call, it's because you can't see exactly what happened. So then you would say, okay, we're taking on a car that's potentially racing for the lead of the race, so we should probably go halfway. I mean, just have a drive-through. 1 plus 60 seconds. And then after that, we had various other issues that went on, and the 40 car with Brendan Hartley was a shock. You know, when he went into the wall at turn 17, that's. I've never known him to do make a mistake like that.
Absolutely not. Was there a technical reason why that happened?
I don't think so. I know he feels really bad. I feel bad for him as well. But it appears that the right front wheel locked, and it put him straight into the barrier. So unfortunately, they then lost 3 or 4 laps. And then at one point, most of the time we were 12th and 13th. And that was really depressing. And we've slowly clawed back, but there's only another 2 hours 46. And now we've clawed back 2 laps with 1 lap behind the leaders now. And if you look at the lap time, though, the one consolation is our car is as competitive as anybody, but we've just had unbelievable. And to make it even worse, we have a yellow now, and of all the time to have a yellow, we have all 3 of our cars coming in. And so when all 3 come in, there's not enough space.
Yes.
Now,
the planets have not aligned for you today, mate.
There was definitely no aligned planet.
No, not for you
on
today.
this one. And, you know, I was just talking about how I thought IMSA has been doing such a great job this year and, you know, really stepped up. But for the race director to do that and then say I made a mistake, I just don't. That I can't condone.
Wayne, you've got a fantastic year ahead for Wayne Taylor Racing. You're going to Le Mans. I mean, I know how excited you are about that, and to be racing round Le South, that is something. I mean, when we get to Le Mans, you'll not even think about this. We're about to go green, Wayne, and I would like to, I could talk to you for hours, but bad luck, mate. It's like one of those things that you'll get over by. Well, I don't know, but good luck for the rest. We've gone green.
Thank you, Joe Bradley. Class split's just been finished. We'll be going green indeed very shortly with just on 3 hours to go. Actually, just on 2:44 to go. My apologies. At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to get in touch, hashtag Michelin PRT. I've got a feeling we've got a few things to talk about in terms of points of order, matters arising.
It is, with all things considered, which Wayne Taylor very honestly put to us there, their perspective of how difficult their day's been. One more full course yellow with the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac in the right place, and all of a sudden they're back on the lead lap again.
Yeah.
And they're in the game because the Cadillacs are quick. So maybe we could see one of the greatest turnarounds in Sebring history, because they looked absolutely dead and buried
49
early on in the race.
The number 40 car's done a best lap of 49.7 against, and other than the 49.2, which is the fastest lap of the race by the number 25 BMW M Hybrid, everybody else is 49.5, 49.6, 49.6, 49.8. That's right up there.
It's enough to go to the ball game with.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you'd take that right at the very beginning. Still no call from race control about that in-pit incident between Acura number 60 and the 24 BMW. I suspect they've got a few other things to look at the moment.
And what did we say earlier? We would take pretty much any job at a racetrack except being the race director or anyone in race control or doing the BOP. It's not an easy job.
I understand.
An easy job at all.
I'm going to say this now, and this is without fear or favour, and by no means any criticism of anything that Wayne has said. I absolutely understand his frustration. Really do. Race control is like being a goalkeeper on a soccer team. You can make any mistakes you want if you're the left winger or the midfield player, and then you can come back and pay that back later on. But if you're a goalkeeper and you make a mistake, it's going to cost you a goal. And that's a bit like race control. Everybody can make mistakes. Drivers can make mistakes. They can come back. Teams can make mistakes. They can come back. If there is something that's amiss, unfortunately, it tends to have consequences. And with the amount of decisions that race control have to make, they will do their best. And, 999 times out of 1,000, it's going to be fine. Yeah. But nobody is 100% perfect.
It's unfortunate.
And it is very, very unfortunate.
Just before we go back to green, that big news in GTD Pro, the second place car number 4 for Corvette Racing, has got to stop and repair a non-functioning scrutineering logger. Well,
that's another series part, isn't it? Green flag, 2 hours, 41 minutes and 17, 16, 15 to go. There's a battle for the lead into turn 1. The Wayland Cadillac turns in, but the Porsche of Nick Tandy is right with Vesti. He's going to throw it up the inside into turn 3. He's coming from a long way back and thinks better of it as the mostly red Wayland Cadillac gets a big wiggle on coming out of Christensen Curve. Now through the carousel into turn 5. through the big right-handed curve, underneath the drive, over bridge and down towards turn 7. The sun dropping a bit low now. The drivers will be pretty pleased, actually. The sun's pretty much gone now. Defensive line into the right-hander at turn 7. It's on now. Full send, full fuel, new tyres, new drivers. Turn it up to 11. This is Spinal Tap on track for the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Tandy is all over the Cadillac. He tries to go around the outside of Cunningham, and then that would have been an inside for turn 10, for turn 11 rather. There's no doubt in my mind that Tandy's got his Michelins up to temp and pressure quicker than the Cadillac, but has he had the opportunity taken away, because Vesti now pulls away?
A little bit of understeer there through Tower turn for Nick Tandy, and it has lost him 2 or 3 car lengths to Fred Vesti, and a little bit of a moment on the exit of the corner as well. So Vesti leads the way as the 60 Marsank Acura makes a move. Of course, it's a few laps down after that repair, but amazing work from the team at Marsank Racing.
And Tom Blomqvist will have to come in the pit lane, being adjudged as the cause of that pit lane incident with BMW number 24 drive-through for the Acura. Unlucky, I think, but I think you've got to call it that way for that one.
Yeah,
doesn't matter what I think, actually.
Well, the Corvette at number 4 has not just gone to the repair, it's had to go behind the wall to repair that scrutineering locker. That is devastating for Corvette Racing, as contact between the Iron Dames 83 at Cunningham right on the 021 Ferrari of Mike Skeen for Gigi Wentworth.
Sarah Bovey behind the wheel of the 83 Porsche. Not called their number that much this week, actually. They just haven't had it at the moment. Ford versus BMW through turn 1 in the GT battle. And that is right at the sharp end of the field. Dennis Olsen was leading. Dan Harper has taken it back for Paul Miller Racing. The two front-engine cars battling it out. It has to be said, the BMW M4 GT3 Evo has looked very strong in the race today. There was one little passage where the AMGs just looked good, but now, once again, as the sun has fallen behind down below the horizon, it looks like it's swinging back to the Munich brand.
Well, that particular number 48 car, pre-practice 1, they were 7th. Pre-practice 2, they were 11th, second from last. Pre-practice 3, they were 10th. They qualified 4th and have been super strong all race long. Great move there from Dan Harper on Dennis Olsen in the championship, leading number 65 Ford Mustang from Multimatic, and right behind them, determined to avenge the disappointment of Daytona, is the 77 Rexy Porsche, the fan favourite, Rayo Racing.
In LMP2, Toby Sowry still leading for CrowdStrike. Paul de Resta, though, is not giving him any rest for the number 22 United Autosport. That is now the lead United Autosport car. The number 2 car's dropped down to 6th place with Juan Manuel Correa. Hunter McElroy's back in the fight, though, after that couple of safety cars for TDS in the number 11 car. In GTD Pro, Dennis Olsen for Ford has been overtaken by Paul Miller Racing's Dan Harper, with Klaus Bachler keeping a watching brief about a second and a half or so behind. Cedric Sprazzoli for Conquest Racing's Ferrari number 34, the car with the blue hindquarters, leading. Parker Thompson for Vassar Sullivan Racing, half a second between 34 and 12, and then Indy Donji with the Winward Racing Mercedes number 57 in third position. Keep an eye on that Winward car as it gets dark. I've got a feeling they're going to, I was going to say come to life. They've certainly not been down and out, but I think that car will go even quicker in the darkness.
Oh, they were, after that drive-through penalty, Philip Ellis drove his socks off to get them right back in the conversation. One of the best stints of the race, I would say. Did his job, as he has done so much for Winward. They're such a solid unit as well. They've been together for a few years now. Indy Doncha, Russell Ward, Philip Ellis, they've all been loyal to one another, and they've got the results for it, as well as now the 34 Ferrari has a little look up the inside of the 20 Porsche. That's not for positioning class. The 20 Porsche for Proton is a GTD Pro car, but the 34 Conquest, which is Cedric Cibrazzoli leading in GTD, and Parker Thompson trying to make the way through as well. It's Matteo Cressoni who's driving the Proton Porsche. They, like Iron Dames, have been really struggling compared to AO Racing, who seem to have unlocked the key to the 992 GT3R this week.
Front of the field, the Cadillac of Whelen. Frederick Vesti has now built a slender, but I think important 1 second lead. Haven't had the number 60 back in yet, have we, for Tom Blomqvist? He'll have to come in this time around in that Acura to serve his drive through, otherwise that will be...
Unsurprisingly, the 63 Lamborghini SC63 is retired after going back behind the wall, and likewise the 88. Unsurprisingly, the 88, of course, LMP2.
Correct.
Not so surprisingly, the 63. I'll correct that. And the 21 AF Corsa Ferrari. I mean, AF
that
Corsa
stopped out on track for a leader would do, didn't it?
From the lead of GTD.
I know.
That's 2 GTD leaders who have just ground to a halt, and that's been it. Game over.
Yeah. Ken Cook was the same, wasn't it?
Yeah,
in the caught-off car.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, good point.
It's cruel. Motor racing is cruel. Why do we do this to ourselves? Because we love it.
It is a fair point, well made, Peter Mackay, alongside me, John Hindhaugh, in the For Performance Global Broadcast Centre, heading towards the last 2.5 hours of the race. Michelin post-race tech to come. We've still got our BDO No Strategy Awards for prototype and one for GT as well. And a problem with a left front tyre down on the 021 Triazi car. That's not the first time we've seen that car moving slowly, and the left-hand door mirror on that car waving around as well. Mike Skeen behind the wheel of that car, wasn't it, that we put in? He had caught up to the back and restarted, and he's back in the pit lane now.
That's such a shame for that crew. It's
the number 4 Corvette goes from bad to worse because they are going to get a penalty for working on a car in the unapproved area. I suspect they didn't go all the way back.
No, they didn't. We briefly got a shot here in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre of them basically working on the car. I think it was beside the toilet block, actually. I shouldn't laugh. But it was no, they didn't get it all the way back. And when it's such a simple fix like that, you don't want to go all the way back to the garages. And it's a very long, very elongated paddock here at Sebring. So if you're at the wrong end of it, it could be a long push back. But I mean, in a battle as close as GTD Pro, it's just the result's gone.
Yeah.
Such a pity. Such a pity for them. They've not really had the luck, have they, the number 4 crew? We're kind of roughed up a bit at Daytona in the last couple of hours. And Sebring right there. I mean, Tommy Milner said we'd love to get a victory today. Unfortunately, it's not going to be.
Yeah. And Tom Blomqvist has served his drive-through penalty.
Well, no problems as such for the number 31 of Frederick Vesti, who's opening up a good gap now. He's taken 2/10 out of Nick Tandy in Sector 1. That's just one corner. And then another 2/10 in Sector 2. Said it before, I'll say it again. Action Express, they just have a knack for finding these single-seater superstars and teaching them the way of IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship racing, and how, I mean, Felipe Nasr, great example. Jack Aitken. And Frederick Vesti is the next in a line of brilliant drivers.
Blurfiend, in answer to your question, why do we put ourselves through this? And Charles says, because there's nothing else like it, especially at this race, in the hours that we've got to come. The intensity will be turned up to the max and more, if that's possible, as we reach the close of the 12 hours of Sebring. Spot on, Charles. Blurfiend, one of our collective members at Radio Show Limited, and highly trained Porsche technician, both on the current and the classic versions of Porsche. Charles, pleased to hear that you got here and that you're enjoying yourself. Marvellous stuff out there tonight.
Frederick Vesti is absolutely hauling the mail here. In Sector 1, and you think about a sector, it's very short here at Sebring. It's from the start-finish line to the exit of Turn 1. In Sector 1 alone, Frederick Vesti is 3/10 quicker than everyone else. I saw a clip recently of it was it escaped me. One of the Formula One drivers, who's Max Verstappen's teammate. Right.
What, who, this week?
Yes, this week. Yeah.
Liam Lawson.
Liam Lawson, thank you. Sorry, Liam. Liam saying that he was named Frederick Vesti specifically in his outings he's done in FP1 and Formula 1, saying he is absolutely the real deal.
Yeah.
Well, he's welcome here at IMSA WeatherTech Championship. This is stunning stuff.
A penalty drive-through for the TDS racing car. Hunter McElrea will have to give up third position after collecting the number 22. Didn't you see
United
that was
car
the
pulled the
United
rest
car.
up. But the thing was, we got a notification on our timing screen, and I didn't mention it because it said number 22 continued slowly from 17. Well, number 22 is only just 1.3 seconds behind the leader, so that can't be the case. So I wonder what the incident was between the 22 United car and the 11 TDS of Hunter McElrea. Well, it must be stern enough to receive a drive-through.
Yeah, absolutely right. Joe Bradley has been researching the issue that we had earlier on. Remember we had to have a brake change, Joe, on that 85 bright yellow John Church, the JDC Miller Motorsport 963. It dropped them a couple or three laps. That's very, very unusual to have that left front, but only the left front was overheating. What was going on there?
Yeah, I've spoken to John Church. He's explained that it basically are full of rubber. The vents that cooled the brake disc was full of rubber and God knows what else, and it just basically baked itself. It just overheated because it wasn't getting any cooling air through it. Quite a simple thing but devastating in ruining your race, so to speak.
And again, such are the fine margins on which races like this are decided. A big lump of rubber getting stuck and another bit of rubber getting stuck, and then all of a sudden you've overheated. Well, we've got a drive-through now as well for the Alex Riberas Valkyrie, the Aston Martin Hartner Racing team, and that is powertrain parameters. Well, they have no hybrid, so that is the V12 putting out one or two many horsepowers.
Yeah, their limit is 682 horsepower or 509 kilowatts for that Aston Martin Valkyrie, which is about 350 to 400 horsepower shy of the road car, which is quite remarkable.
The road car, part of that from the road car, the power comes, don't forget, from the hybrid.
Sure, but that's what they have to do. So basically there's a torque sensor on the drive shaft that measures how much power they have, and it's so easy here at Sebring to spike that on a bump, and it just sends it over. They were given a warning with 5.5 hours to go. That's 3 hours ago, pretty much. So it was just a warning at that point. This time, drive through, unfortunately, for the Aston Martin Valkyrie. But that aside, I mean, that's just going to be part of the learning process. That happened to Porsche in the Rolex 24 last year with the number 6 car. Happened on more than one occasion. So it's all part of the learning process, but the car is kept running. They've just thrown tires and fuel at it all day.
It's cost them 8th position to the recovering number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac. Alex Riberas in and out to serve that penalty with just on 2.5 hours still remaining, and you get the absolute feeling that we are still waiting for some more headlines to be written. Right, let's check in with some of the classes. And in GTD Pro, Dan Harper, Paul Miller Racing leads by 2 seconds now from Ford Multimatics. Dennis Olsen, the 48 BMW, the 65 Mustang. EO Racing now putting some pressure on Klaus Bachler in the bright green Porsche 911 number 77, right with Dennis Olsen, and Madison Snow recently installed in the number 1 BMW, only 2/10 off the back of Klaus Bachler. So we've got a 4-way scrap for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, with Mike Rockefeller joining the party there in the 64 Ford as well. A little bit of a lead, 2 seconds of a lead for Dan Harper for Paul Miller Racing. The chirpy BMW, former BMW junior driver, I think he's a full supported driver now, isn't he, for Dan? Seldom has anything but a smile on his face and you can hear that in his voice when you speak to him. Really lovely lad. He and Max Hesse came up together, roomed together, shared a house together next to
Neil Verhagen.
Neil Verhagen, yes, also in this race. Shared a house together as part of that BMW junior team training. They had to fend for themselves, and that was down by the Nürburgring. Did a lot of the NLS races around there. That starts next weekend, actually. We'll have coverage for you as the official English language broadcaster, both in sound and vision. It'll be Peter Snowden and Johnny Palmer who will take you through that. That's available on YouTube as well next weekend. Pretty busy weekend of sports car racing, actually, as the European part of the Michelin 24-hour series starts at Mugello. That's where Peter will be, and with the rest of the team. And I'm off to Barcelona for the Peter Auto Classic meeting, and that for the first time we'll have a World Feed TV. Andrew Marriott joining me for a race meeting that will be evoking the spirit of the race events on the Barcelona Montjuic street circuit, road circuit. Well, actually, no street circuit. Now the Olympic Park, of course, after the Barcelona Olympics. So 3 choices of motor racing next Friday, Saturday and Sunday on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. And, of course, on RS2, right through the season, we'll be bringing you IMSA content with more streaming video than ever before as well.
And a few drivers that are taking part in this Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring that'll be at Mugello as well. I noticed Klaus Bachler on the entry list as well. And a few of the teams, Aero Motorsport, taking part at Mugello, start their European season next week. They ever, how would you say, the global tour of sports car racing that continues on.
GT3 drivers now, you can have your choice probably of 2 or 3 races pretty much every weekend. A good evening as it is to him, and just before midnight in Carnoustie in Scotland to Gordon Duguid. Always mesmerising when day turns to night on a racetrack. Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. It's about to get very dark though, Peter. We saw this in the early part of the week and in nighttime qualifying. Who has got the right setup? Porsche keys to the race. Have a car that does its best work at night and save some Michelin tyres. Who have got the calculations right? We're about to find out.
That we are. You would think of that restart, you would say Frederick Vesti, but actually, as we've hit traffic, the gap has come back down again. Nick Tandy has been closing in sector by sector. That gap that Vesti very impressively broke out, it's coming back in together now. Of course, Nick Tandy, he is Mr. Grand Slam, isn't he? 4 out of 4 on the global 24-hour races, the major 24-hour races. He knows everything there is to know about multi-class sports car racing. It's still relatively new to Frederick Vesti, so that this is where he'll really be put to the ultimate test in a shootout for the 12 Hours of Sebring, going through a huge strew of GT cars. This is where we'll see if he's got the mustard.
I think there's been some kind of coming together with Matt Bell. That's Newcastle Matt Bell, the tall lad. And he's in the number 13 AWA Corvette. There seems to be some movement down on the wall. Joe Bradley, as our CrowdStrike pit lane report in that area, and there's some urgency to what's going on, so keep an eye for that car peeling into the pit lane. Kevin Magnussen in the pit lane for BMW Team RLL after that incident earlier on has now dropped 16 laps off the lead. Johnny Edgar's just come out for AO Racing. Spike, the number 99 Purple Dragon, is back on the track. Not been their day either today for either of their cars, has it? At the front of the field, Nick Tandy's gone to the lead. Tandy's leading. Nick Tandy has gone past Fred Vesti in the darkness. I'm certain that is the Porsche Penske Motorsport at the head of the field. He's just coming down the back straight at the moment, and I think he's ahead of the number 31. Let's see that when they come round this time around. Down to the final corner, out of the gathering darkness now. Still a little bit of amber and orange in the sky.
Vesti's held him off. Just
has he?
Yeah. Frederick Vesti's come through in the lead by 0.7 of a second. But Tandy was
Tandy
ahead
was
for
scored,
a point. He was scored
Tandy
ahead.
was,
Yes,
I think he was scored in the lead.
So there was a sector where he was ahead there, Nick Tandy, but Vesti's got it back again. So there is a battle going on there. There might well be a relook at how that changed, because they swapped position back and forth there on that lap.
Unless it was just a glitch in the timing.
Could be.
Nick Tandy had his transponder and flicked it ahead of Vesti's driving hard. He's locking up. He's made a mistake at turn 7.
Yeah, our Brembo brake facts told us that turn 7 braking zone is the most difficult anywhere on the racetrack.
120 miles an hour you scrub off in a prototype down there.
170. When you're coming in, you're doing 170. You hit the brake in 6th gear, all the way down to bottom gear, 45 miles an hour. Imagine that.
Well, I wonder what's happened out there to the AWA car. Joe Bradley has got it with it, and that, I got a quick glimpse of it as it came in. That's quite extensive damage to the front of the AWA Corvette.
Yeah, Orif Fadani said that Matt had radioed in saying an Aston Martin had checked up and he'd whacked into the back of it. He's whacked into the back of it pretty hard. He's destroyed the front bumper section. We had a very overheated right brake as well. That's been sorted though. All they've done is they've taken the front bodywork off, clipped another piece of bodywork on it, and I think we're about to get going again. The wheel's ready to go back onto the right front. We've got some good old gaffer tape out there, big sheet of it. That's what we need. Big sheet of gaffer tape just to keep it all together. And this car was in contention. It was only 11 seconds, 7th place in class, only 11 seconds, and I'm told they were fuel saving, just waiting for that showdown. I think they haven't lost much time there in relative terms to the damage that was repaired there. But it's such a shame. Lars Kearns is just looking so dejected, but I think, you know what, they're not out of it yet.
No, I think they have stayed on the lead lap in class if that car gets out there. Now, hello to everybody at turn 10 who've been passing us messages all day today. They've been our eyes and ears over there if we haven't managed to see anything. And also to the RWEC group as well. Always very supportive. Thank you very much indeed for all the kind comments and the info that you've been passing backwards and forwards. This is winding up, Peter Mackay, to be 2 hours and 18 minutes of classic nighttime Sebring. There's all kinds of fun and games goes on out there in the darkness. There's a little more light than there used to be, but there's still plenty of darkness out there. I always liken this time of this race and the far end of Patila Monat at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta as well. It's like the sort of things that goes on in the front row of a rugby scrum. We're in the middle of the end of the Six Nations now. You don't see it, and sometimes you don't even want to think about what antics and dark arts are going on at that. And then that's what we've got now for the next 2 hours and 20 minutes.
And then with an hour to go, you're going to get a ruck where it's a lot more unhinged.
Yes, absolutely.
Also hello to the fans down at turn 10. That is the place to be for the party, I understand.
Oh yes.
But also the place to be for action. That has been the hot spot of action all day long. Overtakes, incidents, whatever you want out of your motor racing, you've had it there down at turn 10, and you really see the cars in their different categories. You see them all, how they work. Big braking zone there, then a right, then a left, and they build on power. Brilliant to follow that as well. Now, GTD Pro battle over the last spot on the podium. The number 77 AO Porsche of Klaus Bachler's hanging onto it for now, but Madison Snow is right behind in the number 1 BMW.
Yeah.
But I think, just a point on the leaders, John, I think Nick Tandy and Matt Campbell in second and third in the two Porsche Penske Motorsport machines are fuel saving, because Frederick Vesti has got already 5% less usable energy than they have, and they both left the pits with the same amount. So I think that there's just a little bit of fuel saving going on. Why? Not entirely sure yet, but there'll be a reason.
Well, the reason is they're trying to either cut down their last stop in terms of time, or they want to save a full stop, but where are we now? 2 hours and 16 minutes. They have got about another 13 laps, so that's half an hour to run. That's going to take them to an hour and 45.
At an hour, if they can get to an hour and 45, then it's one further step from there. So it's 2 stops from now.
Yeah, if we go green.
Marco Wittmann can't do that. He'll be coming in 3 or 4 laps' time in the BMW Team RLL number 25. The car that's actually the best off, unfortunately, for Tristan Vautier is just off. No, he's on that back end of the lead lap.
Is, yeah.
So he's still on the lead lap, and he has got a couple of laps in hand as Fred Vesti puts in the fastest lap of the whole race with 2 hours and 15 minutes to go. 9 3/4 hours in, and it's a 1:49.285. That is by just a couple of ticks of the clock quicker than Marco Wittmann's BMW pitting earlier. That was the previous fastest lap on a 49.298. It's go time for Cadillac. They've worked out that they can push it now. Turn up the map, turn up the hybrid. Let's go. Let's build some build some grace back to the two Porsche Penske Motorsports. It's nearly 2 seconds again, that lead, Peter.
And just got a bit clean air as well.
Correct.
They've been working their way all the way through traffic, and now Frederick Vesti can get his head down and use that pace that he seems to have in that car. Once again, just through turn 1 alone, 0.2 of a second quicker. Just remarkable stuff. They've got great speed underneath, but it's not always about that. There's a bigger picture sometimes. Sometimes it's the fuel efficiency that can be important. Sometimes it's keeping the tyre. It can be all kinds of things that plays a factor here with 2 hours and 14, and nobody knows if we'll have a full course yellow, and if we do, how many.
Yeah, totally agree. Great battles going on in GTD as well. Cedric Spinazzola and has only 0.6 of a second over Parker Thompson. Ferrari versus Lexus there. 34 Conquest, that's a blue-coloured car. And obviously the Bumblebee, Vassar Sullivan Racing Lexus, obviously, but that's what it is. In GTD Pro, that gap at the front of the field is 3 seconds now between Dan Harper and Dennis Olsen since Harper went through into the lead. Klaus Bachler hasn't been able to put any further pressure on the Ford in the EO Racing Porsche, but he's still got Madison Snow. Has Madison Snow just fastened a bungee cord onto the back of that EO Racing Porsche? He's been sitting at 3/4 of a second since the restart. That requires intense concentration to do that. That's amazing. Then Mike Rockefeller's only another 0.7 behind in 5th position. Incredible stuff. But that Dan Harper beginning to ease out into the distance there. In LMP2, Toby Sari has got the hammer down, 1.8 seconds. Paul Di Resta not able to stay quite as close as he might like. Sebastian Alvarez for Tower Motorsport is the next car up in LMP2, the number 8 car. Amazing. That car has once again been in the wars, and that Tangerine car, that was in the wall at turn 17, wasn't it? The Tower car at one stage?
It spun.
Yeah.
It spun at one stage with Sebastian Bourdais on board.
Yes, that's right, at 17. Yes,
yeah, I don't
absolutely.
know if they took any damage or not.
No, you're probably right. Bijoy Garg in 4th into Europol, only another 5 seconds further back. And as we've said, 285 laps completed for Cadillac Whelen Racing. 2 seconds now is the gap back to Nick Tandy in second. 2.5 from Tandy to his teammate Matt Campbell. Then a 12-second gap to Renger van der Zande, who's only got half a second over Marco Wittmann. And Marco just taking a couple of tenths out of Renger last time around. We're coming down to the last 2 hours, and that's your VP Racing in race update. Where's your money, Peter? Where's your money at the front of the field? Where's your money in the GT classes at LMP2? Because none of these top steps are signed, sealed and delivered. Nobody's put their towels down and reserved those places yet on the top step of the podiums in any of the 4 classes.
This is why I'm not a betting man. You can't predict it. I mean, if you look at the form, Cadillac, 8 of the last Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, they've won it 5 times. If you look at Action Express, they've won it in 3 different types of car since 2015.
Good point.
and they've they've got fantastic drivers to do the job. Qualifying was a disaster. They had a technical issue, which meant they couldn't set a qualifying time. They started at the back of the pack. They've got the fastest lap of the race. I mean, I know it's predictable to say who's your money on. Well, I mean, right now, Whelen Engineering Cadillac looking very, very strong. I mean, on pure pace, they look the strongest right now, but strategy-wise, could go either way.
Watch out for Hunter McElrea's fight back as well after that penalty for the number 11 TDS racing car. He's dropped down to 7th position, and he's not quite off the lead lap in class, but he's not far away, so he needs to get the hammer down, but he's quicker than the cars ahead. He's chasing down Josh Burden. Welcome back to the Full Performance Global Broadcast Centre to Ryan Marine, as Peter Mackay struggles to get out of his chair and is taking a quick and well-earned break. How was your stint in the pits? Did you enjoy that?
Loved it. No place quite like it, being down there in the middle of the action. And speaking of action, we've had a lead change just on that last lap in GTD. Parker Thompson in the Lexus got around Cedric Spirituoli. The previous lap, John, they were side by side at start-finish, and on timing and scoring, it showed they were separated by 1/1000th of a second. Thompson was able to complete that pass into turn number 1, and now has started to pull out a bit of a gap on the Ferrari, over 3/4 of a second. But that's been a really fun battle, and Indy Doncha is starting to creep up into that mix as well, and he's bringing Tom Sargent with him.
Still have to be thinking about a BDO Nose Strategy Award, one for the Proto class, one for the GT class, or Class S, should I say. And on Wednesday, Endurance, Teamwork and Speed Award, with the data provided by CrowdStrike. And we'll be finding out who has won that as now. And in fact, the Z04 CrowdStrike by APR, LMP2 in the pit lane. Toby Sowry bringing the car in. Malfi Jakobsen is standing by with Joe Bradley.
Yeah, CrowdStrike pit lane reporter, CrowdStrike Racing. I was going to stand by and just observe the pit stop, and then by magic, Malta Jakobsen appears, so I can ask him. I mean, Malta, you guys very much in contention, still 2 hours. This is when the fist fight begins, though, isn't it, Sebring? The last 2 hours.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's still 2 hours to go, and it means it's still a very, very long race. Now Toby just left for his final stint of the race, and then the next stop we'll do a driver gint, and I will go in for the end. Right,
you've just appeared shirtless. You've now put your shirt on. Is this part of your preparation before you get back in the car?
Yeah, I got out of the car like around an hour ago, so I just went back to have a bit of food to eat, to restitute a little bit, and then now I had a massage, and obviously now got changed to a dry set of driving gear, and then I'll be ready to jump in about 45 minutes.
I've seen drivers do sort of stretching and stuff, and is that what you guys do all the time?
Yeah, definitely. It helps, especially diff track is obviously very, very physical demanding with all the bumps, and obviously today with the heat. I'm Danish from northern of Europe, Scandinavia, so I'm not used to the heat the same way as probably some of the others. So yeah, it's important to stay hydrated, drink a lot, and then try to stay out of the sun as much as possible to get ready for the car.
Enjoy to the flag, Muller.
Joe Bradley down at CrowdStrike by Algarve Pro Racing BMW, number 25 in the pit lane with 2 hours and 7 minutes to go. They are going to struggle to do that on one more stop. In fact, I don't think they will be able to without the help of some safety car appearance from the beautiful Cadillac that we've had on duty this weekend. United Autosport in as well, with the rear end taken off that car, and that is Paul di Resta in the pit lane. That was the car that was leading. New rear end going onto that car.
Is this just an aero update, aero change maybe?
Could be for the darkness. Good call, Peter Mackay.
Maybe. Nothing wrong with it. Well, I say nothing wrong with the pace. Paul di Resta, former Formula 1 driver, right there, could not make an impression on Toby Sowry in that CrowdStrike car, so maybe he just wants to have a little tweak to get it right to how he wants it.
Well, assuming that Paul's going to stay in the car, I think this means that into Europol have gone through into the lead with Bijoy Garg again. just about everybody in class has been at the sharp end of the field at some stage. TDS, at least one of the United cars into Europol. Riley led? Is the 74 led in that class? Maybe not, actually. Rasmus Lind has been installed in the seat just vacated by Paul Di Resta. Big gaggle of cars at the far side of the circuit going through turn 10, Cunningham, and the leaders kicking through. Has there been a change here? There's been a change in the lead.
I only went out for a quick bathroom
Tandy's
break.
got through again in the darkness.
Yes, he has. And in the traffic again.
Yeah,
so
good point.
In clear air, Vesti's got the speed. He's got the edge. But through the traffic, yeah, can we call Tandy the wily old fox? I mean, he is 40. But he's a devastatingly good fox.
Oh, Peter McKay's just dropped off the Tandy Christmas card list there. It was traffic assisted coming through turn 16 onto the back straight. Vesti just getting caught in behind the Winward number 57 Mercedes AMG with Indy Donchi behind the wheel. Nothing Indy could do there. He's battling for second. There was a touch there as Vesti drifted over to the right, but Tandy was not to be denied. Tandy off the circuit effectively and in the dirt to drivers right past the WEC part of the back straight pit lane area, but that was right up against the wall. Vesti not giving any room at all, and immediately 0.4 of a second in just over a lap, Tandy has pulled out. Now, what could Matt Campbell do? He's now only 0.6 away from the back of Fred Vesti.
Vesti got held at the worst possible place going into turn 1, where the apex speed of the GTP car is so much higher than a GTD. There's 15 miles an hour difference in that one corner, the way that they apex it. They just get held up behind a load of GTD cars there, and that allowed Nick Tandy a few vital car lengths as they rush down towards turn 7.
Fred Vesti's just been tandied. Not tangoed, tandied. I can't think of very many other drivers who would have got that done, having been eased that far towards the wall, Ryan. Look, Fred's defending, I understand that, but in the mood, when he's in the mood, Tandy just pulls off some kind of incredible manoeuvre. That was like Wacky Racers Professor Pat Pending, and just sort of made the car a foot or 18 inches slightly narrower to squeeze through a gap that wasn't 963 wide.
Somehow he made it 963 wide, only just. He was willing to put it all on the line, and the result is the lead of the race. And look, we talk about Tandy maybe having the edge in traffic. Peter, we talked about this earlier today. Fred Vesti, a tremendous single-seater driver, runner-up in F2 a couple of years ago, but has precious little multi-class experience, and perhaps that showed a little bit in that exchange as Tandy was able a couple of times, and finally on that time was able to get the move made.
He's pulled out to nearly a full second now. There's no cars between them as they come round turn 17, and Matt Campbell has got target acquired. Through goes Nick Tandy. Through goes Fred Vesti. 1.6 seconds now. No, Vesti pulling away a little bit from Matt Campbell. Campbell lost a wee bit of time at that time around. 52.2.
Sector 2,
yeah,
got held up in traffic big time in Sector 2 there, did Matt Campbell. But it comes and goes. You know, Vesti got it really bad into turn 1. So
what do we say? What is the phrase? Say it with me, everybody.
Ready? Get your big cards ready. Ready?
Traffic giveth,
and it taketh away.
Thank you very much indeed. It's the first time we've said it all week.
That's true.
Yeah,
I don't remember saying it.
No, absolutely. Still only half a second between Rasmus Lind and Toby Sowry, with Sebastian Bourdais, incredibly, the Tower car, back up to third position. Pit stop time for GTs, gentlemen. And this is Ford Multimatic, Ford Mustang, and Paul Miller Racing, the 65 and the 1. They've been battling for the lead.
They're back timing to the end of the race.
Yes, they are.
2 hours on the dot to go.
Yeah.
Or 2:01 to be precise.
Yeah, plus a pit stop time, another pit stop time. So they can do almost exactly an hour, can't they? So you're spot on there, Peter.
But not everyone deciding to do that, though. So we've got to keep a close watch on this. Car number 1 for Paul Miller Racing, the 65 Ford.
Well, they're not just back timing, because I think they're pretty much due in. Everyone now just about up over an hour running on this stint.
Quite a lot of yellow, though.
That's true. That's true. So there is an element of back time, I suppose. But certainly this is on schedule to a degree as well for the GTD and GTD Pro Class cars.
26 laps for the Paul Miller car and for the Ford Mustang, the Multimatic car.
That's short.
Yeah, it is a wee bit short, so that is possibly a back time.
Not by, as Brian rightly says, not by much, 3-4 laps short.
No.
But they're just protecting themselves, I think.
Well, we've had 10 hours of the 73rd running of Mobil 1, 12 hours of Sebring. We are heading now into the final stanza. I likened this to a heavyweight boxing match. Who, in that case, can deal the knockout blow, or will it go down to a points decision? The last 2 hours of racing coming your way live from Sebring.
Great battle in LMP2 between the 22 of 04 of Toby Sowry and the 22 of Rasmus Lind. So Lind swapped in for Paul Di Resta, who stepped out as they battled their way into turn 7, and there was a little bit of a contact.
That's a change of lead. That was the change of lead down at turn 7.
Yeah, interesting. So, that was on the previous lap. 156 flat last time.
Correct.
For Sowry, that's way off the pace they would expect, and then 58.9 for Lind, so that would make sense. That was on that previous lap. That was not the clash with Di Resta on the previous stint. So it's getting feisty between the two teams, between United and between CrowdStrike.
Well, as I said, there's been a bit of jabbing, a bit of bobbing and weaving. Now somebody's got to find a knockout blow. Brad, as it was that said a fist fight was about to break out. Good news if you're a BMW fan, celebrating. It's today, isn't it, Ryan? The actual day of the 50th anniversary of the formation of BMW USA.
Right on the nose, exactly.
Yeah. Coming back out from behind the wall then. The number 24 BMW, the Kevin Magnussen car that's been behind the wall since that coming together in the pit lane with the number 60 Acura.
And it sounds like that special commemorative livery will stay with the cars all season
I like
the 31 comes in. I do too.
Fred Vesti then out of second place. So it's a Porsche Penske Motorsport 1-2. Fred Vesti.
Earl Bamber in.
Now, that's interesting. An hour and 58 minutes. Is that... Well,
yeah, you can do that. GDP, you can do that for sure.
Okay.
We've seen the BMW 25 went over an hour. It might require a bit of fuel save, but you can do it. So this could be one pit stop to go after this one with El Bamber on board.
Little damage to the left rear. Sorry, John.
Yeah,
and you saw the crew member rip that piece off and throw it to the side instead of changing out the rear deck.
Yeah, smart.
A bit of wrap, actually.
Might have been.
31 lap. 31 laps there. That is just under an hour. You're going to have to be really careful that, when you cross the line, if you're leading here in 2 hours' time, we're running at 149s at the moment.
Well, again, this is yellow aided, but Tandy and Campbell, who haven't pitted yet, they've been on this stint for an hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so they're going to need to come in. I suspect the 31 was in that position too, where the car was getting a bit thirsty.
Matt Campbell, just done the fastest lap of the race. It closes into under 3 seconds of his teammate. 149.218. We are shaving tiny slivers of time. Peter Mackay nods sagely.
Well, this is Tandy and Campbell were in the early part of the stint were fuel saving, and their energy was always a little bit ahead of what the Whelen Engineering Cadillac was. Also, I think the Whelen Engineering Cadillac short fueled ever so slightly by 1 or 2% to get that track position coming out the last stop, out the last yellow. So it's really fine margins now. And of course now, but for Tandy and Campbell, they can, when they do come into pit, they've got 9% energy, so they should get 2 more laps from now.
when they pit, they know that they don't have to fuel save to get home on one stop, whereas the 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac, I think they've got to be
a smidge.
A smidge. But Earl Bamber, he knows how to get that done.
Those of you in Europe and the UK already into Sunday morning, just after 1 o'clock in the wee small hours in Central European time, with just after midnight now, 15:15 midnight in the UK. Hello to Alexander Orkin, who's joining us and been glued to this one. Thanks for your kind words, Alex. Hope you and the family are all well. And still, we have no real idea where any of the silverware is going. If we take the Class Lux VP in race update, Indy Donchi leading in GTD by 3.3 seconds from Wright Motorsport. There's a car that's been just hanging around the top six, the Porsche, the green and yellow stripe car. The Wright Motorsport Tom Sargent driven 120. Then it's Charlie Eastwood for DXDT Racing in third position, the 36 car. Blue Corvette, 3/4 of a second further back in GTD Pro. Dan Harper with a relatively comfortable, in GTD terms, 4.8 seconds lead on Klaus Bachler, 48 from 77. BMW from Porsche, Ferrari in Dragon Speed. The number 1 car, 81 car, that started on pole position all the way through. That 10 hours ago, Giacomo Altoe behind the wheel. Then Mike Rockefeller's only another 10th further back from that as well. Still in the fight, Daniel Hunkadea for Corvette Racing, lurking in 5th position in LMP2. Toby Sowry by now 5 seconds again, looking slightly more comfortable. Rasmus Lind in second, 6 seconds now, and he's been really pressured by Tower Motorsports Sebastian Bourdais. They must have been almost together as they went across the line. 0.026 of a second for the orange and white car as Dragon Speed pit from the lead group in GTD Pro. And finally at the front of the field, it's 2.5 seconds between the two. Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s, and it's Renger van der Zande 17 seconds back now in third position in the better placed of the Acuras.
Big delay for Nick Tandy there. Strangely in traffic, there was some GT traffic in there, but actually got held up by the number 5 Proton competition Mustang sampling car of Neil Janney trying to stay on the lead lap, and well, Tandy got by quickly. Campbell did not. But do they carry on? Oh, they're going to carry on for yet another lap. Porsche Penske Motorsport machines. They've got 3% each of their usable energy, so that gives us an idea of what a lap is.
Can I just point out to the assembled multitude and place before the court, the number 31 Earl Bamber Cadillac has just had a warning for overpowering again. Let's go down to Joe Bradley and the GTD battle. He's with Wright Motorsport at that end of the pit lane. Who have you got, Joe?
Tom Sargent's just gotten out of the number 120, the Wright Motorsport Porsche. Right behind you, Tom, or I think just in front of you, coming in the pits was the leader, the Winwood car. You were chasing him down there into the pits. That's how close this is.
It is. It's still so long to go, but no, we're really happy to be in the position we're in. So, unfortunately, I got a drive-through penalty on my first stint there for a pit lane procedure thing, which is annoying. But I was able to get a few positions back and be right on the leader than we came into the pits. So, really confident. We just put Elliott in the finish. So, really happy to have him back in the car and full faith that he can bring it home for us.
You make a good point, Tom. There's still 2 hours to go, and yet it's very hard, certainly for us watching, to get overly excited. As a driver, do you sometimes get carried away thinking, it's kind of a sprint race, but it's not really, is it?
No, 2 hours in other races may not be as long, but 2 hours around Sebring is a long time. So, yeah. To be honest, I'm going to relax now. My job's done. Like I said, full confidence in Elliott to bring it home. Adam's put in a great morning. He put a triple stint in to start with, so it's been really good. Hopefully we can finish on a good result like we did at Daytona.
Thank you, Tom. All-round good team effort here from Wright Motorsports.
Let's concentrate. Oh, the two Porsches are coming in. I'll make the point in just a moment. 7 from 6. Tandy from Matt Campbell. 0.8 of a second as they came on the pit lane speed limit across the line. That's the right order in terms of the pits. And off has gone the number 14. That's the Pro version of the Sealmaster Lexus. It's not really their day. They're already...
it's ground to a halt.
And it's
got back going again.
Whoa, that was close. Is there a puncture on that car? Oh, he's trying to get the rubbish out the front of it, isn't he? That's what he's doing. It's Kyle Kirkwood behind the wheel of that car. They're in 11th at GTD Pro, but they're 20-odd laps away from the lead as he struggles back onto the circuit. He's been very careful not to impede anybody else. Kyle, nicely done, my man. I've got to say, there's been a lot of very, very respectful driving by people who've had issues this weekend, not just in this race. Back to the two Porsches. Nick Tandy is down and away. Matt Campbell with the purple marker lights on the front of his number 6 car. Tandy with the blue, but then as the bright LED headlights come on, they both look white anyway. Earl Bamber waiting for him to come through, and there he is coming through the first corner. Now this is going to be interesting. What I didn't see, Peter, because we were watching Kyle Kirkwood.
The Porsches have beaten him out.
No, but did they take tyres?
Yes.
Because if they took tyres, they're going to be really slow, and the Porsche that is really slow is Matt Campbell, and he's just been elbowed out of the way going into Christensen curve by a recovering Tom Blomqvist, who's trying to get a lap back, and he's just hip and shouldered Matt Campbell through Christensen curve, and this is the battle, and here comes Bamber. Bamber's up into second. This is what happens when you change tyres. No tyre warmers, and that was my point there, Pete, as they were coming through.
Yeah, great point.
And here comes traffic as well. This is absolutely not what Matt Campbell wanted or needed.
And a driver like Matt Campbell, the quality he's got, he can't outbrake an LMP2 car because his tyres aren't up to the temperature and pressure.
Correct.
That's it. So it's not just the other. Now, the rear of that 31 Cadillac, is the rear of that car, is the bodywork absolutely solid, or it's? I'm not sure. Hard to say there, Ryan. It looked like it was just a little bit loose, but whether
we saw
that's
the
a
crew
problem
member
or not.
during the pit stop. Remember, we couldn't tell if it was just part of the wrap or if it was actually part of the bodywork, but they were doing something with it.
Yeah, very good point.
Oh,
now
how good is this?
Where's Tandy?
He's 5 car lengths up the road.
Remember, he was very good coming off the restart and better than the Cadillac. Ultimately, he never passed Frederick Vesti, but he got his temperatures up very quickly.
The biggest thing is, they made a driver change, so Tandy has switched over to Felipe Nasr. Yes, and Jaminet has got in for Matt Campbell. So changes there. That's quick work from the Porsche Penske Motorsport team. Of course, they would have
so
had
that was why it was new tyres.
Nearly 40 seconds of fuel going in. The absolute maximum is 40 seconds that you can put in, and all the cars have a different flow rate to measure it out.
So they're into the end now. Those are the drivers to the end.
They'll be the drivers to the end. Yes, one more stop, and then do they change tyres at the next stop? I think you've got to. Yeah, I think you have to. Yeah.
If you've got them, smoke them. If you've got them, baby.
The biggest difference is the amount of usable energy, though, because the Nasr number 7 Porsche has 95%, as does the number 6 Chamonix car. Earl Bamber's only got 80% underneath him. Now, we don't think he's going to need to take an extra stop over the Porsches if we stay green, but it's that usable energy. We think Bamber may need a slither of fuel saving to do. A little bit. But the Porsches, they can go full rich, and that's a big difference.
Well, it's not quite like that anymore, Peter, because there's only so much power you can use.
Yeah, but you don't have to fuel save in your driving style.
Yeah, that is right.
You can just go for it.
Inception, just dropping a wheel off, and then as they come back on, a side-by-side contact with, that's the number 80
Lone Star
Racing Mercedes. Who's behind the wheel of the 70 at the moment? It's Fred Schandorf, and he's lost 2 positions there, I reckon. Scott Andrews came through to start with. Robbie Foley, rather, I think, came through to start with, and then Scott Andrews definitely came through.
That was the 27 Aston Martin just up ahead that went through. Gamble.
So it was Tom Gamble that had gone through.
Yeah, and then followed
That was Tom Gamble on an outlap. Right, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, right. So that's I tell you what, for we haven't mentioned them much. The Lone Star Mercedes, great work to get back onto the lead lap.
I talked to them earlier in the week, and they were nowhere. Like they told me up front, we're slow right now, but really we haven't talked about them all week, not just today, but here they are, and it's a good driver lineup. It's a good team as well. They don't always turn up. They're doing a full season this year. They haven't for some time. But good team and having a really nice day.
Having to go in the defensive there. Earl Bamber in the 31 and the number 6. Fellow Antipodean's teammate Mathieu Jaminet, the Frenchman Mathieu Jaminet aboard now. Again, nips ahead. So now it's back to Porsche Penske 1-2. Oh, as Bamber nearly gets into the back of Jaminet in that white-tailed number 6 car. Oh, this is fantastic stuff. Cadillac versus Porsche. This is what GTP is all about.
Aussie versus Kiwi as well.
No, Frenchman versus Kiwi.
Sorry, yeah.
Teammate of, I made the same mistake.
Yes, teammate of Campbell. Yes, absolutely. Well done. Yeah, so Matt Campbell will be watching on from this. Apologies for mis-IDing the two Porsche Penske. They would change their drivers so quickly that the damage screens with the booth hadn't updated when it happened and all that action happened.
Look
so
Jaminet just pulling away with ease, just putting car length into Bamber, just no problem at all.
But Nasser 2.0 seconds ahead of Bamber when they crossed the line. I reckon he's gone even further than that.
Well, with that pass from Jaminet, that's bound to have just hampered both cars. Yeah, 3.8 seconds the gap is up to now between Nasser and Jaminet. So it's a Porsche 1-2. The last time Porsche won this race was in 2008 with an LMP2 car. And they beat Audi, they beat Peugeot. And before that, well, it was a significant amount of time before that. They won it
for the overall, yeah.
Yeah, for overall. They won it 13 times in a row until from the mid to late 70s to the late 80s. So it's been a while since Porsche have been on the top step of the podium overall in the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. And the last time they did, the name Penske was above the pit garage.
Yes, absolutely. It was the DHL RS Spider. So at the front of LMP2, Ben Hanley now leads. So how's that happened? What's going on there?
Ben Hanley's not leading.
Well, one graphic says he is, the other says he isn't, and I think the one that says he is.
There we go. Okay, we've just reset that. I panicked for a moment there, thought somebody had fallen off. It's still Toby Sowry. I was looking at the times and thinking, oh, that's come down. Hang on a minute. It's still 2.5 seconds, but Sebastian Bourdais has halved that deficit in the last couple of 3 laps. 6.6 from Sebastian Bourdais to Rasmus Lind, and then 3.5 back to Tom Dillman in 4th.
Yeah, quite right. I've been watching that, and now this lap it's down to 1.6 seconds from Sowry to Bourdais. And remember, Bourdais and that team, they had to give their Rolexes back here this week. You need some motivation? How about that? Go for the Sebring win after having to give back your Rolex 24 trophies.
Yeah, I think actually they'd gone back even before they got here. We did have a trophy presentation, didn't we, for the winning team, ultimately the winning team, promoted from second place after a technical infringement by the Tower car. But fair play to the Tower drivers, who would have been devastated to lose that on the ride height issue and the warm plank issue. It's happened a few times. The Porsche Penske Motorsports Nick Tandy car lost the 6 hours of the Glen win at the Sealand 6 hours on a similar thing, on a very small portion of the skid block underneath, the plank as they call it underneath. But it's an absolute, it is an absolute. There isn't any wiggle room, because if you say, oh, we'll give you a millimetre, then everybody will go down to a millimetre. If you say we'll give you 5 millimetres, they'll definitely go down to 5, and then, oh, well, it was only 6, so why can we not have one more? No, you see, it's just a snakes and ladders situation where you're on a slippery slope, aren't you?
Doesn't make it any easier to stomach, though. I mean, what a heartbreaking way to lose what was for several of those drivers a career achievement.
Indeed so.
I mean, for Sebastian, he's had some success in that race before and won a lot of races and championships, but you look at the rest of that crew. Joop van Outert, post-race, was in tears. He was so excited, and it meant so much to him.
And that's why I think it was so cool and they were so honourable. There are stories going back through the years where similar things have happened with trophies and even with Rolex watches where it hasn't happened like that. Oh dear.
Not again.
Oh dear. Fourth place car, and we were just saying the Wright Motorsports car was on the comeback trail, and they are going to have to come down the pit lane again. Elliott Skier in the 120. Pit equipment violation for that car.
And on screen, we're watching the battle for the lead in LMP2. Bourdais has caught Toby Sowery. It's less than half a second now with an hour 40 to go.
That's 2 pit lane execution penalties for Wright Motorsport. I never thought I'd ever say that. They are so good at what they do. Porsche keys to the race.
And that is a Porsche that's...
Ironically.
Yeah.
No penalties.
No penalties. I said it's not about, particularly at this time of the race, it's not about losing a lap, it's just taking them out of contention again. Smashing move down the inside by Nick Tandy, by Nick Tandy's car by Felipe Nasser. Shall we give that to Nasser this time? Because that's who it was. So I said there were very few people other than Tandy who would do that. Well, Felipe Nasser was one of those. Or was that before the drive?
I think that was before the pit stop,
yes,
right?
Yes, it was, yeah.
Yeah, when we were looking at the...
Yeah, you're right.
When we were looking at the entry list before and when the driver announcements were made ahead of this season, and we saw last year that Porsche Penske Motorsport had Nasser in one car and Tandy in the other. They actually had a bit of a rivalry going for a while. And they put them in the same car, and I thought, well, this is either going to be utter brilliance or it could be fireworks. And, well, it appears to be utter brilliance, because when you've got 2 drivers of that caliber in, they both drove a big share at Daytona between the 2 of them. And, well, look at what they're doing now. They're just executing under the most intense pressure. These guys are just born winners, and they're just winning machines, really, and they're in the habit right now.
I suspect, actually, that the reason we saw that again is that our NBC Sports colleagues were speaking to Tandy, and that's why we had a chance to see that pass again. The world feed, a different picture edit, of course, to what goes to NBC Sports on the subscription channel at Peacock this weekend for the whole race. And Lee Diffie, the team, calling that for those of you here in the States.
Sebastian Bourdais, as Ryan absolutely spot on said, this is such a redemption story, even for a man with a career as long as his. Can you believe the first time he competed in this race was in a Courage in 2001? He was a young man at that point. What is that, 24 years? Yeah, so he was a 21-year-old whippersnapper. Now he's just a hugely experienced but hugely rapid driver. He's won this race twice overall, once with Action Express, once with JDC, actually.
That was Pescarolo Sport entered Courage in 2001. I mean, that was before he had made a name for himself here in the U.S., let's remember. He was still to win a Formula 3000 championship the subsequent year in 2002.
Is this the... Sorry, who was that?
Bourdais.
Yeah, well, of course, Bourdais and Pescarolo, Le Mans.
Right.
Synonymous. Both... well, certainly Bourdais is a Sartoise, and I'm not sure where Pescarolo comes from. But
I mean, he might as well be.
Well, yes.
He's made the place his own as Henri Pescarolo. Yeah, amazing heritage. And, yeah, Sebastian Bourdais' CV is just the envy of many. But Toby Sowery, he's at that foot of the mountain in his career, and look at he does time and time again, whenever he turns up in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship with this, usually with this CrowdStrike team, he is just so impressive, and he's holding off. I mean, he held off Paul di Resta, and he's holding off Sebastian Bourdais right now, who's just struggled a bit through traffic there.
Yeah, a little bit close to the front end of that Ford GT D car. Paris was the place of birth for Henri Pescarolo.
but he's probably spent more time in a car driving around Le Mans than many people have been alive.
Dan Harper, I said he always had a smile on his face. Nick Damon, is that the case now?
Yeah, he's got a big smile on his face. Yeah, the 48 car going very, very well, but somehow your teammate's got 7 or 8 seconds ahead of you.
Yeah, so I was just out of a double stint, a bit sweaty, but it cooled off a bit there at the end, which was nice. All the references, my first time here in Sebring, so all my references for the first few laps in the dark had all disappeared, so it took a while to adjust into that, but it was good fun. The car's absolutely flying, so huge thank you to Paul Miller. Both cars up front. We've now just sort of split the strategy of both cars for any sort of situation, at least. Hopefully one of them will be up there. So
have you short-filled the other car then?
I can't say. Yeah, no. We did.
Yes, you haven't, really?
Well, you did, yes. Yeah, so we're just taking a gamble, and at least we'll have both cars, and hopefully one of them, at least, or not two of them, will be on the podium.
I mean, it's lovely to have that sort of opportunity. It's amazing how this BMW M4 has just come stronger and stronger and stronger throughout the day. I mean, has that surprised you as much as us?
Yeah, to be honest, that's sort of what we expected. The cooler condition suits our car massively. With the turbo powers as well, I think that helps a lot. But also in the heat, we struggle a bit with all the weight over the front axle. It just gets more and more understeer. So, yeah, you need to cancel out the understeer to go fast, and that's what happens when the cooler conditions come.
As you said, you had to get a whole new set of references for this track in the dark. I mean, you know, we kind of talk about professional racing drive, but how difficult is it when you're bouncing around, your head's being smashed about, you've only got 4 headlamps? I mean, is it very difficult to get those marks every single time?
It is, yeah. It's that's what I sort of struggle with, just to keep it consistent. I could maybe do a good lap and then I'd make a mistake and lose half a second. So it was just tidying up all that, really trying to focus on getting a reference, and then after that, it's easier whenever you have a few laps of clear track, but when you have 10 hypercars going either side of you, it's a bit difficult.
So is Sebring in the dark more difficult than Nürburgring in the dark?
Oh, that's a good question. I think they're both equally as hard. I think the Nürburgring is sort of, you get that tunnel vision, which I don't seem to get tonight. But whether that's just the first time, and I've got a lot more experience at the Nürburgring than I have here, so yeah.
I know you're very focused next hour and a half or so, but are you off to NLS next weekend?
No, unfortunately not. Unfortunately, with the clashes with Watkins Glen, we have different drivers from BMW going for that one, so I'll be cheering on from home.
Okay, then best luck for your team the rest of the hour and a half.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's an interesting point there. I loved Dan Harper. He's so nice that he's like, I shouldn't tell you, but oh, yes, okay, we did. I love it. But yes, that's so interesting, because we noticed the number 1 Paul Miller Racing BMW and the 65 Ford come in just slightly early, and of course those are the 2 cars that have teammate cars, so they can split that strategy and put more bets on at once.
Early contender perhaps for the BDO no strategy in GTD and the GT category. Paul Miller sort of spread betting there, really, isn't it?
Indeed. Yeah, I think it's worth consideration. I mean, we still have 92 minutes to go in this thing, so there could yet be a different strategy play that comes to the fore. But in the GT ranks, I'm struggling to come up with another. Maybe our collective can make some suggestions for us.
It's so early to call right now with 90 minutes left. It purely depends on whether we get any more full course yellows or not. And if we get one, do we get more than one? That's the question. Once again, LMP2, it never ever ceases to disappoint, to amaze, sorry. Yes. It never disappoints. Never ever disappoints. And you've got here, and this is what you get. You get these up-and-coming young stars who want to be at the top of the sport. Toby Sowry, silver-graded driver still. And then they get the chance to go toe-to-toe with some of the most established names in the sport. You know, Sebastian Bourdais has been a professional sports car racer in Champ Car and all sorts for 2 decades, and Toby gets the opportunity here, and indeed lots of other of his peers, young pros, battling away, and that's what we've got.
With Matt Campbell, quite freshly out of the 7 car. How do you feel that couple of stints went for you there?
Yeah, it was okay. Obviously heavily interrupted by the yellows early on, but nevertheless settled into the rhythm. And obviously all the cars were trying to go as long as possible to take a stint off towards the end of the race. And us 3 cars at the front with the Cadillac, I think managed to do that. So, yeah, close race for sure. It will get spicy towards the end and see how we go.
It did seem to get very frenetic a couple of times with traffic as you were coming in and out. I mean, did you feel you got a fair crack of the whip with that, or do you just think that's one of those things you can't really judge with traffic?
That's just traffic in Sebring. I mean, you have to have your give and take because you don't want to make a mistake and have a contact, so you don't want to have any unnecessary damage on the car towards the end of the race. So for sure you would like to gain as much time as possible in the traffic, but nevertheless you got to be smart and have a good race head.
Coming to the end, we're coming to the last couple of stints of the race. What's the rules between the 6 and the 7 with Penske Motorsport? Are you allowed to race, or will it be orders even once you get to a certain point?
Yeah, for now it's just racing as normal. Let's see towards the end of the race, but nevertheless, I think for now we just try and do our own race and see how we go towards the end.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
Mathieu Jaminet has taken Matty Campbell's seat, and he's fallen some 6 seconds now behind his team car. Right, what was that rumbling down the pit lane?
Ford Mustang of Gradient Racing.
Yeah, Tati Calderon, 14th in GTD. That will be their penultimate stop. Now what will they do? Will they go to half an hour, or will they spin at 45 and 45 from here?
Well, they've made a driver change. They've popped Joey Hand into the car, who joined us as part of the team for the
handy
Mustang
to have
Challenge.
just to slip in for the last hour and a half.
It's a very useful, very useful.
Unfortunately, 4 laps down though in the class. And when we spoke with Joey earlier, you could tell he was frustrated, but optimistic looking towards the future. He had a lot of good things to say about the Gradient Racing team and the direction that they're headed.
Andres Levens, who heads up that team, started life with, first time I met him, I should say, with CJ Wilson Racing, of course. CJ, I'm sure, will be tuned in if he's got the time. Still swap messages with him. So if you are, CJ, hope you and the family are well, and the Porsche team, the ship's going great guns, I know. Andres is a really enthusiast, and he runs a pretty tight ship. It's not the world's biggest team. They all seem to do 2 or 3 jobs in the pit lane and in the organisation, but proof that that type of organisation still has a place in this pit lane, which I really like. This is a bit early,
Way early.
it, for the BMW?
They pitted with 2 hours to go, the number 1.
Yeah, this is number 1 Paul Miller Racing car. He's only been out for 16 laps. They must have had a puncture. I'm guessing that they have had a tyre issue or something. Let's see who takes that car back out. It was Connor De Filippi who brought it in, and it's Connor who takes it out, but they can't get to the end from here. So if that was the split strategy for them, I can't believe only 16 laps.
Oh, it's a short pit stop. It's only 58-second pit stop, as opposed to 1 minute 15 for their team car previously. And that's a short stop. That must be repairing a damaged tyre.
Yeah, 16 laps. We'll get Nick Damon to walk all the way up the opposite end of the pit lane to ask that question. And we'll see where Connor drops back in.
That was the class leader, too.
Yeah, exactly.
At the moment, so that's a massive development there.
That would be really, really sore if that is the case. But if we get a full course yellow in the last 90 minutes, and you look at the odds of that happening in the previous years, it can happen, and maybe more probable than not. So it doesn't mean their day is done.
No. And that was at least left side tyres. I think it was probably all 4, but it was at least left side.
I don't know.
I only saw the left, but maybe we didn't catch the whole thing.
I don't know if they had time to do that.
True.
Yeah.
It was only 50. Did you say 58 seconds in the pit lane?
Yeah. And the
it's
rest are
30.
what did we say it was? 1 minute to 15. So they I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, they would have put in.
Was it 58 seconds in the pit lane or stationary?
In the pit lane. So they're about 15 seconds or so quicker than the others were on a full stop. But they would have only had half a tank to fill up.
I tell you what.
So
let's find out. Let's find out. Ask the man that knows. CrowdStrike pit lane reports. Nick Damon is the font of all knowledge for us here in terms of the number 1 BMW from Paul Miller Racing.
I'm the font of the knowledge I'm given. I've seen the tyres that came off and none of them looked flat. And I've asked the team and they say it was positioning themselves for the end of the race. Now, again, I, as much as you two, don't quite understand that, but they didn't seem to be a puncture. They denied there was a problem with the car, and I'm not saying in any way that's not the truth, but they were positioning themselves at the end of the race, so they must be absolutely banking on a yellow with that car.
Yeah, they're spreading their bets again. So,
but why would you only do 16 minutes?
I think if you get a full course yellow, you then have to do a shorter pit stop to everyone else. It's a gamble. It's a big gamble. So if we get another full course yellow within the last hour, they will have way less fuel to put in than everyone else because they've topped it up, and they will filter to the front. That's the theory. But if you don't get the full course yellow, then, well, not bad luck.
And if it is pit stops under a full course yellow, everyone else would have to do a full tank, so they're going to do all their tires all around. So yeah, maybe you get the track position, but if you're short filling, you're not going to do 4 tires most likely. I don't know. Very strange, especially to do it with the car that was leading the race. It's one thing to split the strategy with the car that's down the order a little bit, but they were running 1-2, and that was the top car.
Do they have an embarrassment of riches?
Yeah,
they've got
maybe.
2 rapid race cars. Maybe they've just got such a good position they can afford to spread bet.
The brilliant at Lanzarote Camel. Hello, Alan. Coming up to 1 o'clock in the UK. Both left side tyres were changed on that car, and Nick has looked at the tyres and he didn't see any issue with them, and Nick reckons all 4 were changed. So very interesting. CrowdStrike 04, the CrowdStrike by Algarve Pro Racing, another team that are going back to Le Mans from the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. So that is Toby Sowry into the pit lane.
Walter Jakobsen's got aboard with the Danish flag on the side of his helmet.
And that's 80 minutes, 83 minutes. So that's going to be tight for 2 stops from there.
Yeah.
I think they can do 1 from here.
1 stop from here, yes.
Yeah, I think they can.
You think? 40 minutes?
Don't hold me to it. I said I think. I said I don't.
They've been getting 21-22 laps out of that, which at what are they racing at? 153s. That's what I'm saying. It's tight. And the problem, of course, with LMP2, as well as with GTD Pro and GTD, when you're doing your fuel calculations, Ryan, is you don't know how many laps you're doing because all you can look at is the time and where the leader is when you're coming round. You get it 1 lap either way wrong and have to do an extra lap because the leader in GTP crosses with 1 second to go and therefore doesn't get the flag or the white flag. Oh my goodness.
Well, let's use this as a reference point. Benjamin Peterson, a couple laps down right now in the PR1 Matheson car, but he's on 42.5 minutes on a stint at the moment. When you also factor in pit lane transit time stationary in the pits, I think they'd be okay, but only just.
Right.
Yeah, assuming Benjamin is the appropriate yardstick for us here.
Yeah, no, that's reasonable. So into Europol, leading in LMP2 at the moment. And the green and yellow car at the moment being driven by Tom Dillman. He'll have to come to pit lane this time, which he has not, but TDS has. So Tom Dillman stretching out. Now this is interesting. This is into Europol playing themselves back into the game here, Peter. If Tom Dillman is going to come round and do
another lap, which he is, because he's gone past the line. Mikkel Jensen just comes in at the end of his 22nd lap.
Oh, now this.
Oh, hello.
Brought this a Ferrari going slow on the side of the 021. It's the JG Wentworth car, Stephen McAleer. Now he's got it back going again.
11th position in class for Triasi's remaining car. I'll go through the retirements in just a moment.
Went off at turn 8. So on the exit of the very sharp right-hand hairpin.
Yeah. Let's go back to that LMP2. Tom Dillman then, still out. I expect him to come this time. If he doesn't, he's working some kind of black magic. Who else? So Bordet currently scored in second, but he's stopped 2 laps ago. So that's going to be, I think that is still going to be tight for Tower, because we've still got 80 minutes to go right now.
But Dillman's now on 43 minutes on this stint. We just saw Peterson, who I was using as our yardstick a moment ago, give up the ghost, and he had been out for 44 minutes
How
plus.
long was Sowry out for in the CrowdStrike Racing by APR car? Because he did 23 laps.
Yeah, I didn't see that before he came in, and now
That
it's
would be,
reset to show this stint, so we
Yeah,
can
so
look that up.
by my very rough calculations,
he's Dillman's in the pit lane.
It's a stint on 22 lap stint is 41 and a half minutes. So a 23 lap stint, a bit more than that. As off goes the 24 GTP BMW, which is way down the order.
It's not been a good day for them.
Pole sitting car.
If BMW, this will be absolutely no consolation for them, but they've had all BMWs bad luck, haven't they? They've had every bit.
I think now they'll be hoping that it stays with that car, because their chance of a win is gone, and their sister car, the 25, which Dries Mantour admitted he thought they had more pace, is on the lead lap, is 17 seconds off the lead. So you get another full course yellow, they could be in the mix.
Yeah, they might need one, though, because they are a little off sequence. Everyone else is about 30 minutes into a stint. They're 47 minutes into the stint, and they're going to have to do some work, some fuel save, I suspect, for the rest of this stint, and then one more if they're going to be good to go home on the one final stop.
Remind everybody, I know it's late in Europe, but we do have mission and post-race tech, and again, there's a problem for the JG Wentworth sponsored car.
Another Ferrari. This is the third Ferrari we've seen have
this
an
is
issue.
not the first time we've seen this car with problems either.
No. So has the bumps of Sebring brought? Oh, I think he's got a.
No, he was just riding the curb.
Okay, I thought there was maybe a tyre deflation, but the car has kept back going again, strangely. So it's just back and forth.
Let's have a word with Toby Sowry down at the CrowdStrike APR as we wait for the Stephen McAleer driven 021 machine to come back in. It's giving us all heart attacks, and probably everybody up and down the pit lane the same. Nick Damon has a CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Toby, everything was looking really good till Sebastian Bourdais came after you.
Yeah, I think we want a different strategy. We're hitting our targets, doing our procedures, which is easy to do when you're in the front of the race, but 20 laps with him hounding me, it adds a bit of pressure, but that's what we're here for. We're drivers. If we just gave up and let them pass, why turn up?
Do you my team in the booth, the booth team is thinking they might be a little bit short fueled. Is that what you're thinking as well?
Yeah, I can't give too much away. That's part of the strategy, but we've got track position, which is very important around here, and we're just trying to manage keeping that while hitting fuel targets to assist.
And will you be getting back in for the final stint, or is it matter to the end?
No, I've done my duties. I've got the car to where it needs to be, and now Mark's going to take it over and hopefully bring it home.
Good week for you. Announcement of your IndyCar reserve drive with Rahal Letterman Langenham. That must be very exciting.
Yeah, it's a new task. Obviously, I love IndyCar as well as IMSA, so to be able to get the opportunity to do both is fantastic. And Rahal Letterman Langenham are a fantastic team. Lots of great figures inside. So massive credit for giving me the opportunity. But yeah, I'm excited to get stuck in with the IndyCar side as well as IMSA.
IndyCar reserve tends to be a bit more useful than being a Formula 1 reserve, because you actually get to drive the car, and also occasionally they put on a third car for the team, don't they?
Yeah, overall they had a little bit of a risk. So, you know, and it doesn't take much for someone to have a little incident and get a concussion. So, fingers crossed I get an opportunity, but not at the expense of someone else. You know, it'd be good to get my fair shot again.
Excellent. Yeah, I completely understand. I understand the thing where you want someone to have a non. But follow a mountain bike. Speak to Jose Lopez. He'll sort that out for you.
Nick Taman in the pit lane with very matter of fact Toby Sowry. Hello to Tom Davies, saying with all the penalties and warnings that have been coming in for failing to adhere to the controlled powertrain parameters, have IMSA been giving teams a little bit of wiggle room with the circuits not being as such?
They get one warning, and then if they go over again, it's a penalty.
Yes, except they can see whether it's a spike over a bump or whether it's a consistent, overpowering. So, Tom, you're getting a one warning sort of situation.
The number 20, yeah, this is, you don't want that.
They've got to pull this car in.
021, JG Wentworth Ferrari. Oh, it's fired up and off it goes again.
They've got to pull this. I'd be surprised if they don't get a black and orange flag now.
Well, no doubt they will be going back to the pits to get a repair of some sort.
Well, we said that 2 laps ago when it started happening.
It reminds me of 2003 when one of the GTS Vipers limped back all the way with a completely broken steering and suspension and limped along at the side of the road all the way around. Changed days.
Yeah. I understand they want to keep the car running. Of course they do. Joey Hand's 7 laps into the stint, so it's not a fueling issue. The previous stint was only 17 laps, but the cars around him were doing 16 and 17 and 18, so they were obviously on the similar strategy.
That was the full course yellows, I think, that's more affected that, because that's way short. Of pit stop for the 25 BMW with an hour and 14 minutes to go. That won't do it. They're going to need a stop more than everyone else. They need a full course yellow.
Yep.
That 25 BMW crew.
4th place car. We mentioned that earlier on. The Fitman being off the strategy. Did 33 laps on his previous stint. That is 28. The previous 33 lap stint, though, I think was yellow assisted. And they're having a good look round the nose of that BMW to make sure there's nothing there to bring the temperatures up. So peak track temperature today was 84, I think. It's now 75. That was 28 Celsius. It's now 24. Air temperature went up to 30, it's now 25, or if you prefer, 77 Fahrenheit. So it's cool, but not as much or as quickly as I thought it might do, if I'm honest. And it's still quite humid. Actually, no, very humid. Have we got some cloud cover, actually? Because it's 73% now. And Nick Daman says it's very sticky out here.
Well, it has been a very warm day. Very, very warm day. I salute our CrowdStrike pit lane team in those fire suits all day. Ryan, you were part of the team, but you look like totally...
Well, I get to come up here from time to time and join you guys in the air conditioning. It's Joe and Nick you got to think about. I do want to call out the GTD Pro Battle, which has suddenly hotted up. Lauren Heinrich has run down Max Hesse. It's under a second between those two. It's the closest battle for the lead that we have now in any of the 4 classes.
And Conor De Filippi on that alternative strategy in the number 1 Paul Miller BMW. He's just put that car's fastest lap of the race in on a 2-on-1 flat. I promised you a look at the retirements. We lost Charles Scardini, Triazi Competition Ferrari, in a controversial incident. The car went off and Jordan Taylor was penalised for contact with a stop in 60 seconds.
Ricky Taylor,
excuse me. And Wayne Taylor, his team boss, says they've got evidence that it didn't happen. Toby Lutke for Era Motorsport, that car was battered and banged up a little bit. Giorgio Serna Giotto for Chettilar Racing Ferrari, that was a car that had some problems and ground to a halt. Pratt Miller Motorsports Oregon came into the pits for work. Chris Cummins brought it in, but the 73 car didn't go back out. Whilst leading GTD, the caught-off competition motorsport Mercedes, coming out of turn 5 and through 6, lost all drive, and Kenton Cook somehow managed to get into a place of safety and not cause a full course yellow. That was the number 32 car out of the race. The Van der Steur Racing Aston Martin Vantage, in a strange week for Valentin Asclot, made a couple of mistakes, found himself off the circuit. He was the driver who brought the car into the pit lane. Whether that was linked to the eventual demise, we don't know.
Change for the lead in GTD Pro. AO Racing to the front. Rexy is roaring in the darkness at Sebring. It's got past the 48 of Max Hesse. Lauren Heinrich, last year's GTD Pro champion, charging late on in the stint here.
Hello to Dr. K, whose kids have just been chanting, "Go Rexy, go!" And it's worked. They've pushed Rexy to the lead of the class, Peter.
They have. Yeah, there's a switch there, and Lauren Heinrich, I mean, you look at the rise in his career and how quickly he's got up to the top level, and used his world-class ability in virtual racing to supplement his on-track outdoor stuff. Let's have a little look back and see how we got that move done going into turn 5, and Hesse didn't fight it very hard. No. Hesse actually almost opened the door and said, "After you." Might be a little bit short on fuel maybe for Hesse, and needs to get a bit of fuel saving done possibly.
Yeah, waiting for the call to say your numbers are good, you can go for it, which is a lovely feeling when you, particularly when you're battling. Well, they've been out one lap fewer than Rexy.
That'll be it. That'll be the difference. Because they stopped sort of on that. It's like they stopped.
No, I think Heinrich was pitted.
One lap fewer.
Yeah, exactly. Heinrich pitted before.
They've got one lap advantage
correct.
over AO Racing. So Paul Miller Racing, one lap has been out there, one lap fewer than Rexy.
Yeah,
so it's the other way around.
Yeah.
So Hesse's actually should have more fuel in the tank, but perhaps the Porsche sips the fuel a little bit less than the BMW.
The car that's sitting pretty, actually, is the car in third position. Because if there's any worries about...
They've got no problems on their number 3 Corvette.
Yeah.
They've got no problems.
They are 3 laps to the good on AO Racing. That's a decent margin.
They're good.
Just on an hour and 8 minutes still to go. We're talking about the position, so let's do a VP Racing in-race update. It's Jack Hawksworth. That is... Let me just make sure that I've got all the right information. Jack Hawksworth, that is leading in GTD as we move towards the probably next 4 or 5 laps. You can make your last pit stop and get to the end for the GT cars. Hawksworth by 2.2 seconds, the Lexus RCF GT3 number 12 ahead of the number 34 Conquest Daniel Serra driven Ferrari by 2 seconds, and then 0.3 of a second Winward Racing Mercedes in third has just gone up to second actually as the Conquest Ferrari pits with an hour and 7 to go.
He probably needs some course yellow.
That's not going home from there.
Well, and one driver, one car I'm a little bit concerned about in terms of getting home on the same number of stops as the cars ahead is the 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac. It's got 6% usable energy for El Bamber, so I'm going to say it's 2 laps to go for El Bamber before the next stop, which would be not up to the hour. In fact, it would be several minutes ahead, or short of the hour, which means that if we stayed green, the Whelen Engineering Cadillac would need an extra stop over the 2 Porsche Penske Motorsport machines ahead, which would put them in a very bad spot.
Number 3 Corvette also pitted on this lap. Remember, we were talking about them being several laps to the good on fuel relative to the other front runners, but they've come in now with a minute and 7 to go. Or an hour and 7 to go.
That's very odd.
Yeah, that very, very odd. Let's just finish this update. So, GTD, Vassar Sullivan by 2.1 seconds now from Winward Racing. from DXDT Corvette, Charlie Eastwood in that car at the moment, and then Tom Gamble for Harter Racing Aston Martin in GTD Pro Heinrich by in the Porsche by 0.928 of a second. So Max Hesse, who's got 13 seconds on Fred Vervish in the Mustang. He's got 1.3 on Albert Costa in the Dragon Speed Ferrari. In LMP2, we'll come to Nick in a moment with a problem on the number 3 Corvette on the right rear. Nick, what you got?
Yeah, they've walked up to what's going on, thinking of a driver. They're having to work heavily on the right rear. It looks like it's not the brake, so it looks like it may well be one of the control arms or the A arms that's a problem, or it might even actually be what's that wobbling about there? I think it's one. They've got I think the control arms come off. The man holding it got bent. The rear control arm, because he's holding the control arm up. He's holding a link that's got a rose joint on it. So there's a control arm that I can see from here. They're not obviously getting involved with the brakes, so it's definitely some methodology of mounting that. The rear toe link, I think, probably the best way to talk about it. The rear toe link, I think, that's gone, or has come loose, or has been punted. But that's what they're fixing to try and solve the problem, I'm afraid. So yeah, that is.
That car was only 11 laps out of the pits. It was sitting very, very pretty for a short final stop, and it is now out of contention. Yeah, simple as that.
Yeah, I can see that they are looking at the bit itself, and it's come apart. It hasn't snapped as such, it's just come apart. Obviously, it's adjustable. There's several things you can adjust on it to make it with that. It's just come apart. It should be in one piece. It's just in two pieces. It's just broken. That is the bumps.
Yep. Lauren Heinrich, as I said, leading from the BMW, Paul Miller Racing and Ford Mustang and Dragon Speed in GTD Pro. In LMP2, Sebastian Bourdais at the front of the field now with Malte Jacobsen all the way to the end for CrowdStrike Racing by APR. 5 seconds in arrears and lapping it 10th for 10th those two. Tom Dillman lapping around about a second, 1.2 seconds a lap quicker, is closing them down. He's down to 4.4 seconds behind them in the Europol 43. I think that car's being played back into contention here, because he is two laps to the good on Jacobsen and 3 laps to the good on Sebastian Bourdais in the Tower car. That is not done in LMP2, and at the front of the field, 8.5 seconds between the two Penske Porsche Motorsports machines. And I've got to tell you now, I heard what Matty Campbell said, but that's the lead car in the championship, even at this early part of the season. They won the Rolex 24, the number 7 car, and if they can keep that car ahead and extend that championship lead, that's exactly what you should be doing for the championship.
Into the pits with an hour and 3 minutes to go is the 31 Whelen Cadillac in third place. That they're going to need some full course yellow to get home from there.
Yeah,
that's too long. Yeah.
That's probably 2 or 3 laps at the very least. That was the car in third, so Nick Yellowly will come through into third with the number 93 Acura. Neil Jani has just pitted and left in the Porsche 963 number 5. That's not going to get to the end without another splash either. And 6th place BMW M Team RLL, the number 25 car. So that car is sitting at the moment. Robin Frines has just been out a few laps, so again that car is going to have to go to the end. It's looking better and better for the Porsche Penske Motorsports machines.
Fuel's out on the 31 and there's work going on.
That's the VP Racing race update.
Sorry, John. That cost 3 or 4 seconds. That could be the difference.
They're nowhere on fuel, Peter. That 3 or 4 seconds.
But if it's
barring a yellow.
Barring a yellow, yeah, exactly. These tiny margins really, really matter. It's almost like they made a little adjustment to tighten the bodywork up or something. Well, Bamberg stays aboard then for the run to the flag. But they are short on fuel. Well, I don't know. Team orders, and it's happened before, and it'll happen again. Well, but I don't know.
It's closing down between the two cars. Back down under 8 seconds again now. I just think, I've seen it so many times before. when you've got an advantage, you hold the advantage. And when it's your team car, there's no point in racing each other. Those guys need to make sure that they finish 1 and 2, and ideally 7 from 6. That's the best finish for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Start, beginning, and end of it. If there's a problem with the 7, yeah, okay, fine. But as it stands right now, that should be the finishing order for Porsche Penske Motorsport.
Could this be the final pit stop here for the 65? I think it is. It's on the fringe, but GTD Pro may be forward thinking they can't win this on pace. Let's try something on strategy. If they come in here and catch a yellow in the next couple of laps, they would cycle through to the front when everybody else pits under the yellow. We'll keep an eye on that.
And that was the one of the Fords that pitted exactly on 2 hours to go.
Right.
So that's the sort of split strategy for that. They, as did the number 1 Paul Miller BMW before they had the extra alternative, which still is perplexing us.
Yeah, that was a 59-minute and 13-second stint, pit out to pit in, for Fred Verveen. So there you go. He's come out with he's come out with an hour, 1 hour and 30 seconds to go. So
he needs to save a lap.
He probably needs to save 2 laps. Actually,
yeah. So what's that about? 12 to 15 litres.
You'll know right now, because he's got to start saving now. There's no point in saving towards the end. If he's going to try and go at the end, he's got to start saving now. If he's not, and he's going to put pressure on everybody and get his foot down now with the new tyres and just hope, then the hope has to be for an intervention. He's waiting to see a Cadillac come out in front of him, which for a Ford driver is probably a bit odd, hoping for a General Motors car to be ahead of him.
But whatever it needs to win.
More front runner pit stops here. This is the erstwhile leader in GTD. Jack Hawksworth comes in with just under an hour to go for what they hope will be their final pit stop.
Winwood Racing take the lead, gentlemen, with the number 57.
Yeah, and Philip Ellis was starting to make some inroads on this car too, certainly keeping them honest.
And he's got 1 more lap in the tank, I reckon, Phil Ellis. So he's going to be down to 57 minutes. And that is eminently doable. Winwood are not out of this at all, are they?
No.
They've not always. They led a few laps early on, then they've been sitting 4th and 5th and 3rd. And this might be a perfectly judged race again for the Winwood team.
Big hello to Robbie Sibbald, who's watching on the IMSA YouTube channel. A fellow Knockhill local. Hello, Robbie. Great to hear from you, and hope you're enjoying the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. With 58 minutes to go, it's about to get very, very exciting indeed.
Let's grab a word with Nick Damon down in the pit lane for a CrowdStrike pit report, taking some drivers now who have done their work for the evening, and now speak to Nick before they go and sit and bite their nails on the print perch.
Well, not this time, I'm afraid they ran away. I was just saying that the Jack Hawksworth in the 12 had a very clean stop, and I think that car, 9 years old it may be, may find itself getting one final win because they've got the best guy in the car, and he's really got some pace. We've had the 40. We're about to get. Interestingly, really, is that how there is no activity at the moment at the Porsche pit, so they're obviously going to have absolutely no problem whatsoever in getting here on one more stop.
This is the Porsche Penske prototypes,
is it? The 7s and the 6s, yeah. None of them have come in. We also haven't yet seen Max Hesse or the leading Porsche, whose name I've completely forgotten because it's hot and I'm old. Lauren Heinrich, thank you.
Yeah.
So it's at this point, anyone who's not in a P2 can get to the end.
Yes. Yeah.
Quite fittingly, with 57 minutes to go, the 57 Winwood Mercedes comes in.
Genius.
Is that on Oldman? Winners last year. They won pretty much everything last year.
The start of the season was incredible for them. Now, the championship, I mean, you always still lose it at the end of the season, but effectively they won the championship last year with their performances in the first 5 races, of which I think they won 4, Peter? Is that right?
They won, last year they won the Rolex 24, they won Sebring, so they won the 36 Hours of Florida in convincing fashion, they won Watkins Glen, and they won the championship overall, and they won the Michelin Endurance Cup. not a bad day at the office.
Yeah. And I think they took 2 more victories in the first 5 races before Le Mans.
Possibly.
And that's my recollection as well. This is a good comeback for them because with 4.5 hours or thereabouts to go, they had the drive-through penalty when running 4th, if you recall. So this has not been smooth sailing for the Texas-based team. They've really had to fight back and plot their way back. It's a combination of execution and speed.
But we were talking about this to Andres Roos earlier on, particularly in the GTs, where
this is for the lead right here.
For the lead.
Yeah, it's the Oxworth with the warm tires, able to come through. Phil Ellis still on cold tires. It's effectively for the lead in GTD once everything cycles through. We're a little unsure about the fuel situation for the Lexus, but at least for now they've got the track position.
I think they can do it. And
they've
got 2 big, brawny front engines V8s with 2 superstars at the wheel fighting away. This is going to be fantastic.
So, no tyre warmers is the key here. And Hawksworth, with the grip advantage, goes through into the leader class.
On the replay, it's amazing. You can see just how much ground he gained in the brake zone with the warmed-up tires. Closes in and then flies away. It's like he's in a different class, but actually these are 2 cars in the same class, effectively fighting for the lead.
The 93 Acura has come in. It is getting an absolutely standard full service. Nick Yellerly stays on board. 4 tyres, all done already. The fuel going in, taking longer. For his last hour, he's getting a clean tear off as well, so you can see what he's doing, and hopefully he doesn't do anything silly. But you never can tell on the last hour to Sebring. But this one, absolutely standard. This car now established in 3rd, and we're looking to pick up the pieces of any problems the Porsche Penske's have, who have both yet to make that final stop.
Yeah, brilliant. Nick Yellerly's actually done a really good job. His times earlier on were very impressive. As here comes the leader into the pit lane. Don't move too far, Nick Damon. Nick Yellerly goes out of the pits to finish the race for Acura number 93. And Philippe Nasser and Mathieu Jaminet come in for what is their final scheduled pit stop. Porsche managed a 1-2-3 at Qatar with the 2 Penske Motorsports 1 and 2. And are they en route to do it again? 54 minutes to go, final pit stop, Nick Damon.
Well, the number 7's already on its marks, getting its tyres and having its fuel as the 6 arrives. It's quite a long gap between 7 or 8 seconds, but an extra water bottle goes into, or drinks bottle goes into the 6 car. Jaminet obviously a bit thirstier, liquid-wise, rather than petrol-wise on his car. Cleaning everything off. Again, it's 4 tyres for all the teams. Lots of cleaning out the front of the ducts for the number 7 car. A bit less cleaning out for Jaminet, so obviously they're happier with the cleanliness of their radiator intakes. Again, they're just looking round now, really, because the fuel just takes so long compared to everything else. Away has gone Felipe Nasser, still sitting here. Is Jaminet still sitting here, and down and away. He's a bit unlucky because he's managed to get 3 GTDs in between himself and Nasser, so that's not looking good. I look the other way, and I think that is the 2nd place 48 Paul Miller Motorsport BMW M4 GT3 Evo that is just finishing up its stop as well. So he's come in, I can't see where Lauren Heinrich is or not, but that's the last stop for Max Hesse, and that's really what Heinrich does. Whether with the fresh boots he'll be able to claw back that lead he lost about 20 minutes ago.
Heinrich also came in, I think, the lap before. Now, the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine that leads now by a good margin over its team car. The last time Porsche won this race, 2008, it had a number 7 on the side, and it also had Penske written on the side. The last time that Porsche had a 1-2 in this race was also in 2008, but the 2nd place car did not have Penske on the side. It had Dyson Racing Team on the side with Butch Leisinger, Andy Lally, and Marino Franchitti. So it was a 1-2 for the Porsches that day, but 1 in the hands of Penske, 1 in the hands of Dyson.
Since we're talking history, some more potential history in the works here as well, because if Nick Tandy, who's part of this number 7 lineup, were to win this race, it would be the triple crown of endurance racing for him, as defined by overall wins at Rolex 24, 12 Hours of Sebring, and Le Mans. He would be the 10th driver to do the triple crown of endurance racing, and it is a who's who, if you'd like the list.
Go on.
All right. AJ Foyt, Hans Herman, Jackie Oliver, Al Holbert, Hurley Haywood, Mauro Baldi, Andy Wallace, Marco Werner, and Timo Bernhard.
There's a couple in there that might struggle. Jackie Oliver, I don't think I would have got. Mauro Baldi, I wouldn't have got. I'll tell you, that's a great shout. Very, very good indeed.
What a list to join.
LMP2 battle, crowd strike by APR. Tom Dillman, Matthew Jacobson going for the lead with Tower Motorsport right ahead of them. And Seb Bourdais, the man from just over the other side of Florida. And that is very, very tight indeed. Bourdais leads, crowd strike by APR second, and 2 seconds further back is Tom Dillman. I was just about to say, the point I was trying to make about the Winward Racing guys is that, and you were spot on actually with this, the point you made about that pit stop, extra drive-through rather, that they had to do from the penalty, Ryan, is that they then worked, I think they were already working backwards to the end of the race by then. They grabbed an extra little lap here, an extra lap there, and that's pushed them into a situation now where they won't have to fuel save to the end of the race. And sometimes it's not just the one brainwave thing, it's a build-up of trying it, and some of it was yellow assisted, but even under yellow to save a little bit more than someone else. Side-by-side action through turn 1, and that is
GTD
Lexus
on
and
GTD
GTD, yeah.
It's the Lexus GTD car going through on one of the GTD Pro Mustangs. In fact, that's the 65, the one with the black windshield strip. The white windshield strip 64 is just up the road by 4 or 5 car lengths.
Nick Damon, we had a split strategy is what we were hearing from Paul Miller Racing. That alternative strategy has become an alternative strategy now. Have you just had it again?
It's become a converged strategy, hasn't it? Because they both now fuel to the end. It's kind of if you're going to do that, you want to kind of hold on as long as you can and almost hope for the best for the yellow flag.
Nah, there's something wrong with that car.
I think that last stop was, yes, they were being polite. It wasn't the tyre issue, it was some sort of issue. They may have had a bad tyre. It wasn't a flat tyre, and it was all 4 tyres, by the way, because there were 4 warm tyres sitting on the apron, or behind the pitch, I say. But, yeah, something went wrong at that point, and obviously they didn't want to give information that was going to help anybody else. But we are now at the point where everybody, I think, everyone outside the P2s has made their hopeful final stop.
I think they might have either a fuel fill problem or a fuel pickup problem, because they did 16 laps for Conor De Filippi before they came in, and now they've just done 18 laps there. I suppose we'll know in about, because I tell you what, 18 laps won't get them to the end from here if that's all they can do again.
If that is what the issue is, yeah indeed. Yeah, a lot of teams watching. The one car that could bring out a full course yellow is the 021 Ferrari. Strange thing to say, I know, but they've gone back out on the circuit and there's more issues. There was an issue at turn 1 going slowly through there. If that car comes full stick at the wrong place and can't be brought into a safe spot, that will trigger a full course yellow. So I'm sure all of the teams who are worried about it will be watching that car with like a hawk, because it's the biggest risk of a full course yellow right now.
It's been doing this off and on since right around the halfway mark. They've had stops on track and restarts.
Bit of action at turn 17, and again a little bit of hip and shoulder on the bumps. The Conquest Ferrari at a Ford. And now we've got the Lone Star AMG going slowly. Hazard flashes on the 4-ways on the back straight with Scott Andrews, and he's got a left rear flat on that car, and it's coming apart, and the carcass has come off right in the middle of the Ulmer back straight. That's going to cause a full course yellow. Right there. If you need to pit now is the time. Get to the pit lane before we go full course yellow, because that's a black tyre on a dark part of the track, and anybody could hit that if they pop out from behind it. It's a full tyre carcass from the 80 car.
Christmas Day for Whelen Engineering. Christmas Day for number 25 BMW.
Yeah.
If the full course yellow comes out, but surely it has to. A tire carcass is seriously heavy, and you're right, John, it's right in the middle of the road there. It's pitch dark.
Absolutely in between 2 lamps. as well. Ryan?
We're right on the fringe of the pit window for LMP2.
LMP2.
And a couple of the front runners did make the call. This could be a big move for the Tower car as well as the 22 from United Autosport. Sebastian Bourdais and Paul di Resta both come in. Now a couple others will follow them in, but crucially, several of the leaders did not. Algarve Pro, Crown Strike Racing, the 04, they stayed out, as did Tom Dillman in the Inter-Europol car.
The option, 04 didn't have the option there. They were too late.
They were already
round.
Yeah.
This time around, they've got to come in and they can't do it. It's gone full course yellow. It's gone full course yellow. This is a disaster for CrowdStrike by APR and for Tom Dillman, the Inter-Europol competition car. I said they played themselves back in, but not getting into the pit lane there. They didn't get the opportunity. They'd gone past the start-finish line. That is an absolute nightmare for them. Oh.
The Tower Motorsports guys patting each other on the back saying we did it, we got it out, and that could be game changing for Tower, because how strong was Sebastian Bourdais there? Now he's got no fuel worries at
whatsoever.
TES also got in, as did the sister 22 United Autosport car, so they got both of their cars in. I think those are the only 4 in LMP2 that made it into the pit lane before the yellow flag came out.
The gap at the front of the field between the two Porsche Penske Motorsports comes down from 11 seconds to nothing. The gap between them and the third place BMW number 25 also, of course, disappears.
This brings the 93 Acura of Nick Yellowly right back in the mix, who was 38 seconds off the pace. But we'll need to watch closely. We'll need to watch very closely. Can the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac get back on the lead lap here?
BMW should have pitted France as well.
They should
BMW should have pitted France. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, but they must have missed the opportunity. He had to get in.
Even so, he's one of a handful of cars on the it'll be one of at the least 6 cars on the lead lap, maybe 1 or 2 more, depending how the safety car falls. But so,
I'll tell you who's. No, probably not. Neil Janney will be delighted about this, because he wouldn't have made it in the Proton competition number 5. He's a couple of laps worse off than Bamber, and he was right on the cusp.
He will make it now.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's got 67% of his usable energy left, so that's 35-ish minutes on a green flag run. But of course, full course yellow, you're using way less in terms of fuel. But he might want to come, given that he's going to be at the back of the train anyway. Does he come in and top up, or does he stay out? I don't know.
We thought it might have been a full course yellow for the recalcitrant and slightly stuttering Triazzi.
Who said that? That might be me.
Recalcitrant, slightly stuttering Triazzi Ferrari. Nick Damon has gone down to find out what was ailing that car, Nick.
With Mike, your car is, let's say, not running particularly well. What's the issue? It seems to be stopping, starting.
Yeah, we've had a lot of transmission trouble. It seems to want to go to neutral on a lot of downshifts. I had it once or twice earlier when I was in the car, and then here in Stevens last stint, it was almost every time. So he was doing a lot of power cycles and stuff, and then we came in and tried switching out some stuff, and that doesn't seem to have done it. So I think we're going to call it and make sure we stay out of everybody's way.
That's very, very bad luck. So was it like an actuator problem or electronic brain problem?
Hard to say if there's an actual mechanical issue that, inside the transmission that it's having trouble with. I don't know. So it is certainly electronic related now, I think. But, we'll have to dig into it more, look through the data more after the facts and figure it out.
Very bad luck, but Sebring's claimed another one, hasn't it?
Yeah, certainly, a notoriously difficult racetrack for equipment. So,
thanks, Mike. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pits have been open for the prototype as the wave by has started. No need for the Porsche Penske cars to come in, gentlemen. However, Robin Freins and Earl Bamber have pitted. Now, this is where you need your new set of tyres. If you've got a new set of tyres, you bang them on, don't you? Robin Freins 15 laps into his stint. Earl Bamber 9 laps into his stint. Nico Müller coming in for JDC Miller Motorsport, but he's He's a lap off the lead. Malte Jakobsen comes in. Let's go to Nick for the tyre situation in GTP.
Well, I'm walking back from Chiazzi, who are right at the far end, but I can tell you that Freins is getting new tyres on the 25. I'm afraid that the Whelan was a bit. Oh, well, the Whelan's already out, so the Whelan's not got tyres because that was way too quick.
No, it did. Yeah, it did.
Oh, that quick. Okay, sorry. I didn't see. So they've basically taken tyres and fuel, as has the JDC Miller car. So they will not have track position, but they will have pace if they can get some warmth in the tyres. And of course, we know now, no one's worried about fuel.
Correct. Absolutely right.
That's so interesting.
In from the lead in LMP2, CrowdStrike Racing. Also, Tom Dillman's had to come in for Inter-Europol competition, and Felipe Fraga for the Riley number 74 Orica. We'll get the track swept as well. Jakobsen out first, followed by Dillman of the P2 cars that have stopped, and then it'll be the number 74 car. Presumably Felipe Fraga will stay on board there, and now we wait to see who, if anyone, from the GTs decides to come in. Who did we think was a little bit dodgy in terms? Yeah,
but they will not be dodgy now.
No,
it'll be fine now. It's just a straight flight now. This is going to be fascinating because Whelen Engineering, yes, they're going to be a little bit behind on track position, but they are going to have slightly newer rubber than the two Porsches at the front. The big question is the Acuras as well. Well, the Acura, I should say, 93. Nick Yellerly, who was 38 seconds back before that full course caution came out. Now he's right back in the game.
Bourdais is going to be leading this from United Autosports. Paul de Resta and Mikkel Jensen all together. Ben Hanley will be there as well, still on the lead lap. EO, I think, has dropped off the lead lap. There was Dane Cameron on board, last year's Drivers' Champion, of course, for Porsche. Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Those top three who missed the opportunity to come in LMP2 will have to deal with the lapped LMP2 cars. So PR1 Matheson and EO Racing. But it's going to be a right dogfight there. And whilst Sebastian Bourdais is in the box seat, you've got Paul de Resta up your tailpipes in a United Autosport Gary Robertshaw engineered number 22 car. Gary now overseeing the LMP2 programme as a whole.
Those are the two cars that at one time or another had claim on this year's Rolex 24.
Good point.
So they've got a score to settle here.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Paul de Resta could throw a watch at Sebastian Bourdais. Do you recognise this? Shaking the wrist at him.
I think he'd get it thrown back at him twice as hard.
Oh, I think you're right.
From feisty Sebastian Bourdais.
In GTD, Vassar Sullivan Lexus holds sway from Winward Racing in second. I'm still not counting out Phil Ellis here. Conquest in third, Daniel Serra. Charlie Eastwood in fourth for DXDT. And the talent here, Tom Gamble, Harter Racing Aston. They're all on the lead lap. Inception, Fred Scharndorf, Elliot Skier, Wright Motorsport. Wright Motorsport back in it now, you know.
Yeah, they've got away with those penalties, haven't they?
Yeah, it's incredible. Robbie Forley, Turner Motorsport. That BMW has not had the pace of the Paul Miller cars today, has it?
No.
Iron Dames have not been in the conversation at all. Michelle Gatting in the number 83 car. And Matt Bell is... in fact, Michelle Gatting is off the lead lap in GTT.
You've got in GTD, the top 6 cars, all different brands.
Yeah.
Well done, IMSA technical team.
Yeah, good point. Very good point. 37 minutes to go. Highlands, ESPN 106.3 FM on Sirius XM 206 and around the circuit on 100.9 FM. RS2 for the audio around the world. And of course, we've got our streaming world feed video on the IMSA YouTube channel. If you want to sidestep the random ads, stop shouting at that algorithm. Honestly, it's not going to help you. Go to imsaradio.com and check out the live video tab to the top left. There'll be a little drop-down menu if your browser, depends on which browser you're using, and it is the first item in the drop-down menu there. Incredible stuff, absolutely incredible. Final wave by is being enacted, and the pits therefore is open for all cars. I'll tell you what, 36 minutes now is fine for the P2s, isn't it? Yeah. All right. I was just wondering if anybody might drop in for a quick splash.
No, more than fine. Yeah, that's A-OK. Well, I think that's kind of what's deserved in LMP2, just that straight dogfight to the finish.
This hasn't worked out as badly as I thought for CrowdStrike Racing by APR. They got in and out without losing the lead. They got in and out without losing the lead behind the safety car. How did that happen?
Oh.
The top two, Malte Jakobsen and Tom Dillman, I think are still ahead of Tower Motorsports. I need to see that in terms of as the cars come by. But that is what my timing and scoring is saying at the moment. I'm looking at two different systems.
Yeah, we'll get confirmation that they've gone through now. So yeah, that's all dead on. Yeah, Malte Jakobsen for the 04 CrowdStrike team will come back to the green flag as the leading LMP2 car.
Yeah. The class split is about to happen. Class splits, should I say. So all of the GTPs go ahead of all of the LMP2. So the Pro class goes ahead of the Pro Am. And in GTD, all of the GTD Pros go ahead of the GTDs. See above comment. Pro class goes ahead of the Pro Am class. And then we'll go green. But I reckon we're going to have 32 minutes, 31 minutes to go.
It's like a Carrera Cup race or a Mazda MX-5 Cup race.
Well,
it might resemble one of those.
Well, we've been making the boxing match analogy. Joe said the fisticuffs are about to start. We've been talking about the heavyweight contest. We're inside the last hour. Now, here is somebody coming in for a splash, I think.
Now, this is because the 99 AO Racing car was they got their lap back, so they're now back on the lead lap.
Correct.
AO Racing spiked the Dragon.
Yeah, very good. Remember, that car had no rear wing and half the rear deck missing earlier on, and they will have to hustle a little bit to get that car out. The safety car, the Cadillac safety car, is going down towards Cunningham Corner, turn 10 at the moment. I hear a Gibson engine being revved within an inch of its life. They've had the splash. Did they put, they can't have put tyres on in that time. If you had them, you would. Matthias Besch has come in the number 52, I reckon, but they're many laps down, so they'll be no better than 9th. But can Dane Cameron rescue some points for 99, spike the Dragon? Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Well,
Spike's had to go to the hospital a few times.
Oh yeah,
and has had a few replacement limbs over the course of the a couple of skin grafts over the course of the
weekend. Rebuilt him.
They've got a busy animal hospital at AO Racing.
Well, Nick Damon has just informed me that lizards' tails grow back on their own.
He is a reptile expert.
There you go. There you go. Safety car later out. It is Philippe Manatta and Matthew Jamini who have to work together here, because Nick Yellerly, who has been absolutely superb in the Acura, is hunting for blood. Can Neil Janney jump in and help and make it a Porsche 1-2-3 here, as it was in Qatar for the FIA WEC a couple of weekends ago? A few more than that. It was just 2 weekends ago, wasn't it? Good heavens.
One fly in the ointment here, 5th in the row, is Philippe Albuquerque in the number 10 Wayne Taylor Cadillac. He's trying to get his lap back, so he could be a fly in the ointment here.
Green, 31 minutes and 49, 48, 47 to go. The two Porsches A nice little gap between the two Porsches as they head down to turn number 1. And who's that slowing? There's a car slowing. Was that? It was grounding out as well. That's not Nicky Ellerly, so there was another car in there.
The Meyer Shank Acura.
Yeah, okay.
He's let his team car through, understandably.
That was Colin Brown then, was it, moving over? Yeah, absolutely, that makes sense. Off at turn 1, and a spinner.
It's an LMP2 of some sort.
And it's in harm's way there. Through goes the GT3 cars, sideways on. Can't move at the moment.
It's the 22.
It's Paul di Resta. Di Resta's dropped it. Now he's got it running. Will stay green. That would have been heart in the mouth stuff. Damage to the back of the car. Bits of bodywork off. We're staying green at the moment unless the rear wing falls off. If you've got it now, you've got to use it. Make up the positions. We could be going yellow again. Oh, there was a touch. Touch into the side of the Europol car from Di Resta. Leaned on Dillman and I think came off the worst.
It was a TDS car, I think, John.
Was it?
Yeah, the number 11.
Mikkel Jensen.
I think so.
How did he get that far up? I saw the yellow and I thought it can't be the TDS car. It's got to be the yellow and green car.
So hard in the dark, but I'm pretty sure it was that more luminous yellow of the TDS, that kind of luminous mustard, if I was to call it a colour. Oh, no.
Well,
Rolex 24 winners, championship leaders, in the fence with big damage.
Yeah, that car is going to drop down. It will be finishing, let me see, I reckon it'll finish 8th. That car in class, that's a huge point swing, particularly if the Tower car can get amongst it. Sebastian Bourdais in 3rd now.
Oh, well.
Mander Jakobsen leads, by the way, for the CrowdStrike by APR. Tom Dillman in 2nd. 3rd Bourdais, 4th Mikkel Jensen for TDS. Was he right up there? I still can't tell which of the yellow cars it was, I'm afraid. Wow, well, we've got some talking points here. Hashtag
I think
Michelin PRT for the end of the race to at IMSA Radio. Go, Peter.
Sorry, my BDO knows strategy. My early nominee for that would be the number 5 Proton Competition Porsche.
Yeah.
You know, they've not necessarily got the outright pace of the works cars, and yet they've been able to keep themselves in a position and played everything the right way, and they're right there on the lead lap with 28 minutes to go, and not just on the lead lap, in 4th place. They would be my early bet.
They've been down a lap at various times in this race, so great job to get back on the lead lap, and they find themselves in a position here where they can pick up the pieces, maybe get on the podium as things run here with 28.5 minutes left.
And Paul di Resta has reached Nick Damon in the pit lane.
And there's a huge amount of damage. It's not just the rear clip, the right-hand side pod being scraped along the wall. It's going to make attaching the unliveried rear clip. Obviously had a bit of trouble. It's got a pure carbon fibre rear end on the machine, but they are, I think, looking at taking off the tyres as well. You need some new boots, at least the rear right they're going to go for a new one, but there's a huge amount of damage all down that side. I feel, well, this one's definitely out of the running.
Thank you, Nick. GT leaders, Phil Ellis, Winwood Racing right with Jack Hawksworth, and right behind them Daniel Serra. Top 3 together going down the Ullman straight, the back straight down towards turn number 17. They've got lap traffic ahead of them, Nicky Katzberg and Andrea Caldarelli right in front of them. They're 2 GTD Pro cars who are a lap back. The gleam of the headlights announcing the arrival of the prototype leaders, the GTP cars, at turn 7 and 8, 27 minutes and 19, 18, 17 to go. And everything's being closed back up again, except in LMP2, where half a second has been opened up by Mander Jakobsen. In the context of what we've seen there, half a second's a lead. He'll take that at the moment.
Yeah, great job to get away there. I'm still not sure how they managed to cycle through with the lead. We thought that the 4 that came in right before the yellow had stolen a march on the field, but great work by the CrowdStrike Racing Team, same for Inter Europol, to hold on to that track position somehow, some way. Now it's the question of can they convert that into the result.
It must have been just the fact that it's of how it happened in terms of where they were in the queue. They should have, but they hadn't done the class splits, but they must have been caught behind a whole bunch of GTD cars. That's the only explanation. Only explanation that happened that allowed them to get in and back out again.
Jack Hawksworth made his way past the Pfaff Lamborghini, which of course is in GTD Pro. Why is that important? Because he needs to get by ahead of before the driver who's chasing him, Phil Ellis, does. And I think through that little sequence of traffic, Hawksworth has gained 6 or 7 car lengths there as they hit the brakes for going into Champ de Bienne and Le Mans Curve. So 25 minutes to go. The two Porsche Penske Motorsport machines lead, but they do have Yellow Leaf right on the tailpipe. A slight question mark for the number 5 Proton competition car in 4th place. They've got 48% usable energy, 25 minutes on the clock. Their fuel is going to be tight.
Confirmation that it was the TDS car that was involved in that contact.
How did that get up there?
No action taken. It was ruled upon already by race control. Good question. They came from a long way back, and that's another Video No Strategy award nominee because they had that issue with Stephen Thomas's drive time, and they had to use the time under that yellow to get that taken care of, and now have themselves a chance to go and fight for a good result.
Yeah.
They did it slightly differently. I mean, 0-4 CrowdStrike, they put themselves in a strong position early by the sheer fitness level of George Kurtz, doing 3 hours non-stop.
Straight off, yeah.
I don't know actually how you do that, to be honest, but they did it, and it put them in a really strong spot, whereas TDS had to be a little bit more clever in terms of putting everything all together.
And they thought they had, and then they found out they had 6 minutes or something like that they still needed to achieve, and got a lucky yellow, were able to put Stephen Thomas in the car, didn't lose any track position in doing it, and then got Hunter McElroy back in and now able to fight.
I'll tell you who else that's helped is Paul Miller Racing and the number 1 car, Conor de Filippi, the alternative Plan Z strategy. He's just put that car's fastest lap of the race in. He's 7 tenths away from his teammate, who's 6 tenths away from the leader. Paul Miller coming back through the field. I'm not sure that's, you can say there was a strategy call that worked, but certainly they're not out of it. And sometimes, I think it was Reinhold Jost that said to me back in the ALMS days, I'd rather be lucky than good. The problem with fighting against Jost was they were good as well as lucky.
They made their own luck.
Oh, there is a case for that. So Conor de Filippi, with just 10 laps under his belt, will find out if that was a fuel issue, because in about 6 to 8 laps time, if he's got to come in again, we'll know that that was a problem, or whether it has just fallen into their lap. Oh my goodness, incredible stuff. Lauren Heinrich puts the fastest GTD Pro lap of the race in, a 2 minutes 0.5. We were getting just under 2 minutes in qualifying and the free practice, but this now is a car that's done 11 hours and 37 minutes of running.
And that is a new GTD lap record that was set back in 2020.
GTD Pro.
Well,
the
same
Pro
thing.
In those days, yeah,
there was no Pro in those days.
Yeah,
They've best overall GTD, if you like, set by Patrick Long, now retired as a Porsche factory driver. 2 minute flat point 8:08. Well, the new era of Porsche factory driver Lauren Heinrich. Well, he's the new lap record holder for a GTD car here at Sebring.
What year did you say the old record was
2020.
set? Yeah, that was in October, remember. That was the strange the year, unless it was set in the shorter, because there were 2 Sebring races.
No, it was that one.
The October one.
Yeah,
that's right. And more problems.
It's the
this
Valkyrie.
time from turn 16, so down the back straight, Peter, a car moving slowly.
That's the Valkyrie. Aston Martin Valkyrie, number 23 for Hard of Racing, making its way slowly down the Ulman Straight. Now that's not far from the pits.
Roscoe behind the wheel, Peter.
I've just heard it go screaming past, so it's fine. This is the good thing about it. We can tell without even seeing it. It's just going screaming over the start finish line. So, Aston Martin Valkyrie fans, breathe a sigh of relief.
That's it. It's only 2 laps off the overall lead and sitting inside the top 10. 18 seconds ahead of Wayne Taylor Racing's Louis Delatraz in the 40 Cadillac. Philippe Albuquerque now just 2.5 seconds behind 6th place Robin Freins, who's half a second behind Earl Bamber for Cadillac Whelen, who's 3/4 of a second behind Proton's Neil Jani, who's 5 seconds behind Nick Yellowly, who's half a second behind Mathieu Jaminet, who's 4 seconds behind Felipe Nasser. Now this is great team play, because you want Felipe Nasser off in the distance at this point. He's got to get away.
Well, that certainly is one way to play it, if you've got that opportunity. Now the GTD battle, Jack Hawksworth against Philip Ellis, they've come up behind the number 4 Corvette in GTD Pro, which is many laps down, and well, it's kind of interrupting the GTD battle, and great job there by the 4 car of Nicky Katzberg, who's just let them go and let them get on with it. Great sportsmanship.
Yeah.
Here comes Ellis around the outside of turn 7. They touch. They touch as Hawksworth. This is for the lead in GTD, and Hawksworth shuts the door hard.
And following through behind Daniel Surra's good. Go on, guys, fight. You fight. Take fuel, take tyre life. I'm quite happy sitting here for the moment. Here comes Ellis from a long way back into turn 10. He's up on the 3/4 of the Sealmaster red, yellow and black car. There's definitely performance in that Winwood Mercedes AMG, whether it's a grip advantage, a performance advantage. He hasn't got the pace down the straights in that AMG. We know that. He's got to give it a go, and Philip Ellis knows he's got to give it a go in the twisty stuff.
Both of these drivers are trying to go back to back. Hawksworth won GTD Pro last year, Ellis won in GTD, so means a lot for both of these drivers in these front engine V8 monsters.
And 2 of the oldest cars in the field. We talk about how old the Lexus is, but the Mercedes AMG GT3, even the Evo version, is getting a bit long in the tooth at this stage, but still plenty of life. And again, credit to the IMSA technical team to ensure that they can fight even with the brand new models like that Ferrari that sits in 3rd.
There's a new model coming of the AMG, and they're going back to the big engines. No more highly tuned 4 cylinders, and there's an opportunity for a new GT3 race car there. And Audi as well with the new version of the R8, with the jointly developed Lamborghini V8 engine as well, possibly as soon as end of 2026, beginning of 2027 for that car. Max Hesser puts the fastest lap of the number 48 Paul Miller Racing BMW in, and he has to, because he's dropping away 1.1 seconds from Lauren Heinrich. If the BMWs are going to beat the dinosaur, then they've got to get up there right now. 18.5 minutes to go. 5 seconds at the front of the field. The 2 Porsche Penske Motorsports are apart. 8 tenths between Mathieu Jaminet and Nick Yellowly. Yellowly staying there, but not making any inroads. Lost all of a tenth last time around. He's got 5 seconds on Neil Jani, who just can't seem to make any inroads there. He's too busy.
Careful on fuel, I think.
Yeah, and he's also got Earl Bamber to deal with for Cadillac Whelen in the number 31, the red-fronted car.
And Robin Freins, too. Those were the 2 cars that were iffy on fuel that had to pit during that last yellow, and they are nose to tail right behind Johnny. If they could get 3 free, maybe they'd have the pace to try and run down the front runners.
Louis Delatraz puts the number 40 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac's best lap of the race in a 49.6. That's under 4 tenths, or just on 4 tenths away from the fastest lap of the race. So the Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillacs did have some speed today. They've not had any luck at all. Second place, Porsche carving its way through traffic. That's the Gradian 66 Mustang. It's going by at the moment. Down the back straight, AO Racing puts another fastest lap of the GTD Pro field in. So Joey Hand, Mario Farnbacher, Michelle Gatting, Scott Andrews, Matty Bell, all getting the leading prototypes coming through. Scott Andrews also in that little battle pack of cars in the Lone Star Racing machine. Matthias Besch has come into the pits for PR1 Matheson Motorsport from 9th position. Paul de Resta did come out after that off at turn 1 in turn 8 for the number 22 United Autosports team. Through goes Malte Jakobsen, fastest lap of the race for his car, 151.1, and he's eased out another 0.6, because even though Tom Dillman in second has put in a 51.7, that's that car's fastest lap of the race, it's still not quick enough. 51.2 for Sebastian Bourdais. He's taken half a second out of Dillman. Mikkel Jensen is only another 1 second further back down the field. He's done a 51.4. Incredible stuff at the front of the P2 field.
And it's incredible stuff in GTD as well. Hawksworth holding off Philip Ellis. These are two drivers that have had such a great run of a couple of years in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship with lots of success, race wins, titles, etc. And it's now just a straight fight. 15 minutes. Who has got the performance? Who wants it more?
Ellis last year wins at the Rolex 24, the Sebring 12 hours, 6 hours of the Glen. He also won his class at the Spa 24 last year. It was just a magical season for Philip Ellis, and he is so good on the brakes.
Yeah.
That's where he really closes in on this Lexus. 15 minutes to go. You know he's going to go for it if he's close enough to have a go.
Well, is this going to be a rewind of the Jaime Mello versus Jörg Bergmeister finish in GT all